Hey, Laosia, World of Warcraft has returned. Care to join? What? I have kids to take care of. All right then. Hello, Rabbit. World of Warcraft has made a comeback. Are you in? Come on, what are you talking about? So busy, huh? Fine, fine. Hey, after making a round of calls, Lin Yuan discovered that his former comrades had all hung up their armor, entangled in the trivialities of life, unable to engage in battle once more. So I'm the only one left. I might as well dive in and see what it's like Lin Yuan's side. Since World of Warcraft entered the domestic market in 2005, Lin Yuan, then a university student, had embarked on his adventures in Azeroth. He had witnessed the exhilaration when the gates of Encourage swung open and had secretly scorned that guild leader who sacrificed his comrades for a mere sword of the Brotherhood, even though he desired it as well. He fought alongside the Alliance, battling through the Outlands to the frigid realm of Northrend. Having played the role of a demon hunter and faced the patricidal Scion, he endured the trials of Deathwing and traversed the enigmatic land of Pandaria, frolicking with pandas. He had charged into battle at the behest of the Alliance leaders and had waved flags behind the Queen. From the inception of his first character as a Druid, right through to the later Death Knight, Lin Yuan had mastered every class. From the moment he learned riding at level 20 and purchased his first steed, he almost amassed every mount available. There was a time when, for the sake of Midnight, he nearly went bankrupt farming Karazhan and in pursuit of invincibility. He had transformed wayward sons into reformed champions. For the Phoenix, even the prince prepared to abdicate for the greater good. It could be said that the entirety of World of Warcraft was an irreplaceable fragment of Lin Yuan's youth. However, as the game evolved with updates, the content proliferated, yet the playability diminished and the number of companions dwindled. Eventually, the game company made the disastrous decision to withdraw from the domestic market. Thus, Lin Yuan bid a definitive farewell to the world of Azeroth. Until this year, when World of Warcraft returned, presenting the acclaimed Wrath of the Lich King version. Consequently, Lin Yuan began to rally his friends, preparing to venture once more into Azeroth. Regrettably, his comrades were burdened by life, some surrendering and others falling by the wayside. Lin Yuan had no choice but to embark on this journey alone into Azeroth. After indulging in idle musings for a while, Lin Yuan opened the downloaded World of Warcraft. The familiar interface, the well-known classes, the recognizable queuing screen. Damn, if this queue is going to take 3 hours, there's no point in returning at all, you bastards. Glancing at the displayed queue time of 3 hours, Lin Yuan erupted in a torrent of curses. In Indy, back in the day, we also queued for hours, and now it's the same. This return is utterly ridiculous. But there was no alternative. This was not a mouse paradise where one could purchase VIP tickets to cut in line. He could only wait patiently. After a painstaking wait to access the server, Lin Yuan contemplated his choice and opted for the Alliance. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan grinned mischievously. Horde pigs, brace yourself for the wrath of the Alliance. As for my profession, I still chose my favorite Druid. Upon entering the game smoothly, I was immediately enveloped by that familiar ambience. It was a chaotic scene where multiple players engaged in battle against a single monster, and completing a quest felt like a drawn-out struggle. With my status as a seasoned player, I quickly completed one task after another. Yet, what a farce it turned out to be. At that moment, who wasn't a veteran player? Each individual seemed adept at seizing monsters and defeating them with remarkable skill. Much to my dismay, making the quest for monsters a laborious endeavor. 100 years later, after several hours of relentless effort, I finally reached level 15, granting me access to dungeons, and I was no longer obliged to compete with that horde for monsters. The random dungeon feature was initially introduced by Blizzard to expedite gameplay and alleviate the need for players to gather a team. It allowed players to be matched with others by the system, emphasizing simplicity and convenience. However, the unfolding events were far from what I had envisioned. In the ensuing days, I sensed the profound malice embedded within the dungeon matching mechanism. While completing quests, I encountered seasoned players executing their skills with great finesse. Yet, upon entering the random dungeon, I was matched with an assortment of inept players. There were tanks unable to hold aggro, healers who failed to support their comrades, and damage dealers who merely stood idly by. Compounding the chaos were those who meandered aimlessly, inadvertently drawing monsters and leading to our demise. Frankly, I felt that the difficulty of these random dungeons surpassed that of my early days of exploration. Finally, after more than a week of arduous effort, I reached the maximum level and sighed with relief, ready to embark on team dungeons to gather equipment. However, after yet another all-night session, I finished a dungeon run only to exclaim, "Damn it, you selfish loot whore. What on earth are you, a cloth-wearing mage, needing leather armor for?" My frustration boiled over, and I leapt to my feet, ready to smash my keyboard. Suddenly, everything went black, and one thought resonated in my mind. I'm getting too old for these all-nighters. Cut here, I lost track of time, it's so hot. I felt as though I were enveloped in a wave of heat, akin to being trapped in a massive furnace. A burning sensation coursed through my body and my lips cracked. My throat parched, as if scorched by flames. Am I dead? I weakly opened my eyes, struggling to sit up amidst the sand, only to discover I was surrounded by it, with a massive sand dune beside me. A desert? Have I descended into hell? I pondered, bewildered. I hadn't committed any grave sins to warrant such a fate. Licking my cracked lips, I began to climb towards the summit of the sand dune. After an arduous ascent to the top, I gazed into the distance. Before my eyes lay an expansive desert wasteland, starkly different from my imagined vision of hell. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? I mused, feeling a bit perplexed. Regardless, my immediate priority is survival. I must locate a source of water. Upon crossing another dune, I suddenly spotted a hint of green in the distance. An oasis? Or perhaps a mirage? I should investigate. Staying put will lead to my demise, I thought, excitement coursing through me. Licking his chapped lips, Lin Yuan gradually made his way toward the distant site. After approximately half an hour of walking, the greenery began to expand, and the landscape slowly came into clearer focus. Is an oasis. Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. After another half hour or so, the oasis finally revealed itself in all its glory before Lin Yuan's eyes. Saved at last. Thank you, heavens. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 2. Talent. The oasis before him, though modest in size, brimmed with vitality and vigor. As Lin Yuan approached, he immediately spotted a small lake nestled within the oasis. Its waters crystal clear, revealing fish gracefully swimming beneath the surface. He quickened his pace, rushing to the lakeside, and scooped up the water with his hands, drinking deeply. After quenching his thirst, Lin Yuan splashed his face, invigorating his mind, which had been dulled by the heat and dehydration. He then sought refuge in the shade of a tree by the lake, settling down to ponder his current predicament. It seemed he had traversed into another realm. Just moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of his reflection by the water's edge. His appearance remained unchanged, still strikingly handsome, yet he appeared remarkably youthful. He felt his abdomen, noting the absence of any flab, and ran his fingers through his hair, which had flourished abundantly. If this were a hellish place. Its benefits were astonishing. Not only had he regained his youth, but he also enjoyed a luxurious mane. If only programmers were aware, they would surely vie for such an opportunity. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, embodying his usual easygoing nature, a bit like a carefree fish. He firmly believed that things would naturally resolve themselves in due time. Furthermore, after years immersed in countless tales of traversals, he was convinced that no true fan of such stories would fail to prepare themselves for the possibility of a journey to another world. He wondered what kind of realm this was, praying fervently that it was not a place of mediocrity, but rather one of unparalleled power. Above all, he hoped it would not be a tale of torment. He also pondered whether he possessed any extraordinary abilities. After a thorough self-assessment, he felt nothing unusual. The sun warmed his skin, but he didn't feel superhuman. How unfortunate. He glanced at his hands, finding no rings or artifacts. It seemed the elderly gentleman of the rings was absent as well. Great system? No response. Interface? Suddenly, Lin Yuan's vision blurred, and a panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Class, Druid. Equipment, none. Talent, wildness. Skills, bear form, cheetah form, flight form, aquatic form. Travel form. Health, 100. Mana, 100. The interface was simple, yet as Lin Yuan gazed at the familiar skills, he was momentarily stupefied. Was this the character panel of my druid from World of Warcraft? Goodness, I've struck gold. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan felt a thrill of excitement. After all, he was a druid. In World of Warcraft, the druid had always been his favorite class, and for good reason. It was extraordinarily versatile and immensely convenient. Druids could tank, heal, engage in melee, and attack from a distance. Yet, What delighted him most were the Druid's shape-shifting abilities: bear form, cheetah form, travel form, flight form, and aquatic form. Each form served distinct purposes, and most importantly, they were all instantaneous. Once upon a time, Lin Yuan's greatest pleasure lay in leaping from cliffs, transforming into a state of flight in an instant, soaring skyward with an unparalleled grace. He had often fantasized about how exhilarating it would be to possess such abilities in reality. Now, this wish had truly come to fruition. Yet, he pondered, why was he bestowed with only a singular wild talent? As he perused the interface repeatedly, searching diligently, he discovered a handful of transformation skills but could not locate a button for talent switching. Could it be that his prior existence was solely defined by this wild talent? That would indeed be a significant loss. Lin Yuan felt a pang of frustration. This was no trivial matter. However, accepting his fate, he allowed himself only a brief moment of contemplation before embracing his new reality. After all, he had arrived here, and at the very least, he possessed a golden opportunity. With these transformation forms proving to be exceedingly practical, with this thought in mind, Lin Yuan resolved to experiment with these transformation skills. Almost instantly, he felt a surge of magical energy enveloping him, and with a mighty roar, a colossal bear, measuring 5 meters in length and adorned with intricate runes upon its fur, manifested before him. The bear stood upright, unleashing a tremendous roar that sent an invisible wave rippling outward, diminishing the fighting spirit of all nearby targets. Defying the laws of physics, the bear charged with astonishing speed toward a massive boulder. Utilizing its charge skill, it struck the target, rendering it momentarily dazed. Then, the bear reared back on its hind legs, magical light shimmering around its claws as it executed the heavy strike skill, causing the boulder to shatter upon impact. Exhilaration coursed through Lin Yuan's veins. Soon after, a brilliant flash of magic enveloped the bear, and it vanished, replaced by a sleek black panther. The moment the panther appeared, it swiftly disappeared again, activating its stealth skill to increase its speed. When it re-emerged, it was already behind a large tree, its claws glinting with blood-red light as it unleashed the tear skill, rending the tree in half. A fierce roar erupted from the panther, and it transformed back into Lin Yuan, who wore a satisfied smile. This was truly exhilarating. After such exertion, Lin Yuan felt a gnawing hunger in his belly. Glancing at the fish in the lake, he grinned mischievously. Approaching the shore, he leaped into the air, his body once again aglow with magical light. With a splash, he transformed into a plump seal, diving into the water. Effortlessly, he twisted and turned, capturing a large fish with ease. Upon returning to the shore, he was astonished to find that his clothes had remained completely dry. Such was the illogical nature of magic. Gathering some dry branches, he recalled a fire-starting tutorial he had seen in a video and, after several attempts, successfully ignited a flame. As he placed the fish beside the fire to cook, he reopened his skills and activated the humanoid tracking skill under the panther form, which allowed him to track all humanoid beings within a 10-mile radius. To his dismay, he realized that he was in a desolate area. No one was within 10 miles. Lin Yuan wore an expression of astonishment, yet he felt no urgency within. Were it not for the Druid profession, he would undoubtedly perish in this desert. He glanced at his status panel. In the worst-case scenario, it seemed as if fate were playing a cruel joke on him, suggesting that the entire planet was a vast expanse of sand. However, the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly low, for based on the flora and fauna he had encountered thus far, he should still be on Earth. After savoring the roasted fish, Lin Yuan reclined upon a stone, gazing at the myriad stars above, lost in contemplation. He pondered the nature of this world. Fortunately, in his previous existence, he had been a solitary figure, though succumbing to frustration while playing a game was indeed a source of embarrassment. It was all the fault of the all-demanding players. They were truly insufferable. His current physique felt remarkably youthful, brimming with vitality, far surpassing his strength at the age of 15 in his former life. This must be the boon granted by the Druid profession. He wondered if there existed a rabbit family in this realm, or if it was still the same as before. Alas, it was quite vexing. His falling star's ability had not accompanied him, which was truly unfortunate. Lost in such musings, Lin Yuan eventually slipped into slumber. Chapter 3: Another System. As dawn broke, Lin Yuan was awakened by the blinding rays of sunlight. He stretched languorously and made his way to the lakeside to wash his face. Subsequently, he transformed into an aquatic form and leapt into the water, catching a fish for breakfast. Sated and refreshed, a crow soared from the oasis, circling above before flying off into the distance. With the wind caressing his face, Lin Yuan felt a sense of enjoyment wash over him. Suddenly, he spotted a winding road on the horizon, unmistakably man-made. As he drew nearer, he observed several jeeps traversing the path. Jeeps? It seems I am still on Earth. In the modern era, though I am uncertain of my exact location, I should investigate further. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and soared toward the convoy. As he approached, Lin Yuan found himself hovering above the vehicles. Military vehicles? He gazed down at the machine guns and soldiers clad in uniforms. Reminiscent of those from the Eagle Nation. Am I an Eagle Nation? No, that can't be right. It seems there aren't deserts of this magnitude there. A desert and the Americans, this must be near Camel Land. Camel Land is rather tumultuous, and the soldiers from Eagle Nation are not to be trifled with. However, now that I recognize this as Camel Land, it should be straightforward. If I fly in the correct direction at this speed for a few hours, I can return home. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan turned to depart. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds reverberated in his mind. Ding, greetings, host. Due to traffic, I am late. Ding. System binding in progress. Ding. Super invincible all 8 skill system binding successful. Ding. Detecting host possesses a fragmented Druid class panel. Initiating repairs. Ding. Repair successful. Ding. Optimizing skills. Ding. Optimization countdown 168,00,00. Ding. Please note, skills are unavailable during the optimization period. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. A barrage of system notifications overwhelmed Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, he realized the critical point. Skills unavailable during the optimization period? What the hell? With a look of anxiety, Lin Yuan dove toward the ground. Damn it, skills unavailable. This new system is certainly malfunctioning. Not only is it late, but it also deprives me of my enhanced abilities without warning. Can't it see that I am thousands of meters in the air? If my skills fail now, I don't know whether I will survive the fall, but severe injury is a certainty. Finally, with merely 10 meters remaining to the ground. 1 second before the system's countdown concluded, Lin Yuan transformed into a colossal bear. Subsequently, he plunged directly into the sandpile. The force of inertia propelling him to ricochet off the surface like a flat stone skimming over water, tracing several elegant arcs before he finally succumbed to the embrace of the sand. After a considerable pause, Lin Yuan emerged from the mound, his visage smeared with dust and dirt. Fortunately, in his bare form, he was robust and resilient, and given his proximity to the ground, he merely appeared disheveled without sustaining any injuries. He spat out a mouthful of sand, exclaiming, "Dog system, come forth. Explain yourself. You nearly brought me to ruin." Ding. Host. I am not a dog system. I am the super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system. How dare you express dissatisfaction? You nearly cost me my life. Lin Yuan roared in anger. Ding. Host, I apologize. Today is my first day on the job, and I almost arrived late, which made me a bit anxious. The system continued to offer its apologies. Lin Yuan put a hand to his forehead, exasperated. All right, you're just a novice system. Now, please introduce yourself. Ding. Certainly, host. I am the super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system. As the name suggests, I provide auxiliary skills. The system replied with utmost seriousness. Hearing such a statement, Lin Yuan felt a weight of skepticism. Be more specific. What is your function? Ding. I have repaired your incomplete Druid panel and can optimize and enhance your Druid skills. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. My panel was incomplete? You can fix it? Does that mean I can acquire the other 2 talents? Ding. Host. Why not take a look for yourself? The system's voice suddenly wavered. Fine. Lin Yuan, oblivious to the hesitation, eagerly opened his panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human class, Druid, super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system optimized. Mana strength, 1 talents, wildness, healing life, 100 magic, 100 class skills, enhancing. Countdown, 167, for 9:25 system. What on earth is this mana strength? Ding. Host, you can consider mana strength as a level. With the system's repairs, your panel shackles have been released. As long as you exert enough effort, your power will know no bounds. From now on, your skills will require support from your mana strength, and as it increases, so too will the potency of your skills. Of course, if your mana strength is insufficient, you will be unable to utilize your skills. Oh, I see. That sounds quite promising. After all, even the mightiest druids in the game have their limits. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling quite pleased with this enhancement. Ding. Host, I just started working here, and there are many matters to attend to. I will contact you later. Goodbye. With that, the system fell silent. Lin Yuan was left in a state of bemusement. This system appeared somewhat unreliable. After lingering in place for a while, he brushed off the sand from his clothes, feeling the oppressive heat of the desert sun, and licked his cracked lips, a wave of unease washing over him. In disbelief, Lin Yuan exclaimed at the absurdity of the situation, lamenting that the system required 7 days for optimization. Am I to survive in this desolate expanse for an entire week? I can't endure even a day. His sense of despair deepened as he cursed the unreliable system. Yet, he found himself powerless to change his predicament. The pressing concern was to devise a means of self-preservation, given the harsh conditions and the chaotic state of affairs with the camels. It seemed unlikely he would survive until the system was fully optimized. It appeared imperative to engage with the American soldiers he had spotted earlier, hoping their convoy had not ventured too far. During his descent, Lin Yuan had been flying towards the direction of their convoy, and in the urgency of the moment, he had no opportunity to alter his course. Judging by his speed, the convoy should still be within reach. With a sigh, he made his way towards the highway, which was merely a few hundred meters from where he had fallen. Upon reaching the roadside, the convoy soon came into view, and Lin Yuan dashed into the roadway to flag them down. "Help me," he cried out. The soldiers aboard the vehicles swiftly disembarked, weapons drawn, and shouted at Lin Yuan. "Who goes there? Raise your hands." The air was punctuated by the sounds of gunfire. Into the tale, chapter for what? Where am I? Lin Yuan shivered, casting aside the strange thoughts swirling in his mind. He stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of a convoy. The convoy, adorned with the emblem of the Eagle Nation, soon emerged into view. The leading vehicle, noticing Lin Yuan standing at the roadside, came to a halt. A soldier clad in the insignia of the Eagle Nation disembarked, brandishing a firearm as he approached him. Lin Yuan hastily raised his hands and shouted, "Help! I am from the rabbit family." Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was from the rabbit family, the soldier's expression softened, though he remained vigilant as he proceeded to search Lin Yuan for weapons. Finding none, he slung his firearm behind him and inquired, "Child, why are you here alone? Where are your family?" Feigning terror, Lin Yuan replied, "I have no family. I do not know how I arrived here. I awoke to find myself in this place." The soldier furrowed his brow. "Please wait a moment. I will report this." With that, he turned and returned to the center vehicle, communicating something to those inside. He then beckoned Lin Yuan over. Lin Yuan hurriedly approached, and the soldier informed him, "The gentleman has agreed. You may board. Once we return, we will take you to the Rabbit Grand Theater." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude profusely. Subsequently, he climbed into the vehicle and observed the man within, the gentleman described by the soldier, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with sunglasses, and sporting a neatly groomed mustache. There was something familiar about him, though Lin Yuan could not quite place where he had seen him before. Noticing the man looking at him, Lin Yuan smiled and greeted, "Hello, sir. Thank you for agreeing to take me along." The man smiled back and turned to converse with the soldier in front. Lin Yuan watched them exchange light banter, choosing to remain silent and sit quietly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and Lin Yuan watched in horror as the vehicle ahead was obliterated. A young soldier beside the mustached gentleman, witnessing the demise of his comrade, screamed and leaped from the vehicle, only to be gunned down instantly. Realizing that all his bodyguards had fallen, the mustached man seized Lin Yuan and dashed from the vehicle, taking refuge behind a nearby stone. He pulled out his phone, preparing to call for assistance. In that moment, a missile struck nearby, and the mustached man's eyes widened in alarm. He grasped Lin Yuan and attempted to flee, but the missile detonated. Lin Yuan felt a searing heat engulf him, a tremendous force crashing into him, and then everything went dark as he lost consciousness. Separation line. When Lin Yuan regained consciousness, he was overwhelmed by a buzzing sensation in his head and pain coursing through his body. However, surprisingly, he bore no injuries, no wounds marred his skin. Summoning his interface, he checked his health status, 100, indicating no internal injuries. Glancing at the countdown for skill optimization, he noted it would require 6 more days. To his astonishment, he had been unconscious for several hours. Lin Yuan was taken aback. It seemed that the explosion had indeed occurred quite close to him, yet he remained unscathed, which surprised him. He wondered about the well-being of the older brother who had pulled him to safety, but Lin Yuan suspected that his fate was grim. With a sigh, Lin Yuan began to survey his surroundings. It appeared he had been brought here after losing consciousness. The place resembled a cave, dimly lit, with only the emergency lights above and at a distant door casting a faint glow. The cave was cluttered with mechanical parts, disordered and chaotic. It did not seem like a promising place, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. Rising to his feet, Lin Yuan prepared to explore the area when a voice emerged from the shadows. Child, you're awake? Do you understand English? Is someone there? Lin Yuan turned towards the voice and saw a figure seated in the corner. I do understand. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Lin Yuan asked, a hint of caution in his tone. It wasn't me. I, like you, was captured by those people. You? Who else is there? Weren't you with him? The person stood and pointed to another individual lying nearby. I heard those people say that he was holding your hand when you arrived. And it took a great deal of effort to separate you. You must be someone significant to him. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, he rushed to the side of the man lying down. Indeed, it was the one who had helped him get into the vehicle. What happened to him? Is he alive? Lin Yuan inquired, observing the bandages wrapped around the man's chest, connected to a small box by several wires. He is alive, albeit in a precarious state. Fragments of shrapnel struck his chest. I removed most of the larger pieces, but many small fragments remain lodged in his chest, which could gradually penetrate his heart. I placed an electromagnet on his chest to draw out the small fragments, powered by that car battery over there. Are you a doctor? Lin Yuan finally took a good look at the man speaking. He wore glasses, and his receding hairline extended to the back of his head. Although he was dressed sharply, there was an air of weariness about him. Yes, I am a doctor. My name is Ethan. What is yours? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a strange sense of familiarity but could not quite place it. I think I shall call you Lin. The name Rabbit tends to trip me up. Ethan said, extending his hand with a smile. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you, though I regret that it is under these circumstances. I am also pleased to meet you, Uncle Ethan. Lin Yuan smiled as he shook Ethan's hand. Do you know where we are? They call themselves the Ten Commandments Organization. KB Organization. This is one of their camps. We have all been abducted by them, Ethan replied with an unsettling nonchalance. As if he were not one of the captives himself. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The Ten Commandments Organization. I feel like I have heard of them before. But what is their purpose in abducting me? What use could a mere child be to them? Ethan gestured towards the man lying down. Their target is him. You are merely collateral damage. Yet, fortune seems to be on your side. Miraculously, you emerged unscathed from such a close explosion, and were subsequently brought back by this group of nefarious individuals. They are not known for their compassion, typically refraining from unnecessary actions. What a farce. Ever since this cursed system arrived, I have endured a series of calamities, a plane crash, an explosion, and now, abduction by these wretched beings. This so-called super-invincible assistance system feels more like a super-invincible misfortune system, Lin Yuan lamented internally. Who are these people? Why are they going to such lengths to kidnap him? Lin Yuan pondered with confusion. You don't know the illustrious Tony Stark? Weren't you two together? Ethan also expressed his bewilderment. I don't know him. Wait, did you say his name is what? Lin Yuan was about to assert his ignorance but quickly realized the significance. Tony Stark, the most renowned capitalist in the world, a genius scientist, and a notorious playboy. Lin Yuan could no longer hear Ethan's subsequent descriptions. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. This is a serious predicament. The good news is that he has traversed to Earth. The bad news is that this Earth is quite unconventional. A world teeming with Marvel-esque bizarre entities, constantly teetering on the brink of apocalypse. In such a twisted reality, even the demigod Minter Cenarius from the Druidic Order would likely face the brunt of it. What could he, a mere novice Druid, possibly do? Perhaps merely to amuse? Lin Yuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Chapter 5. Tony has a warm heart. Ethan observed Lin Yuan, who suddenly seemed to be grappling with existential doubts. His face a canvas of confusion. What could be the matter? Was it merely the mention of Tony Stark's name that elicited such a fervent reaction? Could it be that he is an admirer of Stark? Ethan found himself perplexed. After a considerable pause, Lin Yuan managed to calm his tumultuous thoughts and rallied his spirits. Alas, what is meant to be will find its way. If misfortune is upon me, then I must accept it. After all, I possess two golden opportunities. I could simply lay low, for those protagonists will inevitably shoulder the burdens. Once this ordeal is over, I shall return to my home in the Rabbit Kingdom and seek solace in farming. Even if I were to be erased by the snap, I could return in 5 years, as if I had merely shed 5 years of youth. Lin Yuan continued to console himself. According to the narrative, Tony would soon construct the first Iron Man suit and then make his escape. If I refrain from meddling, the storyline should remain intact, with minimal upheaval. As for Ethan, once his skills are optimized, perhaps I can ensure his survival. Thus, I have made my decision. Uncle Ethan, Lin Yuan called out, gesturing towards Tony. How long until he awakens? It should be soon. The effects of the anesthetic will wear off shortly, Ethan replied. Oh, Lin Yuan acknowledged. Then struck up a casual conversation with Ethan. Uncle Ethan, where are you from? I hail from a small town called Kamara. What about your family? Lin Yuan mentally chastised himself. He was well aware of Ethan's circumstances. They're at home. Once I escape, I will return to find them. Ethan answered with an air of nonchalance. What about you? You're from the Rabbit Kingdom, right? Where's your family? Sighing inwardly, Lin Yuan replied, Yes. I'm from the Rabbit Kingdom, but I have no idea where my family is. I seem to have lost my memory. I woke up in this desert. And it was Tony who happened to give me a ride. You've had quite the misfortune. If you hadn't gotten into Tony's car, you wouldn't have been kidnapped, Ethan remarked. That may be true, but had Tony not taken me in, I might have perished in the desert. At least I am alive now, aren't I? Lin Yuan countered. Indeed. It would be quite challenging for a child like you to survive in the desert. By the way, how old are you? I am 15, Lin Yuan stated. Revealing the age displayed on his panel, silently noting that this was no pretense, the system certified it. Wow, that's quite young. But your English is exceptional. Are all the children from the Rabbit Kingdom so proficient? Ethan inquired, astonished, having assumed Lin Yuan was an adult who merely appeared youthful. Yes. When did my English become so proficient? Lin Yuan pondered, realizing that he had been communicating solely in English. How could a self-proclaimed poor student excel in such fluent conversation? Hey, system, are you back? Lin Yuan called out in his mind. Host, could you exhibit a modicum of courtesy? The system replied. Lin Yuan retorted. You nearly left me to fend for myself in the wilderness for 7 days. What's wrong with my expressing a few grievances? Spare me the small talk. What is the situation with the language? The system lamented. I am an all-purpose assistant, and fluency in languages is merely standard. I suppose this dog of a system still holds a modicum of utility. Farewell. Lin Yuan discarded the system after use. What's wrong? What are you thinking? Ethan inquired curiously, noticing Lin Yuan's prolonged silence. Nothing, Lin Yuan replied. All right, Ethan said, choosing not to probe further. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Tony, who was lying down, suddenly awoke with a start. Lin Yuan observed as he removed the oxygen tube from his nose. The length of the tube was rather unsettling. Tony then struggled to sit up, only to be struck by a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, he saw that his chest was wrapped in bandages, with several wires protruding from beneath, connected to a car battery on the table. Momentarily stunned, Tony frantically began to tear off the bandages. Upon seeing the circular device embedded in his chest, panic set in. Just as he was about to pull out the wires, Ethan intervened. I advise against that. Tony turned to the two standing beside him. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, he hesitated, then looked back at Ethan and asked, What have you done to me? I saved your life. Ethan replied, gesturing toward Tony's chest. You were hit by numerous shrapnel pieces. I managed to remove most of them, but a few remain inside. Those fragments could potentially migrate to your heart. This electromagnet will hold them in place, and that wire connects to the power supply. Tony glanced down, his intelligence allowing him to quickly comprehend the device's purpose. After a brief silence, he zipped up his jacket to conceal the apparatus. He then surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting toward the surveillance camera in the corner. Following his line of sight, Lin Yuan thought, Oh dear, there's a camera. How did I miss that? No wonder Tony is so perceptive. Ethan chuckled, accustomed to such situations. Don't worry about it. Just keep smiling. Since Tony's awakening, Lin Yuan noticed Ethan's evident excitement. It appeared that Tony Stark was universally acknowledged as a genius, likely idolized by many scientists. Lin Yuan mused. Hello, Mr. Stark. I'm Lin Yuan. You may call me Lin. I didn't have the chance to thank you in the car. I appreciate your willingness to take me along, Lin Yuan said, extending his hand with a smile. Tony gave him a cursory glance but did not reciprocate the gesture. Lin Yuan smiled, undeterred, fully aware of Tony's typical demeanor. Ethan then began speaking to Tony. We met before, at a technology conference in Bern. Tony regarded him for a moment. I don't recall. Of course. If I had been that inebriated, I wouldn't have been able to stand, let alone focus on delivering a speech on circuit design. Ethan's words conveyed a hint of resentment for being disregarded. Where are we? Tony asked indifferently, his tone cold. Lin Yuan stifled a laugh. This was quintessentially Tony. Ethan looked at Tony with a hint of grievance, about to speak, when a shout suddenly echoed from the entrance. Ethan's complexion immediately changed, and with a look of sheer panic, he rushed to Tony's side, pulling him to his feet while urgently exclaiming, Hurry up, follow my lead, do as I do. Lin, you too, come over quickly. Raise your hands above your head. Move swiftly. Tony, observing Ethan's frantic demeanor, offered no resistance and raised his hands above his head. Standing quietly in place, Lin Yuan, aware that the KB molecules were about to intrude, hastily imitated Ethan, lifting his hands above his head and positioning himself beside Tony. Tony glanced at him, shifting his body slightly to shield Lin Yuan. Witnessing Tony's actions, an indescribable emotion surged within Lin Yuan. Was he not, in fact, protecting him? Chapter 6. Call me brother. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, revealing a man with a bushy beard, unmistakably resembling a camel, accompanied by a group of armed individuals. Tony immediately recognized the firearms they wielded as models produced by his own company. Turning to Ethan, he inquired, "How did they acquire my weapons?" Ethan, visibly shaken, urged Tony in a terrified whisper, "Do not speak. Mimic my actions and raise your hands." As the bearded man entered, he raised his hands high, wearing a smile, and chattered away as if he were a genial host welcoming distant guests. Lin Yuan, observing from behind, scoffed, "Humph. A smiling tiger." The bearded man approached Tony, continuing his animated chatter, then gestured for Ethan to translate. Ethan conveyed to Tony, he says, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most notorious mass murderer in American history. He is honored and requests that you manufacture missiles for them, specifically the latest model of the Jericho missile that you showcased." Ethan then took the photograph handed to him by the bearded man and displayed it to Tony. Tony glanced at it, recognizing it as the latest Jericho missile he had designed. A wave of anxiety washed over him. How could they possess a photograph of this missile? It remained classified, and there should be no images circulating. Clearly, there was a mole among them. After a moment of silence, Tony coldly replied, "I refuse." The bearded man's expression darkened immediately as he waved a hand to his subordinates and pointed at Lin Yuan behind Tony. Though Tony did not understand Arabic, Lin Yuan grasped the meaning. "Bring that boy over here. Give him a wash." Lin Yuan was bewildered. He understood that the term wash was far from innocuous. Why must they torment Tony into compliance? Why should he, the protagonist, be the one to carry out such tasks? Before Lin Yuan could regain his composure, he was seized by several henchmen and dragged to a basin filled with water. Two thugs held Lin Yuan's head and forced it down into the liquid. Gurgling sounds filled the air as Lin Yuan was repeatedly submerged, uncertain of how much water he had ingested, until he heard Tony's voice shouting, "Stop." "I agree." Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, internally grumbling, "Brother, my own brother, I am doing this for you. You must compensate me for this in the future." The bearded man, pleased with Tony's acquiescence, gestured for his men to cease their torment of Lin Yuan. "I need materials," Tony said, his demeanor icy. The bearded man listened to Ethan's translation, then turned to lead Tony and Ethan out of the cave, while Lin Yuan was unceremoniously tossed back like a lifeless fish. Outside the cave, the blinding sunlight enveloped Tony, bestowing upon him a sense of rebirth. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the landscape beyond the cave. It was situated at the foot of a low hill, surrounded by barren mounds. The camp outside was filled with an array of weaponry, concealed beneath camouflage tents. Dozens of fully armed militants were busily transporting weapons about the encampment. On the surrounding peaks stood numerous sentinels, clad in full combat gear. As Tony beheld the array of weaponry and ammunition before him, his pupils constricted. Each piece bore the Stark Industries insignia. He recalled that he had never sold arms in this region. How had these insurgents acquired them? It seemed imperative to return and investigate the possibility of a mole within his ranks. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of despondency washed over him. He might not even survive to make it back. What was the point of worrying so much? The bearded man guided Tony and his companions to the center of the camp, gesturing grandly at the surrounding arsenal. "Here lies all the materials you need to manufacture missiles. Provide me with a list of supplies, and you shall commence at once. Once your work is complete, I will grant you your freedom." Tony glanced at Ethan. "They won't let us go." Ethan was well aware of the grim reality. Indeed, they will not. Upon returning to the cave's interior, Lin Yuan had already regained his composure. The three of them settled beside the fire, and Lin Yuan approached Tony. "Mr. Stark, thank you for saving me." Although Lin Yuan felt that Tony's intervention had come a tad late, he was nonetheless grateful that Tony was willing to accommodate the demands of these insurgents in order to rescue him. Tony stared into the flames, remaining silent. Lin Yuan, unfazed, turned to leave. Suddenly, Tony spoke, "You needn't call me Mr. From now on, just use my name or call me brother." He then lapsed back into silence. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet he nodded in agreement. "All right, brother." Tony continued to gaze into the fire, the pain in his chest relentlessly assaulting his mind, plunging him into a state of despair. Ethan noticed Tony's demeanor. "Stark, there are certainly people searching for you outside, but in these mountains, they will not find you. Are you willing to let your life's work fall into the hands of those murderers? If you do not rally yourself, what you see outside will become your legacy. Is this truly the final stand of the great Tony Stark? Shouldn't you contemplate a way out?" Lin Yuan listened attentively, recognizing Ethan's fervent admiration for Tony. "What more can I do?" Tony interjected. "Whatever we do, they will ultimately kill us. Even if they don't, I won't last a week. Isn't that week crucial?" Lin Yuan chimed in. "Yes, brother, you are Tony Stark, the smartest man in the world. Surely you can devise a plan. I am counting on you to save me." Silently, Tony contemplated the fire. Gradually, his expression shifted, becoming resolute and determined, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Lin Yuan observed closely, realizing that this was Iron Man, an individual who refused to concede easily. From the current trajectory of events, it appeared that the storyline remained intact. Although he had played a minor role, the essence of the tale had not altered significantly. Thus, he resolved to adhere to the original plan and maintain a low profile while awaiting the completion of the first Iron Man suit by the two of them. "Once my skills are restored, I shall deliver a decisive blow to that bearded man, a reckoning he will not forget," Lin Yuan thought bitterly. Chapter 7. The idol's brilliance. In the ensuing days, the cave buzzed with activity. At Tony's behest, a myriad of lighting fixtures and assorted tools were set up, while materials accumulated in towering heaps. Thereafter, Tony commenced the disassembly of the weaponry and ammunition, each piece far too familiar to him, having been crafted by his own hands. Ethan assisted nearby, while Lin Yuan lounged at a distance, idly slacking off. "How many languages do you speak?" Tony inquired as he methodically dismantled the rocket shell. "I speak many, but here they are of little use. They converse in Arabic, Urdu, Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, and Russian," Ethan replied, watching Tony extract a device from the rocket shell with a sense of trepidation. Could such a brazen act truly be safe? "I can understand all of those languages," Lin Yuan interjected from the side, but the two paid him no heed. "Children are such braggarts," Tony remarked, continuing to extract the device. "Who are they?" he persisted. "They're your loyal customers, self-styled as the 10 Commandments gang." "They're not my customers," Tony retorted, casually knocking the warhead off the rocket. Outside, KB, who monitored their actions, wondered if Tony's rough handling might lead to complications. Ethan felt a sense of urgency. "If you could just tell me what to do, we could expedite this process." Tony removed a component from the warhead and tossed it aside, addressing Ethan. "This is palladium, weighing only 0.15 grams. We need at least 1.6 grams. Go ahead and disassemble the other 11. Though Ethan was uncertain of its purpose, he complied and began to dismantle the rocket shells. Their movements were swift, and once they amassed sufficient palladium, Tony began to craft a mold. Lin Yuan refrained from intervening, observing the two engrossed in their work. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, Tony had forbidden him from participating, and he feared inadvertently detonating the ammunition. Regardless, he was content to take it easy. Subsequently, Ethan poured the molten palladium into the mold, while Tony admonished him, "Be cautious, we only have one chance." "Fear not. My hands are steady," Ethan retorted playfully. "Otherwise, how could you still be alive?" As Ethan adeptly poured the palladium into the mold, Tony asked, "Still haven't caught your name?" Ethan sighed. "After all these days, you finally remembered to ask." "I'm Ethan. Pleased to meet you, Ethan." "How pleased." Tony delicately extracted the cooled palladium ring with tweezers, placing it gently into a device. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan watched in awe as Tony assembled the world's first miniature arc reactor from a collection of scrap metal, marveling at the spectacle before him. Truly, he was a person worthy of recognition, capable of creating such extraordinary inventions from mere refuse. As the mesmerizing blue glow emanated from the reactor before him, Tony exhaled deeply. Ethan, watching in astonishment, remarked, "This doesn't look like a Jericho missile." Tony regarded him as if he were a fool. For what lay before them was a miniature arc reactor. "I have a larger one powering my factory at home. This should possess ample energy to immobilize the shrapnel." Ethan nearly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "This is astonishing. What is its output?" "If my calculations are correct," Tony, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I usually don't miscalculate. It should generate around 3,000 gigajoules per second. That's enough to keep your heart beating for thousands of years, or to power some colossal machine for 15 minutes. Ethan mused, still bewildered. Tony retrieved a stack of blueprints, and Ethan, glancing over them, was astounded. "When did you draw these?" We've been together for days. And I had no idea. It's a genius thing. It's best you don't inquire, Tony dismissed, placing the blueprints on the table. As Lin Yuan leaned in to take a look, Ethan stared at the incomprehensible lines on the paper, utterly confused. What on earth have you drawn? I don't understand. This is our escape tool. You must view it this way, Tony said, pulling the lights closer and neatly arranging the blueprints. Under the illumination, a formidable iron giant emerged on the paper, detailed with various specifications. It was evident that this was a well-developed design, capable of being constructed if followed precisely. Ethan knelt again, overwhelmed. Idle, this is remarkable. With Ethan's assistance, Tony finally replaced the rudimentary electromagnet affixed to his chest. Lin Yuan gazed at the reactor glowing blue on Tony's chest, drooling with admiration. This is incredibly cool. I want one too. What? Do you have to carve a hole in my chest? Never mind. I'll wait for Tony to update it to a version that doesn't require surgery. Temporarily freed from the threat of death, Tony could finally breathe easy, engaging in a game of chess with Ethan, which Lin Yuan found utterly perplexing. Of course, Lin Yuan adamantly refused to acknowledge that it was a matter of his own intelligence. These scientists are truly perplexing, even chess is beyond comprehension, he muttered, lying down nearby. Sigh, perhaps I should just sleep. My mind is weary. Still don't know where you're from? Tony took a sip of water. I hail from a quaint little town called Kamara. It's a beautiful place. Are your family there? Yes. Once we escape, I'll return to find them. Ethan lowered his gaze, then looked up at Tony, asking, And you, Stark? Do you have family? Tony looked at Ethan, smirking slightly. No? No. Stark, you possess everything. Yet you have nothing, Ethan said with a hint of mockery. Tony smiled wistfully, lowering his head. In the days that followed, Tony and Ethan embarked on a clandestine endeavor to construct components for their battle armor. Lin Yuan, eager to assist, was promptly dismissed by Tony, who questioned whether he possessed the intellectual capacity to comprehend the parameters illustrated in the schematics. Defiant yet subdued, Lin Yuan retreated to a corner to rest. On that particular day, while he slept soundly, drool escaping his lips, a sudden chime resonated in the air. Skill enhancement complete. Lin Yuan jolted awake, springing to his feet and startling both Tony and Ethan, who were diligently working nearby. Lin, what's wrong? Ethan inquired with concern. I'm fine. Please continue. Lin Yuan quickly reassured them, before finding a quiet corner to summon the system interface. Chapter 8, Introduction to Skills. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, Human. Occupation, Druid. Super Invincible. All-Aid Skill System Optimization, Mana. Strength, 1. Talents, Ferocity. Healing. Health, 100. Magic, 100. Mana does not equate to mana strength. Mana strength gradually increases over time, influencing the effects and duration of all skills. Professional skills, Super Invincible. All-Aid Skill System Optimization, Fury. You strike, I unleash. The Druid can summon the Fury within the target, inciting rage, no cost. Moonfire. I illuminate you in the name of the moon. The Druid can summon a beam of moonlight to shine upon the target, no cost. Later discovered to have hidden effects of blindness and dizziness. Starfire. A spark from the stars can ignite a prairie. The Druid can launch a starfire, no cost. Later discovered to still serve as illumination. Thorn Shield. I am a rose with thorns. The Druid can summon natural energy to form an invisible magical thorn barrier around themselves, causing enemies to feel pricked upon attack. Duration, 1 hour, no cost. Later discovered to inflict excruciating pain on enemies. Swarm. I am the swarm. The Druid can summon a multitude of insects to encircle the target, no cost. Later discovered to induce itching in enemies. Gale, hurricane. No air conditioning can match the refreshment of nature's breeze. The Druid can conjure a cool breeze directed at the target. Note, the hurricane's winds will be slightly stronger, no cost. Later discovered to blow enemies away. Falling stars. Let us witness the meteor shower grace this earth. The Druid can summon a meteor shower to streak across the sky. Later discovered to activate outside the atmosphere. Bear form. Exclusive skin for rabbits. Possesses magical skin, boasting formidable defense. And skills. Dissuasion Roar. Emits a roar that diminishes the fighting spirit of nearby enemies. Challenge Roar. Enemies who hear your roar will prioritize you as their target. Duration depends on enmity level. Charge. Rapidly rushes towards the target, stunning them for 5 seconds. This form cannot utilize magic. Cheetah form. Exclusive skin for rabbits. Possesses magical skin, strong defense, and remarkable speed. With skills. Haste. Significantly increases movement speed. Stealth. Enters an invisible state. Using skills will cancel stealth. Feline Grace. Thick paw pads greatly reduce falling damage. This form cannot utilize magic. Aquatic form. Exclusive skin for rabbits transforms into an aquatic form. Possesses magical skin, allowing survival in any water body and greatly increasing movement speed. This form cannot utilize magic. Flight form. Exclusive skin for rabbits transforms into a flight form. Possesses magical skin, enabling rapid flight. This form cannot utilize magic. Healing touch. Consumes mana to cast a healing spell on the target, restoring a significant amount of vitality and rapidly mending injuries. Skill cooldown time, 5 minutes. Rejuvenation. Consumes mana to cast a healing spell upon a target, continuously restoring their vitality, stamina, and mental strength. The duration increases with the potency of the mana, lasting up to a maximum of 24 hours. Tranquility. Sustains mana expenditure to summon a rain of life centered around oneself, healing all allied targets and swiftly restoring their vitality, stamina, and mental strength while rapidly mending their wounds. This ability has a cooldown of 7 days. Nourishment. Consumes a significant amount of mana to implant a natural seed within the target's body. The seed absorbs natural energy, perpetually nurturing the target's physical form, gradually enhancing their constitution. When the target is on the brink of death, the seed will unleash its energy, rapidly restoring the target. Once the seed dissipates, the residual energy will prevent the birth of new seeds, with the dissipation rate decreasing as mana potency increases, lasting up to 12 months. Bloom of Life. Consumes a considerable amount of mana to ignite the target's vitality, allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Resurrection. Consumes all available mana to summon the target's soul back to the corporeal form, reviving them. Warning. The soul of the deceased belongs to the Lord of Hell, and summoning it may provoke the Lord. Exercise caution. Activation. Unleashes one's potential, rapidly restoring mana for a duration of 1 minute. Wild Mark. Consumes mana to summon natural energy, forming an invisible layer of protective natural armor upon the target's skin. This armor can absorb significant damage until it dissipates, lasting for 24 hours. Wild Blessing. Consumes mana to bestow blessings upon oneself or all allied targets in proximity, enhancing their attributes in every aspect. The greater the number of blessings, the more mana consumed, lasting for 1 hour. Entangling Roots. Consumes mana to conjure vines that ensnare the target, rendering them immobile. The strength of the vines increases with level, lasting for 10 seconds, with the ability to affect up to 10 targets simultaneously. Grasp of Nature. Consumes mana to envelop oneself in a layer of natural energy, causing all attacks directed at the user to trigger Entangling Roots. The skill lasts for 10 minutes. Whirlwind. Consumes mana to summon a magical whirlwind that lifts the target into the air and spins them continuously, lasting for 30 seconds. Dispel Curse. Removes all curses afflicting the target. Passive effect. Druids are immune to curse effects. Detoxification. Eliminates all toxins from the target's body. Passive effect. Druids are immune to toxins. Bark Skin. Passive Druids bask in natural energy, rendering their skin exceptionally resilient. Fairy Fire. Summons an intangible fairy fire to mark the target. Druids can sense the location of the fairy fire, with duration increasing with level, lasting up to 24 hours. Animal Soothing. Druids possess the ability to calm animals, rendering them tranquil. Sleep. Induces tranquility in the target, leading them into a deep slumber. Skill descriptions are typically displayed upon active inquiry for the convenience of the reader. All skills are listed here, and further detailed descriptions will not be provided. Newly acquired skills will not be added to this list. Observing the newly unveiled panel, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy, though it is rather perplexing why the talents are limited to wildness and healing. With the absence of balanced talents, Lin Yuan speculated that perhaps the novice system had faltered once again, particularly given that the skills associated with balanced talents still existed. He now eagerly anticipated the extent to which the system's promised skill optimization could elevate his capabilities. With delight, he opened the introduction to the skill Falling Stars. This skill was already formidable, summoning meteors to strike foes. He wondered what enhancements might entail. Would the meteors grow larger and more powerful? However, upon reading the peculiar skill description, Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Surely he was not mistaken. What a ridiculous description. Even after traversing dimensions, one could still be betrayed by this F4? And what did it mean to traverse the sky? Where was the target? Quickly, Lin Yuan hastily clicked through the introductions of other skills. What on earth? This is absurd. Summoning moonlight to illuminate foes. What is this? A spotlight for my skills. And as for starlight, the phrase a single spark can start a conflagration was utterly ludicrous. What a joke. he exclaimed. You wretched system. Come forth and explain what you mean by painful to the touch and refreshing natural breeze. Ding. Host, please remain calm. Do not be agitated. Calm? How could I possibly remain calm with these absurd skills you've optimized for me? Ding. Host, I have previously informed you that I am an auxiliary skill system. Your original panel was inherently flawed, and I have rectified it. Furthermore, you were never meant to possess skills related to balanced talents. I have merely retained what was possible. Then I ought to thank you, shouldn't I? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ding. No need for gratitude. Host, get lost. I would have been less infuriated had you simply deleted all skills related to balanced talents. Just look at the travesty of your optimizations. I demand you revert these skills. I want my falling stars back. Chapter 9. Is it not quite normal for children to be a little abnormal? Lin Yuan felt as though his sky had turned gray. System. I implore you, just leave. I would rather have the initial panel, at least then I wouldn't feel so despondent. Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of despair. Leave me be. Go find a better host. Look at that handsome guy over there. Go to him. He is the protagonist. Associating with him would undoubtedly be more advantageous than being with me. Ding. Host, I am unwaveringly loyal and will never betray you. I do not require your loyalty. My true companion is the Druid panel. You are merely a later addition, an unwelcome third party. I beseech you, please depart. Ding. Host, I shall not leave you. Even in death, I will remain by your side. Lin Yuan felt his heart turn to ashes, as if he were a lifeless fish lying upon the ground. I am weary. Let it all come to an end. In the distance, Ethan and Tony observed Lin Yuan's erratic movements as he spoke to the air, seemingly losing something, and then lay on the ground feigning death. Tony paused his actions, perplexed, and inquired of Ethan, what is wrong with him? Ethan, equally bewildered, replied, I have no idea. Perhaps it is a rebellious phase. Children at this age can be quite inexplicable. Could it be that he is suppressing something? Tony pondered, furrowing his brows. That seems likely. After all, he is but a child, and the current situation must be quite overwhelming for him. We must accelerate our pace. With this thought, Tony hastened his movements, leaving Ethan feeling rather baffled. What on earth is going on? Everyone seems so peculiar. Lin Yuan lay there, gazing at the ceiling of the cave, feeling utterly desolate. The system urged, Ding, host, I truly do not comprehend why you are acting this way. Initially, you possessed only a wild talent. Yet now you have at least 2 talents. Moreover, your balanced talent skills have not been lost. They merely accompany you in a different form. Lin Yuan weakly explained. You do not understand. Human emotions are such. It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to simplicity. Had I never possessed that initial hope, I would not have yearned for it. Yet you gave me a glimmer of hope and then cruelly extinguished it. You cannot fathom the pain this inflicts. The system pondered. I still do not grasp your sentiments. Nonetheless, you have much to learn as a new entity. By the way, why do all my skills lean towards support? I do not even have a single offensive spell. Host, I have already informed you that I am a support skill system. Thus, I naturally do not provide offensive skills. Lin Yuan felt an urge to curse. How am I to survive in the Marvel universe as a druid with no offensive capabilities? Host, who said you lack offensive power? You simply do not possess offensive spells. You can still engage in hand-to-hand combat. Ah, indeed. Lin Yuan suddenly realized, and he began to explore his other skills. Hey, system. What does the rabbit-themed skin behind the giant bear form mean? Lin Yuan inquired curiously about the descriptions behind several transformation skills. Ding, host. You will find out if you try it. TCH, still playing coy. It is not suitable to test transformation skills here. We shall discuss it once we are outside. By the way, system, shouldn't the bear form and the cheetah form be classified as offensive skills? Did you not claim to be an auxiliary skill system? Host. This is inherent to the panel. Moreover, transformation skills can indeed be considered auxiliary. I cannot simply remove your claws, can I? Well, that does make a certain degree of sense. Lin Yuan felt somewhat persuaded by the system's reasoning, yet he maintained a facade of stubbornness. However, transforming into a bear is of little use here. We are in the Marvel universe. Surely, even Captain America could easily overpower a bear. Ding. The host can still be adorable. Go away. Ding. All right then. Nourishment? Lin Yuan continued to examine his skills, reading the description of nourishment. This skill has been significantly enhanced. I recall it originally being merely a healing skill, yet now it can also bolster physical constitution and even comes with a life-saving ability. Quite impressive. I must utilize this immediately. Lin Yuan hastily rose from the ground for his first use of an enhancement skill. He believed it should be approached with a sense of ritual. Lying down felt disrespectful to the new skill. With a flicker of thought, he activated the skill. I don't feel anything? Lin Yuan wondered. Could it be that I performed the action incorrectly? Balala energy, sorrow, little witch transform. Gunala dark god, uhulahu. Dark magic transformation. Bestow upon me strength, for I am He-Man. Moon prism power, transform. Burn, little universe. Appear, red divine eagle. Revive, my warrior. That might not be appropriate. In the distance, Ethan and Tony stared at Lin Yuan in bewilderment. What is wrong with him? I have no idea. He is just a child. Being lively is perfectly normal. Sigh, this child seems to have lost his wits. Lin Yuan lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. This cannot be. Utilizing skills was incredibly simple before. System. Ding. Host, could it possibly be that your magical strength is insufficient? Ding. Nourishment is a relatively advanced skill. With your current magical strength of only 1, it is certainly unable to be activated. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ding. You did not inquire. What did you see just now? Ding. This system did not observe anything. Count yourself fortunate. By the way, how can I enhance my magical strength? Host. Simply participating in battles or practicing daily will increase your magical strength. If you become so lazy that you wish to do nothing, that is acceptable as well. The system will naturally absorb stray energy to enhance your magical strength, though the amount will be minimal. Lin Yuan nodded. That is indeed favorable. This Marvel world may not offer much, but battles are certainly in abundance. After the system's explanation, Lin Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his abilities. However, he still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. System, perhaps you could devise a plan, or have your colleagues provide me with some offensive magic. Whimper. Host. You cannot behave in such a manner. We are all bound and cannot change our fate. You must accept your destiny. Lin Yuan. Oh. Chapter 10. Why must I play the supporting role? Time slips away like the dwindling balance on a bank card. One careless moment, and it vanishes. Lin Yuan, gauging the marks etched on the wall, realized that over 2 months had elapsed. During this period, despite his idleness, his magical prowess had notably increased, enabling him to wield many fundamental skills. Throughout these 2 months, Tony and Ethan had tirelessly labored day and night. Lin Yuan drifted into slumber amidst the clanging of metal, awakening to the same rhythmic sounds, leading him to question whether he could find rest outside of this cacophony. Now, the essential components of the iron suit were nearly complete. Today, with Ethan's assistance, Tony commenced testing the suit's hydraulic system. Outside the cave, a group of bewildered individuals scrutinized the surveillance footage, their minds nearly overheating as they clutched photographs, utterly confounded. How could this appear so dissimilar to the images? Perhaps it had been modified. Nonsense. The tail fin was clearly incorrect. It's upside down, I am certain. How can you be so sure? You illiterate. Aren't you equally ignorant? Why single me out? Before the monitors. A bald man, fiddling with the ring on his finger, observed Tony testing the leg mechanisms of the suit, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his irritation. He promptly issued an order. Go investigate what is happening. Meanwhile, Tony was welding the armor when he heard the door creak open. He quickly rose. Hands clasped atop his head, the gesture executed with a practiced urgency that tugged at the heartstrings. Lin Yuan, too, caught the sound of the door and hastily retreated to the corner, seeking to diminish his presence. This was likely not his affair. As the main door swung open, in stepped the previously encountered bearded man, who, instead of approaching Tony as before, quietly took his place among the others. The bald man swaggered in, twirling the ring on his finger, his gaze fixed on Tony. Do not be alarmed. This individual speaks English. Tony, taken aback, slowly lowered his hands. The bald man approached Tony, inspecting the emblem emblazoned on his chest. The bow and arrow, once the epitome of weaponry, had enabled Genghis Khan to conquer the Eurasian continent. Yet today, only those wielding Stark's most advanced weaponry could hope to dominate the world. And that individual shall be me. From his corner, Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, bemused by the bald man's utter lack of awareness. He fancied himself a world conqueror. Did he believe the 5 great thugs were mere decorations? Such a villain would surely not survive a single episode. After delivering his proclamation, the bald man glared menacingly at Tony and, in Arabic, demanded, "Why have you disappointed me?" Ethan recognized the bald man's ire was directed at him. "We are working very diligently. I spared your life, and this is how you repay me?" Tony, bewildered, glanced at Ethan, intuitively grasping the underlying tension. Ethan feigned composure. The task is intricate. He has exerted considerable effort. Bring him here and make him kneel. The bald man commanded his subordinates. As a lackey approached Ethan, he clarified, "Not him, bring the boy here." The bald man pointed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered. Why was it me again? I have already taken on the role of the protagonist. Why must I also shoulder the responsibilities of a mere supporting character? Have you even considered raising my salary? As the henchman charged towards him with fierce determination, Lin Yuan resignedly sighed and discreetly bestowed upon himself a mark of wildness. Now he possessed a skill. Do as you wish. A single shout will count as my defeat. As the henchman seized him, he found himself kneeling on the ground. The bald man extracted a piece of red-hot coal from the furnace. Do you take me for a fool? I will uncover the truth. Ethan remained defiant. We are working. Lin Yuan sensed that he was no longer as tense as before. MMP. Open your mouth. The bald man blew on the coal, revealing a sinister smile. Tony grew anxious. He could not comprehend the words being exchanged, but the bald man's actions were undoubtedly foreboding. Tell me what you are doing. The bald man brandished the coal closer to Lin Yuan's mouth, incessantly demanding answers. Lin Yuan, however, felt little concern with the protective shield of the wildness mark. The coal posed no threat to him. Yet, Ethan and Tony were visibly terrified. Ethan shouted repeatedly, "We are just building missiles." Tony, unable to grasp the language, nonetheless understood the bald man's intent. What do you want? The delivery date? As he stepped forward, the henchmen raised their guns in alarm to prevent him. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a bunch of cowards. The bald man cast a sidelong glance at Tony. Tony exhaled. He is my brother. I need him. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. The bald man then turned his gaze towards Ethan. He is a good assistant. He can help me. The bald man scrutinized Tony intently before discarding the coal. By tomorrow at the latest, I want to see the finished missile. With that, he turned and departed with his henchmen. Once they were gone, Ethan collapsed onto the ground. Tony hurried over to help Lin Yuan up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just feel like I've done something I shouldn't have. No worries, brother. What shall we do next? We must expedite our progress. With those words, he pivoted and resumed his tasks. Finally, with the quenching of the last component, the helmet, the creation of the battle armor was complete. Tony donned a leather outfit, equipped with protective gloves and a neck guard. With Ethan's assistance, he began to suit up in the mech armor, while Ethan reiterated the importance of remembering the exit route. Tony responded with confidence. All of this transpired in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. As Tony vanished from view, a wave of unease washed over the leader, prompting him to hastily dispatch henchmen to investigate. 2 henchmen rushed to the entrance, loudly calling out Tony and Ethan's names. Tony, visibly anxious, asked Ethan, "What are the people outside saying?" Ethan continued his work assembling the armor. "I don't understand. They are speaking Hungarian. I don't know that language." At that moment, Lin Yuan interjected, "They want to see you outside. Otherwise, they will come in." Lin Yuan yelled towards the door, "Hold on. I'm in the restroom. I'll be right out." The henchmen outside seemed skeptical, their shouting growing louder, and then they burst through the door. Boom. 2 henchmen were propelled by an explosive device, previously affixed to the door by Tony. The bald man, observing the explosion on the monitor, immediately triggered the alarm. A group of KB extremists surged inside. Meanwhile, Tony had donned his battle suit and awaited the completion of the control program, though the progress bar still lingered at halfway. The sounds from outside grew increasingly ominous. Ethan, visibly anxious, steeled himself and declared, "I will buy you some time," before seizing a gun from the ground and charging out. Tony, bewildered, exclaimed, buddy, how much time can you really buy by going out there alone? This is merely a sacrifice. Can you please adhere to my grand plan?" Lin Yuan sighed behind him. Fully aware of Ethan's inevitable decision, persuasion was futile at this point. With a wave of his hand, he bestowed upon Ethan the wild mark and rejuvenation. "All right, my friend. The buffs are activated. Go forth and fulfill your fate." Ethan felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, lifting his gun and, akin to Rambo, unleashed a barrage of fire before bellowing and charging out. Just as he rounded the corner, he was met with a throng of armed adversaries. Rambo Ethan, buying time, 3 seconds. Chapter 11. The atmosphere was tinged with an awkward tension as Tony anxiously observed Ethan dash out, his gaze fixated on the computer screen where the progress bar flickered incessantly. Hurry, hurry. Finally, the progress bar reached 100, and the first Iron Man suit, Mark I, officially activated. Donning his mask, Tony turned to Lin Yuan and instructed, "Stay close behind me, adhere to the plan, and prioritize safety." Lin Yuan nodded, bestowing Tony with a wild mark and a rejuvenation spell. with several KB molecules. They surged into the cavern, which was engulfed in darkness. They advanced with caution. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the path for one of the KB molecules, only for him to be met with a tremendous force that sent him flying. Lin Yuan's experience bar in the system interface surged. First blood. The carnage commenced. In the shadows, a colossal iron figure progressed slowly, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire and anguished cries. The atmosphere evoked a chilling sense of horror. Lin Yuan trailed behind Tony, captivated by the unfolding scene. Equipped with newfound skills, he found that occasional bullets striking the shield of Wild Mark failed to penetrate his skin. He, Lin Yuan, felt invincible. As Mark I ravaged through foes, Tony called out for Ethan, but received no response. It was not until they neared the cave's entrance that Tony noticed Ethan sprawled on the ground, seemingly struck down. Just as he prepared to approach, Ethan suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Tony instinctively swerved, evading an RPG shot from a bald-headed assailant, while a missile detonated against the cave ceiling above him. The bald man let out a pained cry, collapsing beneath the falling debris. Tony disregarded the man's fate, casting aside the sandbags that pinned Ethan down. Observing Ethan, bloodied and battered, his face etched with sorrow, he urged, "Come on, we must leave. Follow me. We've devised a plan, and we must stick to it." "We have always adhered to the plan, Stark," Ethan weakly replied. Tony grasped the implication but encouraged him nonetheless. "Come on, you will soon reunite with your family." "My family is gone. I am destined to meet them now, Stark." Indeed, Tony's suspicions were confirmed. "It's all right. I hope so." Tony gazed at the fading Ethan. Suppressing tears, "Thank you for saving me. Do not squander your life." With those words, Ethan's head slumped. Witnessing Ethan's tragic demise fueled Tony's fury, propelling him to seek vengeance upon the KB molecules. However, he noticed Ethan stirring once more, feeling the spark of life still within him. Ethan attempted a playful tilt of his head. "I'm not dead yet." As Ethan continued to feign innocence with his head tilting, Tony felt his rage dissipate. "Ha ha 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 ha," Ethan chuckled awkwardly, sensing the tension. "I believe I can hold on a little longer." The two fell into silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly uncomfortable. "Uncle Ethan, you can live for a long time. Tony and I still need you." Lin Yuan emerged from the darkness with a cheerful smile, casually casting a healing touch upon Ethan. As a faint green glow illuminated the surroundings, Ethan felt a soothing warmth enveloping him, dispelling the prior sense of weakness that had consumed him. The wound on his chest began to twitch, as the bullets lodged just beneath the skin were gradually expelled, clattering to the ground. Rising to his feet, Ethan, in disbelief, touched his body. "How did you manage this, Lin?" "I was riddled with bullets. How am I unharmed?" "This is one of my special abilities," Lin Yuan explained with an unwavering smile. "Before you charged out, I enveloped you in an invisible energy shield. Although the bullets penetrated the shield, the residual force could only breach the surface of your skin. I surmise you were simply too tense, compounded by the significant blood loss, which made you feel as though death was imminent." Initially resigned to his fate, Ethan, having danced with death, felt a renewed determination. He realized that he ought not to perish so easily. He had deeds to accomplish, for himself and for the family he had lost. Ahem, Tony cleared his throat, lowered his mask, and strode purposefully toward the cave entrance. "I'll take care of the outside. You all wait here for a moment. Go boldly, brother. I've cast a shield upon you as well," Lin Yuan encouraged from behind. Suddenly struck by an idea, he unleashed a spark of elven fire upon Tony. Tony glanced back, casting Lin Yuan a deep, appreciative look before stepping out of the cave. Outside, the KB agents stood poised for action. A steel giant emerged from the cave, a formidable and imposing figure. "Open fire," echoed the command, and a barrage of bullets rained upon Tony, all effortlessly deflected by the armor of Mark I. Raising both hands, 2 jets of flame erupted from him, incinerating the KB agents, who cried out in despair. Observing from a nearby hillside, one KB agent seized a heavy machine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Mark I, the force sending Tony staggering. Suddenly, a bullet struck the hydraulic mechanism of Mark I's leg, rendering it immobile. Without hesitation, Tony ignited the explosives at the cave entrance, activating his flight system and soaring into the sky. As the base exploded in a cacophony of destruction, the terrorists within were obliterated. Mark I ascended amidst a fiery blaze, only to pivot and plunge back toward the ground, embedding itself into a mound of sand. Tony lay amidst the shattered remnants of Mark I, feeling the scorching embrace of the desert sun, as if reborn. Finally out. Not too shabby, he mused, assessing his body, unscathed. Such a tremendous impact. Though the armor cushioned the blow, it would be improbable to emerge entirely uninjured. Yet, I feel invigorated, even more so than before my abduction. Could it be Lynn's influence? Suddenly, an alarming thought struck Tony. Lynn and Ethan are still inside. He resolved to find them. Glancing in the direction of the cave, he set off with purpose. After a short while, he spotted Lin Yuan and Ethan approaching. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, their steps relaxed as they made their way toward him. "Brother, you were incredibly impressive just now." Lin Yuan greeted Tony. "Thank you," Tony replied, feeling a surge of emotion as he looked at the smiling child. "It's nothing, brother. You've saved me several times." Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and asked, "What shall we do next?" "Where shall we go?" "Let's head that way. The military is surely searching for us." Tony pointed in a direction. "Let's proceed that way." The three began to walk in that direction. Buoyed by the restorative effects of the rejuvenation technique, and having finally escaped the oppressive darkness of the cave, they felt remarkably at ease. "Ethan, where do you plan to go next?" "I don't know. I have no place to return to. I should probably visit my hometown and pay my respects to my family. How about this? I will accompany you, and then you can come help me afterward. I need your assistance." "All right. I have nowhere else to be. I will help you." Their heartfelt exchange filled Lin Yuan with a sense of discomfort, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Lin, why don't you join me? From now on, you will be my brother." Tony suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and said. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and replied, "Sure. I will rely on you from now on." Chapter 12. What Assurance Bureau? With the thundering sound of 2 helicopters soaring overhead, Lin Yuan discerned that this leg of their desert odyssey was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, it wasn't long before the helicopters descended, and a contingent of American soldiers rushed towards Tony, led by none other than his close confidant, Colonel Rhodes. Initially, Colonel Rhodes had anticipated that Tony would be in a state of considerable distress and weakness after enduring such a prolonged ordeal in the desert. However, the sight before him was perplexing. Aside from an unfamiliar object adorning Tony's chest and a slightly disheveled appearance, he seemed more vigorous than ever. "Tony, have you been on a desert vacation?" Rhodes inquired, incredulously. "Indeed, it has been quite an exceptional journey," Tony replied. "Allow me to introduce Dr. Ethan and Lin. They are the ones who rescued me." "Thank you," Rhodes said, shaking hands with Lin Yuan and Ethan in turn before embracing Tony. "Let us go. They are waiting for you." With that, they proceeded to the military airport of the Americans. Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, along with his driver and bodyguard, Happy, stood anxiously before the slowly opening door of the transport aircraft. During Tony's abduction, they had scarcely rested and had never ceased their search for him. Happy, in particular, felt a profound sense of guilt for failing to protect Tony. Upon receiving word from the military that Tony had been located, they hastened to the airport to await his arrival. As the door creaked open, Tony's figure emerged, causing both Pepper and Happy to pause in astonishment. Contrary to their expectations of a frail and weakened Tony, he appeared impeccably dressed, his complexion radiant. Aside from a slight tan, he looked healthier than he had before his abduction. Pepper and Happy were taken aback. "What on earth is this? He returns from 3 months of captivity looking more vibrant? This defies logic." Tony stepped off the aircraft, dismissing the medical personnel who attempted to assist him. "Do I look like someone in need of a stretcher? I am positively glowing. Hello, Pepper. Hey, Happy." Tony greeted them with a beaming smile. Pepper felt her tears were wasted. Did he even resemble someone who had been kidnapped? Are you all right, Tony?" With a playful grin, Tony replied, "Do I appear to be anything but well? Are you shedding tears over my disappearance?" "I'm elated. I just didn't wish to seek employment." "Indeed, your holiday has come to an end." As they all boarded the vehicle, Pepper insisted on taking Tony for a medical checkup, only to be met with a firm refusal from him. "Do I look injured to you? I've been confined for 3 months, and the only 2 things I yearn for are, first, a cheeseburger, and second." Before Tony could finish, Pepper interrupted, "No, that sort of thing is out of the question." Lin Yuan, who was sipping water in the vehicle, could not contain his laughter and ended up sputtering it out. Truly, Pepper understood Tony all too well. It was no surprise, considering Tony's previous demeanor. He had always been unable to function without the presence of women. Tony cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan and handed him a tissue. With a look of astonishment, Pepper Potts gazed at Tony, who had taken the initiative to care for someone for the first time, albeit by merely offering a tissue. "Who are these 2? She inquired with genuine curiosity, having been entirely focused on Tony and oblivious to the presence of the other 2 individuals. "This is Lin, who will henceforth be my brother. And this is Ethan, a dear friend." It is solely thanks to their assistance that I am able to return, Tony introduced, giving Lin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Hello. I am Lin Yuan. You may call me Lin, he greeted with a warm smile directed at Pepper. Observing the youthful visage of Lin, Pepper felt an even greater sense of surprise. It was unprecedented for Tony to exhibit such warmth towards another man. The fact that Tony had referred to him as his brother was somewhat alarming, as this was none other than Tony Stark's own admission of fraternal ties. A statement of considerable weight. With that thought in mind, Pepper's expression softened into a smile. Hello, Lin. I am Pepper Potts. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am also deeply grateful to you both for rescuing Tony. It was my pleasure. Tony has saved me many times as well, Lin replied modestly. Pepper. The second matter I must address is the immediate necessity for a press conference, right now. At once, Tony declared. A press conference? For what purpose? Pepper asked. Bewildered by the abruptness of the announcement. You will find out in due time. Now, let us go buy some hamburgers. Tony replied cheerfully. Of course, sir. Within the luxurious vehicle, Lin Yuan savored his cheeseburger, observing Tony relish his meal with great enthusiasm. He could not help but comment, Brother, is this the food you have longed for over the past 3 months? Ethan, equally pleased with his meal, chimed in, I find it rather delicious. Well, as long as you are happy. Lin sighed, shoving the remainder of his burger into his mouth while muttering, once things settle here, I must treat myself to a splendid meal at Rabbit's place. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Stark Industries, where a bald man led the employees in a rousing applause, welcoming Tony's return. Tony adjusted the collar of his suit and turned to Lin, saying, Lin, stay close to me. Lin nodded, following Tony as they exited the vehicle. The bald man approached with a hearty laugh and embraced Tony warmly. Tony reciprocated the gesture with evident joy as they exchanged pleasantries while making their way toward the venue of the press conference. Lin trailed quietly behind. Recognizing the bald man as Obadiah Stane, a figure akin to a regent of the Stark Empire and one of Tony's most trusted allies, tragically, he had betrayed that trust. The recent abduction of Tony had been orchestrated by him. Lin resolved to find an appropriate moment to warn Tony, uncertain if he would believe the grave warning. Inside the press hall, a throng of journalists awaited eagerly, with Tony Stark having been missing for 3 months and now returning to hold a press conference. It was clear that significant news was forthcoming, and the reporters could barely contain their anticipation, as Tony greeted the applauding crowd and made his way to the stage. Pepper could not help but smile at the sight of him, surrounded by admirers and engaged in lively conversation. This was indeed the quintessential Tony Stark. Lin shared her sentiment, marveling at the scene beside her. Mr. Lin, may I have a word with you? A gentle voice emerged from beside him. Lin Yuan turned to look. And lo and behold, it was none other than Agent Phil Coulson, the mayor of the Marvel Novice Village. His hairline was scarcely better than Ethan's. Coulson extended a friendly hand toward Lin Yuan, introducing himself. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. From where? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? Chapter 13. Is this job legitimate? Mr. Lin, we are familiar with you. We sought your presence to inquire about the specifics of Mr. Stark's escape. From our understanding, Tony emerged virtually unscathed. Could you enlighten us on what transpired? Coulson astutely shifted the topic and posed his question directly, just as Lin Yuan was about to respond. Tony called him up to the stage. I'll go up first. We can discuss matters later. Coulson politely gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed, recognizing that there was no urgency. Tony, pulling Lin Yuan along, introduced him to the reporters below. This is Lin Yuan. He will henceforth be my brother. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Tony Stark had personally acknowledged him as a sibling, making a grand announcement at a press conference. This was indeed monumental news. Lin Yuan was taken aback. My own brother? While I am elated to have the support of Stark Industries, I am merely an assistant. Shouldn't I be lingering in the background? Why pull me to the forefront? Perhaps in Tony's eyes, the acknowledgement of Lin Yuan as his brother mandated that the entire world be made aware of this fact. However, in a few years, after enduring hardship, Tony would likely keep his family hidden away, refusing to display them so openly, feeling both touched and somewhat helpless. Lin Yuan could only smile and wave at the reporters below. In an instant, wow, my eyes are blinded by the flashes. Lin Yuan was immediately overwhelmed by the barrage of camera lights. Tony gazed at him with a smile as he descended from the podium, his expression soon turning grave. Now, I shall address the second matter of today's press conference. The room fell into a hushed silence. I once believed that the weapons I created were safeguarding people. Yet I witnessed a young face extinguished before my eyes, killed by a device I designed to protect them. A reporter inquired, "What occurred there?" Tony did not respond directly, but continued, "Through this period of reflection, I have come to realize that I can contribute far more to this world than merely manufacturing explosive devices. Therefore, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately, until I can determine the future direction of this company." The room erupted as if struck by an explosion, with reporters clamoring to pose their questions. Obadiah Stane stormed onto the stage, his face a mask of fury. Attempting to halt Tony's declaration. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reflect. This is quintessentially Tony. After the conference concluded, Tony took Lin Yuan and Ethan on a tour of Stark Industries. Gazing at the colossal arc reactor before him, Lin Yuan marveled at Tony's genius. How is it that this immense creation looks entirely different from its smaller counterpart? How could he produce such a complete item in just a matter of days? The prowess of a technological titan is indeed formidable. While lost in admiration, Obadiah Stane barged in, seething with anger. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Ethan, I have matters I wish to discuss with Tony privately." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and turned to accompany Ethan back to their car. After a brief wait, Obadiah Stane and Tony emerged, their arms casually draped over each other, engaged in light-hearted banter. Lin Yuan realized that Tony had confided his secret to Obadiah. Alas, the matter of his chest remained a persistent concern. One could not help but wonder if Tony dared to extract the fragments from within. Perhaps he would seize an opportunity to discuss it with him later. In the following days, Tony's announcements set off a global sensation, resulting in a precipitous decline in Stark Industries stock. Yet, Lin Yuan, Tony, and Ethan enjoyed a rather delightful existence. The two were engrossed in modifying the arc reactor in Tony's underground laboratory. After all, the current reactor had been hastily constructed, with both materials and workmanship being rather ordinary. Now that circumstances permitted, it was imperative to create a superior version, for it concerned Tony's very life and fortune. Lin Yuan reveled in his leisure, as he instructed Happy to take him on a culinary adventure throughout New York. Over the course of several days, he sampled an array of exquisite dining establishments, both Chinese and Western cuisines. However, to be candid, the experience was rather underwhelming, despite the abundance of options. They often did not suit his palate. As for the Chinese fare, aside from a few notable dishes, most were sorely lacking in authenticity. One day, after indulging in a delightful meal, Lin Yuan made his way to the laboratory in search of Tony. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the arc reactor encased under a glass cover. "Ah, my dear brother, have you upgraded your gear? Did Pepper arrange this?" Lin Yuan inquired, tapping on the glass. "Indeed, I had her dispose of it, but she insisted on keeping it as a memento," Tony replied with an air of exasperation. "And where is Uncle Ethan?" Lin Yuan noticed Ethan was absent, as he had previously been by Tony's side. "He's returned home to pay respects to his family. I had Rhodey arrange for his protection. I intended to accompany him, but he wouldn't allow it," Tony explained. Finding a comfortable spot, Lin Yuan settled in, observing Tony's relentless activity. "Brother, do you wish to remove the fragments from your body and seal the wound? I can assist you. It's 100% safe. And there will be no scars left behind." "I am aware of your capabilities, Lin." Tony paused, contemplating before responding. "For now, I still require this device. I plan to recreate the apparatus from the cave. I had hoped Rhodey would join me, but alas, he declined." Tony then flashed Lin Yuan a smile. "Regardless, I trust that with your skills, even in the current state, should any mishap arise, you would be able to save me, correct?" "Of course. I am a top-notch support," Lin Yuan declared, dismissing the matter with ease. "By the way, you should keep an eye on Obadiah. I have an unsettling feeling about him." "You are being overly cautious." "Dear brother, Stane has watched me grow. He would not wish me harm. Perhaps he is merely upset. After all, I made a significant announcement without prior consultation." "Upset? More like he would relish the opportunity to see you eliminated." Lin Yuan thought to himself, suppressing his inner commentary. "Just remain vigilant. Relax, relax. I am unconcerned." Tony reassured him. "Lin, do you think your brother treats you well?" Tony approached and wrapped his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, grinning as he spoke. "How are you doing?" Lin Yuan responded with a hint of pride. Tony leaned in closer and said, "Then why don't you help me out with that rejuvenation technique of yours?" Lin Yuan, slightly perplexed, replied, "What do you need rejuvenation for? You seem perfectly fine." With a mysterious air, Tony asserted, "Ever since you used that technique on me, I've felt my endurance has remarkably improved. I can work for hours without fatigue. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is that work you referring to legitimate work? Absolutely. It's entirely legitimate, Tony insisted. Right. I believe you, Lin Yuan retorted, rolling his eyes before casually casting a rejuvenation spell. With my current abilities. This will last about 6 hours. When it wears off, you can come back for more. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan decided to also provide Tony with a life-saving charm, considering it would be beneficial. All right, off you go now. I need to get to work. Having achieved his objective, Tony promptly began ushering Lin Yuan away. Indeed, the nature of this work seemed rather dubious. Chapter 14. The armor has lost its charm. In a state of urgency, Lin Yuan hurried into the laboratory. Lin, you're just in time. I was about to test the flight system of the armor. Please assist me with the recording, Tony exclaimed, not waiting for Lin Yuan to respond. All right. Lin Yuan swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Let us get started. Tony prepared himself, and Lin Yuan added a buff, imbuing Tony with the wild mark. As for the rejuvenation spell, it had been continuously active on Tony, providing a steady recovery of stamina that only fueled his workaholic tendencies. Are you ready? Let us commence. Increase thrust by 20 and prepare for takeoff. With Lin Yuan's South magical protection in place, Tony boldly initiated the flight at a full 20. What followed was a spectacle as Tony crashed into the ceiling, creating a gaping hole, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The nearby robotic arm, a bit slow on the uptake, sprayed Tony's face with a shower of confetti. Lin Yuan could barely contain his laughter, doubled over as he recorded what would undoubtedly become a part of Tony's infamous history. In the subsequent days, Lin Yuan refrained from mentioning his own affairs, instead watching with keen interest as Tony tirelessly improved the armor's various functionalities. Witnessing the gradual emergence of the true Iron Man suit was a moment worth cherishing. What truly captivated Lin Yuan, however, was JARVIS. The operations he had only seen in films left him utterly entranced. Once Tony was finished, he would surely have him create a similar system for himself. It would be exhilarating to game with such a setup. Lost in dreams of a splendid life, Lin Yuan mused. This brother of his had many admirable qualities, but his frequent foolishness was a constant source of amusement. Observing Lin Yuan's goofy grin, Tony shook his head, installed the hand components of the armor, and called out, Lin, stop grinning like a fool. I need to test the flight stabilization device. All right, go for it, brother. With me here, you need not worry about a thing. Just then, Pepper entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Tony, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. I thought you weren't working on weapons anymore? She remarked, glancing at the device in Tony's hands, puzzled. This ISNTA weapon, it's merely a flight stabilizer. Tony clarified as he prepared to test it. Then, in a flurry of noise, Iron Man Tony Stark was humorously buried beneath a pile of parts. Lin Yuan quickly pulled out his phone and snapped photos. Iron Man's infamous history photos 1. When Lin Yuan and Tony returned to the upper floor, Obadiah Stane was leisurely playing the piano. After exchanging pleasantries, Obadiah got straight to the point. Tony, the board has applied to halt your work. They believe you are suffering from post-traumatic stress. How absurd. ISNT, this just a ploy initiated by you, you bald-headed fiend? Lin Yuan thought to himself. All because the stock plummeted by 40 points? Tony expressed disbelief. It was a drop of 56. 5 points. Pepper emphasized. What does that matter? I hold the controlling shares of the company, Tony retorted, clearly agitated. The board possesses the authority to deem your new project incompatible with the company's interests. You must present them with something of substance. Hand over the reactor embedded in your chest, so that I may use it to persuade the board. Obadiah pointed at the reactor with a facade of concern for Tony. No way, that belongs solely to me. This matter is non-negotiable. Tony rejected without a moment's hesitation. Obadiah attempted to persuade him further, but Tony dismissed him and turned to head toward the laboratory. At this moment, Tony's sole desire was to expedite the completion of the armor, to deliver a resounding blow to those antiquated minds, and to reaffirm to the world that he, Tony Stark, remains the preeminent genius. In the underground garage laboratory, on the 11th day and the 37th test of version 2.0, go for it, Tony. Encouraged Jarvis. Begin incrementing from 1. Tony prepared himself, as beams of pure white light emanated from his hands and feet, allowing him to hover steadily in the air before landing gracefully. Excellent. Now increase thrust by 2. 5. This time the control improved significantly. Tony soared through the parking lot, nearly igniting his luxury vehicle with flames, yet ultimately landing safely. Lin Yuan applauded enthusiastically, finding it far more engaging than watching a film. An adjacent robotic arm, equipped with a fire extinguisher, attempted to spray Tony, but he swiftly intervened, sensing Lin Yuan's disappointment in witnessing the interruption. Truth be told, Lin Yuan also harbored a desire to see Tony doused, a mischievous grin on his face. "I can fly." "Haha," Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With the flight system successfully tested, the next step was to assemble the armor. As the surface armor of the Iron Man suit was fully installed, aside from its color, the first true suit of armor, Mark II, was officially complete. "So cool, brother. I want one too." Lin Yuan gazed at it, his desire nearly radiating from his eyes. "Indeed, once I create more, I shall craft one for you too," Tony replied, his face glowing with pride. "Jarvis, let's get to work." Jarvis activated, initiating a system self-check. Once the diagnostics concluded, the system prepared to shut down for data analysis. "Let us check the weather conditions and flight restrictions, while also monitoring ground control," Tony suggested. Jarvis understood immediately. "Sir, we must ensure all preparations are in place before actual flight." "Jarvis, one must learn to run before they can walk." "Prepare, 3, 2, 1. With flames erupting from his hands and feet, the maiden flight of Mark II commenced. With the roar of flames, Mark II soared from the garage's entrance. And within the armor, Tony shouted in exhilaration, "Woohoo!" The sensation of unrestrained flight elevated his adrenaline to unprecedented heights. It was an extraordinary experience. After circling above the city, Mark II rapidly ascended toward the sky. Suddenly, Jarvis emitted an alert. "Sir, something is rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed." Just as the warning concluded, a magnificent bird, over a meter in length with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, appeared beside Tony. "Brother, here I come." Lin Yuan's voice echoed in Tony's ear. "Lin?" Tony exclaimed, utterly astonished. Indeed, this bird is Lin Yuan, who has now embraced his transformation. Previously, he sought out Tony to discuss this very matter. He can now soar through the skies and intends to visit the rabbit's abode. However, upon discovering Tony immersed in testing the Mark suit, he found it rather amusing and decided to linger in the laboratory. It was only just now, as he observed Tony take flight, that he recalled his own aspirations. To his delight, he realized that the unique skin of his flying form, exclusive to the rabbit's home, is none other than the legendary rock. Of course, it is merely a skin, and its size is comparable to that of a typical large raptor. If it were truly as immense as the mythical rock, he would hardly dare to utilize it. Nevertheless, despite its smaller stature, its speed is undeniably impressive. For instance, at this moment, he can effortlessly keep pace with the Mark II suit. Lin Yuan senses that as his magical prowess intensifies, his flying speed will undoubtedly increase. The canine system is indeed a superlative auxiliary system, with its optimization of support skills being beyond reproach. Lin Yuan cannot help but exclaim his admiration for this flying form, rating it a stellar 5 stars. He holds high hopes for the other forms as well. Tony, glancing at his armor and then at the magnificent bird soaring nearby, feels that his own suit pales in comparison. This bird is simply too splendid. He desires it. Chapter 15. I could adorably end you, Jarvis. What is the flight altitude of the state Route 71 Blackbird? The record for fixed-wing aircraft is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be shattered. Come on, Lin. Let us see who can soar higher. Even if you could transform into a bird, it would not surpass the heights that machines can achieve. Not necessarily. I am no ordinary bird. I am the legendary rock from the tales of the Rabbit clan. Let us compete then. The silver and gold figures ascended into the heavens. As they climbed higher, Lin Yuan felt a chill in the air, noticing frost forming on the surface of the Mark II armor beside him. At that moment, Jarvis sounded an alarm. "Sir, ice is forming on the exterior. Icing could lead to significant system failures." "Lin, are you all right?" Tony shouted to Lin Yuan beside him. "I'm perfectly fine." Lin Yuan felt no pressure at all. "Then let us continue." Tony's competitive spirit flared up again. 3 seconds later, the plummeting temperatures caused the ice to thicken on the armor's surface, resulting in a complete system failure. The Mark II shut down abruptly. Tony let out a long, anguished scream as he plummeted toward the ground. Lin Yuan chuckled, transforming back into human form and pulling out his phone to snap a few photos. Iron Man's embarrassing moment 1. He then shifted back into his flying form, the rock letting out a resounding cry as it dove down. In an instant, the rock caught up with the tumbling Tony, extending its claws to grip the Mark II's foot, stabilizing its descent before looking down and taunting. "What's wrong, bro? Why are you struggling like this? Tony, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, you wait. Once I improve it, I'll make sure you regret this, and I'll call you brother. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. All right. First, you need to remove the ice. We can discuss it later. I have something to tell you as well. Soon, the Mark II, having successfully rebooted, soared back into the sky as the two chatted, returning to the seaside villa together. On the villa's rooftop, Tony hovered in midair. Shut down the power. No sooner had Tony spoken than the Mark II crashed through the rooftop, smashing into a grand piano and the floor below, landing with a thud on a luxury car in the underground garage. Beside him, the errant robotic arm seized the opportunity and excitedly sprayed Tony in the face. Lin Yuan quietly retrieved his phone. Iron Man's embarrassing moment 1. After tidying up the chaotic scene, Tony, holding a cup of green liquid, sat down in front of his computer. Jarvis diligently recorded Tony's proposed modifications to the armor. Bro, you're drinking that to alleviate the palladium toxicity, right? Lin Yuan assumed that with the rejuvenation effects of the potion, Tony would not exhibit palladium poisoning symptoms as before. It seemed he had underestimated its potency. How did you know? Tony looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. He hadn't informed anyone about this issue. Is it serious? Lin Yuan inquired with concern. It's nothing. Just a bit uncomfortable. With your magic, it's no big deal. Tony replied nonchalantly. Please do let me know if anything arises. I should be able to assist you with this matter shortly, Lin Yuan stated with an air of confidence. Although he was currently unable to wield the art of toxin dispelling, he believed that once he could, no poison would pose a challenge. Lin, what is the essence of this transformation? Tony inquired, redirecting the conversation with curiosity. What kind of bird is that? It looks magnificent. That is one of my abilities. Lin Yuan explained. I possess a total of 4 forms, the giant bear, the leopard, the avian form, and the aquatic form. The majestic bird you just witnessed is my avian form. A bird, you say? Which species is it? Lin Yuan elaborated. It is a creature from Chinese mythology known as the Kunping. As recorded in Zhuangzi, the joy of wandering : in the northern abyss, there is a fish named Kuan, whose size is beyond comprehension. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng, whose back is equally unfathomable. I am the Peng mentioned therein, and I estimate that my aquatic form is likely the Kuan. Of course, my transformations cannot match the legendary proportions. How cool! Tony exclaimed with awe. What about your leopard form and giant bear form? What are they like? I have yet to try them. They should embody the unique characteristics of rabbitkin. Lin Yuan admitted, uncertain. Come on, transform for me. Tony urged with an eager expression. I suggest I document this. Very well, I shall begin now. Starting with the leopard form. With that, Lin Yuan vanished from sight, only to reappear before Tony as an orange cat. Yes, an orange cat. Tony paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin, is this your so-called leopard form? It's clearly just a chubby cat. Lin Yuan was equally bewildered. He had always envisioned his avian form as a striking Kunping. Surely the leopard form would not be lacking either. He had anticipated a creature more akin to a Siberian tiger or a snow leopard, but he never expected it to be an orange cat, especially a plump one at that. System, you need to explain this. Lin Yuan questioned inwardly. After a long silence, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host, you do not need to embody the leopard form for battle. What need have you for grandeur? Consider how delightful and safe a cat is. But you could have chosen any cat, yet you selected the chubbiest one. Lin Yuan grumbled through gritted teeth. Host, in this world, orange cats are anything but ordinary. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, recalling a creature from this realm. Very well, I concede. Tony, still chuckling, said, Come, let me pet it. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan shot him a glance before reverting to his human form. Wait, I'm not laughing anymore. In truth, that cat is quite charming, albeit a bit rotund. Do suppress the smile at the corners of your mouth. Shall we proceed to other forms? Ha ha. Tony continued to chuckle. All right, I won't laugh anymore. You may continue. Although Lin Yuan initially intended to disregard Tony's request, he found himself compelled as Tony insisted on seeing more. Just don't laugh. I'm starting now. With a flash of magical light, the giant bear form materialized. My goodness, this is absolutely marvelous. Tony, with a look of sheer astonishment, stood up and embraced Lin Yuan. Jarvis faithfully projected Lin Yuan's current appearance in a holographic display before him, a charmingly adorable giant panda. Indeed, it was a giant panda, the legendary bamboo eater, the Mount of Qiyu, who assisted the Yellow Emperor in his victories. Lin Yuan gazed in disbelief at the holographic image before him. then cast a glance at the black and white patterns adorning his own form. This is truly a panda. What on earth is this system planning? Is it intent on making me defeat my enemies with this endearing visage? Although, Lin Yuan mused, it might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 16. Since I cannot do it well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Brother, you've been at it for half an hour. Can I revert back now? A panda lay sprawled on the ground, its head being gently patted by a hand, its expression imbued with a sense of existential despair. Please, just a little longer. After all, this is a panda we're talking about. When little Pepper arrives, you must allow her to pet it as well. Tony, utterly enchanted, continued to stroke the panda. Lin Yuan struggled to extricate himself from Tony's grasp and hastily transformed back into his human form. TSK, what a pity, Tony remarked, retracting his hand with a look of dissatisfaction. What abilities do you possess in these various forms? The flying form is remarkably swift, considerably faster than your armor, though I haven't precisely tested just how fast. In water form, I can thrive in any aquatic environment, also moving with great speed. The cheetah form grants me invisibility, while the giant bear form boasts formidable defense, Lin Yuan explained. What convenient abilities you possess. Tony exclaimed in admiration, then with a playful grin added, Lin, transform back into a panda. I want to snap a photo to send to Little Pepper. Not a chance. Jarvis has already taken plenty of pictures. You merely wish to continue petting my head. Lin Yuan declined, knowing that further stroking would leave him a bald panda. All right, what a shame, Tony sighed in regret. At that moment, the television broadcasted news of a charity gala being hosted by Stark Enterprises. Tony paused. Jarvis, did I receive an invitation? None, sir. No invitation has been sent to you. Lin Yuan burst into laughter nearby. Haha, brother, your situation is quite dire. Your own company is hosting a charity gala, and yet no one thought to invite you. Tony, unfazed, did not mind. After all, if Little Pepper hadn't mentioned it, it likely wasn't a significant event. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take the car keys. It had been a while since he had made an appearance, and it would be good to check in. Lin, are you coming? Tony asked. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No, I dislike such gatherings. They make me feel uncomfortable. Very well, I shall take my leave. You can stay home. With that, Tony departed. Left alone, Lin Yuan found himself somewhat bored. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not visit the rabbit's house for a late-night snack? I could return after breakfast tomorrow. Yes, splendid idea. Let us do it. With that thought, he summoned his giant bird form once more, flapping its wings and soaring eastward, disappearing into the horizon in an instant, flying above the clouds. Lin Yuan felt his speed far exceeded that of sound, yet the flight was remarkably serene, devoid of sonic booms or even the sound of air being torn. Indeed, magic defies the laws of science. He mused. In just over an hour, Lin Yuan arrived at the rabbit's abode. Where to eat first? He pondered, overwhelmed by the plethora of delectable options available. Let us start with barbecue. Though I long for hot pot, it's rather dull to eat alone. Next time, I shall invite Tony and the others to join me for hot pot. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yuan returned to Tony's seaside villa, only to find the lights in the underground garage still illuminated. Has Tony returned from the banquet? Why is he back in the lab working again? Pondering this, Lin Yuan made his way directly into the laboratory. There sat Tony, adorned in the Mark armor, lost in thought, oblivious to Lin Yuan's approach. Hey, are you all right? Lin Yuan inquired, having an inkling of what transpired at the soiree. You're right, Lin. Obadiah is indeed problematic. Tony's face bore the weight of despondency, and his tone grew somber. He has secretly been trafficking weapons to those terrorists. Today, Ethan reached out to me. His hometown was attacked by the Ten Rings gang. I saw the photos from the scene, and the weapons used were all produced by Stark Industries. Do you think I was wrong? My inventions do not bring about peace. Tony's voice was heavy with bitterness. No, it is certainly not your fault. The weapons themselves are not at fault. It is those who wield them that are to blame. Tony gazed quietly at Lin Yuan, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. He seemed to contemplate Lin Yuan's words, seeking solace or an explanation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. But if it weren't for my inventions, they wouldn't have such tools to inflict harm upon others. Lin Yuan shook his head, speaking with unwavering conviction. No, even without your weapons, those with malevolent intent would find other means to wreak havoc. Your technology was originally designed to protect people. It has merely been misappropriated by the wicked. Brother, you hold yourself to excessively high standards, always striving for perfection, yet sometimes things do not unfold as we wish. Lin Yuan gently placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Tony endeavored to regain his composure. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Yuan and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Lin. Your words have lifted my spirits. Perhaps I need to reevaluate my thoughts and objectives." Lin Yuan nodded, responding with a smile, "Of course, I will always be here to support you. No matter the time or place. You are a remarkable inventor, and your talent and intellect will change the world. As long as you hold on to your beliefs and trust in your abilities, everything will improve. Brother, you will become the greatest hero the world has ever known. I have always believed that." "Thank you, Lin. I feel much better now." Tony embraced Lin Yuan gently, then turned his gaze to the Mark armor in his hands. Falling into contemplation, he then rose, the flight stabilization device transforming into an arc pulse cannon, shattering the glass before him. With each piece of shattered glass, his expression grew increasingly resolute. "Brother, call me when you head to Chimera." Lin Yuan sensed Tony's determination, since his inventions were not being used for good in others' hands. He would take matters into his own. "Absolutely," Tony replied decisively, not pausing in his actions. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan remained by Tony's side in the laboratory, observing as he meticulously optimized the Mark II armor. Tony chose not to opt for the flamboyant yellow color scheme he deemed too ostentatious, but instead selected a striking red and yellow palette reminiscent of a vintage automobile in his garage. Lin Yuan remarked that this color combination was even more extravagant. Yet, it was undeniably impressive, as he beheld Tony standing on the platform, surrounded by mechanical arms seamlessly assisting him into the latest Iron Man suit. Mark III, Lin Yuan could not help but feel tears welling at the corners of his mouth. It was simply magnificent. This was truly a man's sanctuary. However, the current armor was not yet perfected. Once Tony makes further enhancements, Lin Yuan would eagerly request a set of armor tailored for his bare form, allowing him to possess some degree of offensive capability. After all, one cannot solely rely on their appearance to vanquish foes, can they? Chapter 17. The Bald Man Lin, let us embark. Tony called out, ready for action. "Sure thing, Tony." Lin was exhilarated to be part of Iron Man's inaugural mission. In an instant, they soared into the sky. "Lin, can you keep pace with my speed?" "Brother, do you belittle me? You should be asking if you can keep up with me," Lin retorted, feeling somewhat insulted. "Then shall we compete?" Tony challenged, skeptical. "Let us do it. Just watch, you want to even catch a glimpse of me." With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin accelerated, leaving Tony far behind in a heartbeat. Staring in disbelief at the rapidly vanishing figure of the great bird, Tony exclaimed, "Jarvis, what is my current speed?" "Sir, your flying speed is currently 3 Mach. "Goodness." Tony was astonished. "What about Lin's speed?" "Exceeding 10 Mach, sir." "Remarkable." 5 minutes later, a disheveled Lin reappeared beside Tony. As he was unfamiliar with the route to Kamala Town, and this desolate place lacked any mobile signal, rendering navigation futile. "Brother, after we return, you must equip my flight form with a navigation system. There's no mobile signal in this wretched area." "I didn't even get lost when I visited Rabbit's home last time," Lin complained. "Not a problem, that's quite simple." "Wait, when did you go to Rabbit's place?" "On the day you attended the banquet, I had some free time and went to Rabbit's for a barbecue." Tony fell silent. "Next time, invite me along." "Absolutely." In Kamala Town, a KB faction member was about to execute a defiant villager as a warning to others. The despair in the eyes of the villager's wife and child was palpable as they witnessed their husband and father on the brink of death. Suddenly, a boy cradled in the woman's arms looked up at the sky in astonishment. A humanoid mech descended gracefully from above. The KB member was startled by this celestial arrival and began firing wildly. Bullets struck the armor of Mark III, leaving only faint marks. Unfazed, Tony methodically dispatched the KB members with his hand's arc reactor pulse cannon, swiftly eliminating those holding hostages with the auto-targeting feature. Such a show-off, yet undeniably impressive, Lin thought, opting to remain airborne, bestowing a power-up on Tony while watching him flaunt his prowess. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Oh, isn't that my old acquaintance, the bearded rascal?" He spotted the bearded henchman hiding behind an earthen wall, relieved to have escaped danger. Suddenly, he saw a magnificent bird descend before him, transforming into a somewhat familiar boy. The boy greeted him cheerfully. In the next moment, the boy morphed into a striking black and white bear, delivering a powerful slap that sent the henchman flying. Lin felt exhilarated as he knocked the bearded man several meters away. "How dare you make me fetch water for you? If it weren't for the stars that fell and were lost to that wretched system, I would have unleashed at least 10 meteors upon you." Lin Yuan was preparing to deal the finishing blow to the bearded man when Tony's voice interrupted him. Lin, let's go. Leave this man to vent his frustrations on the villagers here. We shall destroy the base over there. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, Tony executed a graceful turn and soared into the sky, leaving behind the words, "You may handle this man as you wish." What an impeccable display of bravado. Lin Yuan smirked, transforming into a great bird, and pursued Tony. Only the bearded man remained, left to face the furious villagers who were now crying out in distress. As Tony reached the skies above the Ten Commandments gang's base and prepared to strike, a shell struck him down, crashing heavily to the ground. The Mark III, now disheveled and covered in dirt, stood up, looking quite miserable. Lin Yuan, doubled over with laughter, remarked, "Quite the act you put on, huh? That must have stung." He then took out his phone and snapped several pictures. Another embarrassing photo of Iron Man. 1. Tony cast a reproachful glance at his younger brother and, with a swift motion, fired a small rocket to obliterate the tank that had brought him down. Ignoring the explosion behind him, he soared into the air, unleashing an enhanced arc reactor blast that detonated the ammunition within the base. He then flew away, disregarding Lin Yuan entirely. Lin Yuan found the scene amusing. Well aware that Tony was unharmed, the Mark III's defenses were already exceptional, and with his buffs, it was nearly impossible to sustain injury. Lin Yuan speculated that Tony was embarrassed before him. "Oh, brother, this is merely the beginning. Just wait until I host an exhibition of Iron Man's most embarrassing moments. Then you shall truly feel the affection from your younger sibling." He chuckled mischievously, transforming again into a great bird and heading home. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He could no longer find the way back, and this desolate place had no signal. With no other option, he chose a random direction to fly, hoping his phone would regain signal soon for navigation. As he soared, Lin Yuan began to sense something amiss. The mountain before him appeared unusually tall. He had not encountered such a height on his way here. Wait, is that a temple on the mountain? Lin Yuan flew towards the structure, and as he approached, he clearly discerned that it was indeed a temple, bustling with numerous people performing synchronized movements in the courtyard. So many people. What temple is this? Goodness, it's that bald-headed figure. How did I end up here? Lin Yuan nearly lost his composure, fighting the impulse to turn and flee. Inside the temple, a bald figure lifted their gaze towards Lin Yuan's direction. "Oh no, could she be looking at me? I cannot run. I must not run. I'll just pretend to be an ordinary bird flying by. She surely won't notice." Lin Yuan continually reassured himself, steeling his resolve as he flew past the temple and accelerated away. Surely she didn't notice. Thank goodness, now is not the time to deal with her. Lin Yuan sighed in relief, finally realizing his current location. In the temple, the monk with a shaved head gazed at the receding figure of the great rock, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. At last, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, exhaling a sigh of relief. I'm finally back. I'm utterly exhausted. Jarvis, has Tony returned? Yes, sir. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Lin Yuan made his way to the underground lab, where Tony was engrossed in his work. Hey, I'm back, Lin Yuan greeted. Why are you so late? Tony inquired. I got lost, obviously. Hurry and set up a navigation system for my flight mode. The kind that connects to satellites. That can wait. First, I need you to do me a favor. I've asked Pepper to gather evidence against Obadiah, and I need you to ensure her safety. I recall your cheetah form has the ability to become invisible. Why send her? It's too dangerous. I can go. You're not familiar with the location of these items. Pepper has a better understanding. Ah, true. When is Pepper going? She should be going in the next couple of days. Just stick with her during that time. All right. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 18. A culinary expedition at Rabbit's abode in the lair of the Ten Commandments gang. Lin Yuan's old acquaintance, the bald leader, was in the midst of entertaining his benefactor. Within the confines of the tent, Obadiah Stane gazed longingly at the humanoid armor before him, his eyes brimming with insatiable desire. He traced the circular opening on the armor's chest, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the bald leader prattled on, fantasizing about how he would conquer the world with such a creation. However, that was the end of his musings. With ease, Obadiah Stane subdued him using high-tech paralyzing ultrasonic waves, subsequently cleansing the entire Ten Commandments base. Had Lin Yuan been present, he would have spat in the bald leader's face, questioning how someone of his ilk could ever dream of world domination. At Stark Industries Tower, Lin Yuan, having transformed into an orange cat, stealthily followed Pepper Potts into the building. Once inside, she proceeded to copy data from the computer in her office, while Lin Yuan remained outside, keeping watch. Soon, he noticed Obadiah Stane approaching the office. Observing that Pepper was still occupied, he sighed, acknowledging yet another busy day ahead. Disengaging from his invisibility, Lin Yuan gracefully approached Obadiah Stane, who, engrossed in smoking a cigar, was making his way to the office. Suddenly, he was startled by the sight of a plump orange cat and shouted for security, exclaiming, "Security! There's a cat in here. Get it out immediately." Lin Yuan ambled leisurely towards Stane, then sprang into action. With a swift motion, he unleashed his technique, Cat's Cross Claws. Ah, damn it. Stane immediately bore 2 claw marks across his face, clutching it and screaming, "Security, seize that wretched fat cat." The alerted security rushed in a frenzy to apprehend Lin Yuan, who deftly evaded their grasp. Chaos ensued throughout the floor. Inside the office, Pepper successfully copied the incriminating evidence against Obadiah Stane. In a hurry, she organized her belongings and exited the office, hastily leaving the company amidst the turmoil. Lin Yuan, witnessing Pepper's safe departure, nimbly dodged several security attempts to capture him. Retreating to a secluded corner where he activated his invisibility, leaving behind a bewildered group of security personnel and a furious Obadiah Stane. Returning to his office, a flustered Stane swiftly noticed that his computer had been tampered with. Cautiously, he proceeded to investigate the surveillance footage. On the monitor, he saw Pepper's figure emerge from the office, hurriedly descending the stairs, and subsequently departing with a government official waiting below. Enraged, Obadiah Stane smashed the screen before him, his gaze hardening as he watched her retreating silhouette. After completing his mission, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, greeted Tony briefly, and prepared for a culinary adventure at Rabbit's abode, intent on sampling every delicacy. Days later, having indulged to his heart's content, Lin Yuan leisurely flew back. Alas, I thought my speed would allow me to savor all that Rabbit's abode had to offer, yet I barely ventured beyond the confines of the panda's home. A dismal failure, Lin Yuan lamented, asserting that it was not due to a lack of prowess, but rather the overwhelming abundance of delectable offerings at Rabbit's abode. "Hello, brother, what's the matter?" Lin Yuan, soaring through the sky, received a call from Tony. "Lin, where are you? I need your help." Tony's voice was laced with urgency. "I'm on my way back." "What happened?" Lin Yuan sensed something was amiss and hastened his flight. "Obadiah attacked me. He took the arc reactor from my chest." "Are you all right?" Lin Yuan's heart raced with concern, believing that his assistance had kept Pepper from being discovered by Obadiah, thus delaying any attack on Tony. Little did he know, he had underestimated the cunning nature of that bald-headed fiend. "I'm fine." Just as I felt I was about to die, a surge of energy coursed through me, swiftly restoring my strength. I managed to retrieve the original arc reactor that Pepper had saved for me. "Was that your ability?" Lin's tone reflected a mixture of relief and disbelief. "It's fortunate you're unharmed. That was a spell I cast on you previously, designed to save your life in moments of dire peril." Lin Yuan recalled the nurturing spell he had bestowed upon Tony and let out a sigh of relief. "Lin, you've saved my life once again." Tony expressed his gratitude profoundly. "No need for such formality. We brothers needn't speak like this. What do you need me to do now? By the way, Pepper has taken some agents to find Obadiah. I need you to help me stop him for a moment. I'll be there shortly." Tony's voice was once again filled with urgency. "Rest assured, I'll be there in no time. Pepper will be fine." After hanging up, Lin Yuan accelerated once more, slicing through the night sky like a golden bolt of lightning. At the entrance of Stark Tower, Pepper was leading a few agents into Stark Industries, preparing to apprehend Obadiah Stane. However, shortly after their entry, a violent explosion erupted from the basement of the Stark Tower. In a state of panic, Pepper rushed out of the building, dialing Tony's number. Suddenly, a massive armored suit erupted from the ground before her. It was the Ironmonger piloted by Obadiah Stane. With a sinister grin, Obadiah raised his hand, poised to eliminate Pepper. An eagle's cry echoed, followed by a flash of gold that darted before the Ironmonger, causing Pepper to vanish from sight. Furious at the sudden disappearance of Pepper, Obadiah roared in anger and prepared to sprint towards Tony's villa. In the air, Lin Yuan's talons grasped Pepper's arm, lifting her into the sky, causing her to scream and struggle in fright. "Pepper, it's me." Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. "Lin?" Recognizing his voice, Pepper ceased her resistance, puzzled. "What is going on?" "I'll explain later. First, I need to get you to safety. Return to the villa while I go after Obadiah." Lin Yuan placed Pepper in a secure location before racing off in pursuit of Obadiah Stane, who was recklessly charging towards Tony's home. Although he had the ability to fly, he opted to run, leaving Lin Yuan to ponder his motives. As Lin Yuan observed the Iron Titan racing down the road, vehicles scattered in a frantic attempt to evade its path. Those unable to escape were sent flying, leaving a cacophony of wails and cries for help in their wake. He muttered a curse under his breath, then soared into the air, transforming into human form before unleashing a tendril of entangling vines upon the Iron Titan, only to revert once more into the majestic rock. In an instant, the Titan's feet were ensnared by a robust vine, the sheer force of inertia causing it to crash to the ground, face first, struggling to rise. Obadiah gazed in bewilderment at the vine coiling around the Titan's legs, pondering its origin. What is this? Where did this vine come from? 10 seconds later, the effect of the entangling roots dissipated and the vine vanished. As Obadiah stood there, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the vine, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Chapter 19. Alas, this might be the end. After lingering in confusion for a moment, Iron Titan pressed onward, viewing this as merely a minor interruption that would not deter his advance. Lin Yuan sighed. After all, the flight form was not conducive to combat and could not impede Iron Titan's stride. There was no alternative but to summon the national treasure, hopefully. This bald-headed giant had a fondness for cats. In an instant, the great rock materialized before Iron Titan, transforming into an endearingly clumsy panda. Charge. The panda propelled itself towards Iron Titan with astonishing speed. The spell, Charge, unleashed a formidable magical effect, stunning Obadiah staying in his tracks. Rising upright, Lin Yuan's panda delivered a hefty slap to Iron Titan's face. Yet, Iron Titan remained unyielding. A crow flew over the panda's head, and Lin Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Regaining his composure, Obadiah maneuvered Iron Titan to deliver a retaliatory strike, landing a punch squarely on Lin Yuan's panda visage. The formidable defense of the bear form, coupled with the shield of the wild mark, rendered Lin Yuan's attack merely a tickle. A clash ensued, beast versus machine, each exchanging blows with resounding impacts. Bystanders were left dumbfounded. Was that black and white creature truly a panda? It certainly appeared so. However, weren't pandas from the zoo supposed to be adorably gentle? Whose panda was this, exhibiting such ferocity? Though Lin Yuan's panda found itself somewhat pained by the claws, it expressed a sense of frustration. The system-optimized bear form lacked offensive capabilities, and its paws could not breach Iron Titan's armor. While Lin Yuan was fortified by magical protection against Iron Titan's assaults, the exhausting nature of the battle wore on him. Tony, hurry up, Lin Yuan implored. Obadiah Stane, equally exasperated, had just dealt with a bird that whisked away Pepper and now faced a panda that incessantly clung to him. It was utterly bothersome. Determined to ignore the panda, Obadiah activated his thrusters, unleashing a torrent of flames in preparation for takeoff. Upon witnessing Iron Titan's ascent, Lin Yuan let out a defiant roar. Obadiah was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of rage, a visceral urge to rend the panda before him. He pivoted and launched a barrage of missiles at Lin Yuan, then bellowed as he charged directly toward him. Lin Yuan was met with an explosion that left him dazed, and before he could regain his senses, Iron Titan had appeared before him, grasping his foot. With a series of resounding slaps, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, feeling that life as a panda had become devoid of meaning. Ugh, more overtime. And now it's Loki's shift, he lamented, attributing his predicament entirely to the curse system. As Iron Titan raised his foot to crush the panda's head, a crimson figure hurtled in, colliding with him and sending him sprawling. Brother, you finally arrived, Lin Yuan exclaimed, nearly in tears. Are you all right, Lin? Tony inquired. Concern etched on his face as he looked at Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground. I'm fine. You go ahead. I'll just ponder the meaning of life for a while. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, his bare form splayed on the ground, subsequently with an expression of fury. Tony charged at Iron Titan, and then, silence fell. Iron Man is equipped with the latest arc reactor from Tony's chest, providing ample energy. Moreover, Iron Man's formidable physique and thick armor render him akin to a heavily armored warrior. In contrast, Tony currently relies on a makeshift reactor crafted from scrap materials found in a cave, barely enough to sustain the operation of his Mark III suit, which is comparable to a lightly armored assassin, albeit one with insufficient energy. This assassin is ill-equipped to confront the heavily armored warrior directly, leading Tony to question his very existence under such duress. Fortunately, unlike the original narrative, Tony benefits from Lin Yuan's assistance. Previously, the nurturing effects on Tony gradually enhanced his physical condition, and now Lin Yuan has bestowed upon him the rejuvenating spell and the effects of the wild mark. Although he is utterly defenseless against Iron Man's onslaught, Tony remains unscathed aside from the embarrassment. Tony swiftly extricates himself from Iron Man's clutches and ascends into the sky. Confident that Obadiah's hastily constructed Iron Man cannot rectify the weaknesses he has personally discerned. As anticipated, upon reaching a high altitude, Iron Man rapidly freezes, resulting in a system failure that sends him plummeting to the ground, crashing in front of Stark Tower and creating a massive crater in the roadway. Soon after, Tony wobbles down from the sky, and Lin Yuan rushes to meet him. "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but my suit is almost out of energy." "What about Obadiah? Did you deal with him?" "He fell into the sewer. I believe he should be fine." "What now?" "I have no energy left," Tony expresses with concern. Lin Yuan rolls his eyes and leans closer to Tony's ear. "Brother, if you do it this way, then leave the rest to me." "Is that feasible?" Tony queries anxiously. "Don't worry, even if we fail, he can't kill us. If worst comes to worst, we can just have Rhodey clean up." Lin Yuan responds nonchalantly. "All right, let's proceed with that plan." Tony resolves with determination. On the road in front of Stark Tower, Iron Man emerges from the ground, disheveled but largely unscathed due to his exceptional shock absorption capabilities, leaving Obadiah with minimal injuries. However, he is seething with rage, feeling as though he has been toyed with by Tony, and decides to end this swiftly. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind him. Well, if it isn't Mr. Baldy, who are you looking for?" Obadiah turns to find Lin Yuan. "It's you? Where's Tony? Has he been frightened into hiding? Sending a little brat like you to your demise? You needn't concern yourself with Tony's whereabouts. I am here to convey an important message." Lin Yuan replies with a cheerful demeanor. "What is it?" Obadiah, now intrigued, wonders what this child could possibly want to say at such a moment. Lin Yuan shapes his mouth clearly before Obadiah's eyes and proclaims, "FXXKUBITCH." With that, he transforms into a panda and delivers a resounding challenge roar directed at Obadiah. Obadiah Stane was engulfed in a haze of fury, whether it was due to the effects of his abilities or the direct assault from Lin Yuan. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. At that moment, all he could focus on was the panda before him, consumed by the singular desire to transform it into a mere rug. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, sending forth tendrils that ensnared Ironmonger's legs. With a resounding thud, Ironmonger's face met the ground, and an enraged Obadiah struggled to rise. Suddenly, Tony leapt from his concealed position, planting a foot firmly on Ironmonger's back, swiftly severing the exposed wires at his neck. Obadiah felt a rush of darkness as his optical link malfunctioned. In a fit of rage, he opened Ironmonger's cockpit, his face a mask of fury as he commandeered the machine towards Tony, bellowing, "Tony Stark, I have dedicated 40 years to this company, leading it from nothing to what it is today, and you dare obstruct my path. I shall not permit anyone to hinder my progress." With a powerful punch, Ironmonger sent Tony crashing into Stark Tower, and he followed closely behind. "Hey, Tony, you've ceased weapon development, yet you have crafted the most formidable weapon." Ironmonger advanced menacingly towards Tony. Silent and resolute, Tony charged at Ironmonger. The giant seized him with one hand, applying tremendous pressure on the Mark III suit. The suit emitted a cacophony of creaking metal under the strain. All that echoed in Tony's ears were the relentless alarms from J.A.R.V.I.S. This was bad. He was in deep trouble. A sense of panic began to rise within Tony. Chapter 20. Brother, I truly do not want to attend school. Hey, bald-headed one, look here. Lin Yuan, witnessing Tony's dire predicament, unleashed a swarm of insects upon Obadiah with a flick of his wrist. Initially, he had intended for the summoned insects to merely distract Obadiah, facilitating Tony's escape. However, to his astonishment, the number of insects summoned was far greater than anticipated. The cockpit of the Iron Giant became a veritable sea of crawling creatures. The density would surely induce a state of panic in anyone afflicted with entomophobia. Obadiah screamed in agony, hurling Tony away with great force, desperately swatting at the insects that clung to his face. What on earth? So many insects? Lin Yuan was equally surprised by the overwhelming effectiveness of the swarm skill. It seemed that once this ordeal concluded, he would need to test those attack skills optimized by the canine system. Amidst his thoughts, Lin Yuan transformed into an orange cat and launched a flurry of feline punches towards Obadiah's eyes. With a howl of despair, Obadiah, disregarding the insects on his face, began to fire wildly from the Iron Giant, intent on obliterating the wretched orange cat with missiles. As Lin Yuan noticed a missile hurtling towards him, he nimbly dodged, only to witness it soar directly towards the arc reactor of Stark Industries. Oh no! Startled, Lin Yuan executed a graceful backflip and transformed midair into a majestic rock, making his escape. The rock, bursting through the door, seized Tony, who was poised to charge back inside, and swiftly flew away from the building. A deafening explosion erupted behind them, a brilliant blue light shooting skyward, as the missile struck the arc reactor, causing it to overload. The unleashed energy engulfed the entire edifice, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Lin Yuan, with Tony in tow, soared to the rooftop of a nearby building, gazing at the radiant blue beam. Tony remained silent, lost in thought. In the distance, police cars, having arrived late to the scene, began to encircle Stark Industries. "Let us head back, brother," Lin Yuan said, patting Tony on the shoulder. "Pepper is waiting for you at home." Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Tony's face. "All right, let us return first." At the seaside villa, a worried Pepper paced the hall, repeatedly inquiring of Jarvis. "Miss Potts, Mr. Stark has returned and is currently in the laboratory." Jarvis's voice interrupted her thoughts. Elated, Pepper dashed towards the lab. Upon seeing the battered exterior of Mark III, her eyes welled with tears. With the aid of mechanical arms, Tony had finally extricated himself from the mangled suit. As he stepped down from the unloading platform, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, ignoring Lin Yuan's presence. Pepper rushed over and enveloped Tony in a tight embrace, her hands roaming over his body. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? You scared me to death, Tony," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Tony tenderly held Pepper close. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Their gazes locked, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken feelings, their faces drawing ever closer. Observing their oblivious display of affection, Lin Yuan coughed pointedly. "Ahem. Brother and sister, there are minors present." It was only then that Pepper realized that Lin Yuan was standing nearby. She hurriedly pushed Tony aside, her cheeks flushed, and greeted Lin Yuan. Tony cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, and then suddenly had a thought, his face breaking into a sly grin. "Lin, how old are you this year?" Lin Yuan, perplexed by Tony's abrupt change in demeanor, responded, "Why do you ask?" "I'm 16. "Oh, 16 years old," Tony exclaimed, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he turned to Pepper. "Pepper, please help me contact the best high school tomorrow. A 16-year-old should not be without schooling." Pepper was taken aback, but then smiled and replied, "Of course, boss." "Wait, what? Brother, how can you do this? I consider you my real brother. And you want me to go to school?" Lin Yuan was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Tony's cruelty. Children must attend school to avoid wandering aimlessly and seeing things they shouldn't, Tony declared, ignoring Lin Yuan's lamentations as he led Pepper out of the laboratory, leaving Lin Yuan questioning the meaning of life due to his brother's petty revenge. In the following days, the battle between Ironmonger and Panda, as well as Iron Man's confrontation with Ironmonger, caused quite a stir. The explosion at Stark Industries drew the media's relentless attention. To quell the situation, Stark Industries announced a press conference, with Tony Stark himself stepping forward to clarify the rumors. At the press conference, Colonel Rhodes was emphasizing that everything was an accident, merely a malfunction of a robot prototype that led to the explosion of the arc reactor. Behind the scenes, Tony was preparing while Agent Coulson continuously reminded him of what to say during the conference. Lin Yuan, listening nearby, scoffed. "I'm curious how your so-called investigation bureau will explain the battle between Ironmonger and Panda." Agent Coulson, with a deadpan expression, replied, "There was no battle between Ironmonger and Panda. It was simply a dyed black bear that escaped from a circus. And you can refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. He then turned and walked away. Dyed black bear? Who would believe that? Lin Yuan thought to himself, watching Coulson's retreating figure. Suddenly struck by an idea and smirking, "Agent Coulson, I hope your hairline remains as it is now." Upon exiting the backstage area, Coulson felt a chill on his head. Indeed, after a barrage of meaningless chatter at the press conference, Tony uttered the statement that stunned the world. "I am Iron Man." In the background, Lin Yuan, watching the confident Tony, laughed heartily. "Now this is the Tony Stark I know. This is the essence of it, without a doubt." On stage, Rhodes stared at Tony in bewilderment. "Dude, you just made everything I said before sound like nonsense." In the audience, Coulson sighed, covering his face. "This is truly unpredictable. Oh, my poor hairline." When Tony returned backstage, Lin Yuan gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you were amazing." Tony chuckled. "In a while, you'll be going to school. Pepper has already made the arrangements. If you hadn't mentioned it, we would still be good brothers." Lin Yuan protested. In the evening, upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan and Tony opened the door only to find a figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed a spell of lunar fire. A blinding beam of moonlight cascading from the heavens, enveloping the shadowy figure within its radiant glow. The startled individual, caught off guard, emitted a cry of distress. "Damn it. You blinded my titanium eyes." Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback, recognized the identity of the figure. After all, who else but that egg-headed fellow could possess such peculiar tastes? He had initially contemplated experimenting with these modified attack skills, and this lunar fire indeed proved to be a delightful surprise, functioning splendidly as a flashbang. Quite impressive. Yet another skill to add to his repertoire. Lin Yuan mused that perhaps the dog system was not as burdensome as he had thought. Moments later, as the egg-headed figure regained his vision, he cast a mournful glance at Lin Yuan. "Do you have any idea how disheartening it is to have your grandstanding interrupted?" Lin Yuan chose to ignore him completely. Tony, direct as ever, inquired, "Who are you?" Nick Fury, regaining his composure, turned to Tony and declared, "I am Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. And you too, Lin Yuan." "I extend the same invitation." "Absolutely not." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Tony swiftly rejected the offer. "Why?" Nick Fury, though unsurprised, still sought clarification. "He's a minor and still has to attend school." Tony pointed at Lin Yuan. The egg-headed figure interjected, "That reason is utterly irrefutable." Lin Yuan sighed, "Brother, I truly do not wish to attend school." Chapter 21. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. Early the next morning, the exuberant little pepper eagerly sought out Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, still in a daze, he was pulled from his slumber, wearing an expression of bewilderment. "Sister Pepper, what has the rush so early in the morning?" he lamented, his tone laced with mild grievance. Unfazed by Lin Yuan's protests, Little Pepper beamed with excitement. "Lin, hurry. I want to see a panda." Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. "Sister Pepper, how could I possibly have a panda? I absolutely cannot admit to that, or I would be left utterly bald." "Come on," Tony told me. "You can transform into a panda, and even into a fat cat." Little Pepper insisted, her expression one of disbelief. "Damn Tony, I'll post those embarrassing photos of him on social media." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, vowing to retaliate against Tony's indiscretion. He then hastily reassured Little Pepper, "Sister Pepper, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. How could a person possibly turn into a panda? It must be that Tony had too much to drink." Little Pepper regarded him with a look that suggested he was treating her like a fool. "If a person can't turn into a panda, can they turn into a big bird? Do you think I'm gullible?" Lin Yuan suddenly recalled that Little Pepper had indeed witnessed his flying form earlier. Feeling a bit sheepish, "It seems you won't believe it until you see the evidence." With a mischievous glint in her eye, Little Pepper called out, "Jarvis, in 5 minutes, I want to see a black and white fluff ball." Moments later, a panda lay sprawled on the floor, and Little Pepper joyfully petted its head, occasionally leaning down to snuggle against the furry creature. "Sister Pepper, have some decorum. Essentially, you're nuzzling me." Lin Yuan blushed slightly. "You're my little brother. What is the problem? Besides, pandas are so adorable. Who needs decorum?" Little Pepper continued to delight in her panda companion, oblivious to Lin Yuan's embarrassment. Just then, Tony arrived, and Lin Yuan quickly sought his rescue. "Brother, save me." Tony appeared to be oblivious to Lin Yuan's plight, strolling over to ruffle the panda's head. Lin Yuan, as a panda, was taken aback. After being petted for half an hour by the two of them, he felt that if it continued, he might lose all his fur. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he transformed into a cheetah and escaped their grasp. Little Pepper, seeing the panda had vanished, now beheld a plump orange cat before her, her interest undiminished. "What a fat orange cat! Come here, little brother, let me pet you." Lin Yuan shivered, making a hasty retreat while shouting, "Sister Pepper, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He then leapt through a window facing the sea, diving into the ocean below. Little Pepper jumped back in surprise, rushing to investigate. She watched as the plump cat leapt into the sea, instantly transforming into a peculiar fish that plunged beneath the waves. Lin Yuan felt exhilarated. His aquatic form indeed resembled the legendary Kuan. In an instant, he vanished beneath the ocean's surface, only to surge forth again, transformed into a magnificent rock. The great rock spreads its wings and soars high into the sky, only to dive into the depths of the sea, transforming into the mighty Kuan, repeating this cycle time and again, murmuring, "In the northern abyss, there lies a fish named Kuan. Its vastness cannot be contained even in a cauldron. Pa. The Kuan's enormity is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. Transformed into a bird, it is called the ping. In a villa, Tony stands side by side with Pepper by the window, watching Lin Yuan joyfully frolicking in the sea, a smile gracing his lips. How delightful, Pepper exclaims, clasping Tony's hand and resting her head upon his shoulder. Tony, in turn, holds her hand tightly and nods. Indeed, it is wonderful. Perhaps it is destiny. From their first encounter, he felt an inexplicable affinity for Lin Yuan, which compelled him to instinctively protect him even in dire circumstances. Yet, in truth, it is Lin Yuan who often safeguards his elder brother. Observing Lin Yuan reveling in the waves, Tony turns to Pepper and declares, "Let us expedite matters regarding the school. My dear brother, I am doing this for your own good. How can a child be so carefree?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan in the sea feels a chill run down his back. He glances around, but sees nothing unusual. Odd. Could it be that the seawater is too cold? Puzzled, Lin Yuan shrugs it off, thinking that it is still early. How about heading to Rabbit's house for breakfast? He muses silently. What a splendid idea. Off I go. Brother, I'm heading to Rabbit's for breakfast. He shouts towards the villa. Did he just say yes, going to Rabbit's for breakfast? Pepper looks at Tony incredulously. You heard correctly. Tony grits his teeth. Although he too can fly, if he were to soar directly to Rabbit's, Road would likely meet him with ire. Indeed. Children should remain in school, otherwise, they can be quite bothersome. Tony clenches his teeth, yet he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. The armor feels utterly unappealing in comparison. Jarvis, I desire Chinese cuisine for lunch. At Rabbit's house, in a bustling small-town eatery, Lin Yuan indulges in a feast. His mouth smeared with oil. Originally intending to enjoy breakfast, he forgot about the time difference, resulting in a delightful late-night snack instead. Let us overlook the minor inconsistencies regarding the time difference. The author holds the final say, after all. Hehe. The eatery buzzes with lively chatter as Lin Yuan savors snails and sips on cola, feeling utterly content. Indeed, the ambience of Rabbit's eatery is unparalleled. After his late-night repast, glancing at the time, Lin Yuan suddenly yearns to witness the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square, pondering whether such a ceremony exists in this world. Prompted by his thoughts, he seeks a secluded corner and transforms. Tiananmen, here I come. In no time, Lin Yuan ascends above Tiananmen, surveying the throngs below. He hastily descends to Q, as this is not an occasion for aerial observation. As the first rays of morning sunlight grace the earth, accompanied by the melodious and stirring strains of music, the vibrant red flag begins to rise slowly. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yuan's heart swells with excitement. He has envisioned this moment countless times, yearning to witness the flag-raising ceremony. But in his previous world, he could never fulfill that dream. In this unfamiliar world, he finally realized his long-held aspiration. As he gazed upon the fluttering flag, Lin Yuan could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Regardless of where one may find themselves, the vibrant red of the Rabbit family's banner represents the deepest affection and faith in the hearts of the people. Once he composed himself from the excitement, he realized that the hour was still early. Since he was already there, why not indulge in the legendary doji? Half an hour later, Lin Yuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a sour sensation surging to his head. Truly, some foods are not meant for everyone. Perhaps next time, I shall try the herring in a can. By then, I might transform into an orange cat, and surely fish would not be too difficult to consume. Yes, that is settled. I shall seize the opportunity to taste it. Lin Yuan silently resolved to himself. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Lin Yuan leisurely began his flight back, relishing the tranquility of such serene days. How infuriating that Tony would insist on sending him to school. Is this something a person can endure? Upon returning, I must devise a strategy to thwart this endeavor. Monster Tony, prepare for the day when this hero shall defeat you. Ha, ha, ha. Chapter 22. Whose hammer was thrown? On the journey back, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. The valiant Lin Yuan was lost in contemplation about how to vanquish the monstrous Tony when he suddenly noticed a radiant light intensifying before him. What is this? Lin Yuan snapped to attention. A shooting star? But it seems to be growing larger. Good heavens! With a swift evasion, a dazzling orb of light whizzed past him, and he felt a rush of warmth enveloping him. My word, that was close. I nearly became a roasted bird. Still trembling from the near miss, Lin Yuan cursed. Which scoundrel tossed that hammer? It nearly struck me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan felt an unsettling realization. A hammer? Oh no. My apologies, Odin. I was not referring to you. Please forgive my indiscretion. Lin Yuan bowed repeatedly towards the sky, albeit in the guise of a bird, which appeared rather peculiar. Yet the sentiment was what mattered. The hammer had arrived, indicating that the great oaf Thor had already made his entrance and was likely incapacitated by a stun gun. Awaiting collection. However, it was truly disheartening to witness a mighty god of thunder being subdued in such a manner. Sighing, Lin Yuan acknowledged the absurdity of it all, but also recognized that this simpleton could prove to be a valuable ally. He decided to pursue the hammer's trajectory. Before long, the hammer struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. There was no escaping this. He needed to locate a nearby vehicle. For the oaf would undoubtedly be in Jane Foster's car. Lin Yuan quickly spotted a vehicle speeding away in the distance. That must be it. I shall follow and see for myself. Trailing behind Jane Foster's car, Lin Yuan observed as the trio delivered Thor to the hospital, transforming into an orange cat. He stealthily followed them inside. He witnessed Thor awaken, struggle, and then succumb to a tranquilizer jabbed into his posterior. Lin Yuan, the orange cat, grinned mischievously as he pulled out his phone. Snap, snap. Another embarrassing photo of the god of thunder. The following day, after finally managing to escape, Thor was once again knocked to the ground by Jane Foster. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan hurried over, squatting beside Thor and meowing. Jane, horrified at having collided with someone, rushed to check on him, only to find it was the same oaf from the previous day, accompanied by a plump cat. The three of them frantically lifted Thor into the car, and Jane, turning back, scooped up the orange cat, exclaiming, "He is so heavy. This cat is truly fat." If only you knew, Lin Yuan mused internally. It's not my fault for being portly, it's the image dictated by the dog system. Nevertheless, being cradled by a beautiful woman prompted him to forgive her. Once back in the vehicle, after a thorough examination, they discovered that the oaf was merely famished and lacked strength. Relieved, Jane decided to treat him to a meal, feeling genuinely remorseful for colliding with him twice. At a quaint little diner in the town, as Lin Yuan watched the thunder god devour his meal ravenously, he couldn't help but sigh. The son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, reduced to fainting from hunger? It was a sight unfit for the eyes. Jane Foster felt a peculiar curiosity towards the large, disheveled man before her. While he could certainly be classified as a vagrant, there was an unmistakable aura about him that suggested he was no ordinary beggar. He frequently proclaimed himself to be a god, appearing somewhat deranged. Nonetheless, one could not deny that his physique was impressive. Jane recalled the moment when Thor had changed his attire, her thoughts wandering as she cradled Lin Yuan's orange cat, her hands absent-mindedly stroking its head. Lin Yuan, exasperated, let out a soft meow to draw Jane's attention. Snapping back to reality, Jane quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, dear kitty, did I hurt you?" Ignoring her, Lin Yuan wriggled free from her embrace and leaped onto Thor's shoulder, who remained oblivious to their exchange, engrossed in his meal. Although now a mere mortal, Thor was unconcerned by the cat's weight. Jane Foster and her companions fixated their gaze on Thor. The previous day, they had observed a shadow in a meteor photo taken during their shoot, and Jane harbored suspicions that the shadow belonged to the rather simple-minded giant before her. Other patrons in the small CAF were discussing a meteor that had reportedly struck the Earth the previous night. They had visited the site early that morning, but none could lift the small meteorite, which was indeed a marvel. Upon hearing their conversation, Thor quickly realized that his hammer had also arrived and promptly stood to inquire about the location of the impact site. After learning its whereabouts, he hurriedly exited the CAF. Jane, noticing his urgency, rushed after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to retrieve my belongings," Thor replied with conviction. "Did you not hear that the area has been cordoned off by the government?" Jane cautioned. "Moreover, it's 40 miles away. How do you plan to get there?" "If you can take me there, once I reclaim Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, I shall reveal everything to you." "Meow? Are you referring to the cat?" Jane inquired, perplexed. "Not this fat cat," Lin Yuan retorted, delivering a playful swat to Thor. Nearby, Professor Eric Selvig observed the eccentric Thor and quickly pulled Jane aside, believing him to be utterly deranged. What sane person claims to be the god of thunder, hailing from the mythical Asgard? He mused. As Jane was led away by the professor, Thor continued to watch her retreating figure with keen interest. "Why are you still staring? Aren't you going to retrieve your hammer?" A strange voice startled Thor, causing him to jerk and inadvertently toss the orange cat aside. Lin Yuan landed gracefully on the ground, casting an annoyed glance at Thor. "What was that for? You startled me. How can the mighty god of thunder be so easily frightened?" Thor, feigning bravado, retorted, I am not afraid. I am Thor, the god of thunder. It's merely that your sudden whisper startled me. Anyone would be taken aback, right? Keep telling yourself that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yuan, a druid. With a light leap, Lin Yuan returned to Thor's shoulder, extending a paw towards him. Thor, bewildered, reached out to shake the cat's paw. Greetings, I am Thor. Lin, may I call you Lin? I am quite curious. What exactly is a druid? Is it the name of your plump feline companion? Lin Yuan wore a grim expression, raising his paw to leave a paw print on Thor's face. Being a druid is a profession. This orange cat is merely one of my abilities. Furthermore, I am not truly overweight. I am merely fluffier than necessary. Haven't you observed how agile I am? Thor burst into hearty laughter. What did you originally look like? Of course, I was human. But it is inconvenient for me to revert at the moment. I shall explain when no one is around. Very well, I eagerly anticipate that. By the way, Lin, I am off to fetch my hammer. Would you care to join me? Thor patted the cat's head, inquiring. Lin Yuan impatiently swatted Thor's hand away, saying, Unless you are a beauty, do not come near me. Naturally, I cannot miss such an exciting event. However, I do have a question. How do you intend to travel? Of course, I shall procure a horse. Thor replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Lin Yuan covered his face with his paws. Brother, do you not pay any attention to the development of the realms you govern in Asgard? If you had even glanced, you would know that horseback travel has long been obsolete here. Thor remained unfazed, responding as if it were the most natural thing. I need not concern myself with such matters. My sole focus is on battle. Lin Yuan was left speechless. No wonder you, big fool, are played around by your own brother. Your mind is nothing but muscle. Odin, I can now empathize with your feelings. Having such a successor is truly exhausting. Chapter 23, Snowflakes Dance, the North Wind whispers. Are there no horses for sale? Thor scratched his head, a foolish grin on his face. Then let's just run over. Lin Yuan sighed, exasperated by the simplicity of the towering figure. Alas, let me find a secluded spot and transform back to help you rent a vehicle. Just then, after only a few steps, a car pulled up beside them, and Jian offered, Hi, do you need a ride? Thor's face lit up with delight. Lin Yuan whispered teasingly in his ear. It seems this young lady is quite interested in you. Of course, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor beamed with pride. The vehicle headed toward the site where the hammer had fallen. Jian felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never driven alone with a stranger before. I've never done anything like this, she admitted. Thor found her intriguing. Well, you are quite brave, he remarked. They stole all my research. I have nothing left to lose. Jian replied, her anger palpable. But you are very intelligent, far more so than the people of this kingdom. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Thor, do you even hear yourself? Is this some sort of clumsy banter? She just mentioned her work was taken, and you compliment her intelligence? What were you thinking? Do you need me to teach you how to woo a woman? Surprisingly, Jian seemed unfazed. She was curious about Thor's kingdom, undeterred by his awkward remarks. Lin Yuan, taken aback, realized perhaps his perspective was too narrow. This peculiar pair indeed seemed to complement each other. Lost in conversation, they occasionally stole glances at one another. Who exactly are you? Jian inquired, her curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough, Thor replied, playfully withholding information. Jian turned to him, a hint of annoyance in her voice. You promised to tell me. Lin Yuan, observing from the back, exclaimed, Hey, you're driving. Focus on the road. It's one thing to chat. But you shouldn't be staring at him. Wah, I want to get out. I'd rather run there myself. Thor, undeterred, cheerfully responded, I know you're looking for a bridge. Jian's excitement surged. Are you referring to the Einstein-Rosen Bridge? Indeed, we call it the Rainbow Bridge. Goodness, I hope you're not insane. As they arrived at the hammer's impact site, darkness had fallen, and a well-guarded makeshift research base now loomed in the crater. Jian, gazing at the brilliantly lit base, exclaimed, This cannot possibly be a satellite incident. They haven't removed the wreckage and have built a base here. It makes no sense. Thor gallantly draped his coat over Jian's shoulders and instructed, Stay here. I will go inside to retrieve my belongings. How will you get in? Don't you see all those guards? Jian felt he truly had lost his senses. I'll fly out once I have what I need. Lin, stay here with Jian. Lin, where did he go? Never mind. Jian, I'm off. With unwavering confidence, Thor strode toward the base, while Jian watched him, incredulous, as he made his way toward the facility. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbled, and soon a torrential downpour began. As Thor drew closer to the hammer of the thunder god, the weapon seemed to sense its master's approach, emanating waves of energy that disrupted all equipment within the base. Stealthily, Thor infiltrated the facility. As a seasoned warrior who had participated in numerous battles, such an endeavor was second nature to him. However, he had underestimated the advancements in Earth's technology. Before long, alarms blared throughout the base, and all guards began to converge on Thor's location. Thor, emboldened by the chaos, unleashed mayhem within the facility. Coulson, gripping his walkie-talkie, inquired about Hawkeye's status. Hawkeye, positioned in the lift basket, looked down with his bow drawn, aimed at Thor. "Should I take him out, sir? I believe you ought to ascertain his identity before issuing any commands." Coulson was about to respond when he was startled by a voice in his ear, followed by a sudden weight on his shoulder. He turned to find a hefty cat perched there. "Lin, what are you doing here? What do you mean by identity?" "Patience. Just enjoy the show. Tell them not to use lethal weapons." Lin Yuan stretched lazily, unfazed by Coulson's awareness of his feline form. Given the nature of S-H-I-E-L-D, he had probably been thoroughly stripped of his dignity, but that mattered little. He was merely seeking to align himself with a powerful ally. Over the walkie-talkie, Hawkeye continued to ask whether he should eliminate the target. Coulson quickly interjected, "No need for lethal force. We need him alive." Oblivious to the bow aimed at him, the Na'vi, Thor remained blissfully unaware. Even if he had known, he would not have been intimidated. Gazing at the hammer of the Thunder God, which was tantalizingly close, Thor's excitement grew. Envisioning the moment he could impress the ladies, he reached out, striking a heroic pose. However, nothing happened. In disbelief, Thor exerted all his strength, yet the hammer remained unmoved. He realized that he was no longer worthy to wield it. In the downpour, Thor threw back his head and howled in despair. Lin Yuan, perched on Coulson's shoulder, observed the scene with amusement, his tail playfully swatting Coulson's head. Watching Thor kneel in defeat, Lin Yuan imagined a fitting soundtrack playing in the background, snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. Thor was unresistingly taken to the base's interrogation room. Coulson and Lin Yuan watched him from behind the glass. Coulson asked Lin Yuan, "Who is he? His abilities are extraordinary. Are you familiar with Norse mythology?" Lin Yuan inquired. "I am. Why do you ask?" Coulson was puzzled by Lin Yuan's question. "That hammer is the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God, and its master is none other than the man inside. So I trust you now understand." Lin Yuan pointed at Thor, who sat with his head drooped. "You mean to say he is Thor, the Thunder God?" "That's impossible," Coulson exclaimed, incredulous. "Why is it impossible? Isn't he a figure from mythology? Is he not standing right before you?" Lin Yuan remarked with a smile directed at Coulson. "So, he is a god? Yet, how can a god be so weak? Shouldn't a deity possess the power to annihilate worlds?" Coulson's expression was one of utter disbelief. "Do not be astonished. A god is merely a more potent being. They too experience the cycle of life and death, and they can be wounded and bleed. However, in comparison to humans, they wield far greater strength and enjoy prolonged lifespans. As for him, his situation is somewhat unique." Lin Yuan elucidated. "Under normal circumstances, he is immensely powerful. You few cannot possibly hinder him." "Then why has this Thor appeared on Earth?" Coulson inquired. "Well, the story is rather lengthy. Ultimately, it boils down to a wealthy father who, feeling his son is disobedient, has suspended his credit cards, compelling him to fend for himself and society for a time. Just now, had Barton released the arrow in his possession. Although I cannot ascertain whether it could slay Thor, if it had succeeded, I cannot guarantee the safety of Earth, but I assure you, S-H-I-E-L-D would be utterly doomed." Lin Yuan jestingly patted Coulson on the back. Coulson felt a chill surge through him. Chapter 24, "Do you need a rejuvenation spell, dear? What shall we do with him next?" Coulson inquired. "Let things unfold naturally. Soon someone will request to take him out, and you can go along with it." Lin Yuan Gang replied. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a shadow appearing before Thor in the interrogation room. "Loki? What brings this trickster here?" "Oh, right. He must be here to deceive the big oaf." Lin glanced at Coulson, who remained blissfully unaware of the additional presence in the room. Inside the interrogation room, Thor exhibited a range of emotions, first delight, then shock, and ultimately sorrow, appearing utterly demoralized. Lin found it amusing. Could this fool truly be so easily deceived? Shaking his head, he decided to refrain from intervening, allowing the big fellow to endure some hardship first. What hardship could he possibly face? Upon arriving on Earth, he encountered the stunning Jane, who rescued him, provided him with clothing, food, and shelter. To make matters worse, Jane ultimately became his girlfriend. How is that fair? The mere thought of it filled Lin with envy. As he reflected on his own misfortunes, his arrival in a desolate desert, nearly perishing due to a treacherous system, followed by missile explosions and kidnappings. Though life had improved, it paled in comparison to Thor's experience, prompting him to lament his fate. When will I ever have a beauty like that treat me so kindly? Lin sighed dramatically. Oh, but I'm still a minor. That alleviates my woes. After a while, a subordinate entered to report that someone had come to take Thor away. Lin looked over and was greeted by the sight of a familiar bald head. The newcomer glanced curiously at the hefty cap perched on Coulson's shoulder, evidently baffled by the sudden addition. Coulson acknowledged him and followed him out. Lin observed that it was indeed Professor Eric Selvig, who was awkwardly attempting to explain Thor's intrusion into the base. Taking advantage of the situation, Coulson entrusted Thor to him. Once they had departed, Lin patted Coulson on the back, saying, "Old Coulson, I'm heading home too. I haven't returned in days. And Tony has called me several times." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Just keep an eye on the big oaf. He means no harm." Coulson, perplexed, responded, "What is with this old Coulson nonsense?" Lin continued, "If you happen to see 4 oddly dressed individuals seeking Thor, give me a call. I'd like to witness the spectacle." "What spectacle?" Coulson asked, intrigued. "You'll find out when the time comes," Lin replied, leaping down from Coulson's shoulder and vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the beachfront villa, Lin discovered it shrouded in darkness. It seemed Tony had gone to bed. Quietly, he opened the door and tiptoed inside, carefully removing his shoes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear as Pepper's voice rang out. "Look who finally decided to come back. You've been out all night for days. Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" With that, the villa lights flickered on, and Pepper tugged at Lin's ear, chiding him, while Tony sat on the couch with an expression of stern seriousness. Ow, ow, ow. "I'm sorry, Pepper. I want to do it again," Lin hastily pleaded. "Is there going to be a next time?" Little Pepper furrowed her brow and tightened her grip. "No more, no more. I want to dare again. I was wrong." "All right, Pepper, let him go," Tony interjected. "Lin, tell me, where have you been?" Lin Yuan recounted his encounter with Thor in meticulous detail. As Tony listened, he fell into deep contemplation. The god of thunder? Do gods truly exist? It appears there is much in the universe that eludes my understanding. I must hasten my endeavors, though alas, my body. Lin Yuan, having finished his tale, fell silent, observing Tony lost in thought. Pepper, noticing the two in silence, spoke up. "Lin, you must be tired. Go rest for now. We can discuss this tomorrow." Tony, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. "Go rest, Lin. You needn't worry about these matters. I will handle them." Lin Yuan felt warmth in his heart and replied, "All right, brother." He turned to head to his room, but halfway there, an idea struck him. He turned around with a mischievous grin. "Pepper, why are you still here at this late hour? Could it be?" "Oh." Little Pepper turned crimson at Lin Yuan's teasing, just as she was about to retort. Lin Yuan chimed in, "Brother, do you need a rejuvenation technique?" Tony perked up at this and exclaimed, "Yes, I desperately need it." With a cheeky smile, Lin Yuan performed a quick rejuvenation technique for Tony and promptly made his escape. Pepper, puzzled, asked Tony what this technique was, to which Tony responded with a sly smile, whispering something in her ear. Immediately, Pepper blushed furiously and playfully punched Tony. Returning to his room, Lin Yuan reflected on the events of the past days and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, he awoke to find the house empty. J-A-R-V-I-S. Where are Tony and Pepper? "Sir, Miss Potts has gone to work, and Mr. Stark is in the laboratory." Lin Yuan made his way to the lab, where he found Tony engrossed in improving the Mark's suit. "Good morning," Lin Yuan greeted with a smile. "Morning," Tony replied, eyes fixed on the computer, not bothering to look up. "What are you working on? Optimizing the suit again?" Lin Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. "Yes, you mentioned Thor yesterday, and I thought since he wields electricity, I could enhance the suit accordingly." Tony continued his work. Lin Yuan was taken aback. "You only heard about Thor yesterday, and you're already devising countermeasures? Is this what genius looks like? I can't compete with that. I'm off." Lin Yuan stood to leave, saying, "Brother, I'm heading out to have some fun." "Wait, Lin," Tony called out as if suddenly remembering something. "In a while, I'll be going to Monaco for a car race. You should join me." "Monaco?" Lin Yuan mused silently before turning to Tony. "All right, just let me know." With that, he hurriedly departed. Tony watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, chuckling softly before returning to his work. Stepping outside, Lin Yuan felt a bit aimless. What should he do? He had just visited the rabbit's place a few days prior, so he decided against going there today. Perhaps he could see what Thor was up to? Previously, before departing, Lin Yuan had bestowed the flame of the elves upon Sol. And now its effects lingered, allowing Lin Yuan to perceive Sol's location. Within just a few minutes, he found himself soaring over New Mexico, and with a subtle sense, he pinpointed Sol's whereabouts. Upon arrival, he discovered that Sol was residing with Jane, the two of them enjoying a meal together, seemingly enamored with each other. Although their actions were not overtly intimate, even a fool could discern the underlying affection in their gazes. Lin Yuan turned away, muttering to himself, cursing the fact that he had been unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food so early in the morning. If I ever return to witness this couple again, I shall no longer be human. The defeated Lin Yuan, in melancholy, retraced his steps homeward. Chapter 25. Greetings, Miss. Lin Yuan, well-fed on dog food, felt a profound sense of injury, a condition only culinary delights could remedy. For an entire week, he frequented Rabbit's abode, indulging in exquisite dishes, leaving at dawn and returning at dusk, ultimately savoring all the gastronomic offerings of a quaint southern town. The aspiration to sample every delicacy at Rabbit's residence remained a formidable journey ahead. Hey, old Cole, what's up? One day, after finishing his meal, Lin Yuan received a call from Carlson. Oh, you're coming, right? I'll head over immediately. On the other end, Carlson reported the arrival of 4 individuals clad in ancient armor seeking Thor, recalling Lin Yuan's earlier remarks, thus informing him. Upon ending the call, Lin Yuan quickened his pace. With the 3 foolish beings from the Celestial Palace and Lady Sif now in pursuit of Thor, Loki was bound to unleash the destroyer armor upon Earth shortly. Indeed, as Lin Yuan approached the small town where Thor was currently residing, he spotted a contingent of SHIELD agents examining the intricate patterns formed by the rainbow bridge on the ground. Suddenly, the skies darkened ominously, and a colossal vortex of clouds materialized above, followed by howling winds that rendered the agents momentarily blind. Once the tempest subsided, the agents beheld a gigantic humanoid mech emerging from the swirling clouds. Lin Yuan muttered a curse under his breath and accelerated toward the scene. Carlson, typically astute, found himself acting foolishly, brandishing a megaphone and imploring the destroyer to surrender. The destroyer, seemingly compliant, lifted its helmet, revealing not a face but a conflagration of roaring flames. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carlson shouted, "Run," and made a hasty retreat, with the other agents scattering in panic. The destroyer commenced an indiscriminate assault on its surroundings. Carlson dashed away swiftly. However, the fiery beam surged forth with even greater speed. Though it did not strike him directly, it annihilated a nearby vehicle, resulting in a violent explosion that sent flames and debris hurtling toward him. Carlson felt an unsettling closeness to death. It's over. He shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, he was propelled through the air, curiously devoid of pain, only to feel as if he were grasped by some force and gently lowered to the ground. Why are you still with your eyes shut? Hurry and run, Lin Yuan chided. Having swiftly granted Carlson a full suite of buffs before transforming into a great rock to catch the airborne agent, had he not acted so promptly, Carlson would likely have met a grim fate. I thought it was Mr. Stark's new invention, Carlson replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Let us move, Lin Yuan urged, noticing the flames within the destroyer's helmet beginning to coalesce once more. After bestowing himself with a complete set of buffs, he transformed into a panda and activated his charge ability. Among his skills, only the charge could disrupt the impending catastrophe. Indeed, the destroyer was struck by the charge. The fiery beam from its helmet momentarily disrupted. Lin Yuan, in the form of a panda, utilized the momentum of the charge to topple the destroyer to the ground. However, the destroyer quickly regained its footing. Lin Yuan's impact had inflicted not a scratch upon it. After firing a flame beam at Lin Yuan, the destroyer turned and proceeded towards the town, clearly intent on seeking out Thor. Observing the destroyer's trajectory, Lin Yuan swiftly transformed into human form and unleashed a binding vine towards it. Tendrils emerged from beneath the destroyer's feet, ensnaring its legs. Alas, the vine, which was meant to last 10 seconds, was rent apart in a mere 3 seconds. Indeed, the level of the binding vines was insufficient to contend with a magical entity of the destroyer's caliber. They were only adequate for subduing lesser foes like the Iron Giant. Lin Yuan sighed. Carlson, go to the town and get Thor and the others out. This creature is after him. We cannot allow the battle to unfold within the village. He dialed Carlson on his phone. Subsequently, Lin Yuan transformed back into a panda and activated his Roar of Challenge skill, prompting the destroyer to approach him, the fiery beam in its helmet rapidly coalescing. The taunting skill proved effective, Regardless of whether it was human or not, it was compelled to direct its fire towards him. Lin Yuan dodged the beam's assault and unleashed a dispiriting roar. The destroyer, struck by the roar, found its fighting spirit diminished. Both its energy accumulation and mobility noticeably slowed. It seemed that a decline in fighting spirit also affected energy gathering and agility. Lin Yuan took note of this additional effect. However, he soon sensed that the frequency of the destroyer's attacks was escalating. It appeared that Loki, who controlled the destroyer, was growing anxious. At that moment, Loki indeed felt urgency. Ever since this peculiar black and white being had arrived, he was plagued by an inexplicable urge to eliminate the bothersome creature, a sensation completely beyond his control. Feeling unsettled, he resolved to vanquish this irritating fly before seeking out his beloved brother. As the pace of the destroyer's attacks intensified, Lin Yuan found it increasingly challenging to evade them. Given his current defensive capabilities, he might not withstand the level of onslaught from the destroyer entirely. While it wouldn't be fatal, it would certainly be painful. Damn, why are Thor and the others taking so long? If they don't arrive soon, I'll be stuck as a third wheel with Jane every day. In the distance, the figures of the four from the celestial realm were hastening towards him. Without Thor, who was now in mortal form, he presumably followed behind in a vehicle. Upon their arrival, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His offensive power was woefully inadequate, practically non-existent, inflicting no harm upon the destroyer, relying solely on his skills to draw its ire. He resolved that upon returning, he would request Tony to craft him a suit of armor. Otherwise, simply enduring blows was far too frustrating. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan the panda leaped to evade a beam attack, only to be struck head-on by another beam, sending him hurtling backward. Lin Yuan felt a searing ray strike him, its formidable energy penetrating the protective shield of his wild mark and directly impacting him. The scorching beam seared his skin, rendering his panda-like black and white fur into charred patches. How painful. Fortunately, my defenses are sufficiently robust. Otherwise, a direct hit would have spelled doom. Soaring through the air, Lin Yuan swiftly reverted to his human form, casting healing touch and rejuvenation upon himself, rapidly mending his wounds. Sif, trailing behind the trio of the Immortal Palace's jesters, rushed towards the destroyer. From a distance, she observed the destroyer relentlessly attacking a peculiar black and white bear, one she had never encountered before. It appeared utterly adorable. Each time the destroyer unleashed its assault, the bear adeptly dodged with an amusing twist of its ample rear, evoking an inexplicable desire to embrace it. Then, to her astonishment, she witnessed the black and white bear being struck directly by the destroyer's fiery ray. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the fate of such a charming creature. What a pity. However, the subsequent events left her utterly speechless. The bear that had been hit transformed midair into a striking young man, who then soared directly towards her. Instinctively, she extended her arms, catching the young man in a princess carry. Lin Yuan glanced up to find himself cradled in the arms of a beautiful woman. He grinned widely and greeted her. "Hello, miss. My name is Lin Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Eve stared blankly at the young man she was holding, momentarily dazed, before responding, "I'm Sif. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 26, Panda? God? What is happening in this world? Lin Yuan leapt down from Sif's embrace, gazing at the still-dazed girl, and pointed towards the three others who had already charged towards the destroyer. "Sister, are you not going to help?" At this moment, the trio of heroes had reached the destroyer. Vandal, wielding a massive axe, made a grand leap and aimed a blow at the destroyer's head. The destroyer raised a hand, and with a gentle swipe, Vandal was sent crashing to the ground like a mere fly. The other two were startled and quickly tried to divert the destroyer's attention. From a distance, Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. The three warriors of the Immortal Palace? Is this all they can do? Seeing her comrades in distress, Sif disregarded Lin Yuan and brandished her weapon, charging towards the destroyer. Lin Yuan swiftly cast rejuvenation and primal marks upon her. Although this sister was several centuries his senior, it did not deter his chivalrous instincts. As Sif dashed forward, she suddenly felt her weariness from the frantic sprint dissipate, her body revitalizing with energy. A sense of confusion arose within her, but there was no time for contemplation. Defeating the foe before her took precedence. Thus, she resolutely continued her advance. With a nimble leap, Sif landed on the back of the destroyer, thrusting her spear into its neck. The radiance emanating from the destroyer's head gradually dimmed until it extinguished completely. The destroyer slowly bowed its head, as if bereft of life as support. The trio, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in jubilant cheers. Well done. They applauded Sif's valiant display, expressing admiration for her formidable prowess. Sif, equally elated, was astounded by how effortlessly she had vanquished the destroyer. She had anticipated a grueling battle, only to find the enemy's strength not as formidable as she had envisioned. However, just as she prepared to celebrate her victory, Lin Yuan's voice echoed from afar. Be careful. The destroyer's body illuminated once more, its armor pulsating, as it spun to face Sif. The helmet of the destroyer opened, energy swirling within, before a fiery beam erupted forth. Sif sensed the ominous shift and immediately sought to evade. The beam narrowly missed her. The trio, realizing the sudden turn of events, were equally alarmed and rushed to assist, re-engaging in combat with the destroyer. From Lin Yuan's perspective, it was as though the destroyer was single-handedly overpowering the four, who could barely dodge the magical beams and were frequently thrown back by the shockwaves from the ensuing explosions. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a horn erupted behind Lin Yuan, prompting him to turn. Jane had arrived, driving with Thor beside her. One must commend Jane for her bravery, daring to approach despite the peril. Thor, filled with urgency, jumped from the vehicle. Upon witnessing his friends being mercilessly battered by the destroyer, a wave of anxiety coursed through him. In that moment, he deeply longed for the power he had lost. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Have you yet to find what your father hoped you would seek? Thor lifted his gaze and beheld a handsome youth staring at him. Thor could not help but feel a surge of surprise. Lin, it's me. Tell me, do you comprehend your father's true intention behind exiling you to Earth? Thor furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He understood that his father's decision to cast him out must carry profound significance, yet he had never grasped its essence. Confronted now by Lin Yuan's inquiry, Thor felt a wave of confusion wash over him. I do not know. I have been searching for the reason. Thor admitted, his face clouded with guilt. Alas, it seems that by the time this foolish giant figures it out, it will be too late. Given the current situation, who knows if Loki will eliminate those around him before turning his wrath upon the giant. Thor, do you know what is most vital for a king? Before Thor could respond, Lin Yuan continued, it is the duty of protection. A king may lack glorious achievements and may not expand his territory, yet he must safeguard his kingdom and protect his people. During your time living as a mortal here, have you not yearned to protect something? Observing Thor deep in thought, Lin Yuan glanced towards the four individuals being besieged by the destroyer, then declared, when you come to understand, come help me. With that, he transformed into a panda and charged towards the destroyer. Standing beside the vehicle, Jane was utterly bewildered. What had she just witnessed? A youth conversing with Thor had just morphed into a panda. Such an adorable, delightful creature, wiggling its plump rear as it rushed towards that terrifying entity. How could this panda be so charming and endearing? She longed to embrace it, although Jane felt her thoughts were somewhat inappropriate in that moment. She truly wished to hold it close. As Lin Yuan charged forward, he suddenly felt a chill atop his head. Shaking it off, he let out a roar and collided with the destroyer. The magical beam from the destroyer was interrupted by his onslaught, and it retaliated with a punch. The blow struck Lin Yuan's armor, sending ripples across his rotund panda form, and he was knocked over. Without time to ponder, Lin Yuan quickly sprang back to his feet, evading a barrage of fiery projectiles. Turning back, he let out a challenging roar, followed by another that was meant to demoralize. While dodging, Lin Yuan shouted to Sif and the others, Sif, the aggro is stable now. You can unleash your attacks. And you three over there, step it up. Your combined DPS is still outshone by Sif alone, though the trio of the three silly ones could not comprehend Lin Yuan's words. It was evident they felt the sting of his disdain. Seizing a moment of reprieve from the destroyer's onslaught, Lin Yuan transformed back into his human form and bestowed buffs upon the three fools. Hey, you three, don't just stand there. I've granted you all buffs. Get in there and make your contributions. The three retorted, we have names, you know. They soon felt their stamina rapidly replenishing and their injuries healing. A surge of energy revitalized them. Was this what the panda referred to as a buff? Truly invigorating. With renewed vigor, they raised their weapons and charged once more towards the destroyer. Lin Yuan expressed that if he were able to utilize the wild blessing at this moment, he would undoubtedly send these three foolish companions soaring into the heavens. Alas, it is unfortunate that both Sif and the trio lack the strength to match the destroyer. Even with Lin Yuan's buff, they can barely ensure that they are not annihilated in an instant. What is most terrifying is that the destroyer is a magical construct, impervious to fatigue and injury, and Lin Yuan harbors no confidence that he could wear it down. Given the current circumstances, the most likely outcome is that Lin Yuan's magical energy will be depleted, leaving only himself and Thor alive, while the others fall victim to the destroyer. In another round, Lin Yuan was once more struck by a fiery ray, sending him hurtling away. Large patches of charred burn marks marred his body, and his recovery rate could not keep pace with the injuries he sustained. Sif and the trio fared even worse, barely able to rise. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's buff, they would have perished long ago. Thor, are you not ready yet? Lin Yuan bellowed as he charged towards the destroyer, deftly evading the oncoming rays. As Lin Yuan's words echoed, the god of thunder's hammer suddenly soared into the sky from the distant base, propelled by an unparalleled force. Racing towards him with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the horizon, leaving a lengthy trail in its wake. Thor extended his arm, firmly catching the hammer. At the very moment he grasped it, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the hammer from above. Thor, gripping the hammer tightly, was enveloped in electricity, forming a dazzling shield around him. His god of thunder armor materialized piece by piece, while a vibrant red cape billowed behind him. Jane stood in awe, her worldview irrevocably transformed. First, she witnessed a boy metamorphose into a panda, and now, she beheld her beloved truly embodying the legendary god of thunder. In the distance, the destroyer sensed the commotion on Thor's side, abandoning its assault on Lin Yuan to begin channeling energy toward Thor. A hammer flew through the air, disrupting its incantation and knocking it to the ground. Subsequently, Thor, wielding the god of thunder's hammer, ascended into the air, gathering the energy of thunder, and withstanding the destroyer's ray attacks, struck it down with a single blow, reducing it to scrap metal. The transformation from god of thunder to the destruction of the destroyer transpired in a mere 2 minutes, not even accounting for his moments of ostentation. Lin Yuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A top-tier ADC, terrifying indeed. Chapter 27. Welcome to Asgard. Observing how effortlessly the destroyer was vanquished by Thor, Lin Yuan glanced down at his pudgy paws and unleashed a torrent of complaints towards the system. Oh, wretched system, you've robbed me of my potential. I could be as dashing as Thor. Restore my combat skills. Ding. Host, please recognize your limitations. Even with combat skills, you could never exude such charm. Get lost. Ding. Understood. Exhausted, Lin Yuan slumped to the ground, wishing only for a moment of respite. Thor approached him, extending his hand with a smile. Lin, is this also part of your abilities? It appears quite adorable. Lin Yuan, in a state of languor, swatted Thor's hand away. Please, describe me as handsome. Do not concern yourself with me. I simply wish to lie here and rest. I am utterly drained. The 3 foolish companions of the divine palace surrounded Thor with gleeful expressions. Meanwhile, Lady Sif crouched beside Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yearning to touch the panda but feeling a twinge of bashfulness, Lin Yuan, indifferent, closed his eyes to gather his strength. In the distance, Jane, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, rushed towards them. Thor, spotting Jane sprinting in his direction, beamed with delight, arms wide open, ready to embrace the beauty. However, Jane dashed past him, launching herself towards Lin Yuan, leaving Thor in a state of shock amidst the swirling winds. Panda, panda, I have always wanted to cuddle a panda, Jane exclaimed as she pounced on Lin Yuan, fervently showering him with affection. Lady Sif, unable to resist the allure of the panda, joined in, vigorously petting Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan was taken aback. What is happening here? Are you all not a bit restrained? I am, after all, still a man. 10 minutes later, after the 2 ladies had their fill of panda cuddling, they finally rose to seek out Thor, leaving behind a despondent Lin Yuan. Jane composed herself and gazed adoringly at the striking Thor. Is this your usual attire? Thor, who had just been heartbroken, instantaneously revived, enveloping Jane in his arms. Indeed. Would you like to see the Bifrost? He then turned to his 4 companions from the divine palace. Let us proceed to the Bifrost. We shall return to Asgard. I need to have a word with my brother. At that moment, Coulson arrived with agents in tow, alongside Professor Eric Selvig and his bespectacled assistant. Coulson greeted Thor with a smile. Thor, representing Asgard, forged an alliance with Earth and reclaimed the research materials that had previously been seized by S.H.I.E.L.D. Subsequently, Thor encouraged Jane to stand with the professor and the others to witness the Bifrost, assuring her that he would certainly return to find her. They exchanged heartfelt sentiments, bidding a reluctant farewell. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, still sprawled on the ground, remained in existential contemplation, only to discover Thor and the 4 companions standing beside him. What brings you all here? Lin Yuan inquired, perplexed. Then he heard Thor call out, Heimdall? Oh no, Thor. I am still here. Lin Yuan shouted in alarm, not wishing to venture to Asgard, but it was too late. The radiant light of the Bifrost erupted, enveloping Thor, his companions, and the prostrate panda Lin Yuan. As the radiance faded, only a prolonged exclamation lingered in the air. Coulson gazed in astonishment as Lin Yuan was taken away. How am I supposed to explain this to Tony? In Asgard, as Thor and his companions emerged from the Bifrost, Lin Yuan suddenly collapsed in front of Thor with a thud. It was his first experience on the Bifrost, and he felt utterly disoriented. Thor, seemingly just noticing Lin Yuan, exclaimed with delight, "Lin, you've come too." Lin Yuan, filled with indignation, rose and bit down on Thor's head, grumbling, "You fool, do you think I wanted to come? Is Jane the only one in your thoughts? Did you even glance beneath your feet before calling the Bifrost?" Thor, unfazed, laughed heartily, patting the panda head atop Lin Yuan's shoulders. "All right, since you're here, stay and have some fun. I owe you for your assistance this time. Sif, please take Lin Yuan around Asgard. I have matters to attend to with Loki." With that, Thor hurled his hammer and sword away, leaving the others in a state of bemusement. Lin Yuan, noticing Sif gazing at him with starry eyes, shivered and quickly returned to his human form. The sparkle in Sif's eyes dimmed, and Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly faced her wrath again. The trio of fools stared incredulously at the young boy who had single-handedly drawn the destroyer's firepower away from them. However, they soon regained their composure, enthusiastically patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder and praising him for his bravery. Particularly, the muscular Vandaler enveloped Lin Yuan in a bear hug, nearly squeezing the life out of him. At that moment, Lin Yuan regretted not maintaining his panda form, for at least then, he would have had a sister to embrace. Nearby, Heimdall lay, feeling a pang of sorrow, having been trapped in ice for so long. He had fought through injury to shatter the ice and desperately opened the portal to bring them back. Yet, upon their arrival, they hardly acknowledged him. It was disheartening. Lin Yuan then noticed Heimdall, injured and exhausted, lying on the ground with a defeated expression. Breaking free from the trio's grip, he approached him and crouched down. Poking Heimdall gently, "Are you all right?" Heimdall glanced at Lin Yuan, replying, "Not well. My heart is heavy." Ignoring the response, Lin Yuan channeled his healing touch and rejuvenation spell. Extending his hand toward Heimdall, "Hello, I am Lin Yuan." Heimdall felt a strange energy envelop him, his wounds rapidly healing and his fatigue dissipating. "Is this your magic?" "Quite an impressive ability," he remarked as he stood, looking at the young boy. With a smile, he extended his hand to grasp Lin Yuan's. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin. I am Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard." Subsequently, Sif guided Lin Yuan on a tour of Asgard, while Heimdall, at the insistence of the trio, was taken to the palace's infirmary for treatment. As for Thor, everyone chose to disregard him. It was a matter between him and his brother Loki, and outsiders ought not to interfere. Strolling through the streets of Asgard, one could feel the robust spirit of its people. The young women encountered along the way were generally familiar with Sif, greeting her with smiles and occasionally teasing Lin Yuan, leaving him somewhat bashful yet exhilarated. After wandering for a while, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and the distant Bifrost activated, emitting a beam of energy into the void. Unlike the usual brief transports, this beam continued to project a column of energy persistently. An unsettling thought crossed their minds. Something was amiss with the Bifrost. Sif's expression turned grave, and Lin Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically as a realization struck him. "Sif, I must investigate." Without a moment to spare for further conversation, Lin Yuan transformed into a majestic rock and soared towards the Bifrost. Sif stared in astonishment as he took flight, thinking to herself, "What a magnificent bird." As Lin Yuan approached the Bifrost hall, he caught sight of Thor raising his hammer to strike the bridge. "No!" Lin Yuan cried out in despair, witnessing as Thor's blow severed the Bifrost, causing the entire hall to lose its support and begin to collapse. "Thor, you fool. You've doomed me," he lamented, realizing there was no turning back. Chapter 28. If love endures, why must it be day and night? Lin Yuan landed on the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, gazing at Thor, who was engulfed in sorrow over the loss of his brother. A surge of frustration welled up within him. Transforming into an orange cat, he leaped onto Thor's head, scratching and pawing at him vehemently. "What are you so upset about? Your brother is as tough as nails. He is perfectly fine. The one in trouble is me. I can't return now. This is all your fault." As his words grew more heated, his claws left afterimages in the air. Upon hearing Lin Yuan assert that Loki was alive, Thor's spirits lifted immediately. For reasons unknown, he placed unwavering faith in Lin Yuan. If Lin said Loki was unharmed, then surely that must be the case. With a swift motion, Thor grabbed Lin Yuan in his arms, showering him with an enthusiastic kiss. Thank you, Lin. Allow me to introduce you to my mother. She will surely welcome you with open arms. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, he summoned Mjolnir and, with a flick of his wrist, they soared towards Asgard, leaving behind a lingering meow that echoed through the air. Before long, Thor landed before Frigga, the goddess. Mother, come quickly. I brought a friend to visit. Frigga, puzzled, wondered where her son had found a friend when he had been pursuing Loki. Where is your friend, Thor? How is Loki faring? Thor nonchalantly presented the somewhat dazed and plump cat he had cradled in his arms. Loki fell into a black hole. But Lin assured me he is all right, and I trust him. Here he is. He helped me greatly on Earth. A cat? Frigga was bemused, but as a powerful sorceress. She quickly sensed the magical aura emanating from the feline. This magic was extraordinary, unlike anything she had ever encountered. With grace, Frigga accepted the hefty cat into her embrace, stroking its head gently. Hello, little one. Thank you for aiding Thor. At that moment, Lin Yuan regained his composure. Extricating himself from Frigga's arms and transforming back into his human form, his cheeks flushed as he greeted her. Annie, hello. I'm Lin Yuan. Frigga gazed upon the handsome, youthful figure before her, her fondness evident as she pulled Lin Yuan closer, showering him with affectionate inquiries. Lin Yuan, caught in the warmth of her attention, glanced pleadingly at Thor for assistance. However, the oblivious giant merely stood by, chuckling foolishly. Left with no choice, Lin Yuan continued to navigate Frigga's enthusiastic conversation. Finally, a powerful and authoritative voice resonated through the air. Thor, bring your friend to meet me. Lin Yuan's heartsword. It must be Odin summoning him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was relieved to escape Frigga's incessant questioning. Mother, I shall take Lin to meet father first. Thor said to Frigga. Go on, I will prepare a feast to honor Lin Yuan later, Frigga replied, her expression still tinged with reluctance. Auntie, we will take our leave now and see you shortly, Lin Yuan said hurriedly, pulling Thor away. Thor, exasperated, exclaimed, Lin, where are you running off to? Do you even know where my father is? You're utterly clueless. Let us move. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel an urge to kick Thor's backside. You've gone the wrong way, head that way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Soon, Lin Yuan found himself in the grand hall before the god King Odin. To his surprise, there was none of the overwhelming presence he had anticipated. Odin appeared as an ordinary, amiable old man. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Odin greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Yuan, welcome to Asgard. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully and replied, It is an honor to meet you, great King Odin. Odin observed Lin Yuan and suddenly wore an expression that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Weren't you calling me Odin the Great before? I recall that great implies uncle in your rabbit family, so henceforth, you may call me uncle. Lin Yuan was taken aback, silently cursing himself. Damn, it seems the mighty deity heard my earlier remark about throwing hammers. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and denied it. Haha, as expected of me. He then responded, All right, Uncle Odin, may I ask what brings you to summon me? Lin Yuan was quite unreserved. Since Odin preferred to be called uncle, he obliged. After all, this was a much more substantial ally than Thor. Nothing too pressing. I simply wish to meet you and express my gratitude for assisting Thor, Odin said earnestly, thanking Lin Yuan. Oh, it was a minor matter. Since you've allowed me to call you uncle, we are family now. Family doesn't speak in terms of help or assistance. It is merely a given. Lin Yuan replied grandly. Odin paused, then burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder with great affection. Good child. A truly good child. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of bitterness. Why did everyone in the celestial palace enjoy patting shoulders so vigorously? Later that evening, at a banquet in Asgard, they introduced Lin Yuan to the guests, loudly proclaiming that from this day forth, Lin Yuan would be his good brother. The three foolish companions cheered from below, having recognized Lin Yuan for his battle against the destroyer on Earth. As the festivities commenced, the trio approached Lin Yuan, eager to challenge him to a drinking contest. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, I'm underage. I can't drink. The three were momentarily stunned, but ultimately they persisted and filled Lin Yuan with juice, laughing heartily as they returned to their revelry. As Lin Yuan savored Asgard's exquisite cuisine, he listened to the trio boast about their grand achievements against the destroyer. His spirits lifted. He then spotted Miss Sif, clad in a vintage gown, exuding grace as she conversed with a group of admirers, occasionally gesturing towards Lin Yuan, prompting gasps and giggles from those around her. Lin Yuan was left puzzled. However, he sensed that whatever Miss Sif was saying was likely not in his favor. So he resolved to keep his distance from her in the coming days. Thor exited the banquet hall looking despondent, and Frigga regarded him with deep concern. Lin Yuan approached her, offering reassurance. Aunt, leave it to me. I will go speak with him. Frigga nodded. Thank you, Lin. Ah, Auntie, you flatter me. Thor is also my brother. I shall take my leave now. Behind them, Sif gazed at Thor's retreating figure, her eyes filled with melancholy. Before she mustered her spirits and turned back to continue her revelry with her friends, Lin stepped out of the banquet hall, where Thor and Odin were engaged in heartfelt conversation on the balcony. Odin, gazing at the sunset over Asgard, spoke to Thor with a look of contentment. You will make a fine king. Thor's expression turned somber. There will never be a better king than you, nor a better father. I still have much to learn from you. Perhaps one day I shall make you proud. Odin smiled gently, patting Thor on the shoulder. I am already proud of you. With that, he glanced at Lin, nodded, and returned to the banquet hall. Lin approached Thor, standing beside him as they admired the sky, painted in hues of sunset. Do you miss her, Thor? Indeed, I do. Yet, there remains much for me to accomplish. And now that the Rainbow Bridge is gone, I cannot visit her, Lin. Thor replied, sorrow etched on his face. Do you know, Thor, we in the Rabbit Kingdom have a saying, when two hearts are truly in love. What does it matter if they cannot be together every moment? It means that as long as your hearts remain steadfastly in love, distance is but a trivial concern. Lin attempted to wrap his arm around Thor's shoulders, but finding himself much shorter, he settled for giving Thor a hearty pat on the back. Thor seemed to absorb the sentiment, pulling Lin into an embrace and playfully tousling his hair. You cheeky little rascal. With so little experience yet such insight into matters of the heart, Lin nearly gasped for air as Thor tightened his grip. Finally managing to wriggle free and retaliating with a light kick to Thor's leg, exclaiming, You big oaf, what do you know besides fighting? I've read more romance novels than you've had meals. Thor burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Lin's shoulders as they walked away together. All right, you win. Let us go drink. Wait, you're about to choke me. Let go. I'm underage and I don't drink. Then we shall have juice. Chapter 29. The enthusiastic Asgard. In the following days, the trio insisted on inviting Lin Yuan to a banquet they were hosting, claiming it was a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Consequently, Lin Yuan found himself inundated with an abundance of juice, clattering back to his residence in the Palace of Immortals each evening. The most excruciating part was the limited variety of Asgardian cuisine. The banquets featured the same few dishes repeatedly. While the exotic flavors were initially delightful, the monotony soon became unbearable, and Lin Yuan found himself yearning for the delectable dishes from his home on Earth. After finally completing all the banquets, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, only for strange occurrences to unfold. While strolling through the bustling streets of Asgard, he noticed young women casting him peculiar glances, their eyes brimming with desire. For a moment, he wondered if the ladies of Asgard harbored some unusual predilections. This suspicion was confirmed one day when a bold young woman approached him while he was shopping. Lin, may I touch you? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Were the women of Asgard truly this forward? Just as he contemplated acquiescing, she continued, I heard from Lady Sif that you can transform into an adorable creature. I wish to touch it. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Lady Sif had led him into this predicament. After declining the audacious request, he swiftly turned to make his way back to the palace. However, he was soon intercepted by several more young women, all clamoring to see the panda. As the crowd swelled around him, Lin Yuan felt a sense of foreboding, with no chance to escape. He found himself ensnared amidst a throng of admirers, his face soon adorned with smudges of lipstick. In a frantic bid for freedom, he dashed away, transforming into a colossal rock and soaring into the sky. The young women below cheered as they witnessed his metamorphosis, with one particularly bold soul shouting, Lin, I love you. Your bird is magnificent. Almost losing his balance mid-flight, Lin Yuan steadied himself, overwhelmed by the fervent enthusiasm of the Asgardian ladies. Upon returning to the palace, he unexpectedly encountered Frigga. Noticing the lipstick marks on his face, Frigga smiled warmly and remarked, Ah, it seems our dear Lin Yuan is quite popular with the ladies. Lin Yuan forced a chuckle. Oh dear, Frigga, please spare me the teasing. Did you come to see me for a particular reason? Frigga, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, took his hand and said, My dear Lin Yuan, might I trouble you for a favor? Lin Yuan patted his chest, assuring her, What are you saying, Frigga? There is no trouble at all. Just tell me what you need. Frigga tightened her grip, stating, Well, I heard from Sif that you can transform into a beautiful creature called a panda. I would very much like to see it. Lin Yuan was left dumbfounded. Once again, Lady Sif had ensnared him in her mischief. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan lay sprawled on the ground like a panda, while Freya affectionately stroked the panda's head. Just then, Miss Sif arrived and playfully draped herself over the panda's back, her face nearly buried in its fur. Lin Yuan grumbled, "Sif, could you be a bit more reserved? After all, I am still a boy." "Reserved? You are my little brother, and besides, I am several hundred years older than you. What are you afraid of?" Sif replied with a carefree laugh. "I'm afraid you'll rub all the fur off me," Lin Yuan silently retorted in his mind. "Little Lin Yuan, is this magic? I've never seen such a magic before. Is this panda a creature from Earth?" Freya inquired, intrigued as she stroked Lin Yuan's head. "Indeed, Aunt Freya. I am a druid, and this is one of my transformation forms. However, my panda form is a special variant. As for pandas, they are indeed creatures of Earth and are our national treasure in the rabbit community." Lin Yuan spoke with great respect for Freya, who could not admire a gentle, wise elder who cared so deeply for others. "Is that so? Then I must visit Earth to see pandas. They look absolutely adorable." Freya's eyes sparkled with affection for the panda. "Ha ha. Indeed, pandas are universally adored, whether by humans or aliens," Lin Yuan thought with satisfaction, while saying aloud, "Sure, Aunt Freya, when you arrive on Earth, I will be your guide. I assure you, apart from pandas, our rabbit community has a plethora of delicious cuisine." Lin Yuan enthusiastically extolled the culinary delights of his homeland, while Freya listened with a smile, gently petting the panda. Sif occasionally chimed in with questions, laughing merrily. The three of them shared delightful banter, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Once Freya and Sif had their fill of panda affection, they departed contentedly. And Lin Yuan hurried back to his room. He had noticed that the maidens in the celestial palace had been eyeing him with an eager glint. This simply could not continue. He resolved to seek Heimdall the next day to inquire about any possible means of returning to Earth. As a teleporter, he might have insights. Lin Yuan lay in bed, determined to consult Heimdall the following day, for if this continued, he would truly lose all his hair. The next morning, Lin Yuan promptly made his way to the Rainbow Bridge to find Heimdall. Heimdall stood motionless at the edge of the broken bridge, with Thor beside him, inquiring about something. Ever since the bridge's fracture, Thor had been coming to Heimdall every few days for updates on Jane. Heimdall's eyes were capable of seeing anything across the 9 realms. Lin Yuan expressed his desire for such vision. "System, aren't you a support system? Surely this vision could qualify as a support skill. Could you awaken such an ability for me, so I might contribute to the peace and development of the 9 realms?" Ding. "Host, your aspirations are beyond reach. I suggest you return to sleep. Everything you desire awaits you in dreams." "Useless," Lin Yuan grumbled. After concluding his conversation with the system, Lin Yuan approached with a warm greeting. "Good morning, Thor, Heimdall," he exclaimed. "Thor, are you here once more to inquire about Jane? Any good news? You appear to be grinning like a simpleton." Lin Yuan couldn't resist teasing Thor as he noticed the broad smile revealing his back teeth. Undeterred, Thor chuckled heartily. "Heimdall mentioned that Jane has been searching for me. Ha ha ha, that's splendid. When I return, I shall convey your message. By the way, Heimdall, aside from the Bifrost, is there another way for me to return to Earth?" Heimdall maintained his usual stoic demeanor and replied coolly, "Indeed, there is." Lin Yuan's eyes widened with excitement. "Really? Please, do tell." Heimdall simply gestured toward the laughing Thor beside him and remarked, "Inquire with his father." Taken aback, Lin Yuan realized that as the guardian of the 9 realms, Thor's father would undoubtedly know alternative routes to Earth. "Thank you, Heimdall." With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent rock and turned to Thor. "Thor, I am off to seek Uncle Odin. Will you join me?" Upon learning that his father possessed knowledge of how to reach Earth, Thor was equally thrilled. With a flourish of his hammer, he followed Lin Yuan back to seek Odin. Heimdall observed the retreating figures of the 2 friends, a faint smile gracing his lips before he resumed his vigilant watch over the 9 realms. Chapter 30. Finally able to return home, Odin uncle. Father. 2 voices rang out in unison within Odin's grand hall. Odin furrowed his brow as he beheld a person and a bird soaring through the entrance. "What is the matter? Why all the commotion?" As Lin Yuan touched down, he transformed into human form and eagerly inquired, "Odin uncle, do you know of any other way to reach Earth?" Thor, having landed as well, gazed at Odin with hopeful anticipation. Odin looked at Lin Yuan and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "What is it, young Lin Yuan? Did Asgard fail to host you properly? Are you so eager to return home?" Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, No. I'm having a wonderful time here. However, I was accidentally brought over by Thor this time without informing my family, and I fear they might worry about me." Upon hearing this, Odin shot Thor a disapproving glance, to which Thor sheepishly scratched his face and chuckled. Odin then turned his attention back to Lin Yuan, saying, "Indeed. I know of a way to reach Earth." Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Really? Why didn't you tell me before?" Odin responded, "You didn't ask." Lin Yuan conceded. "All right, my mistake." Odin, casting a glance at the excited Lin Yuan, cautioned, "Calm down. There are options available, but it is up to you to choose." "Well, there is more than one option?" "Odin, uncle, please tell me." Lin Yuan's joy intensified. Odin composed himself, extending 2 fingers as he began to explain. "First, I can have a friend from Earth come to retrieve you." Lin Yuan's expression turned to one of bewilderment as he cautiously asked, "Odin, uncle, your friend wouldn't be the one from Kamar Taj, would it?" "Indeed, it is her. Do you know her?" Odin was intrigued by Lin Yuan's familiarity with such a prominent figure. So it is indeed that esteemed individual. Odin's friend must also be of significant stature, and currently, the most influential figure on Earth is none other than that bald sorcerer. However, for someone of such caliber to come to fetch him, Lin Yuan felt unworthy of such a gesture. Realizing this, Lin Yuan hastily waved his hands in refusal. "No, no, no. Odin, please do not trouble that esteemed individual. I am but a mere mortal unworthy of such attention." Odin regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity but chose not to comment further, continuing his explanation. "The second option is that I can use dark magic to transport you back." "Dark magic?" Lin Yuan pondered, aware that in the Marvel universe, wielding dark magic often requires a significant price. Thus, he quickly inquired, "Odin, uncle, would using dark magic inflict great harm upon you?" Seeing the concern etched on Lin Yuan's face, Odin laughed heartily. "Do not worry, child. This small price will not greatly affect me. However, I sustained serious injuries previously and have yet to fully heal. Therefore, to send you back to Earth, I will need at least a year or 2 to recover sufficiently to wield dark magic." Gazing at the seemingly unscathed Odin before him, Lin Yuan pondered silently. "It appears that Uncle Odin's notion of injury differs from my own understanding. I wonder if my abilities will have any effect on his wounds. I shall attempt to find out. If I can aid in his recovery, it would be splendid, and I could return home sooner." With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan addressed Odin, saying, "Uncle Odin, as you know, I am a Druid, and Druids excel not only in shape-shifting spells but also in healing magic. Would you permit me to try a spell to see if I can mend your injuries?" At this juncture, Lin Yuan felt a pang of distress. Druids are also adept in nature magic. "Alas, my system has deprived me of my offensive skills." "Oh, you possess healing spells as well?" Odin inquired with newfound interest, rising to face Lin Yuan. "Please, demonstrate a few spells for me." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan initiated with a touch of healing, followed by a rejuvenation spell, and after a moment's consideration, he added a recently acquired antidote spell. "Ah, nature's energy, is it? Quite an impressive spell. It seems to have some effect. Remarkable indeed. Unfortunately, this little one is too feeble. My source of injury cannot be remedied by magic of such a level. Nonetheless, it is commendable. With repeated use, it might yield some restoration. The second spell has a sustained effect, correct? Excellent efficacy. The third spell offers a detoxifying effect. It astonishingly eradicated all the toxins lingering within my body. Extraordinary." True to his divine nature, Odin discerned that Lin Yuan was employing nature magic after just one encounter, and he was able to accurately gauge the spell's effects. What delighted him most was the antidote spell, which disregarded levels and eliminated the toxins accumulated in his body over the years, though such toxins posed no threat to him. Nevertheless, he found this realization quite remarkable. This young lad could indeed assist him as he matured. Alas, time waits for no one. And Odin could not afford to wait for the boy to grow stronger. "Little Lin Yuan, your spells are quite commendable. However, your current weakness limits their efficacy. While they do assist me, the impact is minimal. That said, they will certainly expedite my recovery. Here is the arrangement. You shall come daily to assist me with healing. 3 applications of the first spell will suffice, as further attempts will yield no additional benefit. The second spell, being a sustained one, should be maintained. As for the third spell, it is unnecessary, as it bears no effect on my injuries." Lin Yuan exhaled with relief. Effectiveness was all that mattered. However, he was also somewhat astonished at the magnitude of Odin's injuries, realizing that his own healing spells were inadequate. This led him to berate the system once more. "Damn system. How can you claim to be an invincible support system when you cannot even heal a single wound? What use are you?" The system, seemingly agitated, responded with a distorted voice. Be reasonable, host. Have you not heard them say it is your own weakness? I have warned you that the efficacy of your skills is influenced by your magical strength. Just look at what you've done since arriving in this world. You've merely indulged in eating, playing, and sleeping, only to awaken and repeat the cycle. The battles I have participated in can be counted on one hand, and my power is solely reliant on absorbing the surrounding energies to enhance my magical strength. How dare you claim I'm inadequate? Lin Yuan was momentarily bewildered by the lengthy output from the system and, feeling a bit embarrassed, murmured, All right. I admit my faults. I will strive to improve. Is that not sufficient? Ding. A teachable spirit indeed. Keep it up, young one. The system's voice brimmed with a sense of triumph, relishing the rare opportunity to educate its host. However, Lin Yuan, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, suddenly realized. Wait a moment. You deceitful system. You almost led me astray. How can you criticize me when you have rendered my attack skills non-existent? Am I to engage in battle with my teeth? Oh no, he has discovered the truth. The system began to sweat nervously. Ding. Host. You can still transform and fight with your teeth. Get lost. Ding. Understood. Having learned the way back home, Lin Yuan no longer languished in idleness. During this period, he diligently checked in with Odin every day. Finally, after 2 months, Odin informed Lin Yuan that his injuries had nearly healed, and he was now fully capable of wielding dark magic. Tears of joy streamed down Lin Yuan's face. He could finally return home. How splendid! Chapter 31. Farewells and gifts in the Grand Hall of the Celestial Palace. Thor, Heimdall, Lady Sif, and the trio of jesters came to bid farewell to Lin Yuan. The 3 jesters approached Lin Yuan and embraced him warmly. This time, Lin Yuan did not shy away. He returned their embrace with vigor. During his time in Asgard, Thor and the trio had formed a delightful camaraderie, often inviting Lin Yuan to join them for drinks. Although Lin Yuan always opted for juice, the 4 of them remained undeterred, indulging in revelry and often becoming inebriated. Lin Yuan suspected they might be using him as an excuse to drink. Through their interactions, Lin Yuan grew fond of the 3 jesters, despite their foolishness, especially Thor, who was even more of a simpleton. Yet, like attracts like, their camaraderie with Thor suggested they were cut from the same cloth, genuine, open-hearted, and devoid of ulterior motives. In Lin Yuan's words, these 4 individuals were rather dim-witted, their minds seemingly filled with muscle. However, such naivete fostered a strong bond among them, and Lin Yuan was delighted to be part of their circle. By now, the entirety of Asgard knew that the young man accompanying Thor and the jesters was under their protection, recognized as the brother of the Asgardian prince and the 3 valiant warriors. Now, whenever Lin Yuan strolled through the streets of Asgard, he not only felt the warmth of the ladies' affections but also received invitations from various muscular warriors, eager to share drinks with him. Consequently, Lin Yuan grew hesitant to wander the streets, fearing he might be overwhelmed by the might of Asgardian muscles. One of the jesters, Fandral, jovially patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said, Lin, we must visit Earth one day for a drink, and you mustn't stick to juice then. Lin Yuan winced at the forceful pat and replied with a laugh, If you keep that up, I might never grow taller. He rubbed his sore shoulder and added with a broad smile, When you come to Earth, I'll take you to my hometown and treat you to our exquisite wines and delicacies. You won't leave until you're thoroughly intoxicated. Agreed. We won't leave sober. The trio laughed heartily in affirmation. Lin Yuan turned to Lady Sif, who was adorned in traditional Asgardian attire, and remarked, Sif, it's rare to see you dressed so elegantly. You look stunning. Sif playfully tapped Lin Yuan on the head and replied, Hey, you cheeky little brother. Dare you mock your sister? Rubbing his head, Lin Yuan pouted, I'm merely speaking the truth. Sif smiled brightly and gently embraced Lin Yuan, whispering, Naughty brother. I'll come to Earth to visit you someday. Lin Yuan returned her embrace lightly, grinning, That's wonderful. Sif, I'll take you to see real pandas. Sif's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I pet them? It seems that's not allowed. Sif pouted. Then never mind. I'll just stick to teasing you instead. Lin Yuan decided to ignore her playful banter. Thor. Lin Yuan approached Thor, playfully punching him in the chest, and said with a smile, As soon as I return, I'll ask Jane to send you a message. Thor was filled with joy as he embraced Lin Yuan vigorously, patting him on the back. Good brother. Lin Yuan nearly suffocated from Thor's muscular embrace and pushed him away, kicking him lightly, exclaiming, Are you trying to suffocate me? Goodness, I need to consume more supplements when I return. I wonder what the Asgardians eat to grow so tall and strong, and they all love to hug. Lin Yuan silently complained to himself. Unfazed by Lin Yuan's actions, Thor laughed heartily. Lin Yuan looked at this goofy friend and couldn't help but smile. He lightly punched Thor's arm and said, "Now, it's time to learn from Uncle Odin how to be a proper king. Make sure to read more books and don't let your mind be filled solely with muscles. Also, be more discerning. Don't believe everything others say. Life and death aren't as dramatic as you make them seem. Once the Bifrost is repaired, I'll come to Earth to visit you." Thor chuckled, completely disregarding Lin Yuan's advice. "It's a promise. It's a promise." Lin Yuan then glanced at the stoic Heimdall beside them and nodded. Heimdall returned the gesture, exuding his usual cool demeanor. Odin and Frigga watched Lin Yuan bid farewell to everyone with warm smiles, not rushing him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, "Uncle Odin, Aunt Frigga. I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Frigga smiled gently, reaching out to hold Lin Yuan's hand with eyes full of affection and concern. She then tenderly combed Lin Yuan's slightly messy hair, handling him as if he were her most treasured possession. Softly, she said, "Good child. Remember to visit Asgard again when you have the chance. You will always be welcome here." Lin Yuan felt a swell of emotion during his time in Asgard. He had experienced a profound sense of maternal love from Frigga, something he had never felt in either of his lifetimes. He was on the verge of tears and embraced Frigga gently, his voice slightly choked. "Thank you, Aunt Frigga." Frigga patted Lin Yuan's back softly, choosing not to say much more. Odin, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up. "All right, young Lin, it's not like you want to see them again. There will be plenty of time ahead." Feeling a bit shy, Lin Yuan released Frigga and smiled. "Indeed, there will be plenty of time. Uncle Odin, I'm ready. Please send me back." Odin nodded and was about to cast a spell when Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and quickly interrupted. "Wait, Uncle Odin. I have a gift for you." Odin halted his actions and regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity, as did the others present. Lin Yuan summoned his magical energy, casting a nurturing spell upon everyone present. "This is one of my spells, capable of planting a magical seed within your bodies. The seed will absorb surrounding energy to nourish you, and most importantly, it can save your lives in times of dire peril." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude. Intrigued by the wondrous gift, Lin Yuan signaled to Odin that he could proceed. Odin gazed deeply at Lin Yuan, saying nothing, and began to cast the dark teleportation spell. After a surge of magical energy, Lin Yuan vanished before the eyes of the Asgardians. On Earth, in Kamartosh, the meditative bald sorcerer opened his eyes, glanced into the distance, and then closed them once more, plunging back into a state of meditation. Upon emerging from the teleportation, Lin Yuan felt utterly disoriented, retching from the disconcerting experience. The comfort of this dark magic's teleportation paled in comparison to that of the Bifrost. It was overwhelmingly dizzying. After a moment, having regained his composure, Lin Yuan began to take in his surroundings. He found himself perched atop a cliff by the sea, gazing upon the boundless, shimmering azure ocean before him with an expansive, verdant meadow stretching behind. The scenery was quite splendid. As he admired the vastness of the sea, a sense of tranquility washed over him. Finally, he had returned. He hoped that Coulson could provide him with a plausible explanation. Otherwise, after such a prolonged absence without word, Tony and Pepper would likely be furious with him. Chapter 32. Do you even dare to pretend? Taking out my phone, I glanced at it. To be fair, this was indeed a phone modified by Tony Stark. After more than 2 months, the battery remained impressively full. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone erupted with notifications. A flood of messages accumulated over months suddenly surging forth. Observing the hundreds of missed calls and text messages from Tony and Pepper, I felt a sense of impending doom. The kind that no skill could avert. I decided to return a call. After all, whether it was sooner or later, death was inevitable. Might as well embrace an early demise. Trembling, I dialed Tony's number. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. I found it peculiar. Not only was the call unanswered, but even Jarvis was unavailable. That seemed utterly impossible. Had something transpired? With a growing sense of urgency, I located Pepper's number and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and Pepper's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" She must have been busy with work, not even glancing at the caller ID. "Pepper, it's me, Lin Yuan." My voice wavered slightly. "Lin? You actually decided to return? Where have you been all these days?" Pepper's tone escalated in pitch, prompting me to hastily move the phone away from my ear. After 5 minutes of her venting, I seized the opportunity to apologize. "Pepper, I was wrong. This time it was truly an accident. I wouldn't dare to do it again. I understand, but both Tony and I have been quite worried about you." Pepper's voice softened unexpectedly. A warm feeling blossomed within me. It was comforting to know someone cared. Rest assured, Pepper, I'm fine. I quickly reassured her, then anxiously added, Pepper, I just tried calling Tony. He didn't answer, and even Jarvis is unreachable. Has something happened to him? Silence lingered on the other end. After a prolonged pause, Pepper's voice emerged, filled with exhaustion and concern. After your disappearance, Congress held a hearing to discuss seizing Tony's armor. He vehemently opposed it, believing he alone could maintain world peace. Rhodey supported him, assuring that he would never misuse the suit. However, inexplicably, Tony began wearing the armor everywhere, even wielding weapons at his birthday party last night to smash bottles. Rhodey was furious and confronted Tony in the lab while donning the Mark II, resulting in a fight. In an unusual turn of events, Tony allowed Rhodey to take the Mark II. This behavior is quite concerning, Lynn. At this point, Pepper's voice took on a tone of distress. Moreover, Tony has hired a new attractive secretary. I can see the way he looks at her. He even donated all the modern art pieces we collected together. I initially believed he entrusted me with the role of CEO as a sign of confidence. But now I sense something is amiss. I know he is hiding something from me, yet he refuses to confide in me. I don't know what to do, Lynn. I'm genuinely worried about him. Pepper's voice quivered with the threat of tears. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly reassured. It's all right, Pepper. I'm here for you. I'll go find him now. Leave this matter to me. After hanging up the phone, Tony's call came through. Lynn, have you returned? Come see me. I wish to discuss something with you. With that, the call ended. Tony's tone was calm, leaving Lin Yuan unable to discern any emotion. Soon, Tony sent his location. Lin Yuan arrived swiftly. When he saw Tony, he was clad in his armor, wearing sunglasses, seated in the midst of a large donut advertisement, indulging in a cheese donut. You really should join me in Bunnyland for a meal. You spend all day eating such unappetizing things. Lin Yuan transformed into his human form beside him, disdainfully eyeing the donut in Tony's hand. Afterward, he gently embraced Tony and apologized. I'm truly sorry for missing your birthday party. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and patted Lin Yuan's back. It's good to have you back. The two sat side by side atop the donut advertisement, watching the sunset. After a while, Lin Yuan spoke up. Pepper told me about your situation. It seems a lot has transpired during my absence these past 2 months. He nudged Tony's shoulder and asked, serious in demeanor, Tony, do you doubt my abilities? Why do you ask that? Tony replied, puzzled. Lin Yuan pointed at the terrifying purple lines etched on Tony's neck, his voice laced with a hint of anger. If you truly believe in my capabilities, why didn't you confide this matter to me? Do you think your fate is sealed? That I lack the power to assist you? Is that why you entrusted the company to Pepper and took the opportunity to pass Mark II to Rhodes? Tony fell silent, his voice barely a whisper. You know everything, huh? I just. He faltered, failing to articulate a reason. Lin Yuan sighed, to be honest. Tony, while my abilities have not yet reached their zenith, they're undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way. Even if you were to die now, I could pull you back from the depths of hell. He silently added to himself, of course, after resurrecting you, we would likely be pursued by Mephisto. Tony stared at Lin Yuan, disbelief etched on his face. Why would I go to hell if I died? Lin Yuan face-bombed. Is that really the point you should be focusing on? He then patted Tony's shoulder, releasing a detoxification spell. Instantly, Tony felt an immense relief wash over him. The agony wrought by palladium poisoning vanished, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly invigorated. The return of his health nearly brought him to tears. See? Such a simple matter. Yet you made it life or death. You're Iron Man. Consider the embarrassing things you've done recently. I heard you even urinated in public. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to tease Tony. Perhaps I should just let myself die. This is utterly humiliating. Tony lamented, wishing to vanish into the ground. Hey, Tony. These are merely trivial matters. I am now curious about how you plan to appease Sister Pepper. Lin Yuan suddenly chuckled with a mischievous grin and said, Tony, you look stunned. It seems you are indeed in deep trouble. At that moment, a dark figure approached them. Lin Yuan pointed at the figure, addressing Tony. What do you suppose he wants with you? Tony replied disdainfully, isn't it obvious? He wants to recruit me again. Though I have no idea what his reasoning is this time. I suspect he intends to impress by offering to assist with your chest issue to lure you in. However, it appears he has lost his charm for the moment. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. Nick Fury arrived beneath the donut, hands on his hips, and called up to the two above, Gentlemen, might you come down from the donut? Noticing Lin Yuan and Tony looking at him, he remained silent and turned to walk towards the nearby CAF. Lin Yuan turned to Tony and remarked, see, He's already putting on an act. Come on, Tony. Let's see what he has to say. Upon entering the CAF, they found Nick Fury seated by the window. The establishment was empty, likely cleared out by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Yuan approached with a cheerful demeanor. Hi there, Director Egghead. It's been a while. Nick Fury's veins throbbed visibly on his forehead. Calm down, calm down. He's still just a child, he reminded himself internally. Just as Nick Fury was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that Iron Man's demeanor seemed off. He appeared overly energetic, showing no signs of palladium poisoning, and the purple markings on his neck had vanished. Nick Fury felt a sense of dread and reluctantly asked Tony, "Have you recovered from your palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan interjected with a grin, "Of course, I'm back now. This minor issue is completely trivial." Nick Fury shot Lin Yuan a resentful glance, his mind racing with expletives. "Damn it, how is it you again? Last time I attempted to impress by putting on a show, you illuminated me with a spotlight. I intended to showcase S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength before Tony Stark, and now you've gone and cured him ahead of time. How am I supposed to carry on?" Feeling uneasy under Fury's gaze, Lin Yuan leaned back, attempting to distance himself from the egghead. "What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. I'm not into that." At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed in. "Then what shall I do?" Chapter 33. Your posture is simply impeccable. I couldn't help but intervene. The speaker was a stunningly beautiful woman, with striking features and a captivating figure, none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha Romanoff. Upon recognizing her, Tony was taken aback. Goodness, isn't she my newly hired secretary? How surprising to learn she is affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. He was somewhat vexed by the situation, realizing that she had employed her charms. Fortunately, he, Tony Stark, possessed the fortitude to remain unaffected. Lin Yuan, upon hearing the conversation, turned to look as well, exclaiming, "Wow, it's Black Widow. She's incredibly beautiful and has an amazing figure." He added, "Sister, I'm still a minor." Natasha approached Lin Yuan, playfully ruffling his hair, and smiled. "It's all right. I can wait for you to grow up." Tony, in response, swiftly pulled Lin Yuan behind him, watching Natasha warily. "What is this? Are you plotting against my brother? I haven't settled the score with you yet." Natasha dismissed his concerns and sat down beside Nick Fury, winking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled but remained silent. Nick Fury introduced her, stating, "This is Agent Romanoff. When you first appeared in distress, I had her stay close to you. She is responsible for reporting your condition to me, which is how we became aware that something was amiss." "Then I suppose I owe you my gratitude," Lin Yuan replied. Tony's expression darkened as he directed a sarcastic tone towards Natasha. She, however, remained unfazed and replied with a gentle smile, "You're welcome." At this moment, Nick Fury shifted to a more serious tone. "Tony, I am aware that you have been acting rather strangely lately." Tony's face darkened, realizing that he was about to be reprimanded. He quickly interjected, "No, I am perfectly fine. I am completely normal." Fury's frustration was palpable as his voice rose. "If you are truly normal, then why have you entrusted your company to your girlfriend? And why did you give your armor to a friend, allowing him to soar through the skies in your suit?" Tony made a final attempt to defend himself. "It wasn't my gift. He took it." Natasha chimed in. "As far as I know, Mr. Stark's database security protocols prevent unauthorized use of his products." All right, I concede. There's no need for further jabs." Tony realized he could no longer argue and shifted the topic. "What do you need from me?" Fury, nearly exasperated, shouted, "What do we need from you? You have become a problem, one that I cannot ignore." After taking a moment to regain composure, he continued, "I initially brought medication to alleviate your palladium poisoning. But since you seem fine now, it will no longer be necessary." He then turned to Lin Yuan, asking, "Can your magic cure palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan shook his head, gesturing to the reactor in Tony's chest. "My spells can eliminate all toxins, but as long as this device remains in place, the toxins will continue to accumulate." At this juncture, Tony interjected, "I have been searching for a substitute for palladium. I have experimented with various combinations of known elements." Lin Yuan interrupted, "No. You have not explored all elements." Tony looked at Lin Yuan with confusion. Lin Yuan, grinning, pointed at Nick Fury and said, "Ask him." Nick Fury, feeling somewhat annoyed, thought to himself that Lin Yuan had stolen his moment to impress. However, as Tony continued to stare at him, he had no choice but to respond candidly. "Indeed. It's not all. Your father left you a gift, but it's not something we can discuss openly. Let us talk at your home." He then turned to Lin Yuan and added, "By the way, you can tell me where you've been." Lin Yuan, unfazed, thought there was nothing to conceal. As the four exited the CAF, Lin Yuan smiled at Natasha and asked, "Sister, how are you getting there? Do you need me to take you?" Nick Fury interjected. "No need for that. We'll drive. You and Tony can wait for us at home." Lin Yuan pouted, feeling slightly annoyed at being interrupted from his interaction with the beautiful sister. "All right, we'll head back first." With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent bird and soared homeward. Natasha, witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation for the first time, displayed a look of curiosity but remained silent as she boarded Nick Fury's car, heading towards Tony's villa. At the seaside villa, Lin Yuan surveyed the disarray and inquired of Tony, "Brother, are you planning to renovate the house?" Tony, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and chose not to respond. Soon, Nick Fury arrived, bringing with him a large box labeled Property of H. Stark. The three casually found seats and began conversing while gazing at the windowless openings. Without wasting time, Nick Fury got straight to the point, indicating the arc reactor on Tony's chest, and stated, "This device is based on an incomplete technology." Tony interrupted, visibly displeased, saying, "It is complete. One could argue it was incomplete until I miniaturized it, but now it is fully developed." Nick Fury ignored his retort and continued, "No, your father mentioned that the arc reactor was merely the cornerstone of a significant open project. His aim was to reduce the nuclear reactor to the size of a 7-cell battery. Was he alone in this? What about Anton Vanko?" Tony inquired once more. Nick Fury explained, "Anton Vanko was different. He merely sought to profit from it, which led your father to dismiss him. Later, he was exiled to Siberia, where he spiraled into alcoholism and madness. What kind of normal child could emerge from such an environment? The man you encountered at the Monaco Grand Prix was his son." After a brief pause, Nick Fury continued, "He said that you are the only one capable of inheriting your father's legacy and fulfilling his vision." Tony scoffed, "Impossible. He never liked me. He was always indifferent and never expressed his love. I cannot comprehend how he expects me to inherit his work." Lin Yuan, listening intently, could not help but interject, "Is it possible that your father, much like you, struggled to express his emotions?" Tony turned to Lin Yuan, pointing at himself, and incredulously asked, "Me? Unable to express my emotions? What nonsense." Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, expressing his affirmation. Tony's expression darkened as he disregarded Lin Yuan, turning back to Nick Fury to say, "You seem to know him quite well." "Of course, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury replied, glancing at his watch before rising to his feet. "What?" Tony exclaimed in shock, about to say more when Nick Fury interrupted him. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Within the case are items left for you by your father. Additionally, Natasha will continue her stay at Stark Industries." "Lin, you are acquainted with Coulson, are you not? Please discuss your matters with him shortly." As Nick Fury prepared to depart, he turned halfway, his single eye widening as he extended 2 fingers to point at his eye and then at Tony, declaring, "Tony, I will always be watching you." With that, his eyes widened even further. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from above, enveloping him. Nick Fury let out a horrified cry. "Damn it, you again. My titanium dog eye, it's blinding me once more." Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together, apologetically stating, "I am truly sorry. Your stance was just too impeccable. I couldn't help but act." Chapter 34, Brother, Our Father is Truly Remarkable. Nick Fury departed with his eyes covered. Lin Yuan was bemused, pondering how he could navigate with only one eye concealed. Yet, he strode away with an air of nonchalance. Tony, gazing at the box, wore a dejected expression. Despite the lengthy discourse, the egghead had failed to provide him with a solution. He found such riddlers particularly vexing. Coulson stood nearby, maintaining his familiar hairstyle and the same amiable smile. "Ah, old Coulson, it's been a while." Lin Yuan greeted him. What a peculiar address, Coulson mused internally. Yet his outward smile remained unchanged. "Mr. Lin, could you kindly recount what transpired during your absence?" Lin Yuan had no intention of withholding information. He recounted how he had inadvertently been transported to the legendary Asgard by Thor, the reasons behind the Thunder God's arrival on Earth, and the true mastermind behind the destroyer, sharing every detail. Tony listened in stunned silence. An avalanche of questions tumbling from his lips. "You mean to say you actually went to Asgard? The Einstein-Rosen bridge truly exists? You became brothers with Thor? And Odin himself used magic to return you? Are they truly gods? Are there other gods in the universe? Gods are merely humans with extraordinary abilities. The universe is home to myriad species, Asgardians are but one among many. Will they covet Earth? And what is their technological advancement like? Tony's thoughts immediately gravitated towards this concern. Rest assured, Earth is quite secure now. As for their technological prowess, we are still far behind. Lin Yuan candidly revealed the state of affairs on Earth. A chill of crisis surged through Tony, his hair standing on end. Lin Yuan patted him reassuringly, saying, "Do not feel overwhelmed, brother. Focus on the task at hand. Earth has its guardians. For instance, that egghead knows a certain lady who is arguably one of the pinnacle warriors." Natasha and Coulson, listening in astonishment, realized that Lin Yuan's revelations surpassed their own knowledge, which was already more extensive than Tony's. Enough of that. I've said all I needed to say. Don't worry too much, Tony. Our rabbit country has a saying. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. Just let things unfold naturally, and all shall be well. Lin Yuan concluded the conversation, wanting to alleviate the pressure on Tony. Tony remained silent for a while, before lifting the box and entering the laboratory. He was eager to discover what his father had left behind, intent on augmenting his own strength. Noticing Tony's mood was off, Lin Yuan bid farewell to Natasha and Coulson and followed him. Upon entering the laboratory, Tony opened the box. Its contents were quite simple: a blueprint, 2 reels of film, and a notebook. He placed the reels into the projector, flipping through the notebook as Lin Yuan plopped down beside him, watching the film. In the movie, Howard Stark stood before a layout of a futuristic city, sharing his visions for the future. Tony was indifferent, dismissing the information as outdated. It had all been realized long ago. After a moment of viewing, he felt there was nothing of value and was about to leave when Lin Yuan grasped his arm and gestured towards the screen. Turning back, Tony heard Howard call out his name. "Tony, this future city is a design I crafted for you. You may not comprehend its significance now, but one day you will understand its true worth. With the technology and knowledge of my time, I cannot bring it to fruition, however. I have faith that only you can realize my vision in the future. Tony, throughout all of humanity, my greatest invention is you." These words resonated deeply within Tony. Lin Yuan, excitedly tugging at Tony, exclaimed, "See? I told you, Dad just struggles to express himself. Now, he can openly share his heartfelt sentiments with the camera. Just like you." Tony shot Lin Yuan a look, retorting, "It's our dad." Lin Yuan responded with a playful, "Oh." After watching the film, Tony fell into contemplation. After a brief moment, it seemed he had made a decision, rising to his feet. Lin Yuan inquired, "What's next?" "First, I'll go apologize to Pepper tomorrow and conveniently retrieve that model," Tony said, pointing to the futuristic city design on the screen. "Of course, we must go?" Lin Yuan replied, his face alight with excitement. "This is bound to be a great show. How could we possibly miss it?" The following day, Tony drove with Lin Yuan towards Stark Industries. On the way, Tony spotted a strawberry vendor and contemplated stopping to purchase some. Lin Yuan intervened. "Tony, I advise against buying strawberries." Confused, Tony asked, "Why not? Don't you remember? Pepper is allergic to strawberries." Lin Yuan insisted, hoping to safeguard Tony's well-being. "Oh no," Tony said, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Good brother." Tony patted Lin Yuan's shoulder in gratitude. They soon arrived at Stark Enterprises. And at the CEO's office, Tony nudged Lin Yuan forward to gauge the atmosphere. Lin Yuan entered, finding Pepper on the phone discussing the ownership of Mark II. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with surprise, signaling him to wait. Unfazed, Lin Yuan took a seat at the desk. Once Pepper concluded her call, she stood and embraced Lin Yuan, her joy palpable. He reciprocated the hug gently, asking, "Pepper, how does it feel to be CEO?" Instantly, Pepper's expression fell as she began to vent. "Lin, while I truly enjoy this role, Tony has delegated nearly all responsibilities to me, which is immensely stressful. What's worse, he recently proclaimed to the world that he is Iron Man and vowed to uphold global peace. Yet, just look at his recent antics, utterly ridiculous. And here I am, left to clean up his mess." Lin Yuan quickly interjected on Tony's behalf. "Pepper, Tony has his reasons, I assure you, from now on. He will change. If he doesn't, I'll help you set him straight." As the conversation ensued, a voice echoed from outside. "Mr. Stark, what are you doing out there?" Natasha entered, holding some documents, prompting Tony to follow her in with an awkward smile directed at Pepper. Upon seeing Tony, Pepper's expression soured once again, and she turned away, disregarding him. Lin Yuan greeted Natasha with a cheerful, "Hello, Sister Natasha." He then subtly gestured to Tony, urging him to say something kind to Pepper. At that moment, Tony, in a moment of folly, asked Natasha why she was at Pepper's place. Oblivious to the fact that Natasha and Pepper had never quite hit it off, Lin Yuan couldn't help but facepalm. Pepper, currently in a fit of anger, was in no mood to entertain Tony and seized the opportunity to cool down before her business trip. After a gentle embrace with Lin Yuan, she bypassed Tony and swiftly exited to catch her flight. Watching his driver and bodyguard Happy trailing behind Pepper with her luggage, Tony felt a profound sense of defeat. He had lost this battle entirely. Natasha continued to organize the documents on the desk, unfazed by Tony's glowering gaze. Before leaving, she threw a flirtatious glance back at Lin Yuan. Slumped in his office chair, Tony was disheartened. His beloved was upset and ignoring him. The newly hired secretary had been swayed, and even his driver and bodyguard had turned against him. Lin Yuan found amusement in Tony's despondence and, suppressing his laughter, nudged him while pointing at the model displayed in the office. Come on, don't be like this. Pepper is just upset. It will pass. Why not take a look at the future city model Dad left for you? Revitalized, Tony began to examine the model. As he gazed, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly pulled Lin Yuan over to help transport the model back to the laboratory. Upon returning, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to scan the entire layout of the model into the computer, meticulously eliminating unnecessary trees, roads, and other distractions. Finally, the central structure served as the framework, with surrounding buildings arranged like neutrons and protons, forming a perfect sphere. With a swift motion of his hand, the spherical structure magnified, revealing a brand new element before the two of them. Lin Yuan gaped in astonishment, tugging at Tony's sleeve. Brother, it seems Dad was even more brilliant than you. Tony smiled in response. Indeed, he was the best father. He then patted Lin Yuan's head. Now, let us get moving and prepare for an extensive model renovation. It's time to embark on new hardware development. First, let's self-dismantle this place. Lin Yuan was thrilled. He had long awaited this moment. He transformed into a whirlwind of energy, tearing apart everything in sight. As Tony wielded a high-energy ion beam, slicing through half of the laboratory's contents, the focus beam illuminated a fixed triangular material. After a dazzling flash, the new element within the triangle radiated brightly. Success. When Tony placed the new element into the new reactor, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated. Sir, the new energy compatibility has been successfully achieved. Thus, a new era dawned. Chapter 35. Delivering a message. Lin Yuan gazed quietly at the birth of new elements, a sense of pride swelling within him as the new arc reactor was completed. He had dismantled the home, relocated the items, and crafted the protective measures. Thus, by all accounts, he could consider himself one of the inventors of the new elements. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? Once he concluded his tasks, Tony remained in the laboratory to await Jarvis's collection of reactor data. It was then that Lin Yuan remembered he had another matter to attend to. Far away in Asgard, a rather large fellow was waiting for him to deliver a letter to his beloved. Having been preoccupied with Tony's affairs since his return, he almost forgot. Now, with little else demanding his attention, he decided to take care of this matter first before indulging in a meal at Rabbit's place. The cuisine he had endured in Asgard over the past few months was truly beyond description. Tony, you keep busy. I have some errands to run. After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Yuan called Coulson. Hello, old Coulson. Could you do me a favor? Upon learning Jane's whereabouts from Coulson, Lin Yuan soared toward her location. Ever since the events involving the Destroyer, Jane, along with Professor Eric Selvig and the bespectacled Daisy Louise, had been under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D., effectively becoming unofficial members. Having witnessed the legendary Bifrost firsthand, both Professor Selvig and Jane had become increasingly captivated by this area of research. As Heimdall had indicated, Jane had been diligently working for months. However, regrettably, the technology of the Bifrost was beyond Earth's current capabilities. Although Jane's research had made significant strides, it would never meet her lofty expectations. On this particular day, after a long day's journey, Jane sat alone on her balcony, gazing at the resplendent starry sky above. She pondered where Thor might be among the stars. He had promised to come find her, yet so much time had passed without a word. Had something gone awry? A mixture of longing, anxiety, and a hint of resentment filled her heart. During this time, everyone around her urged her to let go, insisting that once Thor returned to his realm, he would not return. Nevertheless, she steadfastly clung to her belief that he would indeed come back for her. Suddenly, she spotted a large bird soaring through the sky, resembling an eagle, though it was unlike any eagle she had ever known. The bird's silhouette glided past the luminous moon, heading directly toward her. Before Jane could fully comprehend the sight, the majestic creature transformed into a handsome young man before her. "Lin?" Jane exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. She recognized him as the youth who had fought alongside Thor, the panda who had later been whisked away by the Bifrost. If Lin had returned, did that mean Thor was also back? She felt a surge of excitement. Lin Yuan greeted her with a warm smile. "It's been a while. Sister Jane." "Lin, you're back. What of Thor? Has he returned as well?" Jane's voice rose with palpable enthusiasm. Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. Calm down, calm down. "Sister Jane, this time, I have returned alone. Thor, due to special circumstances, cannot return to Earth for the time being." Jian's demeanor slumped as she bowed her head in silence, tears cascading onto the floor. Lin Yuan was startled. "Sister Jian, please do not cry. Sit down and allow me to share what transpired." He guided Jian to a nearby chair and began recounting the events that unfolded after their arrival in Asgard. Jian listened intently, her emotions gradually settling. Is it true? Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge to save the lives of an entire planet? He acted rightly. He is a true hero. Her eyes reflected both pride and melancholy. "Lin, how did you return? Can Thor still come to Earth?" Jian gazed at Lin Yuan with hope. He nodded. "He can come. This time, I was transported by dark magic from Thor's father. However, dark magic operates unidirectionally. If Thor were to come here, he would be unable to return immediately. As the future king of Asgard, he cannot abandon his people. Moreover, Thor's father is injured and cannot use dark magic repeatedly for the time being. Thor asked me to tell you that he is diligently working to repair the Rainbow Bridge. Once it is restored, he will certainly return to you." Jian lowered her head, murmuring, "I knew he would not forget me. He will find a way back." She then lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her face as she addressed Lin Yuan. "Thank you for bringing me this news. I shall wait for him." "Indeed, he will return soon," Lin Yuan reassured her. This was not mere consolation. Thor would indeed soon arrive on Earth. "Well then, Sister Jian, I have shared the news, and I must take my leave." Lin Yuan stood to bid farewell. "Why not stay and have something to eat before you go?" "No, I am off to Rabbit's house for some delicious food. You see, Sister Jian, there isn't much to eat in Asgard. I have nearly starved for Rabbit's culinary delights these past few months." Lin Yuan could not help but chatter on, then transformed into a great bird, waving his wings at Jian. "I shall take my leave now, Sister Jian. Just in time for breakfast at Rabbit's. I will visit you again soon." With that, the great bird flapped its wings and vanished into the night sky. Jian watched the departing creature with envy, murmuring, "Rabbit's delicious food? I wish to taste it as well. Lin's abilities are remarkable. He looks splendid and flies so swiftly. Oh, and he can transform into a panda. Next time he visits, I must ask him to become a panda so I can pet him." As Lin Yuan soared towards Rabbit's house, contemplating where to dine next, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Yuan answered the call, his mood dampened. "Lin, it's me." The voice of Tony Stark resonated through the line. "Tony, what is the matter? I just had an intrusion on my communication line by Ivan Vanko." Tony's tone was heavy, likely encased in his Mark armor. "What?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation that was about to unfold. Tony's voice resonated, declaring his intention to conclude 4 decades of the Stark family's legacy within a mere 40 minutes. I traced his call to the East Coast, surmising that he aimed to strike against the Stark Expo, undoubtedly linked to Hammer Industries products. Today, they were set to unveil their unmanned combat drones at the Stark Expo. Pepper was also present, and I feared for her safety. I was en route to the venue and urged for assistance, having already sent the location to your phone. "No problem, Tony. I'm on my way." In the night sky, the great bird of prey spread its wings, leaving a golden silhouette as it soared towards the East Coast. Chapter 36. I do not know. On the East Coast, at the Stark Expo press conference, the main venue was abuzz with excitement. At the Hammer Technology booth, CEO Justin Hammer took the stage to personally unveil his latest products. With a sardonic tone, he first dismissed Tony's armor before proceeding to showcase his own creations. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you the latest innovation from Hammer Technology, the Hammer Iron Soldier." As Justin gestured, a series of unmanned mech suits ascended from beneath the stage, each equipped with Hammer Technology's cutting-edge weapon systems. Amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers, Justin pointed to the center of the stage, announcing, now making his entrance is the first prototype of the Iron Soldier, a comprehensive threat response combat armor, alongside its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. Under the spotlight, Rhodes ascended in the war machine, saluting as he rose, prompting all the Iron Soldiers behind him to mirror the gesture. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, and just as Justin was about to say more, a thunderous roar of flames erupted from the sky. Tony, clad in the latest Mark 6 suit, soared into the venue, landing gracefully on the booth. The crowd erupted into even more fervent applause as Tony waved to the audience. Heightening the excitement, Tony leaned closer to War Machine and whispered urgently, "Listen, Rhodes, I suspect Justin Hammer has colluded with Ivan Vanko. They're planning something here." Rhodes, equally astonished, replied, "Ivan Vanko is still alive?" Ignoring the audience, Tony confronted Justin Hammer directly, demanding, "Where is Ivan Vanko?" Justin feigned ignorance, vehemently denying any knowledge. However, at that moment, the weapon systems of War Machine activated, targeting Tony, with all surrounding mechs following suit. Startled, Tony exclaimed, "What are you doing, Rhodes?" In a panic, Rhodes responded, "Tony, the system has been compromised. I can't control the armor." Thinking quickly, Tony shot into the sky, fleeing the venue. War Machine's shoulder-mounted weapons fired at him, and the other drones opened fire as well, bullets chasing Tony's figure and shattering the glass ceiling overhead, sending shards raining down on the audience. Chaos ensued as terrified attendees scrambled for the exits, cries echoing throughout the venue. With War Machine's flight thrusters ignited, it and the airborne drones pursued Tony relentlessly. As he adeptly maneuvered through the air, evading their attacks, he contacted Lynn, asking, "Where are you?" "I've arrived." "Tony, how are you holding up?" Lynn responded, "I'm fine. Head to the venue. There are many who can't fly at the booth. Be cautious, as I have taken charge of the venue." In the midst of our conversation, Lin Yuan had already ascended into the air above the venue. Inside, the Army's steel soldiers, equipped with sniper cannons, and the Navy's steel soldiers, armed with rocket launchers, began to move with the crowd towards the exit. Fortunately, the primary target of Ivan Vanko, who was controlling from behind, was Tony, and the remaining drones did not engage the audience. However, as the mechs reached the outdoors, the Army's steel soldiers initiated an attack on Tony, locking onto him with their sniper cannons. Tony nimbly evaded the bullets, which struck a drone behind him. The drone was obliterated, its debris raining down upon the panicked crowd below. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Yuan seized the wreckage and hurled it into an uninhabited area, just as the Navy's steel soldiers commenced indiscriminate rocket attacks on the surrounding ground. My goodness, how ruthless! Lin Yuan's head throbbed. He had no means to halt the rocket launches, and the area erupted in explosions, sending people into a greater frenzy. Such capitalists truly disregard human life. Sigh, it seems I am destined to endure more suffering. Resolute, Lin Yuan leaped into the throng of mechs on the ground. As the great pung bird descended, it transformed into an adorable panda, unleashing a mighty roar that activated his challenge roar skill. Within the skill's range, all the drones instantaneously redirected their targets towards Lin Yuan's panda form. Ivan Vanko, who covertly controlled the mechs, was taken aback. What was happening? Why did all systems appear normal, yet all mechs inexplicably targeted that panda? Lin Yuan was unconcerned with Ivan Vanko's bewilderment. He was now engulfed in artillery fire. The relentless bombardment struck him, and though he was shielded by magical protection, the pain was still acute. He charged into the heart of the dense cluster of drones, utilizing their own firepower to obliterate them. Soon, the majority of drones had been destroyed by their own artillery, and the remaining few posed no challenge, succumbing to a single strike from Lin Yuan's panda form. Finally, it's done. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back into the venue to find Pepper. Upon reaching the backstage, he found Pepper urging the staff of Hammer Technologies to expedite the system repairs, just as Lin Yuan intended to greet her. Natasha's and Tony's avatars appeared in the communication window on the computer. Meanwhile, in the exhibition's backstage, Natasha questioned Pepper about what had transpired with Justin Hammer. When Justin attempted to protest, Natasha lost her temper, forcefully pinning him against the table. After extracting information about Ivan Vanko from his laboratory, she instructed Pepper to report Justin Hammer to the authorities and proceeded to head directly into the lion's den. Happy drove Natasha towards Hammer Technologies, where she changed into a sleek, form-fitting suit in the car, nearly causing Happy's eyes to bulge. Bursting into the laboratory, Happy barely managed to dispatch one guard, eager to boast to Natasha, only to find that she had already eliminated all opposition. Staring at the multitude of defeated guards, Happy was left dumbfounded. When Natasha located the room occupied by Ivan Vanko, he had already fled, yet the computer was still operational. As a top-tier agent, Natasha effortlessly rebooted Rhodes' armor. In the sky, Tony evaded attacks, utilizing the terrain to dismantle several drones. However, In a moment of carelessness, he was struck from the side by War Machine, and the two tumbled into an ecological conservatory. War Machine pinned Tony down, the machine gun mounted on its shoulder aimed menacingly at him, unleashing a barrage of fire. Concerned about injuring Rhodes, Tony refrained from deploying his more powerful weaponry, instead bracing against the gun's muzzle to prevent it from harming him. Suddenly, War Machine powered down, devoid of energy, prompting Tony to hastily shove it aside. In an instant, Natasha's communication window appeared before him. "Your partner has returned." "Thank you, Agent Romanoff," Tony exclaimed in gratitude. "No need for thanks. Your new equipment's energy is stable and significantly more powerful, and your vital signs are normal. Indeed. It seems I am not quite ready to meet my end. Thank you." "What? Tony, were you on the brink of death before? You kept such a monumental secret from me?" Pepper's voice reached their ears, laced with indignation. Taken aback, Tony quickly explained, "I apologize. I meant to tell you earlier. But so much happened that I didn't have the chance. I promise to elaborate later." At that moment, Natasha noticed multiple drones converging on Tony from the surveillance radar and promptly alerted him. Pepper, aware that this was not the moment for such discussions, suppressed her anger for the time being. She then turned her gaze, filled with malice, towards Lin Yuan, gritting her teeth as she inquired, "My dear brother, were you aware of this matter as well?" Lin Yuan stiffened, hastily denying, "I wasn't. I don't know anything. Sister, I went to assist Tony." With that, Lin Yuan swiftly transformed into a great rock and soared towards Tony. Chapter 37. The ADC falters. The support ascends not long after Lin Yuan took flight. A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to return to Little Chili's side. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, he transformed back into his human form, bestowing upon her the wild mark and rejuvenation spell. He cautioned her, "Sister, when you venture out, keep your distance from those mechas by the door. They may explode." Little Chili nodded in understanding, and with that reassurance, Lin Yuan hastened towards Tony. As he hovered above the botanical garden, Lin Yuan observed Tony and Road besieged by a multitude of drones. He promptly granted them buffs, and then watched the unfolding drama from the sky. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, rather, he felt powerless, for he was merely a support. Dealing damage was best left to the two ADCs below. Tony, sensing the familiar aura enveloping him, looked up to see Lin Yuan soaring above. Instantly, his confidence surged. With a support by his side, the drones seemed like mere trifles. Easily dispatched. He exclaimed to Road, "Do you feel that? Our ally has arrived. Let's take them down." Without further ado, Tony charged forward. This was Road's first experience of Lin Yuan's buffs, and he felt his injuries and exhaustion rapidly dissipate, although he was unaware of who the ally was. Seeing Tony rush ahead spurred him to follow suit. As the battle commenced, the drones surged towards the duo. They fought seamlessly, backs pressed together, wielding an array of weapons to effortlessly dismantle the approaching drones. Yet, the sheer number of mechas was overwhelming. Even with Lin Yuan's protective buffs, they found themselves struggling. Eventually, Tony could no longer endure the slow pace. It was cumbersome to take them down one by one. He bellowed, "Road, crouch." At that moment, the depth of their camaraderie was evident. Road immediately complied, demonstrating their remarkable synergy. With a surge of energy from the Mark VI's hand, Tony executed a spin, unleashing a crimson laser that severed the surrounding drones in two. Lin Yuan, watching from above, couldn't help but marvel at the display. How magnificent it was, truly awe-inspiring. Road glanced at Tony, a hint of resentment in his eyes, and remarked, "That move was impressive. You should have used it sooner." Tony, retracting the laser apparatus, explained, "It's a one-time use, reserved for critical moments." Before Road could respond, Natasha's voice echoed, "Be cautious. Another mecha approaches, and this one feels different. Its energy signature is excessive." Instantly alert, the two men turned their attention to the incoming mecha. It landed with a thud, its visor lifting to reveal Ivan Vanko. With a swagger, Vanko brandished two whips crackling with high-voltage electricity, emitting a menacing hiss. Road's excitement surged at the sight of the ultimate boss. It was finally his turn to shine. He declared, "Let me handle this. Watch as I obliterate him with my ex-wife's missile." From above, Lin Yuan watched with eager anticipation. Here it comes. The iconic moment is upon us. Rod's shoulder-mounted missile launcher sprang to life, igniting a small missile that hurtled toward Ivan Vanko. Indifferent, Vanko had long since perused the database and recognized the missile for what it was. As anticipated, the missile collided with the armor of Ivan Vanko, only to plummet to the ground, sparking momentarily before falling silent. Lin Yuan, hovering above, erupted in laughter, while Tony regarded Rod with a bemused expression. "Hammers, is it?" Rod responded awkwardly, indeed. Allow me to take charge. Before Rod could act, Tony preemptively engaged the mech's automated targeting system, which swiftly locked onto the exposed head and vital chest area of Ivan Vanko, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, Vanko had anticipated this move. His helmet dropped down instantaneously, deflecting the incoming projectiles. A fierce battle ensued as Vanko lashed out with his electric whip, aiming it directly at Tony and Rod. The two hastily evaded and retaliated. But Vanko, clad in his iron armor, was impervious to their gunfire. With a swift flick of his wrist, he severed the weapon mounted on War Machine's shoulder. Tony attempted to ascend and attack from above, only to be yanked down by Vanko's whip. The lashes left deep gashes on the Mark VI armor. Rod rushed to assist, but was ensnared by the whip and brought crashing to the ground. War Machine, lacking resistance to electrical currents, found its control systems severely disrupted, rendering any effective counterattack impossible. Vanko planted a foot upon War Machine, intent on crushing it. Tony seized the opportunity to ambush, but was sent flying by a whip strike. The whip then coiled around the neck of the Mark VI, and as Tony grasped it tightly and pulled, he managed to unsteady Vanko, allowing Rod to escape. However, Vanko retaliated with another whip, ensnaring War Machine once more. In an instant, both men found themselves immobilized, ensnared by the two electric whips, yet they clung tightly to them, maintaining a precarious balance. Vanko, perhaps feeling assured of victory, lowered his mask and mockingly regarded the two. Tony shouted, "Rod, do you recall what transpired at the banquet?" Rod understood immediately. They raised their arms, energy emitters in their palms beginning to gather power, intending to unleash a dual laser blast to obliterate Vanko. Upon noticing their movements, Vanko hastily donned his helmet and yanked the whips, sending both men staggering and causing their laser shots to veer off course. Lin Yuan, observing in disbelief, wondered how the villain had outsmarted them. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. With a surge of strength, Vanko hurled both men away, disregarding the War Machine behind him as he advanced toward Tony, delivering relentless strikes to the Mark VI. Tony found himself retreating, lacking the ability to defend himself. With a sigh, Lin Yuan lamented his own ADC's ineptitude while the enemy's ADC thrived, leaving it to him, the seasoned support, to intervene. The great rock swooped down, its claws aimed at Vanko's head. Taken by surprise, Vanko stumbled. Reacting quickly, he lashed out with his whip toward Lin Yuan, who effortlessly evaded it and landed, transforming into a panda. As Ivan Vanko charged forth, he was suddenly confronted by a panda rushing towards him, appearing before him in an instant. With a swift strike of its paw, an extraordinary force surged into his mind, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, the panda unleashed a ferocious onslaught upon Ivan Vanko, its paws leaving behind afterimages. 5 seconds later, Ivan Vanko regained consciousness, completely unscathed. Lin Yuan, with a look of exasperation, shouted to Tony, "Tony, after this is over, you must craft me a battle suit. This is far too frustrating." Struggling to rise, Tony replied, "No problem. Once this is all done, I will create one for you." As Lin Yuan deftly evaded Ivan Vanko's attacks, he pondered his strategy. Given the current circumstances, Ivan Vanko's electric whip had a definitive advantage over Mark VI and War Machine, and their close combat skills were utterly outmatched. Moreover, conventional ranged weapons could not penetrate Ivan Vanko's defenses at all. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that technique. Chapter 38. Are you crying? Tony. Rhodey, I can hold him in place for 10 seconds. You can use that technique again, Lin Yuan shouted at Tony and Rhodey while deftly evading the whip strikes. Sure thing, they replied in unison, raising their hands to aim at Ivan Vanko. Uncertain of their intentions, Ivan felt an acute sense of danger and abandoned his assault on Lin Yuan, charging towards Tony instead. Lin Yuan would not allow this. Transforming into his humanoid form, he unleashed his entangling vine skill. A thick vine instantly ensnared Ivan, rendering him immobile. Startled, Ivan raised his whip, attempting to sever the vine. Lin Yuan chuckled mischievously, morphing into a panda and bellowing, "Hey, you rogue." As he activated his challenge roar skill, Ivan, feeling an overwhelming surge of fury, redirected his whip towards Lin Yuan. Caught off guard by his swiftness, Lin Yuan was ensnared by the whip, trembling involuntarily. It hurt so much. "Tony, make your move." Seeing Ivan entangled, Tony and Rhodey raised their hands, unleashing 2 beams of laser energy that collided before Ivan. A violent explosion sent him flying, and as the smoke cleared, he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. In his eyes, there was no fear of death, Only a bewildered remark directed at Tony. You lost. And with that, he breathed his last. Suddenly, the red lights on his armor flickered to life, emitting a series of beeping sounds. In unison, all the drones also began to glow red. Realizing the imminent danger, Rhodey shouted, "These armors are going to self-destruct. We need to get out of here." "Tony, Pepper is at the venue," Lin Yuan reminded him urgently. Tony understood instantly, and flames erupted as he activated Mark 6, propelling himself towards the venue with maximum speed. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, amused by Tony's frantic departure. "Tony, don't blame me. I'm just looking out for you, contributing to your relationship as well." Meanwhile, in the backstage area of the venue, Pepper handed Hammer over to the arriving Uncle Ben before stepping outside. Upon witnessing the ground littered with glowing debris, she recalled Lin Yuan's warning and instinctively moved away from the wreckage, but it was too late. With a deafening roar, all the debris exploded simultaneously. In an instant, Pepper was engulfed by a raging inferno. At that moment, Tony, racing back, watched in horror as the flames consumed the woman he loved. "No." He let out a heart-wrenching scream, filled with boundless sorrow and anguish. Tony dashed towards Pepper with unparalleled speed, his eyes brimming with despair and fear. Upon finding her lying there motionless, his heart felt as though it had been torn asunder. No, this cannot be. Unable to accept the grim reality before him, Tony knelt beside Pepper, trembling hands caressing her cheek, as tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. "Little Pepper, you shall be unharmed. You simply must be unharmed. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I cannot fathom a day without your presence. I need you. Please do not leave me." Tony knelt upon the ground, embracing Pepper, overwhelmed with emotion. A gentle hand caressed his face, and a familiar voice resonated. "Are you crying?" Tony was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the enchanting figure before him. Pepper smiled, her eyes brimming with affection for Tony. Regaining his senses, he wiped away his tears and stubbornly declared, "I am not crying. You must have seen wrong." He then pulled her tightly into his embrace, exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you are safe." Lin Yuan and Rode watched the spectacle with great amusement. Rode excitedly exclaimed, He cried. "Did you capture that on film?" Lin Yuan raised his phone with an air of pride, of course, in high definition. "I will send you a copy later." Tony helped Pepper to her feet, only to find his two brothers capturing his embarrassing moment on camera, which infuriated him, prompting him to snatch the phone away. Lin Yuan, however, was not about to allow that, and Rode assisted him in thwarting Tony's attempt. Pepper looked at the playful trio with a smile. She had never been fond of Tony venturing out to maintain peace. The fear of him not returning haunted her. Yet, having witnessed Lin Yuan's miraculous magic firsthand, surviving such a violent explosion unscathed was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, her perspective shifted. She now believed that as long as Lin Yuan was by Tony's side, he would remain safe. Since Tony enjoyed soaring through the skies in his armor, she resolved to alleviate his worries and safeguard his rear. After a while, the playful antics ceased, and Tony warmly embraced Lin Yuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lin. You have once again saved me, as well as my future." Lin Yuan understood that Tony was thanking him for saving Pepper and chuckled. "Hey, what are brothers for? Besides, Pepper is not only my sister, but also my future sister-in-law. I could never allow her to come to harm. Likewise, Tony, I will ensure you remain safe." Rode observed the affectionate exchange between the two brothers with a hint of jealousy, muttering, "It seems I am the only extraneous one here." Lin Yuan, grinning, approached and playfully punched his chest. "Oh, Rode, I haven't forgotten about you. During the earlier scuffle, I also bestowed upon you a buff." Rode suddenly realized, "Oh, you are the support Tony mentioned. Your abilities are truly remarkable, and you can even transform into a bird or a panda. Can I learn that magic?" Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "That is not possible. It is my unique skill. I possess even more powerful abilities. Would you like to experience them?" Rode pounded his chest. "Bring it on. Let me feel just how powerful you are. Here I come," Lin Yuan declared as he raised his hand, releasing his magic. After experiencing it, Rode felt nothing and inquired, puzzled, "Is this what you meant by more powerful? Why do I not feel anything?" Lin Yuan elucidated, "This skill will continuously enhance your physical constitution and save your life in moments of peril. What do you think? Quite formidable, isn't it?" Rod nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's truly impressive. Thank you, my friend." Tony leaned in, inquiring, "Lin, is this the same skill that previously saved my life?" He recalled the surge of strength he felt when Obadiah had taken the reactor from his chest. "Yes, Tony. This skill is called nourishment, and Pepper possesses it as well. I have it too? No wonder I've been feeling increasingly well lately, despite having no time to exercise. I truly appreciate it, Lin. Pepper expressed her gratitude towards Lin Yuan, her face alight with surprise. Oh, there is no need for thanks. I would never let anything happen to you, Pepper. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, indicating it was merely a trivial matter. A sinister voice from the side interjected. So you've known all along that Pepper would be safe. And you simply wanted to see me embarrass myself? What do you mean by embarrassment? If I hadn't done this, how would Pepper know her significance in your heart? I'm merely assisting you, you know, Lin Yuan declared with a smug expression. All right, assisting me, is it? Then I shall return the favor. Tony gritted his teeth and turned to Pepper, stating, no matter the cost, I want to see him in the classroom next week. Lin Yuan looked on in shock at Tony's ingratitude. No. Chapter 39, have you heard? The incident involving Ivan Vanko and Lin Yuan, who fell victim to the KB attack, has reached a perfect conclusion. Rode did not return the war machine to Tony. He was aware that Tony had deliberately gifted him the armor, albeit driven by his near-death experience. However, Rode now intends to retain the suit for himself. As a military personnel utilizing the war machine, it essentially belongs to the armed forces, which alleviates a considerable burden from Tony. At that moment, Tony and Pepper were in a state of mutual affection, having just bared their hearts to one another. Lin Yuan, sensing the intimacy, decided to keep his distance to avoid being an unwanted third wheel. He had noticed a slight jealousy in Tony and thus chose to visit Rabbit's home for a few days. After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Yuan flew off to Rabbit's residence. After spending several months in Asgard, Lin Yuan was finally ready to indulge in a delightful meal, only to be urgently summoned back by Tony. After such a prolonged ordeal, he was eager to savor some delectable cuisine. Ha, gourmet food, here I come. Upon arriving at a quaint southern town near Rabbit's home, dawn was just breaking, yet the lively atmosphere filled Lin Yuan with comfort. This was the essence of life. He felt joyous, relishing the tranquility reminiscent of his previous world. Although he wished to remain at Rabbit's abode indefinitely, the system had warned him of the world's will, which would inevitably draw various events towards him. Thus, he decided to stay at Eagle Sauce's home, primarily due to the abundance of superheroes there. He found a breakfast shop bustling with families, where he savored his meal with delight. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit sat beside him, prompting Lin Yuan to assume he was merely another patron and shifted slightly to make room. Mr. Lin Yuan, good day. May I have a moment of your time? To Lin Yuan's surprise, the man addressed him by name. Puzzled, he recalled that he had no relatives in this world. Not even an identification card. How could this stranger know him? However, he felt no fear, as the man appeared quite amiable, seemingly devoid of ill intentions. Sure. Just a moment while I finish my meal, Lin Yuan replied, continuing to eat. Take your time, we're not in a rush, the man responded gently. Lin Yuan hastened his pace, yet remained unhurried, finishing the last bite before setting down his utensils and wiping his mouth. All right, I am ready to discuss business now. Where shall we go? Lin Yuan inquired, glancing at the man. This way, please, Mr. Lin. The man gestured for Lin Yuan to follow him outside the breakfast shop, leading him to a sleek black sedan. He opened the door, inviting Lin Yuan to enter. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped inside, and the man followed suit, taking a seat beside him. As the car began to move, the man extended his hand towards Lin Yuan and introduced himself. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am Zheng Xian, the director of the Spear Bureau. Taken aback, Lin Yuan processed the revelation that this man was from the Spear Bureau, yet maintained his composure as he shook Zheng's hand and responded, It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zheng. Zheng Xian scrutinized Lin Yuan before asking, What do you know about our Spear Bureau? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the organization. Zheng Xian smiled and explained, Our department, the Divine Spear Bureau, is responsible for handling extraordinary events, akin to the Shield Agency of the Eagle Nation. Lin Yuan nodded and directly inquired, Is there something specific that Director Zheng wishes to discuss with me? Zheng Xian maintained his smile and replied in a calm tone, Mr. Lin, the moment you first stepped into the Rabbit House, our monitoring department astutely detected your presence and immediately commenced a thorough investigation. After an extensive inquiry, we made a remarkable discovery. There exists no record of you in our population database. This has left us both perplexed and intrigued. According to our available data, your first recorded identity was registered by Stark Enterprises. Prior to that, it seems this world has left no trace or record of your existence. Such a situation is exceedingly rare and utterly baffling. Lin Yuan calmly questioned, So, Director Zheng, what does this mean? Are you planning to arrest me? He had anticipated this scenario, for he arrived in this world as a newcomer, thus leaving no traces of his past life. He had assumed that the first ones to seek him out would be relevant departments of the Eagle Nation, but it appeared they had been intercepted by Tony. Zhang Xian hastily clarified, No, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. After our observations, we unanimously believe that you harbor no ill intent toward the Rabbit House, and we shall continue to extend goodwill towards you. What I mean to convey is whether you might be interested in joining us. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding. Director Zheng, to be honest, I would very much like to reside in the Rabbit House. But due to certain special circumstances, I cannot stay here long term. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot join you. However, he paused, then added, Rest assured. Whenever the Rabbit House requires my assistance, I shall certainly come. Though Zhang Xian had anticipated this outcome, he still expressed his disappointment, saying, Very well. It is indeed a pity. Although we cannot work together, we warmly welcome you to visit the Rabbit House anytime. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Thank you. I shall visit often. By the way, Director Zheng, I have a small favor to ask, and I wonder if you could assist me. Zhang Xian promptly replied, Mr. Lin, please feel free to speak. As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall do our utmost to help. Lin Yuan smiled and said, It is not a significant matter. I simply wish to request your help in obtaining an identification card. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. I see. Of course, that is no problem at all, Mr. Lin. Once the documentation is prepared, I will inform you, and you can come to collect it. Lin Yuan nodded. Very well, thank you, Director Zheng. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Mr. Lin. It is a trivial matter. Is there anything else you require our assistance with? Lin Yuan hesitated briefly before asking, May I bring some friends to the Rabbit House in the future? Zhang Xian replied without hesitation, Of course. Just let us know in advance. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, expressing, That is truly wonderful. I was concerned about imposing any trouble upon you. Zhang Xian chuckled in response, How could that possibly be a bother? A friend of Mr. Lin Yuan is also a friend of ours. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian inquired, Mr. Lin Yuan, may I ask if your friend refers to Tony Stark? Lin Yuan, without any reservation, graciously replied, No, it is not Brother Tony. Rather, it is a friend of mine from Asgard. Specifically, it is King Odin and his queen. Along with their son, Thor, and possibly their younger son, the god of mischief, Loki. Zhang Xian was left utterly speechless. Have you heard what people say? Chapter 40, The Apocalypse? After bidding farewell to the ever-doubtful Director Zhang Xian, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had resolved his identity issues within the Rabbit household through official channels, liberating himself from the daily to and fro between the Rabbit family and the Eagle family. Although it did not consume excessive time, the routine was exhausting. Now, with the impending arrival of his identification card, life would become considerably more convenient. He made a phone call to Brother Tony to explain the situation. Tony did not object. He had grown increasingly confident in Lin Yuan's abilities, especially after having spent several months on an extraterrestrial journey. Why fret over a mere international trip? Thus, Lin Yuan began to indulge himself. After parting ways with Zhang Xian, he first traveled to northeast China to savor a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. In the afternoon, he found himself on the beaches of Hainan, admiring the sight of bikini-clad beauties while relishing a sumptuous seafood feast. Sated and content, he lounged on the sand under the sun. This, he mused, was the life he had always desired. Fortuitously, his acquaintance with Brother Tony in this world had proven invaluable. Economically, it was a top-tier arrangement, rivaling the advantages of possessing a golden finger in a fantasy realm. Zhang Xian was swift in his actions. That very evening, he contacted Lin Yuan to inform him that his identification card was ready. Lin Yuan hurried over and received his Rabbit household ID, holding the familiar document in his hands. He was overwhelmed with emotion. It provided him with a sense of belonging in this unfamiliar world. Safeguarding his ID, Lin Yuan decided to celebrate. Boss, I'd like 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of, and a bottle of chilled soda. All right, please take a seat. Your order will be ready shortly. As Lin Yuan settled down to await his barbecue, his phone rang. Hello, Brother Tony, what's up? Lin, I have something to tell you. Tony's voice resonated through the phone. What is it? I've become an advisor for S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh, and what of it? Lin Yuan replied, his heart unperturbed. Are you not the least bit curious? What is there to be curious about? It was inevitable. wasn't he it? Fine, let us not dwell on it. The day after tomorrow, there is an awards ceremony. Will you attend? This is something I insisted the egghead arrange specifically. I want that scoundrel who troubled me at the hearing to present my award personally. Tony's tone brimmed with pride. Brother Tony, you're so childish. I'm not childish. I merely differentiate between gratitude and grievances. Lin Yuan internally scoffed. Clearly, it was Tony who was being petty. Of course. He only dared to voice his thoughts internally, never to utter them aloud. Brother Tony, I want to be going. I'm still young and prefer to remain low-key. You and Brother Road can take the spotlight. Very well. I shall leave you to your own devices. With that, Tony abruptly ended the call. Gazing at the terminated call, Lin Yuan resumed his barbecue. What need was there for fame? Wasn't it delightful to quietly enjoy his meal? Such matters of notoriety were better left to the front row ADC. He was content to linger in the background. For the next 3 days, Lin Yuan's presence graced every corner of the land. He dined wherever his cravings led him, visiting any place that beckoned him with culinary delights. Lin Yuan expressed his profound admiration for the Druid's flight form ability. While it may not rival the enchanting spirals of Karma-Taiji, it possesses its own unique charm. Additionally, he could transform into a panda, a feat surely beyond the capabilities of Karma-Taiji. He pondered whether he could master the art of spiraling. Perhaps a visit to Karma-Taiji would be enlightening. Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head, dispelling the terrifying thought from his mind. No, I cannot be reckless. I must endure. How could I entertain such a dreadful notion? He patted his heart, which raced with trepidation, and decided to treat himself. It dawned on him that he had yet to savor mushrooms. Perhaps a trip to Kainan for some mushrooms would be in order? In his previous life, while watching videos from influencers on a certain platform, he had longed to indulge in mushrooms from Kainan, yet the opportunity had eluded him. But now, why fear? If the thought arises, he should act upon it. Upon arriving in Kainan, he sought out a renowned local mushroom establishment and began to place his order. Boss, I would like a plate of every variety of mushroom. The more poisonous, the better. After all, he had the skill of toxin immunity. And it was said that the more toxic mushrooms were often the most delectable, so it was worth a try. Sir, please, do not jest. How could mushrooms be toxic? Our prepared mushrooms are absolutely safe. The proprietor firmly denied any such claim. All right. I misspoke. Just hurry and bring the dishes. Certainly, please hold on. Before long, a large pot was placed on the table, filled with an array of mushrooms. The server assisted in igniting the flame and then placed a timer on the table, cautioning Lin Yuan repeatedly. Sir, you must wait for the timer to ring before you can eat. Do remember. Lin Yuan readily agreed, though internally he scoffed, as if I don't know that. I'm no child. However, as the pot began to emit a tantalizing aroma, Lin Yuan found his mouth watering. With the countdown still lingering over 10 minutes, he felt his resolve wavering. Why not sample a piece? The thought spread through him like a contagion. Before he realized it, his hand had reached into the pot, retrieving a slice of mushroom. This is not my fault. My hand acted on its own. Soon after, that slice was swallowed. It was exquisitely fresh. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The reputation was well-deserved. It was simply divine. Unable to resist, he grabbed several more pieces. Had there been chopsticks, he would have devoured the entire pot before the time was up. As for the risk of poisoning, please, he was a druid, an entity capable of immunity to toxins. Mere mushrooms were insignificant. Finally, the timer rang and the server brought chopsticks. Lin Yuan eagerly began to feast. Delicious. Next time, I must bring Tony and his partner to enjoy this. I wonder if he could fly over in his battle suit. That seems unlikely. It would cause quite a stir. Thoughts racing as he ate. Lin Yuan's chopsticks never paused, and soon the pot was nearly empty. Burp. After finishing an entire pot of mushrooms, Lin Yuan let out a satisfied belch, rubbed his belly, and wore a contented expression. Moments later, Lin Yuan inquired with the waiter about the availability of mushrooms, intending to procure some to bring back for Tony to savor. After settling the bill, he asked the waiter where he might find the mushrooms, and then proceeded to purchase several varieties he found particularly delectable. With a leisurely flutter of his wings, he soared towards Eagle Sauce's abode, relishing the scenic views along the way. Truly a delightful experience. Suddenly, an unexpected figure materialized before him. An entity, with a human upper body and a deer lower body, appeared suspended in the air. Lin Yuan, startled, executed an abrupt halt in mid-flight, momentarily forgetting to flap his wings. Goodness, is that Cenarius? Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Almost immediately, another figure emerged beside Cenarius. with devilish horns adorning his head. A pair of colossal demonic wings unfurling from his back, and wielding twin warglaives of Azeroth, the familiarity of this visage was striking. My heavens! It's the demon hunter Illidan Stormrage. Following him was the Moon Priestess Tyrant, riding a white tiger and brandishing the Moonblade, the Lich King Arthas wielding Frostmourne, and Deathwing. Neltharion, clad in molten armor. One by one, iconic figures from his past life in the world of Warcraft materialized before Lin Yuan's astonished gaze. He was utterly dumbfounded and urgently called out to the system. System, you wretched system, come forth. A calamity has befallen us. You must see this. The world of Azeroth is invading the Marvel Universe. This is apocalyptic. Chapter 41. The elegance of the water entry. Lin Yuan gazed at the formidable bosses before him, trembling in fear, for these were adversaries far beyond his current capabilities. How could so many powerful figures have descended upon Earth without the awareness of the Ancient One? Just as Lin Yuan lamented the inadequacy of the mighty, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Beep. Host, are you truly daft? What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Panic surged within Lin Yuan as he flapped his wings, pointing at the various bosses ahead, shouting, You blind system. Do you not see the multitude of bosses right before us? Look, even Deathwing is bellowing at me. Beep. Host, these are merely figments of your imagination. The system's voice took on an odd tone, as though it were stifling a laugh. Could it be that you ingested undercooked mushrooms? Impossible. Absolutely not. I possess the art of toxin expulsion, rendering me immune to poisons. Lin Yuan asserted, vehemently denying the accusation. Beep. Host, I never claimed you were poisoned. I merely remarked that you consumed undercooked mushrooms. What difference does that make? He retorted. Beep. Host, how could mushrooms possibly be toxic? They are simply uncooked. Goodness, system. Are you from the local region of Kainan? Upon realizing that his predicament stemmed from the consumption of undercooked mushrooms, Lin Yuan fell silent, observing the chaos unfolding before him. He resolved to close his eyes and fly back. After all, if he could not see it, it could not harm him. Moreover, flying at a high altitude would afford him the opportunity to evade any approaching aircraft upon hearing their engines. Thus, he leisurely closed his eyes and soared for several hours before finally opening them again. He surveyed his surroundings and let out a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had returned to normal. Otherwise, his heart might not have been able to endure such a harrowing spectacle. Where am I now? As Lin Yuan looked down from the sky, he beheld a bustling city below, illuminated as if it were daylight. Descending in altitude, he prepared to investigate further. As he approached, he suddenly noticed a busy street in the city where vehicles were being violently hurled by an unseen force, crashing into buildings and igniting explosions, while terrified pedestrians fled in all directions. A catastrophe. Lin Yuan hastened his speed, and as he drew closer, he finally discerned the source of the chaos, a colossal figure, brimming with terrifying muscles. It's the abomination. So, Banner must be nearby as well, Lin Yuan murmured, casting his gaze downward at the giant. Then glanced up to spot a helicopter hovering nearby. That must be it. The old man in charge must be General Ross. TSK, Banner is quite fortunate. Betty Ross is indeed a stunning beauty. With his keen eyesight, Lin Yuan quickly identified the three individuals aboard the helicopter. However, this was not the moment for contemplating them. The rampaging abomination below was the most pressing concern. Given his current slight stature, a single blow from the abomination would surely send him flying far away. This was an insurmountable challenge. Sigh, let us first lure this creature to a more desolate area. The crowd here is far too dense. If the Hulk arrives and engages this fiend, the entire neighborhood will be devastated. Lin Yuan scratched his head, deciding to draw the abomination away. First, he dialed the call to Coulson, requesting him to find a way to communicate with General Ross and ensure no disturbances. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and connected with Coulson. Hello, Coulson. I've encountered a situation involving General Ross. Yes, indeed. Could you please reach out to General Ross and ask him not to hinder me? I plan to lead that creature to Central Park nearby, where there are fewer people. Yes, please hurry. I will act immediately. Lin Yuan had just spotted Central Park, an area with sparse crowds and lush vegetation, providing ample opportunity for escape. After ending the call, he sighed, lamenting, why must I, the support, also take on the role of a tank? Such misfortune. With determination, Lin Yuan dove down and landed a solid blow on the abomination's head, then raised a finger in defiance before transforming into a panda and issuing a challenging roar. This sequence would surely maximize his enmity points, ensuring he would not be outmatched. The abomination rampaged through the streets, smashing vehicles and wreaking havoc to draw the Hulk into confrontation. Suddenly, he was struck on the head by a peculiar giant bird that had the audacity to give him the finger. Confounded, he pondered how a bird could even manage such a gesture. To his astonishment, the bird transformed into a panda right before his eyes. Yes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed a panda. Then, he heard the panda let out a roar that made his entire world revolve around it. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear the panda apart. With a ferocious roar, the abomination seized a nearby car and hurled it at the panda. Lin Yuan, startled in his panda form, swiftly morphed back into a giant bird to evade the incoming vehicle, which narrowly missed him and collided with another car behind, erupting into a fiery blaze. Good heavens, that was intense. If I were caught, I would surely become a shredded chicken, he thought, filled with dread. It was time to flee. Lin Yuan began to entice the abomination towards Central Park, careful not to fly too high so as to maintain the creature's focus on him. Opting for a low flight, the abomination leaped among the towering buildings, fixated on the giant bird before him, albeit perplexed as to why the wretched panda had transformed back into a bird. Regardless, he was determined to shred either form. To add insult to injury, the bird taunted him as it flew. Oh, so close. Keep it up. You can do it. Just a little higher, and you could catch me. Keep trying, darling. In that moment, the abomination dismissed thoughts of the Hulk. Nothing mattered more than destroying this insufferable bird. Seizing the opportunity when the bird became distracted, he unleashed his full strength, leaping atop the bird's head and delivering a powerful punch to its face. Even as the creature transformed back into a panda, striking the panda felt much more satisfying. Revulsion felt an exhilarating rush surging through his mind, and he could not help but let out a thunderous roar. What a thrill! Lin Yuan swiftly lured Revulsion into the expanse of Central Park, which, as anticipated, was vast and desolate, the few homeless souls present having been frightened away. Turning to glance at the helicopter hovering nearby, Lin Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. His task was accomplished, and now it was Hulk's turn to take over. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed that the moonlight was being obscured by a colossal shadow. Good heavens! He stared in terror as Revulsion loomed overhead, the enormous fist growing larger in his field of vision. Please, not my face. Lin Yuan screamed in despair, transforming midair into a panda, only to be struck in the face by Revulsion's powerful punch. The panda's visage contorted from the impact, saliva splattering as its entire body spun like a cannonball, plunging into the park's grand lake with a tremendous splash. Entry into the water, 0 points. Revulsion landed by the lake's edge and, gazing at the gradually calming surface, let out a fearsome roar. Chapter 42, Farewell. Beneath the lake, Lin Yuan, now transformed into an aquatic form, quietly observed the raging abomination standing on the shore. How foolish of me to be so reckless. Thankfully, my magic is formidable. Otherwise, a punch like that would surely mar my visage. Now, it is Hulk's turn to act. If he possesses any sense, he should descend now. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a figure plummeted from the sky, splashing against the water's surface before slowly sinking. Lin Yuan instinctively recoiled and grimaced, thinking, that must hurt. Banner truly is a warrior. Soon, the sinking figure began to swell, its skin gradually turning green, and the clothes were torn to shreds by the expanding muscles. Save for a valiant pair of underwear that remained steadfast in its duty. Hulk. Lin Yuan covered his eyes, unable to watch. This foolish Hulk should refrain from shouting underwater. It lacks any semblance of majesty. As Hulk settled at the lake's bottom, he exerted force with his legs, causing the lake bed to erupt as if from a nuclear explosion, propelling him skyward like a missile. The abomination, reveling in the triumph of having crushed that insufferable bird, suddenly witnessed a violent explosion on the water's surface. As a green figure emerged, Hulk. The abomination's excitement surged. What a splendid day. Having just vanquished that wretched bird, now Hulk presented himself. As Hulk landed by the lakeside, he too fixed his gaze upon the abomination. The two colossal beasts regarded one another, reminiscent of long-lost lovers. Abruptly, they surged forward simultaneously, as if to express their long-suppressed yearning. The battle commenced with fervent exchanges of punches, each strike imbued with unparalleled power and speed. Their figures danced amidst the flurry of blows, accompanied by the resounding thuds of impact. Wherever they fought, trees and park facilities were reduced to rubble. The cacophony echoed endlessly, as if Central Park were under bombardment. Suspended in the air, Lin Yuan beheld the devastation below, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow! The destructive force of these two is indeed formidable." Had this transpired in the city, countless lives would be at stake. The battle continued below, with Hulk gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. After all, the Abomination's original form was a professional soldier, possessing far superior combat awareness and martial prowess compared to the instinct-driven Hulk. Before long, Hulk was pinned beneath a stone, the Abomination's elbow spikes pressing against his chest, slowly penetrating. Hulk let out a pained roar, blood oozing forth. Meanwhile, Betty, watching from a helicopter, was distraught as she witnessed Hulk on the brink of demise, crying out and attempting to leap from the helicopter, only to be restrained by those aboard. General Ross, heeding the suggestions of S.H.I.E.L.D., wisely refrained from intervening, thereby denying the Abomination the chance to destroy the helicopter, and preventing Hulk from unleashing even greater power due to Betty's peril. Lin Yuan observed Hulk ensnared in peril and sighed, realizing that he must take action. However, he pondered the method to employ. Given the formidable power of Abomination, his own bare form was akin to a mere onion. Thus, vanquishing Abomination in that state was infeasible. Presently, the only means to defeat Abomination rested upon Hulk's strength. While he could bestow buffs upon Hulk, his enhancements were primarily defensive and restorative, areas in which Hulk was already proficient, rendering them of little consequence. Alas, the wild blessing remained unavailable. Otherwise, a single application would elevate Hulk to new heights. As Lin Yuan perused his skill list, he lamented this missed opportunity. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a nearly forgotten ability, Fury. Originally a primary offensive skill for Druids, it had been streamlined by the system to evoke pure rage in the target. Typically, inciting anger could lead to irrationality, offering little utility. Yet Hulk was an exception. His unique trait was that the more enraged he became, the stronger he grew, with an infinitely cumulative effect. Thus, one could assert that Fury was Hulk's exclusive buff skill. With a face alight with excitement, Lin Yuan swiftly descended, concealing himself behind a tree to assume human form, and unleashed the Fury skill towards Hulk. Initially taken aback as Abomination bore down on him, Hulk's eyes rapidly turned crimson following a roar of indignation. His muscles swelled, and his physique expanded by a third. He pried open Abomination's left hand with his left and seized its spiked elbow with his right, gradually forcing the piercing spike out from his chest. Abomination, bewildered, exerted every ounce of strength, yet Hulk steadily overpowered him. In a swift motion, Hulk delivered a headbutt that staggered Abomination. Following this, Hulk unleashed a tremendous punch, striking Abomination's grotesque face and sending it hurtling away. With a powerful leap, Hulk propelled himself like a cannonball towards Abomination, relentlessly pursuing it. Each punch he threw was infused with boundless fury and strength. Abomination tumbled through the air, desperately attempting to evade Hulk's onslaught, but to no avail. Hulk's fists rained down upon Abomination like a torrential storm, producing a series of resounding thuds. Each strike forced Abomination to retreat, with each blow delivering excruciating pain. Attempts to counter were futile. Hulk's speed and might were overwhelming, leaving Abomination without a chance to retaliate. Indeed, it seemed Hulk surpassed him. Before Abomination could fully grasp this realization, Hulk charged once more, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Following a grand leap, Hulk appeared above him, landing a devastating punch squarely on his face. Abomination was knocked unconscious, spiraling down into the lake below. From a distance, Lin Yuan, thrilled by the spectacle, shouted exuberantly, "Yes, that's how you do it. How exhilarating." Upon landing, Hulk's crimson gaze fixated on Lin Yuan, who felt his smile freeze, internally admonishing himself for the impending trouble. Indeed, the Hulk charged towards him with tremendous force, obliterating every tree that stood in his path. Lin Yuan was nearly paralyzed with fear and hurriedly attempted to intervene, exclaiming, Hey, Hulk. We are on the same side. I just assisted you." The Hulk showed no signs of halting his advance, causing Lin Yuan to panic slightly. He unleashed his entangling vines to impede the Hulk's progress. The vines ensnared the Hulk's legs, resulting in a thunderous crash as he fell face-first to the ground. With his hands bracing against the earth, the Hulk lifted his head, a trickle of blood seeping from his nostrils and splattering onto the ground. His gaze upon Lin Yuan grew increasingly menacing. In a fit of rage, Lin Yuan erupted, pointing at the Hulk and shouting, "Are you trying to pull a fast one? After taking so many hits from the vial, you remain unscathed. Yet a simple fall causes you to bleed? Nonsense. Why are you looking at me? I refuse to take the blame." The Hulk gradually rose to his feet, completely disregarding Lin Yuan's tirade, and clenched his fist as he charged towards him. Brother, Hulk brother, I made a mistake. We are allies. Please don't come any closer," Lin Yuan pleaded, watching the Hulk approach with trepidation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wait, I can fly. Why should I fear you? With that, he defiantly raised his middle finger at the Hulk and transformed into his flying form. I shan't engage further. Farewell. Chapter 43. Absolutely no poison having taunted the Hulk. Lin Yuandao was just about to ascend into the sky and return home when he suddenly felt a weight in his claws. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a green visage, grinning wickedly at him. Oh no. Lin Yu let out a horrified scream as the Hulk seized him and landed on the ground, presenting the large bird in his grasp before his eyes. Hanging upside down, Lin Yu looked at the Hulk and, with a sycophantic smile on the bird's face, said, Well, Hulk, if I were to claim that the middle finger signifies friendship, would you believe me? The Hulk remained silent, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a smirk. Lin Yu, sensing the impending doom, instantaneously transformed into a panda. As anticipated, the subsequent sounds of slaps echoed continuously. The Hulk showed no regard for whether he was holding a bird or a panda, mercilessly delivering a series of blows before casually tossing Lin Yu aside. The Hulk glanced up at the helicopter hovering not far above, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes, and then bounded away into the distance. On the ground, Lin Yu the panda lay in a heap, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Woe is me. Why must misfortune always befall me? Loki, please hurry up and come. I don't wish to work overtime for you again. This is the second time. What a curse. General Ross, witnessing the defeat of the abomination, promptly summoned his subordinates from outside the park to manage the aftermath. Upon the helicopter's descent, he instructed his men to take the abomination away and then approached Lin Yu alongside Betty. Observing the panda sprawled on the ground, Betty's sorrow was somewhat alleviated. She poked the panda gently and inquired softly, Hey, are you all right? Lin Yu, reluctant to speak, merely raised his hand to indicate that he was fine. General Ross contemplated whether to take this boy, who possessed transformation abilities, with him, pondering if the boy's capabilities could aid in the research of the super soldier serum. He did not know Lin Yu personally. He was only aware through S.H.I.E.L.D. of a unique individual who would assist in dealing with the abomination and ensure he would not interfere. Watching this boy morph from a bird to a panda, and withstand being tossed around like a sandbag by the Hulk without injury, Ross concluded that his abilities and qualities were certainly on par with those of a super soldier. Lin Yu lay on the ground, observing the elderly man before him. This man, muscular and clad in military attire, presented a quintessential image of a tough guy. Lin Yu recognized General Ross from the films of his past life, where he was merely perceived as an antagonist relentlessly pursuing the Hulk. However, upon arriving in this world and encountering Banner, the Hulk, and Betty, Lin Yu found that General Ross was not entirely malevolent. One could imagine a father's anguish upon seeing his daughter taken away by a volatile young man with unruly hair, incapable of providing her happiness. What father could endure such a predicament? In this regard, Lin Yu could empathize with Ross. Yet, understanding did not equate to allegiance, after all. Ross bore some responsibility for the Hulk's existence, and the old man's recent gaze towards him had been somewhat unsettling. Lin Yu grew wary. Should this old man dare to harbor any designs against him, he would surely deliver a resounding lesson, showcasing that the noble steed of Qi Yu was not to be trifled with. On high alert, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the familiar sound of flames jetting through the air. He looked up to see Tony descending gracefully in his Mark 6 suit. Lin, are you all right? Tony asked, surveying Lin Yuan on the ground. I'm fine, Lin Yuan replied, transforming into his human form and shaking his head. What brings you here? I learned from Coulson that there were some issues here, and knowing you were present, I decided to check in. It seems I arrived just in time, Tony remarked, glancing at General Ross. General Ross offered an awkward smile and greeted Tony. Approaching the general, Tony pointed at Lin Yuan and declared, That's my brother. You mustn't harbor any intentions towards him. I also doubt your super soldier initiative will succeed. I've told you before, there are reasons this super soldier program was put on hold. He gestured towards his armor, asserting, I trust hardware far more. General Ross merely smiled wryly and remained silent. Tony continued, We are assembling a team, and Hulk is one of our targets. Before General Ross could respond, Tony turned back to Lin Yuan and said, Let us head home. All right, brother. Without a second thought for General Ross's reaction, the two took flight, vanishing into the night sky, leaving the general in contemplative silence. In the air, Tony asked, Lin, how did you get involved in this? It's a long story. I chanced upon this place while observing that massive creature wreaking havoc and thought to lure it away, Lin Yuan explained. Next time, refrain from getting mixed up in such matters. The waters here run deep. Understood, brother. Did you enjoy your visit to Rabbit's place? Absolutely. I must tell you, I indulged in many delicacies I had long wished to try, and I even brought some back. I'll cook it for you and Pepper. It's a renowned dish from the southern region. Is that so? I eagerly awaited. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan entered the kitchen carrying a bag of mushrooms. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, Pepper anxiously asked Tony, it seems Lin has brought back a variety of mushrooms, many of which I've never seen before. Are you sure it's safe? Tony shrugged helplessly. I'm not certain. He claimed they were delicious at Rabbit's place, so he wanted us to try them. Pepper, we shouldn't undermine the child's confidence. Rest assured, given Lin's abilities, even if he were to be poisoned, he could manage. Tony held a strong belief in Lin Yuan's capabilities. Lin Yuan busied himself in the kitchen for a full hour before finally presenting the prepared mushrooms. Tony and Pepper stared at the dish in silence. Lin, are you certain this is edible? Pepper asked, still a bit apprehensive as she picked up a slice. Don't worry, Pepper. It's absolutely safe and incredibly delicious. You must try it. Lin Yuan urged, taking the lead by popping a piece into his mouth. Delightful. Though it may not be as exquisite as in a restaurant, it's still quite good. Seeing Lin Yuan enjoy it, Pepper decided to take a bite herself. Her eyes lit up in surprise as she exclaimed, Wow, this is so fresh. It was truly delectable. I had never experienced mushrooms in such a manner before. Tony also took a piece, savored it, and his eyes lit up. Indeed, it was delightful. The three of us, with chopsticks in hand, swiftly devoured the entire large plate of fungi. After finishing, we settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation, primarily as Lin Yuan recounted his observations from the rabbit's home. Suddenly, Tony rose, pointing at the air before him, exclaiming, Little Chili, Lin, look, there's a flying sprite here. Little Chili gazed intently for a moment, then declared seriously, Where's the sprite? It's clearly a tiny unicorn. Look how adorable it is. Lin Yuan retorted, What kind of vision do you two possess? Can't you see that enormous slime? Just look at how bouncy it is. Tony, with a serious demeanor, insisted, pointing at the air, No, the sprite is right here. I have never seen a sprite before. Jarvis, scan the area. Jarvis replied, Sir, I do not detect any beings here aside from the three of you. Silence, an eerie stillness enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Tony finally spoke with difficulty. Lin, are you certain the mushrooms we consumed are not poisonous? Lin Yuan replied with unwavering confidence. The mushrooms cannot be toxic. It's possible. Perhaps I did not cook them thoroughly? Chapter 44. The New Year. After toiling through the night, the three of them finally returned to their normal states, with the detoxification spell in effect. Their physical conditions were sound, yet the psychological scars lingered. At this moment, Tony and Pepper were engaged in a heartfelt lesson with Lin Yuan, bowing his head in contrition. Lin Yuan vowed never to cook mushrooms again, fervently suggesting that Tony and Pepper pay a visit to Rabbit's home for a taste of the delicacies. Though they verbally declared their disinterest in such culinary adventures, the eagerness evident on their faces was unmistakable. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan enjoyed a life of tranquility and contentment, flying off to Rabbit's home whenever the craving struck, indulging in sumptuous feasts before returning home to lounge and play video games. As for attending school, utterly out of the question. Through relentless persuasion, Lin Yuan finally convinced his brother Tony to abandon the harsh plans he had devised. Of course, Tony did not abandon the idea entirely. He declared that Lin Yuan must attend university in the second half of the coming year, leaving the choice of institution to him. Lin Yuan mused that as long as he could evade school for now, the future could be addressed when it arrived. Time, akin to the swift flight of a great bird, rushed past in an instant. Today, Lin Yuan once again soared to Rabbit's home to savor delectable dishes. However, this visit felt peculiar. The entire realm of Rabbit was suddenly enveloped in crimson hues, red lanterns, red couplets, and red characters of good fortune. Was the new year upon them? Alas, it had nearly been 2 years since his arrival in this world. How swiftly time had passed. The last time he experienced the new year, he was trapped in Asgard, devoid of any festive spirit. This year marked his inaugural encounter with the celebratory essence of the new year at Rabbit's abode. Determined to infuse this first New Year celebration with a sense of ritual, Lin Yuan resolved to embark on a grand shopping spree. Upon returning to the villa, he found himself laden with bags of all sizes. Tony, observing the assortment in his hands, inquired with curiosity, Lin, what have you bought? So many bags. One by one, Lin Yuan revealed the treasures within. This is a couplet. This is the character for fortune. And here are the red lanterns. What are these for? Tony asked. Brother Tony, these are essential for the New Year's celebration. The New Year? Are you referring to New Year's Day? No, not New Year's Day. I mean the Spring Festival. This celebration holds great significance for Rabbit's family. Do you need any assistance? Indeed. Come on, Brother Tony. Let us hang the couplets first. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Yuan affixed the couplets, hung 2 large red lanterns on either side of the door, and adorned the entrance with the character for fortune. Next, he decorated every window of the villa with paper cuttings and the character for fortune, while red lanterns graced the second-floor balcony. After 2 solid hours of diligent effort, the villa was transformed. Tony's abode now radiated a rejuvenated aura, a singular word encapsulating the atmosphere of festivity. When Pepper returned from work and beheld the villa's vibrant transformation, her astonishment rendered her speechless. Lin, Tony, what have you done? Why are there so many red lanterns and so much red paper hung up? Lin Yuan hastily explained. Sister Pepper, with the new year approaching, it is customary in the Rabbit family to hang red lanterns and paste couplets with the character Fu for good fortune. It certainly looks splendid. All bright and red. On New Year's Eve, I will personally prepare a sumptuous feast for you all, allowing you to experience the ambience of the Year of the Rabbit. Tony and Pepper exchanged concerned glances, cautiously inquiring, You want to be serving mushrooms for the feast, will you? Lin Yuan felt a pang of frustration. It seemed this matter was indeed a sticking point. No mushrooms. The Rabbit family has many other delectable dishes, so just wait and see. Tony and Pepper sighed in relief, grateful that mushrooms would not be on the menu. Time flew by, and before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Lin Yuan busied himself early in the day, for many guests were expected. Friends of Tony and Pepper, upon hearing that Lin Yuan would be celebrating the Year of the Rabbit at home, were eager to join the festivities. Thus, Tony and Pepper decided to host an intimate gathering, limited to close friends. As for Lin Yuan's own friends, they were likely still on some distant planet, begging Heimdall to grant them a glimpse of their beloved. Today, Lin Yuan was determined to present himself well, not wanting to tarnish the reputation of the Rabbit family in either world, while also allowing the distinguished guests from another realm to savor the essence of the Rabbit family's New Year celebration. With regard to culinary skills, Lin Yuan felt quite confident. Despite the doggedly troublesome system, its so-called supportive features were indeed effective. His culinary abilities, while not divine, were certainly at a chef's level, making it entirely feasible to prepare a lavish New Year's Eve feast. After a whole morning of diligent preparation for the evening's dishes, including the early cooking of some items, the doorbell rang just after noon. To Lin Yuan's surprise, the first guest to arrive was Ethan. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy. It had been ages since he last saw Ethan. Ever since he joined Stark Industries, Ethan had morphed into a workaholic, spending nearly all his time in the lab. Lin Yuan found it easier to meet the president than to see Ethan. They embraced, and Lin Yuan jested. Ah, Uncle Ethan. This busy man has finally emerged from the lab. Ethan chuckled. Well, as a solitary soul, I can only pass the time with work. What do you mean? Solitary? Don't you consider us family? Lin Yuan feigned annoyance. Ethan laughed heartily, quickly apologizing. My mistake. According to our Rabbit family customs, an apology calls for a drink. So you'd better prepare for a few rounds. Absolutely. Lin Yuan welcomed Ethan inside, who promptly engaged Tony in conversation. The topics utterly incomprehensible to Lin Yuan. Only a student as polite could understand such a sorrow. Soon, Happy and Natasha arrived. Natasha, still an employee at Stark Industries, had grown quite close to Pepper since the last incident, making her presence at Lin Yuan's gathering entirely expected. Hey, Happy. Hello, Sister Natasha. Natasha winked playfully and smiled. I hear that today my little brother is cooking. I am most eager to see what you prepare. Lin Yuan patted his chest confidently and proclaimed, Sister, just wait and see. The dishes I prepare will be delectable. Then I shall eagerly anticipate. Natasha chuckled, twisting her body as she sauntered off to converse with little Pepper. Lin Yuan gazed at Natasha's retreating silhouette with admiration. Although she was somewhat older, her figure was truly remarkable and exuded charm. Beside him, Happy observed the interaction between Lin Yuan and Natasha with a rueful expression, lamenting, We arrived simultaneously, yet you merely greeted me before leaving me here in solitude. Do I not deserve some recognition? Rod was the last to arrive, and Lin Yuan had expected him to soar over, yet he arrived in a most unremarkable fashion, driving. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed again, and Jarvis's voice announced, Sir, a new guest has arrived. Tony, perplexed, noted that all the friends he and little Pepper had invited were present. Could it be one of Lin Yuan's friends? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he had not extended any invitations. Jarvis, project the surveillance from the entrance. Certainly, sir. The projection materialized, revealing two unexpected figures at the door. Chapter 45, The Dog Magnate. Two figures stood at the entrance. One was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the other was his trusted aide, Phil Coulson. What brings them here? Tony murmured under his breath. Nonetheless, he permitted Jarvis to open the door and welcome them inside. As Nick Fury and Phil Coulson entered the villa, each bearing a bottle of red wine as a gift, Fury greeted, "Hey, Tony, it's been a while." A rare smile adorned his face. "Ah, if at ISNT our busy Director Fury. What brings you to my humble abode?" Tony jested. "Well, I heard Lynn was planning to celebrate the spring festival at Rabbit's place. So Coulson and I thought we'd come and soak in the festive atmosphere." Fury replied nonchalantly, displaying no signs of embarrassment for intruding. "Very well, guests are always welcome. Let us sit and chat." Tony conceded, realizing he could not simply usher them away. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan struck up a conversation with Coulson. "Old Coulson, I still owe you my gratitude for what happened last time." "Hey, Lin, it was a minor matter. After all, you were just trying to save lives." Coulson beamed with his signature smile. "I must still express my thanks. Please chat with them for a while. I'm going to start preparing dinner. You'll have to sample my culinary skills later." With that, Lin Yuan retreated to the kitchen to begin preparing the evening's New Year feast. He had long decided on the menu, opting for a selection of dishes from both northern and southern cuisines, with dumplings as the main course. He intended for everyone to partake in making dumplings together to truly capture the festive spirit. As time passed, a delightful aroma wafted through the living room, eliciting excited responses. "Wow, it smells amazing. I can hardly wait for dinner," exclaimed Pepper, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Indeed, I never expected my brother to be such a talented chef. I am eagerly anticipating it." Natasha echoed in agreement. The others nodded in concurrence, their anticipation for dinner palpable. Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying the kneaded dough and retrieving the dumpling filling he had prepared that morning from the refrigerator. "Now let us make dumplings. Who would like to join me?" he inquired. And everyone eagerly responded, even Nick Fury expressing his willingness to try his hand at it. As Lin Yuan rolled out the dumpling wrappers, he guided them through the process. "That's it, Pepper. Just fold it over like this. Oh dear, that's too much filling. Use a bit less, or it will spill." "Very nice, Natasha. Yours looks splendid." "Wow, Director Fury, I never expected you to be so dexterous," Lin Yuan remarked, offering each participant pointers. To his surprise, the best dumpling maker turned out to be none other than Nick Fury himself. "Looks can be deceiving. After all, I am an exceptional agent. Having nimble fingers is quite normal for me," Fury replied with a hint of pride. "Are you certain?" Lin Yuan chuckled, gesturing towards Coulson, who was struggling to shape his dumplings, the creations before him a comical sight, each one a crooked abomination, either spilling filling or bursting at the seams. "Oh, Coulson is indeed an exception. Just look at how well Natasha is doing with the dumplings." Fury still wishes to preserve some dignity for the agents. Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Yuan delegated the task of rolling out the dumpling skins to Natasha, while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare other dishes. Soon, steaming plates of aromatic delicacies graced the dining table. The braised pork, with its lustrous red hue and rich flavor, sweet and sour ribs, delightfully tangy with a crisp exterior and tender interior, stewed pork knuckle, tender and succulent without being greasy, crispy fried pork, golden and crunchy with a perfect balance of sweet and sour, poached chicken, retaining its original flavor, with yellow skin and white meat, braised fish, fresh and flavorful, infused with a savory sauce, ate treasure rice, fragrant and sweet, a colorful treat, and an array of regional dishes from the Rabbit family's culinary repertoire left everyone salivating. Those wrapping dumplings nearby could hardly resist swallowing, their hands quickening in their task. Before long, all the dumplings were expertly wrapped. Natasha carried the platter of dumplings into the kitchen, handing them to Lin Yuan, and then returned to the living room with a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall that Lin had been simmering since yesterday. Crafted from only the finest ingredients personally selected by him, Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen with the boiled dumplings, placing them on the table and inviting everyone to join him for the meal. The dining table was a round one specially ordered by Tony. Lin believed that celebrating the New Year's Eve dinner as a unified family was essential. The idea of each person having their own plate, akin to Western customs, seemed rather dull to him. As everyone took their seats, they were intrigued by this novel dining arrangement. Gazing at the array of delectable dishes, their mouths almost watered. Lin Yuan smiled and encouraged, "Please, everyone, don't hold back. Dig in." The attendees, all distinguished individuals, found mastering chopsticks to be a trivial task. Tony was the first to dive into the braised pork. "Delicious, Lin. From now on, you're in charge of the meals. I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills," Tony exclaimed between mouthfuls, unable to contain his praise. Pepper chimed in, laughing, "Yes, indeed. Lin, you must cook for me more often. This is simply divine." Hearing their compliments, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy, though he humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely some home-cooked dishes. I'm glad you all enjoy them." At that moment, Rhodey leaned in with a grin, asking, "So, can I come over for dinner every day?" Tony jokingly retorted, "No way. I'm afraid you'll get addicted and steal Lin away." Laughter erupted once more. Observing the joy on his friends' faces brought Lin a deep sense of satisfaction. Having been in this world for nearly 2 years, he felt fortunate to have met Tony and made many friends. In this otherwise lonely existence, sharing New Year's Eve dinner with such a vibrant group was truly a blessing. Try the Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a real treasure. Hurry, give it a taste. Lin Yuan served each person a bowl of the dish. Tony took a sip and his eyes lit up. "Wow, this is even better. Pepper, you must try it." He then turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "This is delicious. You should make it more often." Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Tony, your imagination knows no bounds. Not only are the ingredients for this dish of the highest quality, but the preparation is also incredibly time-consuming. I began preparing this pot several days in advance." He proceeded to enlighten everyone about the ingredients and the lengthy process involved in creating Buddha jumps over the wall. The listeners were left in awe. This delicacy is not something an ordinary person could afford. What if the ingredients are top-notch? Do you think Tony Stark would be unable to indulge? Tony scoffed, dismissing the concern. "As for time, you've been quite idle lately. What's the big deal about cooking a dish?" "I'm exceptionally busy, you know," Lin Yuan retorted. Yet upon seeing Tony's knowing smile, he quickly conceded, all right, if you truly crave it, I can simply go to the rabbit's house and bring some back. The chef there specializes in this dish, and will certainly prepare it better than I could." "Sounds good. I want to eat it for an entire month," Tony declared, satisfied. A collective thought emerged among the group. What a wealthy fellow. Chapter 46, The Form of the Phantom Beast. The New Year's Eve feast continued. With an abundance of delicious dishes, everyone indulged heartily, praising Lin Yuan's culinary skills and the exquisite food from the rabbit family. Many expressed their desire to sample Lin Yuan's creations again, to which he readily agreed. "When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare a mushroom feast from the rabbit family for you. It is simply delectable." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly anticipated the occasion. Tony and Pepper remained silent, quietly enjoying their meals. Jarvis activated the projection, showcasing the rabbit family's spring festival gala. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized something was amiss. The background music had ceased. As the program played, he nodded approvingly. Now the ambience was just right. The others watched with curiosity, expressing their fondness for the songs and dances. However, they found the crosstalk and skits incomprehensible and refrained from commenting. After finishing the New Year's dinner, Lin Yuan stepped outside with the fireworks he had purchased. Pepper and Natasha, intrigued, followed him out to enjoy the pyrotechnics while the others continued their conversation indoors. Lin Yuan, Pepper, and Natasha each held a sparkler, chatting in the cool night air. "Lin, may I touch a panda later?" Pepper inquired, twirling her sparkler, her eyes sparkling with hope. Natasha chimed in, "Yes, brother, I want to touch one too. I've never had the chance." Lin Yuan sighed, feeling overwhelmed. "Ladies, I will turn 18 next year. I am no longer a child. You cannot just touch me like that. Please, we're not touching you. We want to pet the panda. Besides, I am your sister, and in my eyes, you will always be a little brat." Pepper retorted with a playful defiance. Indeed, you little brat have so many ideas," Natasha added, embellishing the moment. "Hurry up. If you don't let me touch it, I will have Tony take you to school." "No way, Pepper. We had an agreement about this, and you dare use it as a threat?" Lin Yuan gazed at Pepper incredulously. "This isn't a threat. It's a sisterly love," she insisted, urging him to relent. "Quit dragging your feet. Aren't you a man? But just now you called me a child. Now you question my manhood." Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he dared not retort. Well aware of the persuasive power of his sisters, with no choice, he acknowledged Pepper's supreme position in the villa, his status being slightly better than that of a dog, albeit there were no dogs in the villa. In an attempt at self-rescue, Lin Yuan cast out a tempting bait. "Pepper, Natasha, I can arrange for you to pet a panda anytime, but today, Since we have a crowd, let me teach you a popular game from the rabbit family. It's incredibly fun. Is that so? Pepper regarded him skeptically. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Impossible. How could I deceive you, Pepper? Let us go inside, and I will teach you. Lin Yuan assured her promptly. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan retrieved the mahjong table he had previously bought, secretly commending himself. I truly possess foresight. This mahjong set is just perfect for the occasion. What is this? Pepper asked, her curiosity piqued. This is mahjong, a game that nearly everyone in Rabbit's household is adept at, and it is indeed quite enjoyable, Lin Yuan explained. Then turned to the group engaged in conversation and called out, we are 3 short of a full table. Who will join us? The curious onlookers, intrigued by the game of mahjong, gathered around as Lin Yuan elucidated its mechanics and rules. Their eyes sparkled with interest, and they all expressed a desire to participate. Thus, Tony, Pepper, Natasha, and Lin Yuan formed a quartet to demonstrate the game. After just one round, aside from the oblivious Happy, everyone grasped the rules. After all, the gathering consisted of scientific luminaries, business elites, and top-tier agents. The simplicity of mahjong was child's play for them. However, misfortune befell Lin Yuan starting from the second round. Seated among a super genius, a business mogul, and a secret agent, the collective cunning of these 3 far surpassed Lin Yuan's own acumen. In the initial round, Lin Yuan managed to win a few hands due to his familiarity with the rules, but from the second round onward, he found himself thoroughly trounced, unable to eat, touch, or play a card without triggering a loss. The frustration was palpable. After enduring another round, Lin Yuan could no longer bear it. He stood up and declared, You all continue. I shall return with a new set from Rabbit's house. He then retreated in dismay. When Lin Yuan returned with a new mahjong table, the combatants had transformed into Tony, Ethan, Natasha, and Nick Fury. Among these 4, 2 were scientists and 2 were agents, engaging in a fierce contest of wits and strategies. Lin Yuan observed for a moment, beads of sweat forming on his brow, grateful he had escaped. Facing such a sharp-witted group in mahjong truly seemed a masochistic endeavor. Perhaps it was better to seek out softer targets. Lin Yuan turned to the watching Happy with a grin, saying, Come, Happy, let us start another table. He then invited Happy, Rhodes, and Pepper to join him at a fresh table, launching into battle. Initially reluctant, Pepper agreed to play when Lin Yuan wagered that if he lost, he would turn into a panda. Lin Yuan, brimming with confidence, was ready to dominate. An hour later, however, Lin Yuan was drenched in sweat. The spark in his eyes extinguished as he watched Happy reveal his hand. I win, a great 4 wins. Despondency washed over Lin Yuan. He never anticipated that while Happy's skills were modest, his fortune was extraordinary. For a full hour, Happy seemed to draw every significant hand, while Lin Yuan could scarcely manage a single winning card. The outcome was evident. Lin Yuan was the sole loser, indeed, the only one. Everyone else emerged victorious. Lin Yuan felt tears welling in frustration. He had intended to dominate the inexperienced, but instead found himself mercilessly defeated. The unpredictable highs and lows of life were truly baffling. Pepper gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her lips curling into a smirk, signaling Lin Yuan to fulfill his wager. With no choice but to accept his fate, Lin Yuan metamorphosed into a panda, experiencing a blend of humiliation and secret delight as he lay there. Pepper's eyes gleamed with excitement as she eagerly approached, ready to unleash her playful antics, occasionally erupting into delightful laughter. Natasha, upon witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation, set aside her cards and joined in the fun. As others observed the delightful pandas, they flocked over to engage with them. Lin Yuan had already retreated into a shell of solitude. Had he known he would have let himself enjoy the moment outside, he would have savored it without hesitation. Now, not only were there beautiful women, but a throng of men had also joined in to pet the cats. What a tremendous loss. In his heart, Lin Yuan, the panda enthusiast, silently vowed, from next year onward, anyone who expresses a desire to pet a panda shall face my wrath. Just as Lin Yuan was resolutely making this promise, Jarvis initiated a countdown. Sir, we are about to reach midnight. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. This countdown had been prearranged by Lin Yuan. With the conclusion of the countdown, the new year dawned. Ding! The system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Host, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, system. Lin Yuan responded, wishing to engage in pleasant conversation during this festive time. Ding! Host, a new year brings new beginnings. The system shall present you with a new year gift package. Why wasn't he there one last year? Lin Yuan seized upon the inconsistency. Ding. Last year, you were not on Earth. Thus, it did not count as a New Year celebration. The system's voice was evidently tinged with guilt. Goodness, this wretched system must have forgotten. Lin Yuan exclaimed in anger. The system responded with a tone of irritation. Ding. Enough of the idle chatter. Do you wish to receive the gift package or not? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, while inwardly cursing the unreliable system. He decided to accept this gift package first and settle the score with the system later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the New Year gift package. Would you like to open it? Yes. Ding. The package is now open. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Beast Form. Chapter 47. A new year, a fresh start, is that all? Lin Yuan asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Ding. That's it. Just one skill. And you dare call it a grand gift? What kind of grand gift contains only a single item? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ding. Mine does. The system replied cheekily. Come on, host, don't be too greedy. Having anything at all is already a blessing. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, reminding himself not to let anger consume him. One skill is better than none. At least the Druid's Owlbear form is a valuable asset. It's the cornerstone of the Druidic balance talent. With this core ability, my output potential should significantly enhance. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly realized a terrifying truth. But I don't have any offensive skills. You wretched system. What do you mean by giving me the owlbear form? Are you mocking me? On this festive occasion, you dare provoke me? Fuming, his chest heaved with indignation, causing his friends, including Little Pepper, to mistakenly believe he was in a state of bliss and provoke him even further. Ding. Host, please don't say that. Even without attack skills, the owlbear form is still quite useful. The system's voice chimed in weakly. And what exactly is its use? Ding. It can be adorable. Considering it was the new year, Lin Yuan refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses. He resolved to hold back his frustrations until after the holiday, when he would thoroughly berate this insufferable system. Finally, the gathering, which had brought joy to all except Lin Yuan, came to an end, and everyone returned to their respective homes. The following morning, Lin Yuan knocked on Tony's door. Tony, bleary-eyed, opened the door. Lin, why are you knocking so early? Happy New Year, Tony. I brought you some clothes. Tony's eyes began to clear. What clothes? And what on earth are you wearing? At that moment, Lin Yuan was donned in a colorful, traditional northeastern cotton-padded jacket, holding two matching outfits. According to the customs of the rabbit family, one must wear new clothes for the new year, so I brought you a new outfit, he said, offering the clothes. You expect me to wear this? Tony exclaimed, staring at the bright red floral jacket in disbelief. Even if I were to leap off this villa's cliff, I would rather perish than step outside in this. Little Pepper, emerging from behind him, glanced at Lin Yuan's attire and then at the clothes in his hands. She too firmly declared that she would never wear such an outfit to work, for she was a president and had her dignity to uphold. Ah, too bad. I think it looks great, Lin Yuan said, tugging at his own vibrant jacket with a sense of regret. Tony and Little Pepper regarded him as if he were a fool. Then you both wear these. I assure you, you will love them, Lin Yuan insisted, handing them the other set of clothes. Skeptical, Tony and Little Pepper accepted the garments and retreated to change. Tony emerged first, clad in a splendid red tang suit that Lin Yuan had gifted him. He was inherently a remarkably handsome individual, and upon donning a crimson tang suit, his allure intensified. Gazing into the mirror, Tony nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "This ensemble is quite commendable. What is this attire called?" "It's a tang suit," Lin Yuan praised, admiring Tony's dapper appearance. "Brother Tony, you truly look splendid in that tang suit." "Of course, I look magnificent in anything," Tony replied, exuding confidence. At that moment, a voice chimed in. "How do I look?" Both men turned their heads, their eyes lighting up in unison. Pepper emerged from her room, adorned in a striking red cheapao. The dress's fitted design accentuated her flawless figure, while the vibrant hue complemented her complexion, radiant as a blooming peach blossom. Tony's mouth nearly watered at the sight, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Pepper, you are absolutely stunning in that cheapao. It suits you perfectly," though slightly bashful. It was evident that Pepper adored her attire, admiring herself from various angles in the mirror. Tony discreetly nudged Lin Yuan and whispered, "You should order several more of those kipeos for your sister. I find it delightful." Lin Yuan responded with an approving gesture, indicating his understanding. Pepper joyfully donned her cheapao and headed to work, knowing that the rabbit family's Yaojiangs would have no holiday, as work awaited them. Lin Yuan also planned to sneak out for some leisure, but Tony called out to him. Lin, wait a moment. Is there something you need, Brother Tony? Lin Yuan inquired. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. They proceeded to the laboratory, where Tony informed Lin Yuan, yesterday. Nick Fury came by with a matter that requires your assistance. He noticed how busy you were and didn't have the chance to speak with you. He mentioned it to me and asked me to convey it to you. I knew that rascal wouldn't come without a purpose. Lin Yuan muttered, then asked Tony, what does he need my help with? He mentioned that he would like you to assist in treating someone in the near future. Is that all? That is no problem at all. Did he specify who I would be treating? No, he said you'll find out when the time comes. Oh, all right then. Just have him call for me when he is ready. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, aware that Fury always carried an air of mystery. Well, I'm heading out now. Brother Tony, go on, and return early. Certainly. Today, he intended to pay a New Year's visit to Jane, who could be considered his sister-in-law. So it was only fitting to extend his greetings. Before departing, Lin Yuan shouted towards the sky, Heimdall, can you hear me? Today marks the new year in my hometown, and I'm here to send my regards. Additionally, please convey to Thor that I'm on my way to deliver New Year's gifts to Sister Jane. And I'll say that it was you who prompted me to do so. Quite the loyal friend, wouldn't you agree? Feeling confident that Heimdall had received his message, he waved towards the heavens and set off towards Jane's home. Upon arriving at Jian's residence, Daisy Louise, the bespectacled young lady, and Professor Eric Shavig were already present. Lin Yuan, under the auspices of Thor, presented the meticulously prepared gifts, which included an array of delectable treats from the rabbit family, along with a beautifully crafted qipao for Jian, a traditional hanfu for Daisy, and a dignified Zhongshan suit for Professor Shavik. All three expressed great enthusiasm for the culinary delights and attire, promptly changing into their new garments. When they emerged, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Jian, clad in her qipao, exuded grace and elegance, while Daisy, in her hanfu, appeared charming and delightful, and Professor Shavik, in his Zhongshan suit, embodied maturity and poise. Lin Yuan eagerly captured the moment with his phone, intending to share these memories with Thor. After engaging in some light-hearted conversation and checking the time, Lin Yuan deemed it appropriate to take his leave. Initially, he had intentions of dining at the rabbit establishment. However, upon arrival, he was nearly overwhelmed by the dazzling fireworks display. After a painstaking descent, he discovered that most shops were closed, leading him to return home in disappointment. As the new year passed swiftly, one particular day found Lin Yuan lounging at home. Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello, Laoku. What? Is it starting already? All right. Please send me the address. I will head over immediately. Huh, you're coming to pick me up? Very well, I'll be waiting at home. Chapter 48, Arise. My warrior. Moments later, Coulson's call came through again. Lin, we are hovering above your residence. Can you ascend? Coulson's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Lin Yuan ambled out of the villa, gazing upwards to behold a clear sky adorned with fluffy clouds, yet he discerned no aerial vehicles. He grumbled, Coulson, did you just step out? I never imagined you would be one of those who claimed to be close by right after leaving. Coulson promptly refuted, that is not true. I've truly arrived. Just hold on. Lin then heard Coulson exclaiming on the phone, are you all fools? Why are we still cloaked while picking someone up? At that moment, Lin perceived a ripple in the atmosphere above, and gradually, an oddly shaped aircraft came into view. It was none other than S.H.I.E.L. DS Quinjet. Wow, this aircraft can indeed cloak itself. How advanced. Lin had previously thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed no such technology, but it appeared their technological prowess was profoundly deep. After ending the call, Lin wasted no time and transformed into his flight form, soaring towards the Quinjet. The cabin door was already ajar, allowing Lin to enter directly. Inside the cabin, Coulson and a few agents unfamiliar to Lin awaited him. Nick Fury was notably absent, presumably occupied with other matters. Coulson, upon seeing Lin, smiled and said, Lin, thank you for coming to assist us. We will need your help shortly. Lin waved his hand dismissively, replying, oh, old Coulson, no need for formalities. It's but a trifling matter. Coulson turned to signal the pilot to commence their journey and then handed Lin a laptop, saying, Lin, please take a look at this. Lin accepted the laptop, and the screen displayed a familiar shield. Coulson began to elaborate. Here is the situation. Our research team discovered a crashed aircraft while exploring the Arctic. Upon investigation, they found this shield. Subsequently, We uncovered the frozen form of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Coulson pointed to the ice block on the screen, within which a figure was clearly visible. This is Captain America. As Coulson spoke of him, a gleam appeared in his eyes, revealing his admiration for the hero. Lin, too, confirmed his own thoughts regarding the legend. However, as he gazed at the frozen Captain America, curiosity struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, how can you be certain that the individual inside is still alive? Our life detection equipment has registered faint signs of life within." Coulson seemed quite exhilarated. Pausing before continuing, "We dared not extract the captain directly for fear of unforeseen consequences. Which is why we sought your assistance. In case of any mishaps, you could provide timely help." "Leave it to me. I'll handle everything," Lin assured confidently. He recalled that even without his intervention, Captain America could awaken normally, though it would take him quite some time to recuperate afterward. Now he can swiftly revive Captain America, and forming a benevolent bond is certainly advantageous. After all, Captain America is a remarkable asset, one of the triumvirate of the Avengers, whose prowess should not be underestimated. Though often teased for being evenly matched against any adversary, if we adhere to such reasoning, a balanced contest could very well tilt in our favor with the addition of our own enhancements. Thus, it is prudent to embrace this formidable ally. For who would ever disdain the presence of a strong ally? The Quinjet soared with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the Arctic. Under Agent Coulson's guidance, Lin Yuan reached a temporary encampment, where the ice block housing Captain America had been meticulously secured, awaiting Lin Yuan's arrival to commence the excavation. Observing Captain America encased in ice, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "His posterior is rather well-defined, indeed." He chuckled, "Old Coulson, when do we commence the treatment?" "Not yet. We must first assess his vital signs. Should they prove unstable, your immediate intervention will be necessary. However, if they are stable, we will organize a suitable environment for you to assist in his recovery," Coulson replied. "What do you mean by organize?" Lin Yuan inquired. "We intend for him to awaken in a familiar setting. Having slumbered for 70 years, we fear the shock of an unfamiliar world may cause him mental distress," Coulson explained. Lin Yuan gazed at the ice-encased Captain America and remarked with a smile, "Ah, like Truman's world? You underestimate him. He is not a psychologically fragile individual, and you have underestimated his intellect. His capabilities extend far beyond mere physicality. If you overlook even the slightest detail, he is likely to discern it." "Are you truly certain you wish to deceive him in this manner?" "What do you mean by that?" Coulson queried, slightly perplexed. "You believe that a man who has slept for 70 years will awaken to an alien world and feel as though he has lost everything. Then, a group of strangers, under the guise of goodwill, will present a contrived reality. How can you expect him to trust you?" Coulson fell silent, pondering Lin Yuan's words, before finally responding, "I cannot make that determination. I shall report this to Fury upon our return and let him decide." Lin Yuan gestured toward the massive ice block and asked, "Do you require my assistance in excavating it?" "Oh, do you possess some magical means to expedite his extraction?" Coulson's eyes lit up with hope. "If you have magic, that would be exceedingly convenient, saving both time and effort." "Alas, I do not," Lin Yuan replied with conviction. "Then why inquire at all?" Coulson exclaimed in exasperation, momentarily losing his composure. "I merely asked. Since I am here, I thought it courteous to inquire." Subsequently, Captain America was carefully extracted from the ice and transported onto the aircraft. Lin Yuan accompanied the plane back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where Fury awaited their arrival. "Long time no see, Egg." "No, Director Fury," Lin Yuan greeted with enthusiasm. Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Do not presume I am oblivious to your intention to call me Egg." "Ah, let us not dwell on such trifles," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "Do not be angry. I invited you, after all." Nick Fury composed himself and managed a faint smile, saying, "Lin, I appreciate your assistance." Lin approached, playfully draping an arm around Egg's shoulder, and cheerfully replied, "No need for thanks. We are old friends, after all." Fury shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and glanced at the still frozen Captain America, then called for his subordinates to escort him to the medical bay. "Come on, Lin, we must head to the thawing room. Your expertise will be necessary once he regains consciousness." Fury beckoned Lin and led the way to the medical facility. As they walked, Coulson relayed Lin's words to Fury, who pondered for a long moment before turning to Lin and asking, "Lin, what do you think we should do?" "Me? I wouldn't presume to instruct S.H.I.E.L.D. on its operations. I merely expressed my thoughts," Lin replied. Fury fell silent. Upon reaching the medical room, they observed the medical staff beginning the thawing process for Captain America. Gradually, his skin regained its natural hue, and his body began to soften. Soon, he was transferred to a hospital room, awaiting awakening. Fury, gazing at the comatose captain, abruptly addressed Lin. Lin, if I were to assign you the task of familiarizing him with this world once he awakens, would you accept? Lin, momentarily taken aback, asked, what did you say? Fury reiterated his proposal, leaving Lin in contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, Lin queried, why do you want me to guide him? Do you truly trust me? Fury shrugged, explaining, it's not about trust. I simply believe you are the most suitable choice. Your prior remarks to Coulson were quite astute, prompting me to be more forthright. Moreover, despite being encased in ice for 70 years, Captain America is still relatively youthful. Having you, a young individual, accompany him should facilitate his reintegration. Besides, my personnel are quite occupied and lack the time to escort him around. Lin's forehead tightened with frustration. So, you think I'm available because I have nothing else to do? I never said that. You implied it. Fury countered. Lin gritted his teeth, declaring, fine. I'll do it. But I have a few conditions you must agree to. Eager to seize the opportunity to align himself with Captain America, Lin found Fury's suggestion to be quite fortuitous. All right, what are your terms? Fury inquired. First, I'll only accompany him for 1 month. By then, he should have adjusted. And you can manage the arrangements thereafter. Agreed. Second, you cannot interfere with my methods or destinations, and expenses must be reimbursed. Should any complications arise, you must assist in resolving them. Fury, somewhat perplexed, asked, where do you intend to take him? That's none of your concern, rest assured. It will not be a hazardous location. Moreover, even if danger were to arise, do you truly believe the two of us together couldn't handle it? No, absolutely not. It cannot involve any perilous places. It's not a matter of trusting your abilities, but rather the potential trouble it could incite. Relax, relax. It certainly won't be a dangerous locale, Lin assured, though inwardly he mused. Of course not a perilous place. I merely wish to transform Captain America into Bunny Captain. Although Lin Yuan was aware that the likelihood was slim, unless Captain America awoke with amnesia, there was only a faint possibility. Encouraging him to embrace the notion of rabbits was still feasible. Nick Fury, feeling a sense of relief, nodded and said, all right. You shall have full authority over all matters. Thirdly, he added, this time, I am indeed assisting you. In the future, should I require assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., you must not refuse. Without hesitation, Nick Fury agreed. May our collaboration be fruitful, Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully, shaking hands with Nick Fury to signify the completion of their agreement. Subsequently, Lin Yuan was ready to commence his tasks. He entered the hospital room, gestured haphazardly at Captain America, and then, with both hands pointed forward, proclaimed loudly, arise, my warrior. Chapter 49. Your approach is too wild. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson stood in astonishment as Lin Yuan performed his eccentric display. After a moment of silence, Nick turned to Coulson and inquired, Coulson, has Lin always cast spells in such a manner? Coulson, equally taken aback, shook his head in uncertainty but attempted a feeble explanation. I've never seen this before. Perhaps it's different this time. The captain's condition might be quite dire, prompting Lin to employ special movements to channel his full powers. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, the two outside were discussing his rather juvenile antics. He had merely recalled a classic line that seemed fitting and shouted it out, adding some flair to enhance the moment. As beams of healing light enveloped Captain America, his condition began to improve rapidly. The reason Captain America could survive 70 years of cryogenic sleep was due to the substantial glucose content in his blood. The glucose stored in his liver, when released, lowered the freezing point of his blood and produced antifreeze substances. This process resembled the physiological adaptations seen in tardigrades and hibernating frogs during extreme cold. This phenomenon had yet to be observed in any other human, likely attributed to the serum's effects. Thus, even without Lin Yuan's healing, Captain America would eventually recover, albeit at a slower pace. Lin's magic significantly expedited this process, and the rejuvenation spell rapidly restored his mental clarity, allowing Captain America to awaken swiftly. An hour later, Steve Rogers, lying in the hospital bed, opened his eyes. By then, all irrelevant parties had been asked to leave the room, leaving only Lin Yuan, Nick Fury, and Coulson. As Captain America surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the three unfamiliar faces, he couldn't help but voice his confusion. Am I not dead? Where's this place? Welcome back. Captain Rogers. You are an S-H-I-E-L-D, and I am Nick Fury, the current director. Nick Fury grinned as he introduced himself, then gestured towards Coulson, saying, "This is Phil Coulson, also an employee of S-H-I-E-L-D. Hello, Captain Rogers. Welcome back." Coulson, visibly excited to see his idol alive before him, momentarily lost the composure expected of a senior agent. "And this is Lin Yuan, the second son of the Stark Group. Your swift recovery owes much to his assistance." Upon hearing this, Captain America regarded the young man with curiosity. The youth bore a strikingly delicate visage reminiscent of a rabbit. Puzzled, he thought to himself, is this the second son of the Stark Group? The Stark Group belongs to Howard. Didn't he later marry someone from the Rabbit family? That seems implausible. Howard wouldn't do such a thing, and besides, he doesn't appear to be of mixed heritage. Lin Yuan, noticing Captain America's bewilderment, smiled and explained, "Hey, Captain, don't listen to Director Fury's fanciful claims about being a second son of the group. I'm merely Tony's recognized younger brother." Captain America was even more perplexed. Who is Tony? Howard's son? He suppressed his mounting curiosity and turned to Lin Yuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for saving me." Lin Yuan, without any desire for recognition, smiled and explained, "Captain, there's no need for such formality. Moreover, it was not I who saved you. I merely facilitated your recovery. This alone warrants gratitude." The captain nodded in appreciation towards Lin Yuan before turning to Nick Fury, inquiring, "What exactly is S-H-I-E-L-D? And could you enlighten me about the current situation?" Nick Fury, adopting a serious tone, stated, "The founders of S-H-I-E-L-D are Howard Stark and..." He paused momentarily before continuing, "and Peggy Carter." The captain's expression shifted dramatically. His lips quivered, yet he refrained from interjecting. Nick Fury continued, "Captain, it is now the year 2011. It has been nearly 70 years since your crash." The captain's countenance changed significantly. He seemed poised to speak but fell silent, staring despondently at the bedcovers. Concerned, Coulson observed the captain's demeanor and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" The captain glanced at him before murmuring, "I seem to have missed an appointment." Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged puzzled looks, but Lin Yuan understood all too well. "Captain, what are your plans moving forward?" Nick Fury, noticing the captain's distress, swiftly sought to redirect his attention. "Plans? I have no idea. It has been 70 years. I have lost everything, and I do not know where to go or what to do," the captain lamented, his expression filled with uncertainty regarding the future. "How about this, Captain? Let me take you for a walk to observe the current state of society. Once you familiarize yourself with this world, you can decide what you wish to do," Lin Yuan suggested at an opportune moment. The captain regarded Lin Yuan thoughtfully for a considerable time before finally smiling and responding, "All right, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Lin. There's no need for formality. Captain, calling me Mr. Lin feels overly distant. Just call me Lin." "Very well, Lin. You need not address me as Captain either. Simply use my name." "Agreed, Steve. From here on, you are in my hands." Lin Yuan made a light-hearted jest. The captain chuckled in response. "Haha. Then I entrust my affairs to you, Lin. Director Fury, have you arranged accommodations for the captain?" Lin Yuan turned to Fury. "Arrangements have been made. It is somewhat distant from your residence, but I believe the distance shouldn't be an issue for you," Fury replied. "Very well, please provide me with the address. The captain's health is stable now. Drive me and the captain to the residence, and I will handle the rest, so you need not worry." Nick Fury frowned internally, muttering to himself, "Who is the director here, you or me?" And now he is giving orders. However, he was at a loss, as he had to rely on Lin Yuan. "Coulson, drive the captain and Lin to the arranged villa." "Of course," Coulson replied eagerly, delighted at the opportunity to spend more time with his idol. Soon, Coulson drove the two of them to an expansive and tranquil villa neighborhood, where the houses were elegantly scattered throughout the area. The villas are spaced quite far apart, ensuring that they do not disturb one another, making them perfectly suited for the current Captain America. As the trio disembarks, Coulson opens the door and inputs the captain's information into the access control system. Inside the villa, various household necessities are fully stocked, indicating that Nick Fury had prepared everything in advance. Once they enter, Lin Yuan begins to introduce the amenities to Steve. "Steve, here is the restroom, this is the water heater, and that is the shower. Over here is the living room, this is the television, and this is the air conditioning unit. The laundry room is over there, and this is the washing machine." Steve, feeling a wave of exasperation, responds Lin. I've been asleep for 70 years, not 700. While the technology may have advanced since my time, I am familiar with most of these things. Apologies, apologies. I've read too many novels and mistook you for someone who had time traveled from the past. Steve and Coulson exchange puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Lin Yuan's remarks. Let's not dwell on the details. So, Steve, would you prefer to rest for a while or take a stroll outside? Let us go for a walk now. Steve chuckles, jokingly adding, I've already slept for 70 years. I think I've had enough rest. All right then, I'll make a quick phone call to arrange a few things. In the meantime, you can chat with Coulson. Lin Yuan assuredly pat his chest and stepped outside to make the call. First, he decided to inform Tony about the extended duration of his outing. Hello, Tony. Lin, what is up? Nothing major, but I'm going on a long trip for about a month. What is the reason for such an extended absence? I've taken on a job to help Director Fury take Captain America on an outing. There was a prolonged silence on the line before Lin heard Tony asking J-A-R-V-I-S. Did I hear that correctly? Did Lin just say he is taking Captain America out for fun? J-A-R-V-I-S promptly replied, Sir, you heard correctly. Mr. Lin indeed mentioned Captain America. Tony's voice returned. Lin, your ventures are becoming increasingly adventurous. All right, I understand. Stay safe. Sure thing, brother. After hanging up, Lin dialed another number, and the call was swiftly answered. Hello, Mr. Lin. It's been a while. How may I assist you today? Came the voice of Director Zhang. Hello, Director Zhang. It's been some time. I actually do have a favor to ask. Though it's not anything too serious. I would like to take a friend to visit our home. Welcome. Is there a problem? Do you need assistance with a visa? No need for a visa. I plan to take him directly. The distance to our home is quite far, and flying would take too long. Lin Yuan continued. Slightly embarrassed. What I need is your help in obtaining a temporary document, as buying tickets and booking accommodation would be rather inconvenient. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the other side. That's fine. What is the name of the individual? We need to register first. Steve Rogers. Very well, no problem. Is he known as Falcon? That name sounds rather familiar. ISNT at the name of Captain America? Are his parents perhaps fans of Captain America? To have chosen such a name? Zhang Xian chuckled, making a jest. Could it be that this is Captain America himself? Lin Yuan felt even more embarrassed. Zhang Xian had already grown weary of the conversation. This person was too unconventional. It was overwhelming. Chapter 50. Why didn't you say so earlier? Director Zhang. Will this cause you any trouble? Lin Yuan inquired, feeling somewhat awkward as he noticed the prolonged silence from the other side. You are aware that there could be complications. Zhang Xian silently criticized, yet he replied, No problem, Mr. Lin. We have faith in you. Zhang Xian refrained from discussing any extraneous matters, focusing solely on expressing his trust in Lin Yuan. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. After all, this was akin to family. I am truly grateful. Director Xing, I shall trouble you further. Lin Yuan hastily expressed his thanks. You're too polite, Mr. Lin, regardless of who it may be. As long as they are brought by you, even if they are aliens, we shall welcome them. Zhang Xian's declaration was resolute, leaving Lin Yuan feeling quite elated. Yes. All right, Director Zhang, when Thor and the others come to Earth, I will take them to our home for a visit. Zhang Xian was momentarily speechless. He had forgotten that Lin Yuan was acquainted with the family of the God of Thunder. After all, they were indeed extraterrestrial beings, legendary ones at that. Who knows what sort of individuals might visit from Rabbit's family in the future? Well, they might not even be human. Nevertheless, as long as they harbor no malice towards us, our great rabbit shall welcome anyone. Having resolved the captain's travel arrangements, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Captain, I owe you a great favor for this. I hope this journey to Rabbit's family will help you move on from the past. He pondered. Let's set up a plan for him, so he won't always be fixated on this little plot of land dominated by Eagle Nation. If it doesn't work here, it will surely work over at Rabbit's. Yes, indeed, a splendid idea. Once the seeds are sown, they shall inevitably sprout. Cackling with laughter, Lin Yuan returned to the villa where Coulson was happily engaged in conversation with the captain. However, it was mostly Coulson speaking while the captain listened. It was Lin Yuan's first time witnessing Coulson so loquacious. Steve, I have made the arrangements on my end. Are you prepared? We shall depart at once. Coulson exclaimed in surprise. Lin, are you really leaving so soon? What are your plans? Lin Yuan was candid. I intend to take the captain to Rabbit's family for a little vacation, to savor delicious food and behold different scenery. This should lighten his spirits. By the way, old Coulson, please inform Director Fury that I plan to stay at Rabbit's for about a month, so he need not worry. I assure you, I will return the captain safe and sound. Rabbit's family? You're going all out. Coulson was taken aback, uncertain if allowing Lin Yuan to assist Steve in adapting to society was indeed the right course of action. The man's thoughts were enigmatic. He had initially assumed Lin Yuan would merely take the captain for a brief tour around New York. However, he had no authority to stop Lin Yuan. As they had already agreed on this, it was best to report to Director Fury first and let him make the decision. Wait, Lin, don't leave just yet. I need to inform Fury, Coulson said as he dialed Fury's number. Once connected, he relayed Lin Yuan's plans, and after a prolonged silence, Fury finally requested to speak with Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, the decision to let you lead alongside the captain reflects our trust in you. Thus, I trust you will not betray this confidence, correct? Rest assured, it is merely a standard journey. You all tend to think rather impurely, Lin Yuan retorted candidly, fully aware that Fury's concern stemmed from the fear that Captain America might not return. While Lin Yuan harbored similar thoughts, he still needed to maintain his standing with Falcon. Furthermore, Lin Yuan sought not only the captain's presence, but also his heart. On the other end of the call, Fury was unfazed by Lin Yuan's bluntness. Having grown accustomed to such exchanges, that is reassuring. I have placed the documents in the captain's room. We will handle the visa arrangements. You will need to purchase your own tickets as our flight cannot accommodate your travel. No need for that. I have already coordinated with Rabbit's side. I will escort the captain directly into the country. Flying is far too slow and a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was left speechless. You require no visa for entry? Your approach is even more audacious than mine. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Yuan perplexed. What just happened? He returned the phone to Coulson, noticing his hesitance. Come on, old Cole, speak up. This isn't like you. Coulson chuckled sheepishly, then retrieved a stack of small cards. Gazing eagerly at the captain, Lin Yuan leaned in to examine them and discovered they were cards featuring Captain America's likeness. Oh, old Cole, you have this hobby as well. Let me see. He reached to take a card, but Coulson evaded him. No way. This is a limited edition. Captain, could you sign one for me? Steve observed the card in Coulson's hand, feeling somewhat bemused, yet he indulged Coulson's request. After watching Coulson depart in high spirits, Steve turned to Lin Yuan. Where are we headed next? Are we going to the airport? I currently possess no documents. Director Fury placed your credentials in your room, but we will not need them for our immediate plans. We are flying directly. Flying directly? So we are taking a plane? Just as Steve began to inquire further, Lin Yuan flashed a mischievous smile, sending a shiver down Steve's spine, before asking, Steve, are you afraid of the cold? We will be flying high and fast. It might get a tad chilly. Steve found Lin Yuan's statement peculiar, yet he stubbornly replied, I was carved from ice. Do you think I would fear the cold? Very well. Let us embark. Grasping Steve's hand, Lin Yuan transformed into his flying form, a majestic rock appearing before Steve. The rock then flapped its wings, expanding its size dramatically from an approximate 3-meter wingspan to nearly 6 meters, truly resembling a small aircraft. This transformation was necessitated by the rather underwhelming skills granted by the Spring Festival gift pack, which had deeply wounded Lin Yuan's sensitive spirit, compelling the system to bestow upon him more formidable abilities under duress. After the new year, Lin Yuan found himself incessantly chattering to the system, which eventually reached its breaking point. In a moment of exasperation, it bestowed upon him the skill, Rui, granting him the ability to freely manipulate his transformed shape. With a range of 50 to 100 of a normal physique, Steve stood in bewilderment, utterly dumbfounded by the surreal spectacle before him. Was he dreaming? Had the world truly transformed during his slumber? Who could possibly morph into a bird? Was he still on Earth? Observing Steve's stunned expression, Lin Yuan called out, Brother, why are you just standing there? This is merely a magic trick. There's no need for such astonishment. Come aboard. Magic? Is this even scientific? Shouldn't there be a sense of wonder? Steve was in disarray, yet he was Captain America. How could he fear such a phenomenon? He feigned composure and clambered onto the back of the giant bird. Hold on tight. We're off. Let us go. Once Steve was secure, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and the great bird soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. Whoa! Steve felt himself lurch backward, astounded by the bird's incredible speed. Fortunately, His enhanced reflexes enabled him to grasp a feather, stabilizing himself and preventing a disastrous fall. A tempestuous wind whipped around him, and the temperature plummeted, frost forming on his clothing. He dared not cry out to Lin Yuan, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure the ordeal, grateful for his robust constitution. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had already applied various protective buffs to shield him, clinging tightly to the bird. Steve's heart was flooded with tears. This was certainly not the world he once knew. Could any bird achieve such velocity? I want to go home. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's pace was swift, and Steve's torment was brief, though he would have preferred a slower journey. As they approached the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom, Lin Yuan gradually reduced their speed and altitude, allowing Steve to finally exhale, relieved that the biting cold was subsiding. Lin Yuan was en route to meet Zheng Xian at the headquarters of the Spear Bureau in the capital to acquire a temporary identification for Steve. Upon their arrival at the Spear Bureau's headquarters, Lin Yuan landed at the entrance, and Steve stiffly dismounted. His hair stood on end from the wind, his clothing encrusted in frost, and he trembled from the cold, his complexion tinged with purple. The sentry at the entrance, witnessing a colossal birdland, was immediately alert and bellowed, "Who goes there? What is your purpose?" Lin Yuan transformed back into human form and replied to the sentinel, "I am Lin Yuan. I have an appointment with Director Zheng Xian. Please inform him of my arrival." The sentinel, having heard of Lin Yuan, offered a salute before turning to report back to the booth. Steve, shivering with trepidation, approached Lin Yuan and pleaded, "Lin, I implore you. Let us take a plane on our way back. I've just awakened, and I cannot endure this ordeal." Lin Yuan promptly administered some treatment to him, then shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "Brother, we lack any immigration records and do not possess passports. Flying is not an option for us." He then cast a disdainful glance at Steve and remarked, "Are you, Captain America, truly so feeble that you cannot withstand a mere chill? Where has your fortitude gone?" Upon hearing this, Steve exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You dare question the resolve of Captain America?" He thumped his chest and confidently declared, "I could soar with you for an entire day." Chapter 51. We must depart immediately. When Zheng Xian received the report from the sentinel and stepped outside, he was met with the sight of a muscular man slapping his own face. Puzzled, he nonetheless greeted Lin Yuan with warmth. "Mr. Lin, it has been a while. Welcome back to the rabbit's home. Director Zheng, I trust you have been well. I must trouble you again this time," Lin Yuan replied with a smile, shaking Zheng Xian's hand and then introducing the man beside him, who was still striking his own face. "This is Captain America, Steve Rogers. I've brought him to the rabbit's home for a little respite." Zheng Xian paused, scrutinizing the imposing figure before him, and inwardly mused, "As far as I know, Captain America has only recently awakened. What could prompt such a peculiar hobby as cosplay? His physique does bear a certain resemblance to a scion. Yet why is he striking himself?" Though he was baffled, he concealed his confusion, maintaining a smile as he said, "Captain Rogers, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. On behalf of the rabbits, I warmly welcome you to our country and hope you enjoy your stay." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Steve quickly composed himself, shook Zheng Xian's hand, and responded with a smile, "Director Zheng, thank you for your hospitality. I appreciate your assistance moving forward." "Not at all, not at all," Zheng Xian replied graciously before turning to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, shall we step inside for a moment? We want to be joining you." Lin Yuan replied, "I flew too fast earlier, and the captain is quite cold. We'll find a place to stay first, and then I'll take him for hot pot." "Director Zheng, you should join us later. The more, the merrier. I'll pass on the hot pot. I have other matters to attend to." "But, Mr. Lin, doesn't your aircraft have windows? How could it possibly be cold?" Zheng Xian inquired curiously, aware of Lin Yuan's abilities yet skeptical of the small size of the Dapeng, which seemed inadequate to carry such a large man as Steve Rogers. Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Oh, that is not the case. I transformed into a Dapeng and flew him here. I can now alter my size." Zheng Xian's eyes lit up at the revelation. "It seems we have underestimated this young man's abilities. It has only been a short while, and he has already acquired new powers." With this thought, he became even more enthusiastic. "Mr. Lin, here is the captain's identification. It will facilitate ticket purchases and accommodations during your stay." "I am truly grateful," Lin Yuan said as he accepted the identification, expressing his thanks promptly. "There's no need for formalities. We are all family here. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "Very well, then we shall take our leave," Lin Yuan replied. After bidding farewell to Zheng Xian, Lin Yuan and Steve found a hotel to settle in and took a hot shower. Subsequently, the two ventured out for a meal. Choosing the most renowned establishment in the area, the Old Capital Copper Pot, and ordered an array of dishes. Once the food arrived, Lin Yuan began to teach Steve how to use chopsticks, how to mix the sauces, and the proper way to enjoy the meal. Steve, no fool, quickly grasped the technique, and the two engaged in a delightful competition, savoring the feast with great enthusiasm. Lin, this hot pot is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite, Steve exclaimed, his chopsticks never pausing as he savored each bite. You must have been famished. This is merely average at our rabbit home, Lin Yuan responded, feigning indifference. Are there other delightful dishes? I must try them. Oh, there is an abundance of delicious options. Regarding hot pot alone, the varieties are countless, and we have only sampled one. Steve's eyes sparkled. Are there other types of hot pot? Are they available here? Patience, I shall take you to savor them all. Tomorrow, we will begin with roast duck, Lin Yuan assured, though secretly he thought, what a sin, I have lied again. Despite my ability to travel, I have yet to sample even a single province in a year. After finishing the hot pot, the night had deepened. Lin Yuan led Steve down the bustling streets of the capital, illuminated by the vibrant city lights and thrumming with life. Steve couldn't help but marvel. Is this what the world looks like 70 years later? Everything is so peaceful. It is wonderful. Lin Yuan shook his head. No. This is merely the rabbit home 70 years later. Why do you say that? Is it not different elsewhere? Steve felt a tinge of confusion. Lin Yuan replied earnestly. Yes. It is indeed different. There is a saying in the rabbit home that I wholeheartedly agree with. We are not born into a peaceful world. We are merely born into a peaceful nation. Is that so? Has the war not ended for those born in the 70s? Does that mean my previous efforts were in vain? Steve's mood darkened, for he understood the horrors of war all too well. Noticing his despondency, Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled. Do not be disheartened. Your efforts will not be in vain. Moreover, you are currently in the most peaceful country in the world. For now, let's set aside all previous unhappiness and focus on enjoying life. Steve glanced at Lin Yuan and then at the dazzling lights around them, smiling. You are right. Let us enjoy life. Seeing that there was still time, Lin Yuan took Steve to a large shopping mall where he purchased a smartphone. Using his ID, he acquired a SIM card and activated the internet, then taught Steve how to use it. Steve held the phone with reverence. This is far superior to my old device. But I am not accustomed to such advanced technology. Lin Yuan chuckled as he playfully tapped him. What nonsense. You are hardly foolish. Such a simple device is easy to grasp. Even a 3-year-old can master it swiftly. Can you truly be worse than a child? Fine. I will give it a try. Let us return to the hotel to explore it at our leisure. For now, let us continue to wander this mall. After meandering through the myriad of goods for some time, Steve marveled at the impressive array. Your rabbit home truly excels. I recall that in my era. It seemed rather backward. I never imagined that in just 70 years you would have developed so remarkably. It has not merely been 70 years, Lin Yuan proudly declared. In truth, it has only been 30 years since the rabbit family began to develop its economy. Steve was taken aback. What? You managed to reach this level in just 30 years? Well, theoretically, it should be even shorter. In reality, it must be less than 20 years. This is truly unlike the world I know. Haha, you'll get used to it. He added, the upcoming journey will surely broaden your horizons. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Forbidden City. All right, but what about the Great Wall? Lin Yuan replied, you will find out in due time. Let's head back for now. The following day, the two arrived at the Great Wall. With their physical prowess, they were more than capable of conquering it. Steve was astonished by the grandeur of such ancient architecture constructed by the rabbit family. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan guided Steve through the Summer Palace, the Forbidden City, and Tiananmen Square. Their final stop was the monument to the people's heroes. Standing before the towering monument, Lin Yuan and Steve gazed at the throngs of people in the square, their faces illuminated by joyous smiles. Children frolicked and played, their laughter echoing throughout the plaza. Lin Yuan remarked to Steve, look, this prosperous era is as they wished. Steve smiled in agreement. Indeed, they are all heroes. Lin Yuan patted him on the back and said earnestly, Steve, you are also a hero. You all are great heroes who have sacrificed your lives to protect the people behind you. Steve simply smiled, his gaze fixed on the monument. Suddenly, he stood at attention and saluted the monument, then pulled Lin Yuan along. Come on, Lin, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Today I want to have Peking duck. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan introduced Steve to a myriad of culinary delights from the capital. Besides hot pot, Steve's favorite was undoubtedly Peking duck. Though he also relished various snacks, as his own era did not offer such a wide array of food. Lin Yuan mischievously introduced him to mung bean juice. And to his surprise, Steve actually enjoyed it, even mimicking the locals by alternating sips of mung bean juice with bites of fried dough rings. Watching Steve savor the dish, Lin Yuan attempted to try it again, but it was evident that he could not quite adapt to the taste of mung bean juice. After finishing breakfast, the two made their way home, passing through a park. Many people were exercising in the morning, and Steve was captivated by the elderly gentleman practicing various forms of exercise. He soon approached them and quickly struck up a conversation. Steve thoroughly enjoyed spending time with the elderly men, experimenting with various morning exercise equipment, and even arranged to meet one of them the next day for a bird-walking session. The following morning, Steve indeed rose early to head to the park, while Lin Yuan lingered in bed, confident that Steve would not get lost. When Steve returned, he eagerly inquired about where to buy a birdcage and a little bird. Having made plans to stroll with one of the gentlemen, Lin Yuan was left speechless, pondering how the elderly men in Beijing could possess such excellent English, effortlessly drawing a burly American into their ranks. "Brother, you are not even 30 yet. How can you be living a retirement life like the elders?" Steve chuckled, theoretically. "I am nearly 100 years old, so I could be considered a senior. Besides, those gentlemen are brimming with energy every day, even more than I am. I have such a delightful time with them. Just tell me where I can purchase a birdcage. I have arranged to join a few of those older gentlemen for morning exercises and birdwalking every day." Lin Yuan, feeling helpless, thought to himself how infectious the spirit of these elder gentlemen in the capital truly was. "No, we must set off for the next destination immediately. If we linger any longer, by the time the captain returns, I might have to apply for early retirement." With that thought, Lin Yuan grabbed Steve, and they checked out of their room. "Brother, let us go, off to the next stop." "Wait a moment. Let me finish my bird walking tomorrow." "No. We must leave at once." Chapter 52, the buff of 50-50 abilities. On the way to the train station, Steve incessantly murmured to Lin Yuan about his broken promise, lamenting that the old man would undoubtedly be disappointed. Lin Yuan, feeling a headache from the constant chatter, had no choice but to endure until they finally arrived at the station, at which point Steve's attention was finally captured by the surroundings, allowing Lin Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. "My heavens, Lin, this is a train station, and it is quite immense, isn't it?" Steve exclaimed in astonishment. "Calm down. This isn't even the largest one," Lin Yuan replied with a hint of nonchalance. "What on earth? Are you saying this isn't the biggest?" Steve asked incredulously. "Indeed. There are several larger ones. The biggest is nearly twice this size," Lin Yuan proudly elaborated. "Goodness, is your homeland really this impressive?" Steve still seemed somewhat incredulous. "Absolutely. Our nation's motto is everything for the people, which is why our investment in public infrastructure is unparalleled globally. We are even dubbed the infrastructure maniacs. Haven't you noticed? We have been relying on public transport these past few days," Lin Yuan stated with pride. It dawned on Steve. "Oh right, we have indeed been using public transport. Isn't that common in every country?" Lin Yuan merely smiled in response. Before long, the two of them boarded the train, and Steve marveled at the sight of the bullet train in front of him. Lin Yuan found it amusing to see Steve's naive wonder. After all, considering Steve was from 70 years ago, it was normal for him to react this way given the technological advancements of today. Little did he know that even modern foreigners visiting his homeland often displayed a similar lack of knowledge, let alone someone from the past. As they settled into their seats, Steve looked around curiously, his eyes darting from one thing to another. "Lin, where are we headed?" Did I not mention it?" Lin Yuan replied. "No. You just urged me to hurry without specifying our destination. My apologies. Our next stop is the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, Chang'an. It boasts a history spanning thousands of years, and its train station is the largest in our nation, nearly twice the size of the one we just departed from," Lin Yuan explained enthusiastically. Steve's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? I can't wait to see it. An ancient city with thousands of years of history, surely there must be a plethora of delicious foods. Right? Is there hot pot?" Lin Yuan facepalmed in exasperation, realizing that Captain America had already begun to develop a penchant for food before even leaving the province. "When did you become such a foodie? It doesn't quite fit your persona." Steve, munching on a snack, replied, "What persona? I've always loved delicious food. When I was a child, I was quite frail and couldn't eat much. After the serum, I grew stronger, but I was too busy fighting, and during wartime, food was scarce, let alone these snacks. Oh my goodness, I absolutely adore these treats," he exclaimed, holding up his snack in demonstration. As Lin Yuan observed Steve relishing his meal with great joy, he too felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Captain America. Indeed, Captain America is a hero, but to Lin Yuan, his life appeared to be steeped in tragedy. Born during a time of war, he was frail and bullied in his youth. Eventually, after receiving the serum that granted him strength, he tragically lost his benefactor, Dr. Abraham Erskine, in his very arms. Following that, he became one of the most renowned heroes in the world, only to witness his best friend plummet from a cliff, leaving his fate uncertain. Ultimately, he himself was frozen for 70 years in a bid to protect the populace. When he finally awoke, he found himself utterly out of place in a society that had moved on, and he had missed the chance to be with the woman he loved most. Throughout the ensuing days, he continued to fight, leading to a rift with Bucky and witnessing Tony's sacrifice before his very eyes. Captain America's life was marked by a scarcity of joyful moments. Perhaps the happiest days were those spent after returning the Infinity Stones, when he could finally meet Peggy Carter in another world. However, none of that had yet transpired. For now, Steve was laughing and enjoying himself, and Lin Yuan silently resolved to protect not only this hero, but all those worthy of safeguarding. Alas, he quickly dismissed these juvenile thoughts, feeling a twinge of disgust at his own musings. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Steve was overwhelmed by the city's rich historical ambience, leading him to sample nearly every delicacy it had to offer. Lin Yuan watched him eat without pause throughout the day, a twinge of envy stirring within him. It was the first time he realized how well-suited the super soldier serum was for a foodie. Something that facilitated quick digestion without weight gain while maintaining a fine physique was something he yearned for as well. If it weren't for the fear of being mistaken for a panda in public, he would have entertained the thought of transforming into one just to indulge in food. Alas, what a pity. After finishing their culinary adventure in Chang'an, they set their sights on the next destination, the mountain city, renowned for its hot pot, which Steve had longed for. Lin Yuan wondered if the super soldier's constitution could withstand the fiery spice of the local cuisine. Upon arrival, their first stop was a hot pot restaurant, where Steve's eyes lit up at the sight of the vibrant red broth, so distinct from the copper pots of the capital. In no time, he was slurping down cold beer and tossing slices of tripe into the spicy, numbing broth, expertly savoring each bite with a variety of dipping sauces. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan could only sheepishly enjoy the mild broth. For several days, the two savored hot pot in the mountain city, with Steve enthusiastically opting for the spicy and numbing broth at every meal, relishing every moment. Soon, Steve became more knowledgeable about hot pot than Lin Yuan, taking charge of the ordering while Lin Yuan merely acted as a translator. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of competitiveness. Why was it that this foreigner could eat so heartily and with such skill? The same could be said for the fermented bean juice, and now the spicy hot pot. Since he was so adept at eating, Lin Yuan decided to take him to the province of Gui, to try what he believed was the most challenging hot pot for him to accept, beef ball hot pot. Yet, to Lin Yuan's surprise, Steve devoured it with gusto, continually exclaiming how delicious it was. Lin Yuan could only acknowledge his defeat. Captain America truly lived up to his reputation. His ability to match anyone evenly was indeed remarkable, even extending to his dining habits, which blended seamlessly with the locals. Lin Yuan took Captain America to enjoy a meal of mushrooms, and this time, there were no issues whatsoever. Captain America praised the dish profusely. "Brother, once we return to Falcon's home, I will prepare mushrooms for you. I assure you, they will be delectable." Tony and Pepper sang my praises for an entire night after tasting them. Lin Yuan vowed earnestly, "Is that so? Then when we get back, I will come find you whenever I crave them." Steve replied with delight, relieved that he wouldn't have to venture far for a taste. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had nearly elapsed. They were approaching the final destination of their journey. During this month, Lin Yuan had taken Steve to various places, exposing him to the rich customs and culture of the local populace while also enlightening him about the nation's circumstances. Steve even learned a considerable amount of Chinese from Lin Yuan. Overall, Steve had thoroughly enjoyed the journey, both in terms of experiences and culinary delights. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided to leave Steve with some profound memories for their final stop in Jinling City. Upon exiting the memorial, Steve's eyes betrayed an unmistakable fury. These beasts are truly more vile than Hydra. Steve gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with anger. The most despicable part is that there are still people who refuse to acknowledge this history and have even built a restroom for these monsters. Lin Yuan, equally enraged, clenched his jaw. Steve continued indignantly, It's fortunate that these beasts met their demise early. Had I been there at that time, I would have ensured they were exterminated just like Hydra. Who told you that Hydra was completely eradicated? What? Chapter 53. This captain is absolutely unreliable, Lynn. What did you say? Steve's eyes widened, his face displaying a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising several octaves. I said Hydra has always been lurking, and they are right beside you. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze into Steve's eyes, gently prodding his chest with a finger, his tone calm, yet resolute. Steve furrowed his brow tightly, confusion and disbelief swirling in his eyes. How could this be? I thought I had destroyed Hydra's base. Is there still a remnant of their forces? Lin Yuan nodded and explained, indeed, although you dismantled Hydra's base, they did not vanish entirely. After Dr. Zola was captured, he integrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. through the organization's Paperclip initiative, seizing the opportunity to shift Hydra's operations from the light to the shadows. Upon hearing this, Steve's countenance darkened as the realization dawned on him that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Is Nick Fury also a part of Hydra? Steve hesitated before voicing his concern, anxiety gnawing at him. Lin Yuan shook his head, answering with conviction, no, Nick Fury is not one of them. He and his loyal subordinates are trustworthy individuals. However, I suspect he has sensed some disquiet within S.H.I.E.L.D. He simply remains unaware that Hydra is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. I brought you to Rabbit's home to prevent Hydra's agents from exploiting any vulnerabilities in your judgment. Once we return, act as if you know nothing and gradually investigate their members. When the time is right, we will eradicate them in one fell swoop. I understand. I will. Steve's expression was grave, fully aware of how formidable Hydra could be. Don't worry too much. I will assist you. Lin Yuan reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Initially, Lin Yuan considered discussing Bucky's situation, but he ultimately decided against it, opting to take things one step at a time. It would be prudent to wait until Bucky reappeared before addressing that matter. Mentioning it now would merely add unnecessary anxiety, without any benefit. Come on, what are you pondering? We should prepare to head back. Should we purchase some equipment? Lin Yuan queried, noticing Steve lost in thought. Bye. Absolutely. Steve was now unfazed by Hydra. His primary concern was acquiring gear, not wanting to relive the earlier experience. After securing the necessary flying equipment for Steve, the two embarked on their journey home. This time, fully equipped, Steve was palpably different, posing dramatically while riding atop Lin Yuan's large bird, treating him as a steed. Annoyed, Lin Yuan increased their speed, prompting Steve to comply. Lying still on the bird's back. Humph, you think you can outsmart me? After escorting Steve home, Lin Yuan contacted Nick Fury. Hello, Director. The task is complete. The current captain is undoubtedly a quintessential modern man now. Could you please reimburse the expenses? All right, send me the bill. Nick Fury readily agreed. After all, how much could a trip for the two of them possibly cost? Such expenses were mere trifles for S.H.I.E.L.D. After sending the bill to Nick Fury and bidding farewell to Captain America, Lin Yuan returned home. As he reached the doorstep, Nick Fury's call came through. What on earth? Lin? What did you two get up to? How could you spend so much? Fury's voice was tinged with irritation, unable to fathom how a trip could incur such costs. Lin Yuan retorted unapologetically, I won't take the blame for this. Did you not see that most of it was food expenses? You have no idea how much Steve can eat. He could feast like that for an entire day. You should be grateful I didn't take him to any expensive places. All right. Nick Fury sighed, slightly exasperated, before asking, did the captain mention what he plans to do next? Why don't you ask him yourself? With that, the call abruptly ended, and Lin Yuan muttered, so much for being a director, truly impolite. J.A.R.V.I.S. Where's Tony? Lin Yuan called out as he stepped inside. Welcome home, sir. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Lin Yuan found Tony engrossed in his work. Hey, Tony, I'm back. Back already? Did you have fun? Tony looked up, recalling Lin Yuan's mention of taking Captain America out. Yeah, I just wanted him to acclimate to the present day. Captain America, huh? He asked from my dad's era. Absolutely. He was a friend of our father's. That shield he wields was a gift from him. So technically you should address him as uncle. Lin Yuan teased with a chuckle. Tony rolled his eyes, dismissing the jest as he returned to his work. What are you working on, Tony? Lin Yuan asked, intrigued by the architectural design on the computer screen. Well, Now that we've developed a new energy source, I'm considering redesigning the Stark Tower to promote our new energy venture. It could also serve as a symbol for Stark Industries. Wow, that sounds fantastic. I want to live on the top floor. Don't worry, I'll save a room for you. Tony replied. By the way, since you're here, I should scan you to design a new suit. Lin Yuan scratched his head, a bit reluctant. No need for that, Tony. I've thought it over. And I don't need a suit for now. I have a new ability that allows me to change my size and form. Wearing a suit would hinder that capability. I see. That complicates things a bit. Let us put it on hold for now until I can figure it out. That's fine, no rush. You just focus on your work. I'm in no hurry. Though he said this, Lin Yuan silently contemplated waiting until Tony developed the nanosuit. Speaking of which, it seemed Wakanda had one as well. He wondered if it was ready yet. I should check on that in a few days. I'm going to rest now, Tony. Go ahead. Oh, and don't forget to add a rejuvenation feature. Without your rejuvenation, I'll have to rely on coffee to stay alert. Recently, with nothing much to occupy his time, Lin Yuan has been languishing at home. Whenever boredom struck, he would venture to the laboratory to engage in conversation with Tony, to the point where Tony found him a distraction from his work. Shortly after returning, Steve called Lin Yuan to express his frustrations. Lin, I must tell you, I am utterly miserable. Upon my return, I've realized how inconvenient everything is. There is no hot pot, no skewers, and the variety of snacks has diminished significantly. The park is devoid of elderly men. Only homeless individuals wander about, and at night, there are no bustling food stalls. It's as if the streets are deserted. It's infuriating. Lin Yuan silently questioned, what is the significance of mentioning an elderly man? He then advised, oh, you'll acclimate in no time. Do come visit me. We can enjoy hot pot together. I can prepare mushrooms for you. Sighing, Steve replied, I'm merely venting. I've been swamped lately. I'm currently working for Nick Fury, and it's quite demanding. Once I finish, I'll reach out for hot pot. Remember to have the ingredients ready. I want the spiciest. And mushrooms. Oh, and roasted duck. And Steve rambled on, listing dishes. Alas, this captain is utterly lost to his culinary desires. Chapter 54. The goddess's attention. After several days of idleness, Lin Yuan felt it was time to venture out and address his issues. Hello, Director Fury. I need your assistance. Lin Yuan promptly called Fury, as he was unaware of Wakanda's precise location, which he believed the S.H.I.E.L.D. might possess relevant information about. Speak. Fury's demeanor today was particularly frosty, each word articulated with deliberate precision. It's nothing major, just seeking the whereabouts of Wakanda. Why not consult a world map? Aren't they readily available? Lin Yuan emphasized, I mean the real Wakanda, not the facade. How do you know about Wakanda? Fury inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. That's of no concern to you. Just tell me if you can help. After a prolonged silence, Fury finally replied, hold on. I'll send you the information. Remember, keep it confidential. Absolutely. Thank you. Lin Yuan eagerly responded. Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed with the coordinates sent by Fury. Off I go. Lin Yuan, transforming into a majestic bird, soared towards Wakanda, swiftly arriving at the designated location. Before him lay an expansive expanse of pristine forest, prompting Lin Yuan to marvel. This cloaking technology is truly remarkable. It could easily be referred to as an illusionary array in a fantasy realm. After a few more moments of flight, the verdant wilderness vanished, revealing a city pulsating with futuristic technological marvels. To Lin Yuan's surprise, his arrival did not trigger Wakanda's defensive alarms, likely because he had entered in avian form, allowing him to remain unnoticed. As he observed the local customs and scenery, Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, what an eye-opening experience. Wakanda was, in truth, an extraordinarily unique nation, its technological advancements entirely reliant on a rare metal known as vibranium. This metal, however, was not of earthly origin. It was a divine gift. Once the primitive Wakandans discovered vibranium, their technological trajectory diverged from the conventional path. The molecular structure of vibranium is exceptionally stable and nearly non-conductive of energy, rendering it virtually indestructible, capable of absorbing nearly all heat, energy, and kinetic force. For a primitive tribe, encountering such an excellent material naturally led to the creation of close combat weaponry. Furthermore, due to Wakanda's relative isolation, many customs of the primitive tribes have persevered to the present day. For instance, they still uphold tribal systems and possess a strong affinity for melee weapons. This resulted in the peculiar sight Lin Yuan beheld, a hypermodern technological city inhabited by individuals resembling primitive tribespeople utilizing ultramodern products An odd juxtaposition indeed. Before long, Lin Yuan located the royal palace of Wakanda, which was unmistakably the largest, tallest, and most opulent structure around. Curiously, he observed Wakanda's king, the current Black Panther T'Chaka, standing outside with his queen, along with his son T'Challa and daughter Shuri, all gazing in the direction of Lin Yuan's approach, as if awaiting something significant. Perplexed, Lin Yuan hovered in the air, contemplating the scene below. Could it be that an important guest was scheduled to visit Wakanda today? Perhaps it would be better for him to return another time. As Lin Yuan contemplated his departure, the voice of T'Chaka suddenly resonated. "Oh, friend from the skies. Welcome to Wakanda. Please descend for a conversation." Lin Yuan was taken aback. How did he know he was not a true avian? Was Wakanda's technology so advanced that it could detect his abilities? However, since he had been discovered and had come to visit, he might as well descend and engage in conversation, saving himself the trouble of devising a way to meet T'Chaka. He landed gracefully, transforming into his human form, and waved. "Greeting, T'Chaka, greetings. I am Lin Yuan, and I humbly come to visit today. I hope for your understanding. Hello, child of nature. Welcome to Wakanda. I am King T'Chaka. This is my wife, Ramonda, and these two are my children, T'Challa and Shuri." T'Chaka observed as the magnificent bird morphed into a youthful, handsome boy, his eyes reflecting curiosity and astonishment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and invited Lin Yuan inside. "Mr. Lin, please come in. Let us converse within." Lin Yuan, filled with intrigue, discerned that now was not the appropriate moment to pose questions, so he followed T'Chaka and his family into the royal palace. Upon entering the reception hall, they took their seats, and Lin Yuan began to observe the future Black Panther, T'Challa. Now nearing 30, T'Challa exuded an extraordinary calmness befitting a royal heir. Lin Yuan noted that he appeared far more composed than the boisterous Thor. As for Shuri, she was still a little girl, curiously observing him, and when he glanced back, she would flash him a bright smile. Ah, indeed, this little girl was quite the social butterfly. Regarding their mother, Queen Ramonda, T'Chaka's wife and the future queen, her grace was evident. Though she did not align with Lin Yuan's personal aesthetic, it was clear that elegance transcended ethnicity. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was presented on the table. Eager to experience the local cuisine for the first time, Lin Yuan found it surprisingly palatable, far less exotic than he had anticipated. T'Chaka warmly welcomed Lin Yuan, initially offering him some wine, but Lin Yuan declined, citing his underage status. T'Chaka's curiosity deepened. Who would have thought that Mr. Lin possesses such abilities at such a young age? Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Lin Yuan inwardly mused. Ah, this king, while well-meaning, is rather misguided in his flattery. My abilities have little to do with age. Though he found T'Chaka's praise endearing, it felt awkward to respond with anything less than gratitude. Shifting the topic, Lin Yuan inquired, "King T'Chaka, you can simply call me Lin. Addressing me as Mr. feels rather odd." T'Chaka beamed at Lin Yuan as if he were a rare treasure. "Very well, Lin. And please, refrain from calling me king, it feels too formal. You are but a few years older than my Shuri, so you may call me uncle." Lin Yuan acquiesced. "All right then, Uncle T'Chaka." "Ha ha, what a good child." T'Chaka laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "Uncle T'Chaka, how did you know of my arrival? How did you recognize that the bird was indeed me?" Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity. T'Chaka reverently raised his hands towards the sky in a gesture of prayer and then addressed Lin Yuan. "Just before your arrival, the Panther Goddess bestowed upon me a divine revelation, instructing me to welcome a friend from afar. She mentioned that this friend is a child of nature and would arrive in the form of a divine bird." "The Panther Goddess?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Pondering deeply, how could she possibly take notice of me? It seems that the moment I stepped into Wakanda, the Panther Goddess sensed my presence. Could it be due to my druidic vocation? It is indeed plausible, as druids are often referred to as children of nature. It is only natural for the Panther Goddess to possess a sensitivity to the essence of nature. It appears she harbors goodwill towards me. This bodes well. The forthcoming matters should proceed smoothly. With this thought, Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on uncertainties, recognizing it was ultimately a fortuitous development. "Uncle T'Chaka, does the Panther Goddess have any further instructions?" "None. She simply urged us to extend our hospitality towards you." T'Chaka replied with a warm smile. "Thank you, Panther Goddess. And thank you, Uncle T'Chaka, for your gracious welcome." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude promptly. Recognizing the moment, Lin Yuan decided to be forthright about the purpose of his visit. "Well, Uncle T'Chaka, I have come to Wakanda to request your assistance in crafting a piece of equipment." "Absolutely." T'Chaka responded with unwavering decisiveness. "Such promptness? Lin Yuan was taken aback, then curiously inquired, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of equipment I need?" With a confident demeanor, Chaka replied, "No need to inquire. Whatever type of equipment you desire, Wakanda is capable of producing it. In that case, I would like a Sword of the Tempest, Blessing of the Wind Rider." What on earth is that? Chapter 55, Physical Testing. Everything is fine. I am merely jesting. Haha. Chaka wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow and quickly assured, "Let us have our meal first, and afterward, I shall take you to craft your equipment." The gathering was filled with joy, and the guests engaged in delightful conversation. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, Su Rue indeed possessed an exuberant social spirit. Even before the meal had concluded, she was incessantly calling out Brother Lin Yuan, her tone more affectionate than when addressing Chala. Chala, unfazed, gazed at his younger sister with a nurturing smile, cherishing her youthful exuberance. From the moment Su Rue laid eyes on Lin Yuan, her curiosity about how he transformed into a magnificent bird was insatiable. Throughout the meal, she persistently inquired. And Lin Yuan, far from being annoyed, patiently explained that it was his unique ability. However, when the prodigious young girl probed into the scientific principles behind his avian transformation, Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. Chaka and Ramonda exchanged amused glances as they observed their daughter's fascination with Lin Yuan. They were pleased to see their children forming a bond with someone of such significance to the goddess of the Black Panther. Upon the conclusion of the banquet, Chaka led Lin Yuan to a laboratory nestled beside a waterfall. With pride, he gestured towards Su Rue, saying, "From now on, if you require anything, consult Su Rue. Do not let her youth deceive you. She is quite the genius, and most of the inventions here are her handiwork." "Wow, Sister Su Rue is truly impressive. Remarkable." Lin Yuan expressed his genuine admiration, recognizing her brilliance rivaled that of Tony Stark. "Of course, Brother Lin Yuan, if you have any requests, I can surely fulfill them," Su Rue declared, puffing out her little chest with pride. Given this, Lin Yuan felt no hesitation. "My ability allows me to transform into various animal forms, and I can also adjust my size." "Wow, Brother Lin Yuan can become other animals? I want to see. Please show me," Su Rue interrupted, her eyes brimming with wonder, while Chala also displayed a curious expression. Lin Yuan found himself somewhat speechless. "Sister, shouldn't your focus be on my needs? Why are you so interested in what animals I can turn into? I need to know what you can transform into so I can design accordingly," Su Rue replied, her cleverness shining through. "Very well, you are the expert. I shall defer to your wisdom," Lin Yuan conceded, realizing he had no choice but to comply. He first demonstrated his flying and aquatic forms, which were intrinsically linked, inspired by the mythological Kuanping from the lore of the rabbit tribe. The one that flies is the Ping, and the one that swims is the Kuan. With that, Lin Yuan transformed into his flying form, shrinking his size to that of a common crow, and soared around the room before shifting into his Kuan form, resembling a whale-like creature that bounded briefly on the ground before reverting to his human shape. Su Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement, her desire to explore and understand unmasked. "Unfortunately, there is no water here. This will have to suffice," Lin Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation, before transitioning into his cheetah form, which, due to unique circumstances, differed from the traditional Black Panther. Before the crowd, a plump orange cat suddenly appeared. Chuckling, Takara quickly stifled his laughter. Su Rue, however, unabashedly burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? Brother Lin Yuan, this cat you transformed into is so fat. I want to hug it." Lin Yuan, taken aback, swiftly evaded, exclaiming, "Hug? No way. We have more pressing matters at hand." Ignoring Su Rue's disappointed expression, he continued, "Next, I shall reveal my primary combat form, the giant bear form. Just to be clear, you are not allowed to hug me," Lin Yuan preemptively warned, to which Su Rue nodded eagerly, though a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Sighing, Lin Yuan conceded to transform into the giant bear. A startled gasp escaped Su Rue's lips, and before Lin Yuan knew it, she had already flung herself onto him. "I knew it," Lin Yuan thought, bemused. Who could resist the allure of a giant panda? Su Rue nuzzled against the panda's back, her face a picture of infatuation, repeatedly exclaiming, "Brother Lin Yuan, I want this. Don't turn back. I want to hug it to sleep." The other three companions watched in astonishment at the sight of the giant panda, their hands itching to reach out. Even the usually composed Takara was no exception. Lin Yuan, his expression darkening, quickly reverted to his human form. Realizing her panda was gone, Su Rue pouted, her lips forming a perfect O, and complained, "That's mean, Brother Lin Yuan. I still want to hug the panda." All right, let's focus on the task at hand first. We need to design the equipment. Lin Yuan had no choice but to placate her. Fine, but once I finish the equipment, you have to let me ride the panda, she declared. All right, all right. Lin Yuan agreed hastily, thinking that a true gentleman can bend and yield. Letting a little girl ride on his back was hardly an issue. Then, Brother Lin Yuan, transform into a panda first. I need to take measurements. Lin Yuan regarded her with skepticism. Su Rue, however, was displeased. She stamped her foot and pouted, saying, Brother Lin Yuan, I am being serious. Okay. It's my fault. Lin Yuan quickly apologized and transformed back into the panda. Su Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. And though she wished to reach out, she restrained herself, beginning to measure data with various instruments. Brother Lin Yuan, what do you primarily rely on for your attacks? She inquired. Lin Yuan raised his paw, exclaiming helplessly, just these claws. They work well against ordinary people, but they can't breach the defenses of more formidable foes. Understood. Now, let us measure the data for your various forms. In her work mode, Su Rue was anything but a typical 10-year-old girl. She conducted the test with remarkable efficiency and determination. Lin Yuan felt like a fish on a chopping board, completely at her mercy. After 3 full days, the testing finally concluded. Su Rue compiled all the data and projected it on the screen, beginning her summary. Brother Lin Yuan, based on the tests, your physical strength is equivalent to twice that of an average human. Your defensive capabilities are formidable, able to withstand attacks from conventional weaponry. However, there exists a phenomenon that piques my curiosity. Your power has indeed increased slightly compared to yesterday's test, which is rather uncommon. After finishing his statement, Su Rue gazed intently at Lin Yuan, seeking an explanation. Well, it's because I leveled up, Lin Yuan replied. Indeed, he had experienced an enhancement. The energy absorbed by the system 2 days prior had bolstered his magical strength, and as a druid, his physical prowess would naturally augment, which elucidated the rise in Lin Yuan's power. What do you mean by leveling up? If you're unwilling to share, that is fine. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. Su Rue did not linger on this matter for long and continued. Next, let us discuss the giant panda form. Lin Yuan interjected, that should be referred to as the giant bear form. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Su Rue waved his hand dismissively and proceeded. The strength of the giant bear form is approximately double that of the human form, and there have been instances during testing where an abrupt surge in power occurred. As for defense, it is truly formidable, for the time being. Wakanda possesses no weapon capable of breaching your defenses, assuming large-scale weaponry is not employed. At this juncture, Su Rue cast a glance at Lin Yuan and continued. There is also a rather peculiar aspect. When you utilize your charge ability, your speed exceeds that of sound. Yet strangely, there is no accompanying shockwave, which defies logic. Lin Yuan remained silent, secretly pondering. The charge skill inherently lacks damage. How am I to explain this? Noticing Lin Yuan's reticence, Su Rue refrained from probing further and swiped his hand across the screen, causing a large orange cat to materialize. Now, let us discuss this hefty creature. The cheetah form. Su Rue quickly corrected himself under the weight of Lin Yuan's gaze. This cheetah form possesses relatively lesser strength, with defense comparable to the human form. Yet its speed is astonishingly swift, with explosive speed surpassing that of a cheetah, and when utilizing its rapid capability, it can even double. However, these attributes are not what make it truly remarkable. Dear brother Lin Yuan, do you know what makes the cheetah form truly exceptional? At this point, Su Rue became thoroughly animated. Chapter 56. Brother, one more time. What is it? Lin Yuan asked with great cooperation. It's invisibility, Su Rue exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. The cheetah form's invisibility is even more formidable than our Wakanda cloaking technology. Not even our most advanced detection devices can perceive it. It is truly remarkable. If I could comprehend the principles behind it, our cloaking technology would ascend to a new level. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, I'm afraid, dear Su Rue, that this is the power of magic, which operates on an entirely different paradigm from technology. You may be in for a disappointment. Besides, as a person of such virtue, what use do I have for such an impressive invisibility? After a moment of excitement, Su Rue continued. As for the flying and aquatic forms, they are even more extraordinary. The maximum speed of the flying form exceeds 20 Mach. And although we haven't tested the aquatic form's speed due to environmental constraints, its ability to survive in any water body is truly astonishing. Brother Lin Yuan, You are simply incredible. What do you mean, incredible? That is absurd. Lin Yuan replied, slightly vexed. I must clarify. It is the speed that is extraordinary, not me. Feeling a bit sheepish, Su Rui stuck out her tongue and said, Brother Lin Yuan, there is one thing you've misunderstood. You often say your attack power is low, which is incorrect. You should say your attack power is merely average. It is your defense and speed that are exceptional. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and realized she had a point. Although he lacked defensive skills, he was not incapable of delivering a punch. Yet, he lamented. He was supposed to be proficient in both magic and martial arts. This doggone system has misled me. Su Rui continued, logically speaking, the kinetic energy generated by your flying form, exceeding 20 Mach, should be terrifying. However, strangely, the kinetic energy produced in this form is quite minimal, which defies logic. Lin Yuan could only mutter to himself. Because the flying state is also a non-offensive skill, and besides, isn't it reasonable for the system to be somewhat illogical? He thought, don't dwell on the details. Just consider it a peculiarity of my abilities. Su Rui nodded and then inquired, so, Brother Lin Yuan, do you have any specific requirements for your equipment? Just stronger than my claws will suffice. Previously, when I struck an iron lump, it didn't even break through its defenses. Additionally, I need this equipment to adapt to my form changes, and most importantly, it should be convenient to carry. Huh? Why not just get claw covers? Su Rui was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's modest request. After some contemplation, she added, the form-changing aspect is a bit tricky. However, I happen to have a nanosuit project that perfectly aligns with your requirements. I initially planned to launch this project in a couple of years, but I can expedite it now. However, you'll need to wait a while. No rush, dear Su Rui. Take your time with the design. I can wait. Thank you in advance. Lin Yuan was aware that the nanosuit Su Rui mentioned was the future Black Panther suit. No need for thanks. I will contact you once it's ready. After Su Rui finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes. Lin Yuan, now that the matter is settled. How about? Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. One must honor their word, and since he had made a promise, he had to fulfill it. Come up. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, beckoning Su Rui. She climbed onto the panda's back, and Lin Yuan galloped through the laboratory, eliciting gleeful laughter from Su Rui, who thoroughly enjoyed the game. After the panda ride, Lin Yuan morphed into a giant rock, soaring through the skies with the little girl. However, upon descending, her braids stood almost upright, and with a pout, she complained, that wasn't fun at all, the wind was too strong. Once I designed the battle suit, you can take me flying again, and then you can wrap me in the suit to block the wind. Very well, I promise. Lin Yuan readily agreed. His heart filled with anticipation. He envisioned that once the battle suit was ready, he could take his future girlfriend out for a flight as well. Otherwise, with their current flying method, he feared a girlfriend might be blown away. Having completed the task, Lin Yuan initially intended to take his leave. However, at the enthusiastic invitation of Chala and the persistent pleas of Su Rui, he stayed in Wakanda for an additional 3 days. During this time, Su Rui accompanied Lin Yuan on various tours around Wakanda. Chala was quite busy, gradually learning to take over many of his father's responsibilities. So Lin Yuan often found himself without Chala as company. One day, Chala suddenly approached Lin Yuan, expressing a desire to spar. Lin Yuan, eager to test his skills, readily agreed. Dressed in the classic Black Panther suit, Chala faced Lin Yuan from a distance, while Su Rui cheered them on. Panther brother, I'm coming in. Lin Yuan now affectionately referred to Chala as Panther brother, despite Chala insisting he was not yet the Black Panther. Lin Yuan remained undeterred. He simply continued to call him that, leaving Chala with no choice in the matter. As soon as Lin Yuan shouted, Chala charged towards him, with a mischievous grin. Lin Yuan refrained from transforming into a panda, and instead unleashed a tangle of roots. Chala's feet became ensnared, causing him to crash face first into the ground. Su Rui doubled over in laughter at her brother's predicament. Lying on the ground, Chala looked up at Lin Yuan with a mournful expression, which Lin Yuan pretended not to notice. Once the vines dissipated, Chala, wary of further entrapment, opted to circle Lin Yuan cautiously, seeking an opportunity to strike. Lin Yuan flashed Chala a mysterious smile, making him feel a sudden tension. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and Chala was swept into the sky by a sudden tornado, spinning endlessly above. I'm so dizzy. Brother, hurry and let me down. Chala cried out from the heights. Hang on for 30 seconds, Panther brother. Ha ha. Lin Yuan had employed the whirlwind technique before, but it had never yielded such power previously. It resembled the minor whirlwinds one might see on a playground, lacking any real control. He was astonished by the effectiveness of his enhanced abilities. The system's warning about insufficient levels resulting in poor performance had proven to be accurate. 30 seconds later, Chala landed, clutching a tree and retching. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the whirlwind summoned by his skill spun with extraordinary velocity and likely possessed special additional effects, such as causing those caught within it to become more susceptible to dizziness. If this were not the case, then Chala, with his enhanced physical prowess after consuming the heart-shaped herb, should not be in such a state. Su Rue stifled a laugh as he patted his brother's back, while Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Brother, are you all right? I haven't used this ability in ages and didn't anticipate such a powerful effect." Chala lowered his head and waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Once Chala regained his composure, Lin Yuan timidly inquired, "Should we continue?" "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" Chala gritted his teeth, determined to give this younger brother a good thrashing today. However, his tone softened as he added, "But let us agree on one thing. Those two skills cannot be used again." "Absolutely." Lin Yuan eagerly concurred, though internally he mused, "Heh, you underestimate me. Without those two skills, I still have others at my disposal." Chala crossed his arms and struck a pose before charging forward once more. "Hurricane technique," Lin Yuan exclaimed, conjuring a powerful wind wall that was visible in shape, which surged toward Chala. The latter could only utter a stunned exclamation before being blown away. "Wow, brother, you flew so far," Su Rue exclaimed in awe, then turned to Lin Yuan, calling out, "Lin Yuan, do it again, do it again." Chala interjected, "Are you really my biological sister?" Chapter 57, Mortal. The effects of the hurricane technique were discovered during Lin Yuan's recent excursion with Captain America to the Rabbit-S abode. That day, after enjoying a hot pot in the mountainous city, both were drenched in sweat. In an effort to cool off, Lin Yuan employed the typhoon technique to generate a refreshing breeze. However, Steve complained that the wind was too gentle, prompting Lin Yuan to unleash the more formidable hurricane technique. The result was that Steve was propelled far away. Fortunately, there were few bystanders on that road, and only a few parked vehicles were damaged. Ultimately, it was Director Zheng who arranged for repairs. It was then that Lin Yuan grasped the true meaning of the skill's description regarding increased wind power. This treacherous system's skill descriptions were as misleading as the abilities themselves. Today, Lin Yuan once again tested the technique on Chala, and the results were indeed impressive. He pondered whether this forceful gust could also affect particularly heavy targets. This was something worth exploring in the future. Chala, somewhat annoyed, struggled to approach Lin Yuan after several attempts, realizing that his comrade's abilities could be quite troublesome. Once more, Chala declared defiantly, charging forward. "Prepare yourself, Brother Panther," Lin Yuan shouted in a similarly dramatic fashion, pointing at Chala. He then unleashed the Starfire technique, causing a spark the size of a coin to shoot towards Chala with remarkable speed. Startled, Chala slammed to a halt. But the spark was too swift for him to evade. Relying on the high defense of his Black Panther suit, he braced himself for impact. The spark struck Chala and then fell to the ground. Chala touched the spot where he had been hit, feeling nothing at all. "Brother, what is the effect of this spell?" "I'm not sure. It's merely a spark that can ignite a conflagration." Thus, the three of them crouched down to observe the spark on the ground. The spark continued to burn for a full 10 minutes before finally extinguishing, leaving behind a charred mark on the earth. "Is this all?" Chala and Su Rue inquired, puzzled, gazing at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "It seems so." Cursing internally, he lamented the system's misleading descriptions yet again. However, observing the spark's enduring nature, he reassured himself that in future wilderness survival scenarios, they would not lack for kindling and could even use it to light a cigarette. Chala, bemused by this peculiar spell, acknowledged that while some of Lin Yuan's abilities were indeed powerful, others were utterly useless. "Brother, do you have any other spells? Why not test them all and broaden my horizons? I have a few that I haven't tried yet," Lin Yuan responded, proceeding to cast both the Thorn technique and the Grasp of Nature, which were both passive abilities, in tandem. He then instructed Chala, "Brother, please strike me once to see." "Oh, you have such a peculiar request. Here I come," Chala exclaimed with excitement, throwing a punch. The moment his fist connected with Lin Yuan, it was thwarted by the wild shield, leaving Lin Yuan completely unscathed. However, Chala felt a sharp pain in his fist, akin to striking a bed of nails. As his feet tightened, The previously encountered vines ensnared him once more. However, he did not flee this time, and thus did not fall. He was merely immobilized. A sharp pain radiated from his fist, and to his astonishment, he could still feel the sting of needles through his battle attire, despite his hands remaining unscathed. The pain was quite pronounced. Takara removed his battle gloves and inspected his fist, finding no signs of injury. This is known as the thorn technique. It appears this spell's effect is solely to inflict pain upon those who strike me. The harder the attack, the more intense the pain, and it disregards armor. Its only drawback is that it causes pain without inflicting any actual harm. Lin Yuan began to summarize, concluding that it could serve as a decent auxiliary skill, as excruciating pain could deter foes. Yet, against adversaries with formidable willpower or those impervious to pain, it would prove ineffective. Among the skills now at his disposal, only the falling stars remained untested. This ability was originally intended to be Lin Yuan's most dazzling skill, yet it had been altered by the pesky system, likely relegating it to mere flirtation. Sigh, I suppose I should give it a try anyway. At least I can set some expectations for future romantic endeavors. With this thought, Lin Yuan turned to Takara and Su Rue, exclaiming, "Siblings, I am about to summon meteors. Please observe their trajectory." Takara and Su Rue were momentarily taken aback, with Su Rue incredulously asking, "What? Brother Lin Yuan, you can actually summon meteors? Are you calling upon celestial bodies that already exist in the universe? What are the components of the meteors you summon? How large are they?" Lin Yuan, bewildered, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I have no idea where the meteors come from. But the ones I summon won't land. They will merely streak across the sky. Then wait, let us head to the laboratory, and you can summon them there. I will record the data with the instruments." The three returned to the laboratory, where Su Rue set up the apparatus and signaled to Lin Yuan that he could begin. Pointing skyward, Lin Yuan unleashed the falling stars. 3 seconds later, the first meteor streaked across the sky, followed by the second, the third, until 10 meteors had traversed the heavens. Su Rue, observing the readings from the instruments, expressed his astonishment, saying, "Brother Lin Yuan, there are a total of 10 meteors. They appeared out of thin air, flying across the sky before vanishing just as mysteriously. The brightness we see is not due to atmospheric friction, but rather inherent to the meteors themselves. These are all energy entities, not physical matter." Suddenly curious, Lin Yuan inquired, "What if a plane were to fly by? Would it be struck by the meteors?" "Certainly not, as planes cannot ascend to such heights. However, satellites might indeed be at risk. These meteors exist in outer space," Su Rue explained. "Alas, it seems that the pesky system has altered the flight path of the meteors summoned by falling stars. Indeed, it appears that I can only use this for courting. What a pity for such a magnificent skill to be diminished." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Yuan lamented the loss of such a splendid ability. "All right, enough of this for today. Brother Lin Yuan, are these all the spells you possess?" Su Rue asked, still intrigued. "In addition to the abilities you have previously witnessed, I possess healing and supportive spells as well. I want to see. Su Rue tugged at Lin Yuan, incessantly coaxing. All right, I shall show you." Lin Yuan gently patted her head and cast a rejuvenation spell. This sensation is delightful. I feel increasingly invigorated." Su Rue exclaimed with astonishment. Lin Yuan, with a hint of pride, elaborated, "This is called the rejuvenation spell. It can continuously restore your stamina, mental energy, and vitality while also facilitating the rapid healing of minor wounds." "Wow, this spell is incredible. If I had this spell on me every day, could I not sleep and continuously invent?" Lin Yuan felt a pang of exasperation. This notion mirrored that of Tony, leading him to ponder whether this was a common trait among geniuses. To think such a remarkable skill would first be considered for working overtime is quite alarming. Lin Yuan lightly tapped Su Rue on the head. "If you don't sleep, you won't grow taller. This spell is not meant for burning the midnight oil." Su Rue pouted, cradling her head, and with a look of utter dismay, asked Lin Yuan, "Then what is this spell intended for?" "Why, it is certainly meant for gaming all night long." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Rue replied with a chuckle, "Mere mortals." Chapter 58. The gift today marks Lin Yuan's farewell to Wakanda. "Brother Lin Yuan, remember to come and play with me when you have time." Su Rue was reluctant to see him go. Lin Yuan gently patted her little head and smiled. "I understand. I will visit often. Next time, I'll bring you some delicious treats." "Yes, it's a promise." After making this small agreement with Su Rue, Lin Yuan bid farewell to the others. "Uncle T. Shaka, and Ramonda, I am leaving. Panther, come visit me in New York when you can." Waving goodbye to the crowd, Lin Yuan transformed into a giant eagle and soared homeward. T. Shaka watched the departing figure of the eagle, unable to suppress his admiration, truly the son of nature. His abilities are indeed enviable. He referred not only to the shape-shifting magic, but also to the nurturing skills. Just yesterday, Lin Yuan had bestowed the nurturing gift upon T. Shaka's family, as he felt they truly deserved it, especially since he had come to return a favor. Upon receiving the nurturing, both T. Shaka and Shuri distinctly sensed a change in their bodies. As recipients of the Black Panther goddess's blessing, they could clearly feel the natural energy converging within them, continuously enhancing their physical prowess. Later, after Lin Yuan explained the intricacies of his powers, the entire family gazed at him in awe. What a miraculous skill! The ability to recover swiftly from near-fatal injuries. This is tantamount to gifting them a new lease on life. Su Rue immediately leaped into Lin Yuan's embrace, showering his face with kisses. Lin Yuan, slightly annoyed, pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you little rascal? You've left me all wet." The other three looked at him with profound gratitude, and T. Shaka even contemplated granting Lin Yuan a title, only to be firmly declined. Lin Yuan found the notion bothersome. Accepting a title would entail responsibilities, and he relished his current freedom. Ultimately, seeing Lin Yuan's resolute refusal, T'Challa ceased to insist, but assured Lin Yuan that he could enjoy the same privileges in Wakanda as he did. Once Lin Yuan exited the boundaries of Wakanda, he leisurely flew back, his spirits high. This journey had proven to be immensely rewarding, not only validating the efficacy of some of his skills, but also addressing his equipment needs. Although the solution wasn't entirely comprehensive, it sufficed for the time being. If necessary, he could always seek Thor's assistance later to forge a set of divine armor with the dwarves. Lin Yuan also brought a gift for Tony, to avoid being chastised for not bringing back something each time he returned. This time, the gift was a hefty 10-kilogram piece of vibranium. Initially, T. Shaka had hoped Lin Yuan would take more, but Lin Yuan declined, not out of courtesy, but simply because he had no need for it. If he were to sell vibranium, Lin Yuan was not short on funds. Even without Tony's backing, with his skills, he could easily amass wealth from any affluent individual. As for crafting equipment, Lin Yuan had no worries, especially considering his familiarity with vibranium, who could rival Su Rue in that regard. Thus, Lin Yuan took a small piece and presented it to Tony as a gift, hoping he could explore its potential to enhance his armor, as it was rather embarrassing for it to be battered and worn after each battle. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived home, energetically flinging open the door and heading straight to the laboratory without even consulting Jarvis. "Tony, look what I brought you," he exclaimed while brandishing the vibranium. To his surprise, Tony was not in the laboratory. "Oh, what an unusual occurrence. At this hour, Tony is absent from the lab," Lin Yuan mused aloud, calling out to Jarvis. "Jarvis, where has Tony gone?" "Sir, Mr. Stark is currently at the construction site of Stark Tower." "Ah, the building has commenced so swiftly? Just a couple of days ago, I saw Tony still working on the design plans. He truly is remarkably efficient." "What do you mean by too fast?" "Lin, clarify that for me." Suddenly, Tony's voice resonated within the lab, startling Lin Yuan, who quickly realized that Jarvis must have contacted Tony. "And no, Tony, I meant to say that your design work is progressing too rapidly," Lin Yuan hurriedly clarified, knowing that failing to explain himself could lead to trouble. After a few moments of silence, Lin Yuan heard the familiar sound of flames igniting. "Tony, how did you return so quickly? Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the work on site?" he inquired, observing Tony as he landed on the rooftop, the mechanical arms disassembling his suit. "We're merely constructing the main structure of the building. My assistance is not required at this stage," Tony replied with a slight explanation before looking at Lin Yuan and asking, "You've been away for several days, haven't you? Where have you been?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Tony, are you uncertain of my whereabouts? Your concern for me is truly touching," he emphasized, adding a playful tone. "Please, if it weren't for Pepper constantly inquiring about you, I wouldn't be concerned at all," Tony retorted, his face flushing slightly as he shifted the blame to Pepper. All right. I know you care about me, Tony. By the way, I've brought you a gift," Lin Yuan announced, showcasing the vibranium he had procured. "Tada, look at this. What sort of metal is this?" Tony inquired. His curiosity piqued as he took the unfamiliar piece from Lin Yuan, immediately sensing something unusual. The volume, the weight, this density is remarkably low," Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he quickly called out to Jarvis. "Jarvis, perform a scan. Check the database for any records of this metal." "Sir, the scan is complete. There are no records of this metal in my database." Based on calculations, its density is only 1/3 that of iron, yet its strength surpasses all known metals. Tony was astonished. Such an exceptional metal existed, and he had been unaware of it. Lin, where did this come from? Do you know what kind of metal this is? Brother, this is vibranium, which I obtained from Wakanda. Vibranium, it seems I've heard of it somewhere. Lin Yuan reminded, brother, our father incorporated vibranium into Captain America's shield. Ah, the SHIELD database must certainly contain information on vibranium. That simplifies matters. Jarvis, sir, I have accessed the SHIELD database, and the information has been retrieved. Lin Yuan gazed at Tony and Jarvis, each at their respective computers, seamlessly collaborating in their operations, and he was instantly taken aback. What is this? It's as if they treat the SHIELD database like their own home, entering it will. Moreover, given their remarkable synergy, this surely isn't their first encounter. Tony, you are impressive. Lin Yuan gave Tony a thumbs up. However, at that moment, Tony had already entered research mode. Completely disregarding Lin Yuan as he engrossed himself in the documents, Lin Yuan chose not to disturb him and quietly exited the laboratory. Ding-ling. Just as he stepped out, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, he smiled. This fellow is probably calling to critique again. Chapter 59. The Chatterbox Boy. Hey, Steve, what's up? No tasks today? Lin Yuan answered the phone with a cheerful tone. The mission just wrapped up, so I'm on leave. Lin, I'm craving hot pot. The food during the mission was nearly unbearable, Steve replied. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, amused by how their captain, upon waking, had seemingly developed a penchant for food. Shall we head to Rabbit's house for a meal then? Lin Yuan inquired. Ah, let us skip Rabbit's. It's too much hassle to go back and forth. I've heard there's Chinese food in Chinatown. Why not check it out? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and deemed it a viable option. All right, how about we go to Flushing? Surely there are authentic Chinese dishes there. We can look for hot pot, and if we can't find any, we can buy some ingredients and cook at home. What do you think? Steve found this suggestion agreeable and responded enthusiastically. Great idea. Let us do it. Let us meet at the entrance of the Flushing Library at 11 tomorrow. Do you know where it is, brother? Are you underestimating my navigation skills? Even if I didn't know, I could use GPS, Steve retorted with a hint of playful indignation. Haha, see you tomorrow. The next day, at the entrance of the Flushing Library in Queens, New York, Lin Yuan arrived half an hour early. As Steve had not yet arrived, he sat on the steps, absorbed in his phone. Just as he was engrossed, Lin Yuan felt a gentle poke. He set down his phone and turned around to find a small, slender boy looking at him. At first, Lin Yuan assumed the boy was in some sort of trouble and needed assistance. With a warm smile, he asked, "Little brother, is there something you need?" The boy's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Brother, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. I can't believe I get to see you here today. It's such a fortunate coincidence. Coming here to borrow books was the best decision I could have made. Brother, I'm so happy. What brings you here? Are you borrowing books too? I can show you around inside. I know it well." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the boy's enthusiastic chatter, realizing how talkative he was. It was a shame he wasn't performing in a comedy show. Stop. 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 Lin Yuan quickly interjected, raising a hand to halt the boy's stream of words. He looked at the child, slightly exasperated, and said, "Let us do this. You answer my questions, one at a time, all right?" The boy blinked innocently and replied obediently, "Okay, brother, go ahead and ask. I promise I'll listen. What do you want to know? Why aren't you asking? What am I even supposed to ask?" Lin Yuan thought in frustration, stifling a laugh as he maintained a smile. "Little brother, did you mistake me for someone else? I don't believe we've met before. Oh, right. That day I was wearing the Iron Man helmet. Brother, let me tell you about the last Stark Expo. There were so many bad robots. And I even fought some of them. Then I beheld you, transforming into a magnificent bird soaring from the heavens, only to morph into a great panda that vanquished those malevolent robots. Brother, do you know? From that day forth, you became my idol, second only to Mr. Stark. I hold Mr. Stark in the highest esteem. He is truly remarkable. When I grow up, I aspire to be as formidable as he is. Alas, I lack the ability to transform into a bird. Otherwise, I too would fight the villains like you do." The boy chattered incessantly, leaving Lin Yuan exasperated. This child was far too loquacious. Help? Yet, listening to the boy's words, he recalled that day at the expo's entrance, where indeed there had been a small boy wearing an Iron Man mask, mimicking Tony's stance as he aimed his energy cannon at a drone. That drone mistook him for Tony and nearly shot him down. But fortunately, Lin Yuan unleashed a challenge roar that diverted all attacks. Remarkably, the lad had a keen memory. Amidst the chaos of that night, Lin Yuan had not maintained his human form for long, yet this boy managed to remember his appearance. Such observational prowess was impressive. Brother, may I have your contact information? I promise I won't bother you. The boy looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes, earnestly assuring him. All right, what is your name? Though the little rascal was rather chatty, Lin Yuan didn't mind. It was natural for children to be talkative, even if this one was excessively so. Moreover, he considered this boy to be his first little fan, so sharing contact information was no trouble. Wonderful. Brother, my name is Peter Parker. I'm 11 years old, and I live in Queens. Brother, let me tell you about my Aunt May. She makes the most delicious cookies. The boy appeared immensely pleased, nearly divulging his entire family history. What? Did you say your name is what? Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Peter Parker. Why? Peter queried, somewhat perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. The mystery is solved. So, you are the little spider. No wonder you are so talkative. It seems you've been this way since childhood. All right, Peter. My friend has arrived. Perhaps we should. Lin Yuan noticed Steve had arrived and was preparing to bid farewell to the little spider. He then looked down to see Peter gazing in disbelief at Steve's approaching figure. Oh no. Lin Yuan sighed, rubbing his temples. Indeed, the next moment, Peter's chatter erupted once more. He tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, excitedly exclaiming, Brother, I can't be mistaken. That's Captain America. Is this real? Captain America is alive. Oh my, today is truly my lucky day. I must take a picture to show Aunt May. Oh, he is coming this way. He is coming. From a distance. Steve noticed a small boy beside Lin Yuan tugging at him and speaking animatedly. Perplexed, he inquired, Lin, who is this child? Is he your relative? Lin Yuan had yet to respond when Peter eagerly interjected, Captain, I am Peter Parker, and I truly admire you. You are my idol, second only to Mr. Stark. That little rascal, who had just declared me his idol, quickly shifted his allegiance. Lin Yuan silently scorned him and decided to ignore the boy, gesturing towards Chinatown as he said to Steve, Come on, brother, let us first see if there are any hot pot restaurants. As for you, Peter, we shall take our leave. You should hurry home. Lin Yuan urged Peter to return home, only to be met with the boy's eager, yearning gaze. That look nearly broadcasted I want to go too across his forehead. Lin Yuan relented with a sigh, ruffled Peter's hair, and said, All right, Peter, do you wish to join us? Peter nearly leapt with joy, vigorously nodding his head, just as he was about to speak when Lin Yuan swiftly interrupted him. Hold on, do not speak just yet. Allow me to finish. If you wish to accompany us, we must establish 3 rules. Firstly, you must call Aunt May and obtain her permission before joining us. Secondly, starting now, I shall not permit you to speak. You must remain silent. Can you manage that? And the third rule? Peter inquired, puzzled. Silence. Just tell me if you can comply, Lin Yuan retorted. Peter covered his mouth and fervently nodded in agreement. Chapter 60. Should I bring you a Grandmaster? Lin Yuan asked Peter to utilize his own phone to call Aunt May. Upon hearing that Peter intended to dine with Captain America, Aunt May was nearly convinced that Peter had fallen victim to a deceitful scheme and almost contacted the authorities. Ultimately, Lin Yuan took over the call and provided a thorough explanation to Aunt May. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, upon hearing his name, Aunt May immediately relaxed and warmly invited him to visit her home. Lin Yuan's first appearance in the public eye occurred during the press conference following Tony's return from his kidnapping ordeal. On that day, Tony publicly declared that Lin Yuan was his brother, which stirred quite a commotion. However, Tony's subsequent announcement regarding the closure of his weapons division swiftly overshadowed the initial excitement. Thereafter, Lin Yuan made infrequent public appearances, opting for a life of discretion. Thus, when he ventured out, he remained unconcerned about being recognized, as few could identify him. Aunt May's awareness of Lin Yuan likely stemmed from Peter, aside from the recent exhibition. Peter, as a fervent admirer of Tony Stark, would certainly keep abreast of all news concerning him. Furthermore, young Spider-Man was remarkably astute while still retaining a childlike innocence and candor. He could effortlessly recognize Lin Yuan alongside Captain America and, upon seeing Captain America's visage, believed he was indeed the real deal, never considering how implausible it was for a figure from 70 years ago to appear in modern times. Lin Yuan led young Spider-Man and Steve toward Chinatown, inquiring along the way about nearby establishments, and soon discovered a reputable Sichuan hot pot restaurant. This restaurant enjoyed an excellent reputation within the rabbit community, with patrons attesting to its delightful flavors, many ingredients being imported from their homeland. Upon entering the bustling eatery, the trio secured a vacant table and commenced ordering. Steve, having spent just 3 days in the mountainous city, had already developed a greater appetite than Lin Yuan. He ordered a variety of dishes and opted for a dual-flavor hot pot, one side spicy and the other mildly so, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, weakling. "I ordered you the mild one." Lin Yuan felt the veins on his forehead throb, but found himself unable to retort. The dishes arrived swiftly, and Steve was the first to plunge the tripe into his spicy pot. After a few bites, he sighed in disappointment. Alas, this spicy broth is no match for that of the mountainous city. The tripe lacks its delectable taste, and the seasoning is somewhat lacking. Lin Yuan was reminded of those days in the mountainous city, a slight ache beginning to manifest. He countered, "All right, this is still quite good. Not everyone can handle spice like you do." He turned to Peter, "Stick with my broth. The Captain S is far too fiery." Noticing Peter's gaze fixated on Steve's spicy pot, Lin Yuan offered a gentle warning. Peter, however, stubbornly insisted on trying Steve's spicy broth. "Lin Yuan, I want to give that a shot." Steve's face lit up with delight as he served Peter a piece of freshly cooked tripe. "Now that's what a real man does. Here, give it a taste." "Ah, so spicy," Peter exclaimed, his tongue darting out as he desperately gulped down ice-cold cola. Lin Yuan erupted in laughter. "I told you. That is far too spicy. Although it is quite spicy, it is undeniably delicious, far superior to what you have." Peter once again picked a piece of lamb from the bottom of Steve's pot. Lin Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. This little traitor. The three of them laughed and chatted as they ate, with little Peter adhering to his promise to talk less while enjoying his meal. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Yuan accompanied Steve to take Peter home. Peter's residence was not too far from Flushing, making it a pleasant walk to aid digestion. "Peter, which grade are you currently in?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Brother Lin Yuan, I'm in the 4th grade, but I've already self-studied all the material from the higher grades." Peter replied with pride. "Impressive. Keep up the good work, and I'll ensure you get an internship at Stark Industries in the future." "Really?" Peter looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Working at Stark Industries was his dream. "Absolutely," Lin Yuan assured him with a pat on his chest. "Yay," Peter exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and down. All right, no jumping. Be careful of the cars." Lin Yuan quickly grabbed the enthusiastic little spider. Steve watched with amusement. And then he noticed little spider's gaze turning toward him. Lin Yuan chuckled and took a step back, prompting little spider to lean closer to Steve and start peppering him with questions. Steve felt as though his head might explode. Yet he could do little to quell the chatter and simply responded with half-hearted comments. Finally, they arrived at Peter's home, and Steve let out a sigh of relief. This kid is truly a chatterbox. "All right, hurry inside. Here is my number. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." Lin Yuan handed Peter his number, urging him to go in. "Okay, thank you, brother. Goodbye." Peter cheerfully accepted the number and bid Lin Yuan farewell. Lin Yuan nodded, turning to leave with Steve, or rather, it should be said that Steve was dragging Lin Yuan away in a somewhat frantic manner. "Steve, what else do you want to do?" "Nothing much. I just wanted a good meal. Now that we VE had hot pot, I feel much better," Steve replied, casting Lin Yuan a reproachful glance. "Lin, it's all your fault for taking me to Rabbit's place right after I woke up. Now, eating has become quite the challenge." "Haha, my bad. If there is anything specific you want, just let me know, and I'll personally go get it for you." "That is what you said. I'm craving some doshi now." "Look at you. Can't you ask for something a bit more upscale?" Lin Yuan looked at Captain America with disdain. "Hey, I just have a taste for this. Remember to add a few crispy rings, bring some roasted duck, and I also want a meat sandwich. Oh, and a bit of pastry from Rice Aroma Village. I'm in the mood for chicken feet too, and some rice rolls, shrimp dumplings. Oh, and don't forget the stinky tofu." As Steve grew more animated with his list, he completely overlooked the fact that Lin Yuan's expression had darkened. "Are you ordering food here? And just look at all the things you want. They're from all over the place. What, do you want to wear me out?" Steve scratched his head, chuckling as he patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. It just came to mind all at once. "Besides, you're so capable. Surely this little task won't be a challenge for you." Fine. Who told you to be my brother? I'll go get it for you in a bit." Lin Yuan initially had no intention of paying Steve any mind, yet upon hearing him boast of his prowess, he found himself obliged to assist him with his request. Steve, beaming with delight, threw an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, exclaiming what a good brother he was. "Lin Yuan, not in the mood, shrugged off his arm and, with a serious expression, softly inquired, "Brother, have we made any progress regarding Hydra?" Steve, now adopting a grave demeanor, replied quietly, "Not yet, but I do have some leads." Lin Yuan nodded. "Well, let us not rush. Safety is paramount." With a huff, Steve confidently declared, "Am I to fear them? If I could vanquish them once, I can certainly do so again." All right, enough boasting. They lurk in the shadows while you stand in the light. Prudence is the better part of valor." Steve, ever receptive to counsel, nodded in agreement. "Okay, I understand." Lin Yuan playfully punched Steve lightly, signaling the end of their discussion. "If you need anything, just let me know. You are aware of my capabilities." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you have no other business for now, let us conclude for today. I'll fetch you something to eat shortly. Is there anything else you desire? I'll pick it up for you." Steve pondered for a moment before weakly suggesting, "Could you bring me a birdcage?" Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. "Are you still fixated on that birdcage? Shall I fetch you an elder as well?" Is that possible? Well, what do you think? Chapter 61, A Small Gift. After bidding farewell to Steve, Lin Yuan swiftly made his way to Rabbit's home. Perfectly timed for breakfast. Upon arriving, he purchased a large container of bean juice from a nearby breakfast shop. Since Steve had such a penchant for it, he decided to indulge him thoroughly. Any leftovers could simply be stored in the refrigerator. Even if it spoiled, given Steve's robust constitution, it was unlikely to pose much of a problem. Lin Yuan had always been curious about the peculiar flavor of bean juice, which was inherently sour and pungent. If left for too long to ferment, he wondered if the taste would be discernible. Well, he thought he would let Steve be the judge of that. After thoroughly searching Rabbit's home, Lin Yuan finally gathered all the items Steve desired. He was grateful for his ability to fly. Had he taken a plane, it would surely have taken a week. As for the birdcage, he chose to ignore its mention. There was no way he would bring one for Steve. After all, how old was Steve? He was not even a century old yet, dreaming of a retirement lifestyle? Such fanciful notions. By the time Lin Yuan returned to Eagle's abode, it was quite late. Nevertheless, he decided to deliver the items to Steve first. Leaving them at home could lead to Tony's curiosity getting the better of him, and he might end up discarding the entire container. Lin Yuan could hardly believe that aside from the peculiar Steve, there could be another foreigner who enjoyed bean juice. No way. When he presented the items to Steve, he found him still awake. Upon seeing the large container of bean juice and the array of food, Steve was overjoyed, practically dancing with excitement. Lin Yuan could hardly bear to watch. The stoic Captain America he knew transformed into such a whimsical figure at the sight of food. It seemed that this reaction was his fault. What a blunder. "Brother, there is quite a bit of bean juice. You better drink it quickly before it spoils." Although he was tempted to let Steve taste the fermented concoction, he felt it was best to issue a warning first. "All right, you can head back now," Steve said, turning to retreat to his room, laden with food. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. Lin Yuan stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the shut door, wishing he could rush in and reclaim the food. What a cat. Once he got what he wanted, he neglected him entirely. The next morning, Lin Yuan was jolted awake by a knock at his door. "Tony, what brings you here so early?" he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he opened the door to find Tony waiting. "Enough with the pleasantries. Get up quickly. We need to head to Stark Tower." Instantly alert, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Is Stark Tower finished already? That was fast." Tony replied curtly, "Not quite. It's only been a short while. I just need to handle some equipment and wiring personally, and I need your assistance." "Sure thing. Just give me a moment to brush my teeth." Lin Yuan was quite pleased to finally be of help. However, just 2 days later, he found himself regretting his decision. "Tony, isn't your suit powerful enough? Why do I have to move all this?" Lin Yuan grumbled as he toiled away. "The suit doesn't run on electricity, does it? Less chatter. Hurry up and move." Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. What on earth required electricity? That contraption on Tony's chest could hardly even be put to use for moving such trivial items. Even if it were to lift the entire Stark Tower, it wouldn't consume that much power. "Tony, I shall report you for the abuse of minors." "Go ahead. My legal team is rather idle at the moment." Tony, engrossed in his work, replied with calm composure, "Move that over here for me." Lin Yuan obediently complied. "Tony, when will you remove those shards from your body? And while you're at it, why not take off that thing on your chest? Won't it be too bright for you to sleep at night?" Tony regarded Lin Yuan as if he were a fool, bemused by his brother's peculiar concerns. "Let's wait until I finish this busy period. All my current suits are powered by this. It would be exceedingly inconvenient to remove it now." This was the second time Lin Yuan had broached the subject, and Tony had previously evaded it. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Tony still lacks a sense of security. He fears that without that device on his chest, he would no longer be Iron Man. He worries about his ability to protect himself and his family. Never mind. He'll come to terms with it in his own time and eventually remove it. With that thought, Lin Yuan deftly shifted the topic. Brother, how is your research on the vibranium I gave you last time? Tony casually remarked. Oh, that? It hasn't been much help. Although vibranium is an excellent material, the difficulty of processing it is immense, and the supply is far too limited. Indeed, the processing is complex. Su Rue mentioned that it took her considerable effort to craft a single set of equipment. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Who is Su Rue? She can make gear out of vibranium? Tony paused his work, astonished. Su Rue? She is the little princess of Wakanda. Little princess? How old is she? She seems to be only 10 years old this year. Lin Yuan responded nonchalantly. Now it was Tony's turn to fall silent. He opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately refrained. Lin, go fetch that item for me. Didn't we just move it over? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Is it wrong for me to correct myself? Tony, you're not retaliating, are you? The busy days passed swiftly, and the progress of Stark Tower was remarkably rapid. The main structure had been completed, and the primary pipelines and equipment were nearly installed. Henceforth, Lin Yuan's involvement diminished as Tony began to find him bothersome. Given that his strength still paled in comparison to that of Tony clad in his Iron Man suit. So, Tony, you simply do not want me idling at home. Lin Yuan gazed resentfully at Iron Man, who effortlessly maneuvered various objects. Indeed, who told you not to want to attend school? If you went to school, you would have no idle time. Tony, why do you keep bringing this up? Wasn't he agreed that I would go straight to university next year? So this year. You have nothing to do, right? Now, hurry along. Don't linger and impede my work. Tony waved his hand dismissively, shooing Lin Yuan away. Provoked, Lin Yuan retorted, fine. I'll leave. I'm off to find Su Rue for the vibranium suit. Lin Yuan turned on his heel and walked away, while Tony shook his head, chuckling at his brother's retreating figure. Transforming into the majestic rock, Lin Yuan soared through the skies, lamenting, scoundrels, they are all scoundrels. Quick to criticize the chef after satisfying their appetites, discarding me like a mere afterthought. Humph, once I acquire my gear, neither Steve nor Tony shall escape my wrath. They will both receive a thorough thrashing. I wonder how Su Rue's battle suit design is progressing? I should pay her a visit. It has been several months. And that little girl must surely be harboring grievances against me. I ought to procure some gifts for her, taking into account Wakanda's affluence. Lin Yuan first visited the rabbit's abode, purchasing an array of exquisite Chinese trinkets. For King Chaka, he selected a premium purple clay teapot set, while for Queen Ramonda, he chose a splendid cloud-patterned qipao. Additionally, he acquired a piece of cloison for Chala, and lastly, a beautifully embroidered double-sided fan for Su Rue. These gifts were not exorbitant, as Lin Yuan found the act of purchasing such items quite effortless at present. However, it is the thought that counts, after all. Chapter 62. This color must change. The location of Wakanda remains enveloped in a dense forest, and Lin Yuan did not hesitate to venture into its depths. As the scene shifted, the unique architectural style of Wakanda unfolded before his eyes. He leisurely soared towards the royal palace, savoring the scenic beauty along the way. Upon catching sight of the palace, Lin Yuan was surprised to find Su Rue standing at the entrance, eagerly gazing in his direction. Puzzled, Lin Yuan wondered if the goddess of the Black Panther had informed her yet again. Surely, this could not be the case. It was not his first visit, after all. Was she, as a goddess, truly so idle? Su Rue seemed to have spotted Lin Yuan as well, joyfully jumping up and waving. He promptly quickened his pace, arriving before her in an instant. Although Su Rue had initially appeared delighted, her expression shifted to one of sulky discontent upon his arrival. Lin Yuan found this curious. What's the matter? Aren't you happy to see me, little sister Su Rue? With a huff, she retorted, Brother, you're a liar. You promised to come see me quickly, yet here you are after such a long time. Oh dear, I truly wished to arrive sooner. But I was detained by a wicked villain who insisted I assist him. If I hadn't, he would have pummeled me in his armor. And it hurt quite a bit. Lin Yuan silently apologized to Tony in his heart. My apologies, Tony, but this burden falls solely upon you. Su Rue grew more irate, stamping her foot and chiding, Brother, don't treat me like a child. The wicked villain you speak of must be Iron Man, your brother. Do not think I am unaware of the happenings outside. Caught off guard, Lin Yuan realized he had underestimated her intelligence. He swiftly conceded, All right, brother was in the wrong. He then presented her with a gift. Look, this is a present from your brother, filled with delicious treats. And behold this exquisite double-sided embroidered fan, with a stern expression. Su Rue remained pouting. I shall not forgive you so easily, What is this? Delicious. Lin Yuan quickly offered her a pastry, and her eyes lit up as she began to munch. Very well, seeing your sincere apology, I shall forgive you, Su Rue declared, her spirits lifting as she continued to eat. Brother, I want more. Here you go, there is plenty. Eat as much as you like, and when you finish, I'll buy you more. Lin Yuan handed her the bag and took her small hand. Now, lead me to your father. Brother, I want to ride the panda. All right, hop on. Inside the palace, a panda ambled along, carrying a little girl on its back. Little sister Su Rue, how did you know I was coming? Did the goddess of the Black Panther inform you? Lin Yuan inquired, voicing his curiosity. No, I designed a detection program. As soon as you cross the border, I am alerted, Su Rue replied, munching on her treats from atop the panda. Impressive. Lin Yuan was genuinely amazed. It seemed that inventing something was far easier for this prodigy than it was for him to traverse provinces for a variety of delicacies for Captain America. Taishaka beamed with delight upon seeing Lin Yuan, and his joy only intensified upon receiving the gift Lin Yuan had bestowed. Ramanda was utterly enamored with the cloud-patterned chi pao, though it was regrettably too small for her to wear, leaving her no choice but to display it as a decorative piece. With Taichara absent, Lin Yuan entrusted Taishaka with the gift intended for him, but judging by the gleam in Taishaka's eyes, it seemed unlikely that Taichara would ever receive it. Seeing that Lin Yuan had finished distributing his gifts, Su Rue seized his hand and led him toward the laboratory. Lin Yuan transformed into a giant rock, soaring through the air with Su Rue, who insisted that his motivation was not merely to ride the majestic bird, but rather the speed at which it flew. Traveling by car was simply too slow. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Su Rue eagerly projected the design of the battle suit he had crafted, enthusiastically introducing it to Lin Yuan. Brother, this battle suit is entirely forged from vibranium and woven with nanometal technology. The initial form of my brother's suit is a necklace, and yours has been designed as wrist guards. Su Rue pointed to the wrist guards on the screen, continuing, these guards can change size at will, covering just the hands or enveloping the entire body. As for its defensive capabilities, I shall refrain from elaborating. The most significant feature is that this suit can convert absorbed impact into energy and then release it. With a flick of his finger, a sleek black battle suit materialized on the screen. I designed Taishaka's battle suit in black, but since you are referred to as the child of nature by the goddess, I have envisioned yours in green. What do you think, Brother Lin Yuan? Su Rue's finger glided across the screen, revealing the conceptual design of a green battle suit before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nearly choked, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, I dislike it. Change it. Immediately alter the color. Confused, Su Rue asked why. I think the green is beautiful. Just look at the lovely green hood. Absolutely not. Change it at once. You are but a child and do not understand adult matters. It must be changed. All right. I thought you would like it. What color would you prefer instead? A hint of disappointment tinged Su Rue's voice. However, Lin Yuan remained unyielding. While he was amenable to other aspects, the color was non-negotiable. Let me think. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had an idea, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What are you thinking? You look so devious, Su Rue inquired. Nothing. Nothing, Su Rue. Please consider whether this design can be realized. Lin Yuan suppressed his laughter and leaned in closer, whispering his thoughts into Su Rue's ear. Su Rue looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of curiosity before lowering his head in contemplation for a moment. It is feasible. But do you truly wish to proceed in that manner? Yes, exactly like that. Su Rue, can the battle suit be made right now? Lin Yuan was eager to don the suit immediately. Not at this moment. Let me think. It will likely take about a month. Sigh. Must it take so long? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. The idea of not being able to wear such a stylish suit right away was truly regrettable. Yet a month was not excessively long. What are you talking about? A month is quite quick, you know. Do you think we're building an airplane? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is this truly how one speaks? It sounds as if constructing an aircraft is a trivial task. If it were that simple, why am I unable to accomplish it? Goodness, thankfully this girl is still young. If she were any older, she might find herself being dismissed. Her thought process is entirely on a different plane from mine. Lin Yuan wiped the perspiration from his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Why do I have this unsettling fear of my daughter growing up, worrying that I might not be able to assist her with her homework? Shaking his head, He cast aside this peculiar notion and began to shower praises upon Su Rue. Indeed, a month passes swiftly, and little Su Rue is truly remarkable. Come, let us go play for a while, dear sister. Upon hearing this, Su Rue's face lit up with joy. Brother, I want to ride the panda. Oh, what is so amusing about a panda? I shall take you to soar through the skies instead. No, the wind is too strong. Then let us go to the seaside. I will take you to ride a whale. That sounds wonderful. I have never ridden a whale before. Then off we go. Climb aboard, I shall fly gently, ensuring your hair remains untouched by the wind. Su Rue, albeit skeptically, climbed onto the back of the giant bird, and with a flap of his wings, Lin Yuan took off. Ah, brother, you are deceiving me. A large bird, carrying a little girl, gradually flew away into the distance. Chapter 63, Captain America's Urgent Call. Lin Yuan spent an entire week in Wakanda, accompanied by Su Rue, who took him on various excursions. More accurately, Su Rue rode him around. The previous visit had been brief, but this time, under Su Rue's guidance, Lin Yuan had the opportunity to visit several prominent tribes of Wakanda. With the exception of the Jabari tribe, which resided in the snowy mountains, the leaders of the tribes, having heard of Lin Yuan, the natural child under the watchful gaze of the panther goddess, hosted banquets to celebrate his arrival. As Lin Yuan journeyed, he feasted abundantly. Fortunately, despite Wakanda's primitive appearance in many respects, the cuisine was quite satisfactory, certainly superior to that of Asgard. One could only wonder what the Asgardians had been occupied with for so long. Naturally, entertainment was abundant during the feasts, with traditional duels being a prominent feature. Lin Yuan engaged in friendly sparring matches with the warriors from various tribes, which, while not as formal as traditional duels, provided a platform for skillful display. Furthermore, Lin Yuan ensured that the tribes experienced the privileges typically reserved for Chala, the heir of Wakanda. Consequently, after his departure, rumors circulated among the tribes that the natural child, favored by the goddess, had the peculiar ability to induce persistent nausea. As for how these rumors would evolve, Lin Yuan preferred to remain uninformed. There were, of course, some warriors who doubted Lin Yuan's prowess and insisted on a genuine contest of strength. The outcome, however, was swift. Lin Yuan delivered a resounding blow, swiftly silencing their bravado. Uncertain whether such displays of strength were appropriate, Lin Yuan noted that by the time he was ready to depart, the tribal leaders were affectionately patting his shoulder and calling him brother. Whether he had gained an advantage or suffered a loss in this exchange remained unclear. This journey to Wakanda had been thoroughly enjoyable for Lin Yuan. When it came time to leave, Su Rue did not hinder his departure but rather insisted that he bring back more delicacies on his next visit. Lin Yuan pondered whether promoting these culinary delights was truly worthwhile, with only the two of them needing to bring food. It seemed he might soon find himself in the role of a professional buyer for others. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan discovered that Tony was absent, likely preoccupied at Stark Tower. Choosing not to intrude, he decided to wait for the armor to be completed before confronting Tony, after which he would seek Pepper's assistance, eager to see if Tony would dare to bully him again. After a few days of idleness, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled Jane. The last time he had visited her was during the new year, and with the year drawing to a close, he realized he had not seen her even once. This felt rather neglectful and did not meet Thor's expectations. Resolute in his intentions, Lin Yuan rummaged through his belongings but found no suitable gifts. Thus, he resolved to make another trip to the rabbit's home. Stupid system, he muttered, claiming to be a super assistant yet lacking even a system space. Utterly useless. After considerable deliberation, Lin Yuan opted to purchase some specialty pastries from the rabbit's home, reasoning that they would make for a delightful gift. What prompted this long journey for pastries, you might ask? It was in the spirit of promoting rabbit culture. Starting with himself as a traveler, Lin Yuan soon arrived at Jane's residence, where she and her friend, Daisy, were present. Jane, I have come to see you. As Lin Yuan entered, he greeted everyone. The girl with glasses, slightly displeased, playfully complained, Lin, why are you only greeting Jian? Lin Yuan feigned surprise as if he had just noticed her. Ah, Sister Daisy, you're here too. Daisy, feeling a surge of indignation, turned her back on Lin Yuan. He approached her with a cheerful demeanor, presenting her with a gift. Just kidding, Sister Daisy. It's been ages since we last met. Look, I even brought you a present. Only then did Daisy's expression brighten as she accepted the gift, eagerly opening it. Upon discovering it was food, she wasted no time indulging herself. Jian watched the playful interaction with a smile, but her expression soon dimmed again. Lin Yuan, sensing her thoughts drifted back to Thor, quickly shifted the topic. Sister Jian, is the professor not here? Jian snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile as she replied. The professor is currently involved in a confidential project at SHIELD. We haven't seen him for quite some time. Is there something you need from him? Oh, nothing serious. I was just asking. Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand, though he pondered inwardly. SHIELD has already begun researching the Tesseract. It seems Loki will be arriving soon. If he dares to make me work overtime again, I shall take his brother away, leaving him to weep alone. Imagining Loki's 3 princesses sobbing in a corner made Lin Yuan smirk. Jian noticed Lin Yuan chuckling to himself and nudged him. Lin, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Lin Yuan, startled, quickly clarified. After a while, he rose to take his leave. Sister Jian, I'll be off now. Don't worry, Thor should be coming to Earth soon. Lin Yuan spoke the truth. Thor would indeed be arriving shortly. However, Jian seemed to interpret his words as a form of consolation, offering a gentle smile and softly saying, Yes, I understand. Thank you. Lin. Oh, no need for thanks. We're all family. I'll take my leave now. Sister Daisy, I'm heading out. Lin Yuan called out to Daisy, who was still munching on her food. With her mouth full, Daisy replied, brother, you're leaving so soon? Make sure to come again next time. And remember to bring me some delicious treats. On the way back, Lin Yuan pondered the matter of the Tesseract, debating whether he should alert the captain. As for Fury, Lin Yuan had no intention of informing him, as he knew that even if he did, the man would not believe him. This arrogant fool not only relished in his own confidence, but also believed he could control everything. Thus, if Lin Yuan were to tell him that the research on the Tesseract could attract an alien invasion, he would likely dismiss him as a fool. After much internal conflict, Lin Yuan remained undecided. In truth, informing the captain would serve little purpose. Nick Fury would never allow Captain America to partake in the Tesseract research, given the captain's strong aversion to it. Revealing this to the captain might only lead to a quarrel between him and Nick Fury, which would not foster unity among the Avengers. Lin Yuan was still in a state of indecision when the sudden ring of his phone interrupted him. It was a call from Captain America. What a coincidence. Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he answered the call. Hello, brother, what do you need? The anxious voice of Steve emanated from the other end, urging Lin Yuan with urgency. Lin, come to my house immediately. It's urgent. All right, I'll be there right away. Lin Yuan assumed something was amiss with the captain, and after hanging up, he accelerated swiftly towards Steve's residence. Upon arriving, he found the villa eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed there was nothing amiss. Could it be that something was happening inside? Chapter 64. Why are you so fast? Lin Yuan cautiously approached the door, just as he reached out to push it open. Suddenly, the door swung wide, and before he could comprehend the situation, Steve pulled him inside. Dazed, Lin Yuan was led into the living room, where he found a table adorned with a set of mahjong tiles. There sat Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton, grinning at him. Brother, you finally arrived. We're 1 player short. Natasha exclaimed cheerfully, pulling Lin Yuan over and firmly seating him at the table. Lin Yuan was taken aback and turned to Steve. Is this the urgent matter you mentioned over the phone? Of course. Isn't it urgent? We're 1 player short. Steve replied confidently. Such a compelling argument left Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. He turned to Natasha, pointing at the mahjong tiles. Sister, this was your idea, wasn't it? Since neither Hawkeye nor Steve had played mahjong before, having been absent during the last New Year's gathering, Natasha, with a bright smile, responded, What? Is that a problem? Can't I have my brother join me for a game of mahjong? Feeling an air of impending danger, Lin Yuan quickly nodded. Of course. It would be my honor to play mahjong with you, sister. Steve took a seat beside them, excitement bubbling within him. Lin, when we visited the mountain city last time, I saw so many people playing this. I've been eager to try it. Today, we all happen to be on break. And Natasha mentioned playing mahjong at your home during New Year, so I wanted to join in. Where did you get the mahjong set? Lin Yuan inquired, looking at Steve. Natasha brought it. Steve glanced at Natasha. It's from your house. Natasha countered, looking at Lin Yuan. Are you 3 playing a round of Russian nesting dolls? One watching over the other. Hawkeye interjected, unable to hold back his sarcasm. It suddenly dawned on Lin Yuan that this was his first formal meeting with Hawkeye, and he quickly greeted him. Hello, Barton. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin. I've heard about you. They exchanged a handshake. But Natasha was growing impatient and slammed her hand on the table. Quit dawdling. Let us get started. Yes. Let us begin. Lin, Teach Barton. Steve echoed. I don't need your teaching. I've already learned it on my own. Lin Yuan retorted. Look at you being so confident. Just wait, and I'll make you lose spectacularly. Lin Yuan felt that this game of mahjong might not see him at the bottom, considering there was a novice and an arrogant player at the table. He explained the rules to Barton, who quickly grasped the game. And thus, the competition commenced. I win, Lin Yuan declared as he pushed his tiles forward. First blood. I win again. Double kill. I win. Triple kill. Lin Yuan was on fire. His luck soaring high as he kept winning, finally avenging his previous losses from the new year. Steve received Lin Yuan's tile but failed to win. His face clouded with disappointment. Lin Yuan reached out to touch a card and casually asked Steve, Brother, have we finished the mung bean juice from last time? In truth, several months had passed, and Lin Yuan was well aware that it was long gone. He merely posed the question in passing. However, he suddenly noticed Natasha and Barton gazing at him with expressions of deep resentment. Lin Yuan felt somewhat perplexed and timidly inquired, What's wrong? Natasha revealed a menacing smile, gritting her teeth as she replied, That so-called mung bean juice was purchased by you? Yes, why? Lin Yuan responded. Steve interjected hastily. Oh, it's nothing at all. You just bought too much, and I thought it might spoil if left too long, so I distributed it among our S.H.I.E.L.D. colleagues. The two of them acted quickly, having observed Lin Yuan enjoying it so much that they indulged a bit more. That was more than just a little. I drank an entire mouthful. Just thinking about it now makes me feel a bit nauseous, Natasha exclaimed, even retching slightly as she continued to admonish the captain. And you, Captain, were eating some foul-smelling noodles from who knows where at headquarters, filling the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. building with that stench. Those were snail noodles. Alas, what a pity. Fury wouldn't let me eat them, Steve lamented. Lin Yuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down. What was wrong with the captain? Eating snail noodles indoors? This was China. A bunch of foreigners who had never been exposed to such things surely couldn't handle it. Was the captain awakening some peculiar taste preference? Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan had introduced him to the unique flavor of beef offal hot pot. Lin, you must never take the captain to eat those bizarre foods again. The dishes you prepared during the new year were delightful. Just stick to those, Natasha advised earnestly. What do you mean by bizarre foods? Those were delectable. It's just that you all lack the palate to appreciate them. Steve protested slightly. By the way, Lin, last time I went to Chinatown to buy snail noodles, many people recommended Wang Zi and stinky tofu, and they urged me to buy canned herring, claiming both were delicious. But the store was out. Could you help me get some? I'd love to try them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Brother, that stinky tofu is not the same as the one I bought for you last time. It cannot be eaten raw. What is the proper way to eat it? Steve asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Lin Yuan thought to himself, how would I know how to eat it? I've never tried it either. But he still attempted to suggest a method. Oh, it should be like butter, spread on bread, perhaps. Then go buy some. I want to try it. Along with the canned herring. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of excitement. Canned herring? He seemed to have made a promise to himself to eat it in a predatory manner. Why not give it a shot? All right, just wait for me a moment. I'll go buy some. Without a second thought for the mahjong tiles in his hands, Lin Yuan dashed out the door. Natasha and Barton exchanged bewildered glances, watching as the two of them harmoniously decided on the matter without a care for their well-being. If the captain mentioned buying snail noodles based on recommendations, how good could those two items possibly be? The two exchanged a knowing glance and stood up, preparing to flee. Steve, quick-witted and agile, seized them both. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yuan has gone to buy food. Wait a moment, the mahjong game isn't finished yet. Natasha forced a smile. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Barton fervently nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. As the three were still in a tug-of-war, Lin Yuan's voice echoed from the entrance. I'm back. He returned, carrying a bag. Natasha, in despair, exclaimed, Lin, how could you be back so soon? What do you mean, so soon? Sister Natasha, don't slander me. Steve took the bag, retrieved a certain item, and examined it closely. It seems quite different from the stinky tofu I had before. With that, he unscrewed the lid in one swift motion. Lin Yuan barely had time to intervene before a foul odor assaulted their senses. Natasha and Barton began to retreat, although they were agents accustomed to more pungent scents. The thought of this particular stench entering their stomachs was hard to bear. Ugh! Lin Yuan gagged, just as he was about to speak. He was horrified to see Steve lifting the can of herring once more. Wait a moment, bro. The hissing sound of the can releasing gas pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Chapter 65. Another year, an indescribable stench emanated from the can, mingling with the aroma of stinky tofu. Natasha and Barton could no longer endure it, gagging as they rushed towards the door. Lin Yuan, too, found it unbearable and quickly transformed into a large orange cat, reasoning that a feline would be less affected by such odors. However, he miscalculated. In his cat form, his sense of smell became even more acute. The foul odor assaulted his senses, causing him to feel lightheaded, nearly fainting. Clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, Lin Yuan and his feline guise staggered toward the entrance, collapsing just a few steps away. Ultimately, it was Natasha, displaying her loyalty, who turned back to grasp his tail and pull him out, saving his feline life. Steve observed the trio's frantic escape with a puzzled expression, sniffing the air and murmuring, "That's odd. They're being rather dramatic." He then picked up a herring, took a few bites, and pulled out the fish bones, smacking his lips. "Not bad, just a tad salty. Oh, there's bread in the fridge. I'll give the stinky tofu a try." With that, he merrily headed towards the refrigerator. Once Lin Yuan regained his composure, he followed Natasha and Barton away from Steve's abode, vowing not to return for at least a month. "Sister, what a coincidence that you all have the day off today," Lin Yuan inquired curiously. Natasha shot him a glance, revealing no secrets. "I just completed a mission, while Barton has been on leave for a while, though he has a new assignment coming up soon." Lin Yuan glanced at Barton and, after some contemplation, offered a word of caution. "Brother Barton, as a ranged DPS, the key is to maintain your distance. Don't let the enemy get too close." Barton looked bewildered, utterly confused. "I'll be on my way." Lin Yuan bid farewell to the two and headed home. Barton stared at Lin Yuan's retreating figure, perplexed, and asked Natasha, "What does he mean by that?" "I don't know. He can be quite mysterious at times. Perhaps it's some enigmatic Eastern power. Just be cautious," she replied. Lin Yuan leisurely flew back home, reflecting on Captain's current interests. He sighed, lamenting, "What a sin it is. I've led the Captain astray. I wonder if he returns to Carter. Will she accept his taste?" Upon arriving home, he was surprised to find Tony there. "Lin, didn't you say you were going to fetch the suit? Bring it out for me to see." Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Lin Yuan perked up, no longer feeling tired. "Not so fast. The young lady just finished the design. It will take a month to produce the final product. I must tell you, Tony, that suit is going to be spectacular. I've incorporated my own ideas. You'll see when it's done." Tony regarded Lin Yuan with a hint of skepticism. "Oh, really? You've added your own flair? Then it's probably not that impressive." Lin Yuan felt insulted. "Humph, it will be far better than your clunky metal contraption. When I'm done, you'll be unrecognizable even to Pepper." "Certainly, I await with bated breath." Tony's calm demeanor suddenly made Lin Yuan feel a twinge of guilt, prompting him to timidly inquire, "Tony, you haven't already constructed the anti-Lin Yuan battle armor, have you?" Tony cast a dismissive glance in his direction and retorted, "What on earth is that? Do I need to specially create an armor just to deal with you?" Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration. "Just wait. I will make you spin in the sky for half an hour." "Wait." Tony called out to Lin Yuan, who was about to head to his room. "Come to Stark Tower tomorrow to lend a hand. I can endure." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, but then turned around, revealing a beaming smile. "All right, Tony. A wise man does not seek immediate revenge. A gentleman's retribution is not to be pursued hastily. Those who toil with determination shall not be forsaken by destiny. With perseverance, one can swallow the formidable Wu with the 3,000 U soldiers." Tony watched Lin Yuan mutter to himself as he returned to his room, chuckling as he shook his head before heading to the laboratory, where much awaited his attention. The day Lin Yuan had agreed upon with Su Rue was fast approaching. But as he glanced at the calendar, he noticed that Christmas was nearly upon them, followed by the Lunar New Year. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to ensure Tony enjoyed a splendid New Year, lest his mood be dampened by Lin Yuan's earlier threats. Additionally, Lin Yuan found himself eagerly anticipating this year's New Year gift pack, hoping that the dog system would bestow upon him something worthwhile. Christmas soon arrived. Yet Tony and Pepper seemed largely indifferent, both being workaholics, especially Pepper, whom Lin Yuan hadn't seen in ages. On New Year's Eve, Lin Yuan discussed plans with Tony and Pepper, who had already invited Ethan, Happy, and Rhodey. As for Natasha, she had departed Stark Industries to return to SHIELD. So she was uncertain if she would have any assignments during the holiday, for agents do not observe the Spring Festival. Lin Yuan, however, had extended an invitation solely to Steve. Are we having hot pot for the New Year's Eve dinner? Lin Yuan asked, incredulous. You celebrate with hot pot? No. I will personally prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Make sure to arrive early. All right, I will. Can I place an order? Lin Yuan immediately grew wary and firmly declined. No way. If Steve were to order dishes, Tony would likely demolish the villa to remodel it. Indeed. Steve's voice brimmed with disappointment. All right, what a pity. What are you lamenting about? Lin Yuan mused, bemused by the increasingly peculiar behavior of the captain. Lin Yuan then busied himself, even taking a trip to Wakanda to greet Su Rue and explain the situation. Su Rue expressed great interest in the rabbit-themed spring festival. But regrettably, Wakanda was not yet prepared to open its doors, and she could not join in the celebrations. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan prepared numerous small gifts for her, allowing her to experience the festive atmosphere vicariously. As with the previous year, Tony assisted Lin Yuan in adorning the villa in vibrant red decorations. And Lin Yuan also ensured that all the ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner were meticulously arranged. On the eve of the new year, guests arrived one after another. Natasha and Steve made their entrance together. It was the first meeting between Steve and Tony. Thanks to Lin Yuan's presence, Tony was notably courteous towards Steve. Having fully integrated into modern society after his journey with the rabbit, Steve appeared to Lin Yuan to have assimilated perhaps too thoroughly, even developing some peculiar tastes. Consequently, their interactions were remarkably harmonious, with Steve refraining from chastising Tony for his lack of decorum. While Tony did not regard Steve as a relic of the past, during their conversations, Steve even enthusiastically recommended his more adventurous culinary preferences, which seemed to intrigue Tony. As they gathered to make dumplings, engaging in lively conversation while awaiting Lin Yuan's culinary creations, everything was soon ready. Once seated, Lin Yuan had Jarvis play the New Year's Eve gala, for such a feast felt incomplete without this accompaniment. After the meal, Lin Yuan introduced Tony and the others to the game of Do Di Zhu. The outcome was predictable. Lin Yuan, utterly defeated, retreated to join Steve and the others for a game of mahjong. At least with mahjong, there was a chance to win through luck, but in Do Di Zhu, Lin Yuan felt thoroughly outmaneuvered. He resolved never to play any game requiring even a modicum of intellect with this group again, except for Happy. When Jarvis's countdown reached 0, Lin Yuan, who had been comfortably sprawled on the floor for quite some time, heard the voice of the dog system. Ding. Happy New Year, host. Ding. Here is this year's grand gift. Ding. Farewell, host. Chapter 66. The transformed Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered by the system's peculiar maneuver. Was the system malfunctioning? Goodness. Could the wretched system truly be handing out an empty grand gift? Hence, the hasty retreat. Lin Yuan promptly opened the New Year's gift. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the transform, exclusive skin version for the rabbit family. Note, this message has been pre-recorded. Please do not respond. The system is rather busy, bang. Haha. Absurd. Goodness gracious, not only is this dogged system infuriating, but it also lacks professionalism. However, this time the system did not let him down. It bestowed upon him the transform, which was indeed quite fitting. Transform, exclusive skin version for the rabbit family, transform into a ginkgo tree, endowed with magical skin, boasting strong defenses and average speed. While in transform, the consumption of auxiliary skills is reduced by 50, skill effects are enhanced, skill duration is increased by 100, and skill range is expanded by 100. Unique skin effect. Druid's healing skills carry a slight disease-removing effect. Exclusive skill, rooting. The treant will root itself underground, becoming immobile, while rapidly regenerating its mana, vitality, mental strength, and stamina. As Lin Yuan perused the description of the treant form's abilities, he found them genuinely impressive. Yet the system still deserved reprimand. Why did other forms lack skin effects? The skill descriptions for the treant appeared simple, yet they offered practical enhancements. The ginkgo skin's additional disease-removing effect, albeit slight, was certainly better than none. Lastly, the rooting ability seemed inconspicuous and of little utility, yet its rapid recovery potential was formidable. Even Ning Jing's grand healing skill merely facilitated quick recovery. Just envisioning a scenario where an old foe nearly vanquished him. Once he rooted himself, lo and behold, he would rise anew. While he may not be able to defeat you, I could exhaust you. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan's mouth broke into a grin. The two ladies petting the cat observed Lin Yuan's beaming countenance, and out of curiosity, they inquired, Brother, what are you thinking? Why are you so cheerful? Lin Yuan sprang up, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, I have awakened a new ability. It's a new form. Upon hearing about the new form, the lady's eyes sparkled with anticipation, urging Lin Yuan to demonstrate it at once. Others engaged in card games, intrigued by the commotion, gathered around. Noticing the audience had assembled, Lin Yuan refrained from hesitating any longer. Lunar Prism Power Transform. A treant adorned with golden ginkgo leaves emerged before them, standing taller than a person. Though its appearance could be described as anything but elegant. Someone failed to stifle a laugh, prompting an uproar of laughter from everyone. Natasha, amidst her laughter, remarked, "Haha. Brother, your form is quite ugly, huh? But in its own quirky way, it's rather endearing." Little Pepper was also laughing so hard she could hardly stand, playfully tugging a leaf from Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan protested, "Sister Pepper, you've just yanked my hair. If my hairline ends up like Coulson's, you shall bear full responsibility." Little Pepper erupted into even greater laughter. At that moment, Jarvis projected Lin Yuan's holographic image in real time. Lin Yuan gazed at the image projected by Jarvis and took a few more steps, finding himself amused, while the others erupted into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. "Lin, don't walk away. That tree figure is utterly ridiculous, especially when it wobbles its backside," Steve exclaimed, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "What right do you have to comment on me with that dairy of yours?" Fearing that the others might laugh themselves to death, Lin Yuan quickly transformed back into his human form, not feeling the slightest bit upset. After all, despite its unflattering appearance, that form was undeniably practical. Amidst the laughter and merriment, Lin Yuan marked his third year in this world. He was now 18, which meant he was on the brink of adulthood. However, since his birthday fell in June, he had yet to officially reach that milestone. No rush, no rush. He had promised Tony to enroll in college in the latter half of the year. Perhaps he would find a girlfriend to date. There were certainly plenty of attractive young women in university. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unable to suppress a chuckle, upon returning from seeing off the guests, Tony and Pepper noticed Lin Yuan grinning foolishly and instinctively distanced themselves. "Oh dear. This child seems to be growing more foolish by the day," Pepper sighed to Tony. "Perhaps it's his new form affecting him," Tony replied with a smile. "They do say he is as dense as a block of wood. Now he has literally become a tree, so it's hardly surprising." Hey, Tony. Could you refrain from speaking so loudly when you're gossiping about others?" "I'm right here," Lin Yuan protested loudly. Tony shot him a sideways glance and retorted dismissively. "If I didn't say it to your face, how would you know I was talking about you? If you didn't realize, then what is the point of me saying it?" "Such logic." Lin Yuan nodded, only to realize, what nonsense. "Forget it. It's already the first day of the new year, so I want to get angry. Time for bed." The next morning, Lin Yuan, as was his custom, wished the elderly couple a Happy New Year. "Happy New Year, Tony. Pepper," he said cheerfully, then presented the New Year gifts he had prepared. This time, the gifts consisted of clothing from the rabbit family. He had chosen a hanfu for Pepper and a tang suit for Tony. Pepper eagerly rushed to change into her new outfit, and Tony seized the opportunity to pull Lin Yuan aside. "You, once again gifting Pepper clothes. There is nothing original about that." Lin Yuan regarded him with disdain. "Just admit whether you like seeing Pepper in those outfits." "Well, they're quite nice." "Only quite nice? I recall someone drooling over them last time," Lin Yuan teased. "Ridiculous. I've had more women than you've ever seen, Lin," Tony exclaimed in exasperation. "What women you've had, Tony. Don't corrupt Lin." Pepper, having changed and just exiting her room, overheard Tony's words. Tony quickly backtracked, smiling sheepishly. No, just joking." Then, noticing how lovely Pepper looked, his eyes sparkled. "Pepper, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. It truly complements your elegance." "Really? I think so too," Pepper replied, beaming with delight. The exquisite hanfu donned by the little Pepper indeed appears splendid, exuding an air of regal elegance and a distinct queenly charm. This also attests to Lin Yuan's discerning taste. "Sister, if you could find a makeup artist to create a vintage look reminiscent of the rabbit family, it would harmonize beautifully with your attire." "Yes, I shall instruct my assistant to seek one shortly." "Tony, I'm heading to the office now." "Lin, thank you for your thoughtful gift." The little Pepper, in high spirits, prepared to set off to the company, while Lin Yuan discreetly whispered to Tony, "Brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Tony gave him a thumbs up, affirming, "Very satisfied. Let us do this again next year." The two brothers shared a chuckle as they observed the little Pepper's retreating figure. Once the Laba festival has passed, the new year is on the horizon. Lin Yuan remained at home until after the Lantern Festival before embarking on his journey to Wakanda. It was time to retrieve his battle attire. Chapter 67. I want to be the sixth. Upon arriving in Wakanda, the young girl was once again waiting at the entrance for her. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, causing him to descend with increased haste. Su Rui rushed toward him, while Lin Yuan called out for her to slow down. He crouched down, preparing to embrace the little girl. However, Su Rui dashed right in front of him, seemingly ignoring his outstretched arms, or rather, focusing solely on them. For they were laden with 2 large bags of gifts. Brother, where are my presents? Which one is mine? I want those delicious pastries from last time, Su Rui exclaimed. Grabbing one of the bags and rummaging through it, Lin Yuan stood frozen, realizing that the little cotton jacket was losing its charm. After stuffing her mouth with the pastry she found, Su Rui finally took Lin Yuan's hand. Let us go, brother. We need to see your battle suit. Like a marionette. Lin Yuan was pulled along by Su Rui, instinctively transforming into a majestic bird and carrying her to the laboratory building. In the exhibition area of the laboratory, upon seeing the 2 battle suits before him, Lin Yuan felt rejuvenated. Who needs a little cotton jacket when these battle suits are so enticing? The 2 suits were displayed on mannequins, one in black and the other in silver. The black suit exuded a fierce aura, with a headpiece resembling a formidable black panther, while the silver suit had a softer design, with a headpiece akin to a comical panda. A panda? Lin Yuan turned to Su Rui and inquired. Did you base the design of this on my panda? Nibbling on her snacks, Su Rui nodded. Yes. I initially intended to design your suit in the form of your leopard shape, but you strongly objected, insisting on this design. How vexing. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. Thank goodness you stood your ground, leopard brother. Otherwise, transforming from a black panther to a black orange would have been my fault. He felt grateful inside. As for his own suit, it mattered little. Any appearance would suffice. Because I, Lin Yuan, hereby declare that I aspire to be the 6th. Su Rui. Can I try it on now? He asked, pointing to the battle suit. Of course. Just wait a moment. Su Rui stuffed another pastry into her mouth and tapped the wrist of the mannequin wearing the silver suit. Instantly, the silver suit flowed like water, coalescing around the mannequin's wrists, leaving only a pair of shimmering silver gauntlets behind. Su Rui took the gauntlets and handed them to Lin Yuan. Eagerly, he donned the gauntlets and looked expectantly at Su Rui. Sister, how do I use this? Su Rui explained, you just need to touch the gauntlets together, and the suit will record your brainwaves, allowing you to control it with your thoughts in the future. Imitating the Black Panther, Lin Yuan crossed his arms over his chest. The moment the gauntlets touched, the silver liquid spread from his wrists, enveloping his entire body. Sister, is there a mirror? Su Rui projected Lin Yuan's real-time image before him. Gazing at himself clad in the battle suit, Lin Yuan silently praised, this young man looks incredibly handsome. Su Rui stood beside, elucidating the functionalities of the battle suit. Brother, the suit has been equipped with an invisibility feature as per your request. Once activated, it will absorb the energy that radiates from your body, allowing you to maintain a state of invisibility for an extended period. You can initiate this function using your brainwaves. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan attempted to activate the invisibility feature, and the armor adorning his body gradually became transparent, eventually vanishing completely. Gazing at the projection of his own self, Lin Yuan was astonished to find that not a trace of his battle suit was visible. Impressive. Su Rui is truly a genius. I wonder how he measures up against Tony. He mused. Well, either way, they are both far superior to me. While lost in thought, Lin Yuan touched the suit. Noting that the invisible armor still possessed a distinct tactile sensation, his grin widened, and his spirit soared. Today, Lin Yuan had finally risen to the occasion. Haha. I could take on 10 foes. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, striking a triumphant pose and laughing heartily. The laboratory staff turned their attention towards him, while Su Rui, cradling his forehead, sighed in exasperation. How embarrassing. At your age, still so juvenile. Truly lacking in maturity. Is my brother around? I want to give him a thrashing, Lin Yuan declared with bravado. Who dares to strike me? Chala entered from outside, fixing his gaze on Lin Yuan. Lin, are you the one who wishes to fight me? Come on, Chala, let's spar, Lin Yuan exclaimed, pulling Chala outside. Wait, I need to put on my battle suit. In the arena, Chala had donned the Black Panther suit and noticed Lin Yuan had no intention of suiting up. Puzzled, he inquired, Brother, are you not going to wear your suit to fight me? We had an agreement. You are not allowed to use sorcery. I'm ready, Lin Yuan thought intensely. And the suit materialized. Chala, witnessing the suit's capabilities for the first time, gasped, Wow, you sly one. How did you come up with such a feature? Hee, impressive. Isn't it? Come on, Chala, let me show you some love with my moves. Lin Yuan cracked his knuckles, approaching Chala with an air of villainy. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan lay defeated on the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky. Su Rue approached and poked him, sighing, "Brother, my Chala is one of Wakanda's finest warriors. You truly dared to challenge him." Indeed, relying solely on physical prowess, Lin Yuan was thoroughly outmatched by Chala, both in skill and strength. This cannot be the end. I must seek vengeance. Lin Yuan rallied himself, rising to his feet, and shouted at Chala, "Brother, I admit I cannot defeat you in this form. I shall employ my sorcery henceforth." Chala took 2 steps back. "Brother, how about I let you land a few punches, and we call it a day?" Realizing Chala had misunderstood him, Lin Yuan quickly clarified, "I simply wish to abandon my human form for now. I intend to transform into a giant bear." Chala exhaled in relief. "Oh, as long as you refrain from using magic, everything else is negotiable. Let us proceed." Lin Yuan let out a mighty roar, transforming into the form of a colossal bear, just as Takara intended to charge forward and seize the initiative. He was taken aback to find Lin Yuan standing still, seemingly groping about his own body. Takara was astonished. Had his brother awakened some peculiar inclination? Su Rue also noticed Lin Yuan's bizarre behavior and curiously inquired, "Brother Lin Yuan, what are you doing? My battle suit has vanished." "What?" Both Takara and Su Rue were flabbergasted. How could it be possible for a battle suit to suddenly disappear? Could it be invisible? Lin Yuan, feeling helpless, replied, "Why don't you feel for yourselves? You want to find it." After thoroughly searching Lin Yuan, the two nodded in unison, confirming, "Indeed, it's gone." Lin Yuan, with a face full of exasperation, thought to himself, "If you two wanted to touch me, you could have just said so." Chapter 68. The cunning Tony. The 2 companions and a panda sat on the ground, pondering whether they had overlooked something significant. Suddenly, Su Rue exclaimed, "Brother Lin Yuan, why don't you revert to your human form and see?" Lin Yuan, struck by a sudden realization, slapped his forehead in frustration and said, "I understand the reason now." He then transformed back into his human form, and indeed, his battle suit remained intact. Curiously, Su Rue inquired, "Brother, could you explain what is going on?" Lin Yuan, somewhat troubled, responded, "My transformation has a hidden characteristic. My clothing and any items I hold vanish upon transforming. I have always utilized this trait as a sort of alternative storage space. Otherwise, with all the items I purchase, a single bird could hardly carry them all. Now, I find myself in a predicament with my battle suit. What shall I do?" Te Chala proposed a solution. "Why not simply allow your transformed state to wear the armor? After all, you remain in that form most of the time during battles." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, as the suggestion seemed feasible. He first removed his wrist armor and handed it to Su Rue, then transformed into a panda and donned the wrist armor again. The battle suit successfully enveloped him, revealing a shimmering silver panda before the group. Lin Yuan then morphed into various other forms, and everything proceeded smoothly. The battle suit was remarkably intelligent, completing its coverage with each transformation. "All right, this works perfectly." Lin Yuan sighed with relief, pleased with the outcome. "Now, Brother Leopard, let us resume our sparring." He invited Te Chala to continue their practice. The final outcome was a stalemate. Without utilizing his skills, Lin Yuan found it challenging to strike the agile Te Chala. But conversely, Te Chala could not land a hit on him either, hesitant to engage with Lin Yuan's attacks. Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied with this result. Te Chala's current combat prowess was indeed at its peak, while Lin Yuan had yet to leave the novice village. His physical attributes and skill effects still had a long way to go, especially since he could not yet use the wild blessing skill. Suddenly, Lin Yuan grinned at Te Chala. "Brother Leopard, I have acquired a new transformation. Would you help me test its abilities?" Te Chala felt a chill run down his spine, his body tensing. Su Rue, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, do you have a new form? Will it be as adorable as the panda?" When Lin Yuan's transform emerged, Su Rue burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. Afterward, he climbed onto Lin Yuan's head and plucked a leaf, claiming it would serve as a bookmark. Te Chala also laughed heartily, but Lin Yuan shot him a sideways glance. "Brother Leopard, let us begin." The laughter abruptly ceased as Lin Yuan departed Wakanda. He flew with his head held high, brimming with confidence. His first order of business was to return home and establish his position within the family. Knowing that Tony was busy at Stark Tower, he headed straight there. From a distance, he spotted Tony, clad in his mark armor, welding equipment on the top floor. Lin Yuan shouted, "Cunning Tony, prepare yourself." He approached Tony and seized his shoulder, taking flight toward the outskirts. Tony, without a hint of resistance, helplessly remarked, Lin, are you feeling a bit too adventurous today? If I don't give you a good beating, I might as well not be Tony. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. Old thief Tony. Today Esme is not the same as yesterday Esme. Just wait for your beating. In the outskirts. Lin Yuan hurled Tony aside, and then transformed into a humanoid form, gazing solemnly at Tony with his hands clasped behind his back. Old thief Tony. This battle armor of mine is forged from extraterrestrial vibranium, impervious to blades and bullets. Wherever this armor resides, it is indestructible. Tony took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike immediately, and replied with a composed expression, Where's your armor? Lin Yuan suddenly realized he hadn't transformed yet. Ah, my apologies, brother Tony. I mean, old thief Tony, allow me to don my armor. With a roar, a panda appeared. Tony shielded his face. Where's the armor? Oh wait. Lin Yuan concentrated. And the armor enveloped him, transforming him into a silver steel panda, which soon turned invisible, revealing yet another adorable panda before Tony. Brother Tony, am I not handsome? Tony's face suddenly turned serious. Nano armor? And invisibility technology? Did that little girl create this? Is she really just 10 years old? Actually, she should be 11 this year. Tony's veins bulged. He felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Yet, he was somewhat astonished. An 11-year-old girl capable of such technology is truly remarkable. Could I have achieved this at 11? Well, perhaps with sufficient materials, it might have been possible. No worries then. Tony waved at Lin Yuan. Come now. Showcase your trivial strength. Let me see what you're capable of. The moment those words escaped his lips, Tony questioned his own sanity. Why did I utter such juvenile phrases? Shaking his head, he suppressed the embarrassment and took the initiative to strike, firing a charged cannon directly at Lin Yuan. The panda stood upright, bracing itself against the incoming blast with its chest. Quite good. I felt nothing at all. Tony's pupils contracted. What formidable defense. It seems I must get serious. All weaponry compartments of the Mark suit opened, unleashing a barrage of various weapons upon Lin Yuan. Instantly, Lin Yuan was enveloped by a conflagration of attacks, smoke billowing around him. Then, from within the haze, a blue arcane barrier expanded rapidly, radiating in all directions. Tony hastily ascended into the sky to evade. It can absorb damage to counterattack. This armor is indeed impressive. Lin Yuan looked up at Tony hovering in the sky, scratching his head, realizing he couldn't fly. And his panda form lacked sufficient jumping power. The Dapeng could fly, but its attack power was insufficient. Should I throw brother Tony to the ground? Upon noticing Lin Yuan gazing up at him, Tony quickly grasped that Lin Yuan lacked ranged attack capabilities and couldn't help but taunt. What's the matter? Are you unable to continue? Didn't you say you were going to beat me? Is this where you falter? Lin Yuan's veins throbbed angrily. All right, brother Tony. I was merely trying to spare you some dignity, but since you're pushing your luck, don't blame your younger brother for being ruthless. In an instant, a rather endearing yet oddly unattractive ginkgo tree spirit materialized at the spot, ensnaring Tony with its reinforced entangling roots, which held him much more securely than before. Only his head remained visible, and he plummeted from the sky. Lin Yuan transformed into a great rock, swiftly approaching Tony before morphing into a panda to grasp the vines. With a series of playful slaps, he bestowed upon Tony a rather divine treatment, knowing that the vines would not inflict significant harm. However, the humiliation was indeed at its peak. Thus, the performance commenced. Here, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Prince Chala of Wakanda for his outstanding contributions to this skill assessment. Chapter 69, Sister. Your tale is showing as the duration of the vines came to an end. Lin Yuan felt a vacuum in his hand, and Tony was flung away by inertia. Before he could react, Lin Yuan charged forward again, delivering a stunning blow. The seventh set of calisthenics began. Lin Yuan unleashed the rabbit family's secret technique, subjecting Tony to a flurry of punches. As Tony regained consciousness from his daze, he immediately activated his thrusters to distance himself from Lin Yuan. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Lin Yuan transformed into his tree form, hurricane technique. In his treant form, he wielded enhanced control over the winds, creating a powerful wind wall that drew Tony back towards him. In an instant, the treant morphed into a panda, delivering an uppercut that sent Tony soaring as he flew overhead. The panda smoothly transformed back into a treant, unleashing a whirlwind assault. Charge forth, whirlwind charging tornado. Within the swirling tempest, tiny bolts of lightning danced, capable of inducing paralysis. Tony was utterly bewildered by the relentless barrage. He felt increasingly dizzy and nauseated. A screen before him flooded with alarming red alerts, alongside a solitary green indicator of sufficient power. Gritting his teeth, he pushed his thrust to the maximum and finally broke free from the whirlwind. Seeing Tony escape, Lin Yuan pondered. It appears the whirlwind's weakness lies in high-mobility flying units like the Mark armor. Tony landed nearby, helmet raised, and promptly vomited onto the ground. Lin Yuan reverted to his human form, watching him with a grin. Once Tony finished, he approached Lin Yuan without donning his helmet, his expression devoid of emotion. Tony, what are you doing? As Tony drew nearer, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, hesitant to strike. Tony remained silent, advancing toward him. Lin Yuan retreated while calling out. Tony, if you come any closer, I swear I'll hit you. I really will. You're being unfair, Tony. With a sudden cacophony, Lin Yuan found himself sprawled on the ground. Alas, another day devoid of hope. How can you be so unfair, Tony? You know I won't hit you when you're not in your armor. Lin Yuan lamented. Tony, unflinching, replied, we'll call it even for today. He then turned and soared away. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. Tony will undoubtedly devise an anti-Lin Yuan suit. He definitely will. In the ensuing months, life passed in quiet monotony. Lin Yuan occasionally visited the rabbit family, bringing some food for Captain Steve. Initially, Lin Yuan had contemplated confronting Steve, but reconsidered. First, engaging in magic would be too messy and damage their rapport. Second, in a physical confrontation, he would surely be outmatched by the seasoned captain. He couldn't possibly go all out, could he? Thus, Lin Yuan convinced himself that he had bested both of them in his mind. He had emerged victorious. Far away in Wakanda, Chalem mused, these two victories bear at least half of my credit. Today, Lin Yuan returned from Rabbit's house, carrying a bag of items. Steve, having learned to circumvent barriers, had begun to self-study Chinese and was exploring the internet at Rabbit's residence. His tastes had grown increasingly adventurous, and under the guidance of online friends, he had persuaded Lin Yuan to purchase 5 out of the 10 most exotic delicacies from Rabbit's kitchen. Lin Yuan held his nose while making the purchases, yet Steve savored them with great delight. Upon arriving at Steve's doorstep, Lin Yuan knocked for quite some time, but no one answered. He found it peculiar that the captain had left without waiting for his delivery. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's phone rang, and he initially thought it was Steve, only to discover it was Natasha. As soon as he answered, Natasha's voice came through with urgency. Lin, I need your help. Lin Yuan detected a hint of fear in her tone, a rare occurrence for such a formidable agent. Sister Natasha, speak, and I shall assist you. I would like you to accompany me to Brazil. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. It was merely this matter, which seemed straightforward. You had me worried, thinking something serious had occurred. Well, something significant has happened, Natasha replied, her tone turning grave. What of Barton? After a brief silence, Natasha revealed, you indeed know something. Barton has been compromised by the enemy. This rogue had defied orders. Why would you, a ranged combatant, insist on engaging in close quarters with a controlling melee mage without a proper artifact, just like Tony? Lin Yuan mused. Natasha interjected, what are you rambling about? Lin, do you have a method to assist Barton? Simple, Lin Yuan answered nonchalantly. Just give him a good thrashing. Natasha was speechless. Are you serious? Absolutely. As long as he presents himself before me, I shall strike him. Thank you on Barton's behalf. Don't mention it. Lin Yuan quickly caught up with Natasha's plane, entering the cabin and greeting her. Noticing the 2 large bags Lin Yuan was carrying, Natasha inquired, what do you have there? Oh, just some snacks I bought for the captain. He always treats me like an errand boy for his food cravings. Upon hearing this, Natasha took a step back, eyeing the bags warily. Relax, I packed them well. Would you like some potato chips? Cucumber flavor? Yes. The 2 munched on the chips, and Lin Yuan asked, Sister Natasha, how do you plan to approach Dr. Banner? Natasha paused, then smiled. You need not worry, I will manage. Just hide nearby, and if Dr. Banner shows any signs of trouble, I will call for you. As she spoke, an amusing thought crossed her mind, and she chuckled, mumbling, when Hulk appears, I'll summon a panda to charge in. Oh, I adore that scene. Hey, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his expression darkening. Sister, you've revealed your inner thoughts. And do wipe that drool. Natasha awoke with a start, hastily wiping away the drool, and cast a bewitching glance at Lin Yuan upon realizing she had been deceived. Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Inside a secluded dwelling on the outskirts of a Brazilian slum, he inquired curiously, Sister, are we to wait here? Indeed, we shall remain here. Our associates will bring Dr. Banner to us, she replied. Where shall I hide? Lin Yuan surveyed the dilapidated house, noting the lack of suitable hiding spots. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Yuan. What is it? He asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her scrutiny. Brother, cannot you transform into a cat? If you do, I can hold you, and should danger arise, I could toss you away, allowing you to then change into a panda. This way, you could better protect me, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuan was left speechless. Sister, your tale is showing. Chapter 70, The Perilous Factors. Ultimately, Lin Yuan acquiesced, transforming into a large orange cat for Natasha to cradle in her arms. He vowed that his concession was not made merely to be held by her. Imagine facing a mature, alluring beauty radiating the essence of a sophisticated woman, gazing at you with those sparkling eyes. Could one truly withstand such an allure? Natasha, holding the large orange cat, sat gracefully upon a chair, awaiting their agents to lure Dr. Banner into their midst. Soon, a young girl dashed through the door and swiftly escaped through the window, a man trailing behind her. The man, observing the fleeing child, felt a pang of frustration, having journeyed so far for a consultation, only to have her escape. He lamented that he should have collected a fee beforehand. Seems you have things under control, Dr. Banner, he remarked. Dr. Banner appeared unfazed, as though he had anticipated this day. Are we surrounded? He inquired calmly. Natasha rose, stroking the large orange cat, and approached Banner with a smile, saying, No, it's just me, and, this cat. Banner glanced around, pointing towards the direction the girl had fled. Is that one also an agent? I am too. Natasha did not answer directly. Who are you? He asked. I am Natasha Romanoff. Are you here to kill me? Though it seems the one capable of killing me does not yet exist. No, Dr. Banner, I represent SHIELD, and we wish to invite you to join a special team. How did you find me? We have been monitoring you and have intervened to shield you from those who have taken an interest in you. Dr. Banner seemed poised to respond. But Lin Yuan could no longer contain his impatience. The dialogue was unnecessarily verbose. Doctor, to put it succinctly, the Earth is in peril, and we require your knowledge and the formidable strength within you. The team has already been assembled. Will you join us? Lin Yuan's interruption startled both Natasha and Banner. He extricated himself from Natasha's embrace, reverting to his human form, and extended a hand towards Banner, stating, Hello, Dr. Banner. My name is Lin Yuan. Banner stared blankly, astonished at the transformation from cat to human, his mind struggling to comprehend, yet instinctively shaking Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan continued. I have encountered the behemoth within you once and engaged in a friendly sparring match. It was quite even. Upon hearing this, Banner's expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered, Run. He is about to emerge. Natasha immediately tensed, her gaze fixated on Lin Yuan, poised to issue a command. However, Lin Yuan would not allow that. He firmly placed a hand on Banner's shoulder and uttered, Hibernate. Instantly, Banner's demeanor relaxed. He felt the Hulk within him calm, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping him. Though his final shred of vigilance clung to consciousness, he could no longer resist. Lin Yuan supported Banner as he succumbed to slumber, whispering, Rest now. We harbor no ill intentions. Banner finally yielded, his body softening as he drifted into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan gazed at Natasha and said, Sister, let us depart. The mission is complete, and it is time to return. Natasha looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of melancholy, irritated that this time there was no summoning of the panda to unleash its prowess. After moving Banner onto the plane they arrived in, Lin Yuan arranged him comfortably, allowing him to rest peacefully. It seemed that Banner had not been sleeping well during this period, living in constant fear of being captured and the Hulk wreaking havoc. Now was a perfect opportunity for him to catch up on rest. Once he awoke, Lin Yuan would employ a rejuvenation spell, and he would once again be a competent worker. The aircraft headed towards the temporary headquarters of SHIELD, the aerospace aircraft carrier. One might wonder why they did not return to the original headquarters, which had been destroyed. From the cockpit, a colossal aircraft carrier was anchored in the middle of the ocean. Is this the aerospace carrier? It appeared rather unremarkable to Lin Yuan, who quickly diverted his gaze, showing little interest. Observing the still sleeping Banner, Lin Yuan flew over and exclaimed, Why are you still asleep? Rise and shine. Gradually, Banner regained consciousness, feeling increasingly revitalized as the accumulated fatigue of the past 2 years slowly dissipated. He opened his eyes to find himself lying in the aircraft cabin, with a cheerful youth named Lin Yuan grinning at him. Awake? If you are, then rise. We have work to do. Banner, still not fully alert, casually inquired. Who is working? Lin Yuan was taken aback, surprised by this side of Banner. Natasha, too, squinted at him. Feeling their stares, Banner's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. No, I. After struggling to articulate his thoughts, Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. No need to explain. I understand. Sister, please show him the information. Natasha handed her computer to Banner and proceeded to brief him on the current situation regarding the Tesseract. This is the situation. We require your assistance in locating it. Its emitted gamma radiation is currently too faint for us to trace. We believe that no one understands gamma radiation better than you do. Banner chuckled wryly. Am I supposed to feel honored? He then fell silent, intently examining the various data and information related to the Tesseract. The aircraft soon landed on the deck of the aerospace carrier, and as the hatch opened, Lin Yuan was the first to step out. Amidst the bustling crowd on the deck, Captain Steve waved at him and hurried over. Lin, why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever. As Steve reached Lin Yuan, he scrutinized him. Lin Yuan sighed and pointed towards the cabin, saying, Inside, in the bag. I warn you, do not eat anything here. Wait until we return. Beaming with delight, Steve bypassed Lin Yuan and dashed into the cabin, nearly colliding with Natasha. What is wrong with the captain? Natasha inquired, perplexed, as she looked at Lin Yuan. He went to fetch his food. Keep an eye on him. Do not let him open any of those items he shouldn't, Lin Yuan advised gravely. Natasha nodded solemnly in agreement. As Steve entered the cabin, he noticed Banner engrossed in examining documents related to the Rubik's Cube. First, he glanced at the snacks in the bag before extending his hand to greet Banner. You must be Dr. Banner. I've heard you possess the ability to solve the Rubik's Cube. Sensing the captain's slight hesitation, Banner shook his hand and replied, Greetings, Captain. It is an honor to meet you. However, I am not yet certain. I require more data. Well then, let us proceed. It is time to regroup. The two exited the cabin, and Natasha, observing their interaction with a smile, remarked, You two seem to be enjoying your conversation, but you must head inside now. It will become difficult to breathe here soon. She then turned to Steve and said, Captain, why not hand me the bag for safekeeping? I fear it may become cumbersome for you later when you are on a mission. With a cheerful smile, Steve replied, No, I can manage it myself. You need not worry. I will take good care of it. Natasha thought to herself, Goodness, I would feel more at ease if you entrusted it to me. I once believed that the only hazard aboard this vessel was Banner, but now it appears you are a concern as well. Chapter 71. The off-track captain. As the ground trembled beneath their feet, Banner initially assumed they were preparing to dive. Curiously, he inquired, Is this a submarine? Rushing to the side of the mothership, he observed several massive propellers jutting from its hull. The gigantic propellers gradually began to spin, gaining speed until the airborne mothership slowly ascended into the sky. Banner expressed his astonishment. Wow, Captain, we really have to go inside this time. The winds at high altitudes are no joke. Steve, dismissively, replied, Is that all? Compared to Lin, this is nothing. At this level, I've completely lost my sense of it. Banner responded with confusion. With Fury's command, the airborne mothership activated its optical cloaking mode, gradually vanishing from sight. Inside the cabin, personnel diligently attended to their respective tasks while Lin Yuan observed the bustling scene with a look of idleness. Suddenly, he noticed a staff member secretly playing a game and approached him. Hey, buddy, what are you playing? Mind if I have a turn? Before the individual could respond, Lin nudged him aside and joyfully began playing the game. After completing a round, he looked up to find Steve rummaging through his bag, while Natasha watched him warily. As for Banner, he appeared timid and apprehensive, resembling a typical suspect. Had they been at Rabbit's house, he would surely have been asked for identification by Uncle Hat. Clearly, years of evading had instilled in him a slight paranoia of uniforms. Lin stood up, patted Banner reassuringly, and advised, Doctor, you need not be anxious. No one here will harm you. Banner offered an embarrassed smile. I've grown accustomed to evading these people over the years, so I still feel a bit uneasy around them. Don't worry, I've got your back, Lin assured him. Thank you, Banner replied, while Fury approached to express his gratitude for Banner's assistance. Natasha, please escort Dr. Banner to the laboratory. Natasha responded, Director, I still have a hazardous source that requires my attention. Go ahead, sis. I'll keep an eye on the captain. Having grown bored, Lin sought to engage the captain in conversation. He settled beside Steve and began munching on a bag of chips he had taken from Steve's belongings. Hey, aren't you going to see what they're up to? Steve retorted irritably, I can't understand them. What would I do there? I just need to wait for them to find the person, and then I'll bring them back. Eat slowly, he added. Cheapskate. I'll buy you some after I finish. Now that's more like it. Next time, You're fetching this for me. Steve showed Lynn a photo on his phone. Upon seeing it, Lynn was left speechless. Bro, your taste is getting heavier. What do you mean heavy taste? These are delicacies, I assure you. You can try them if you don't believe me. Lynn shook his head vigorously. I want to eat that. Once we wrap this up, I'll buy you some. But you're not allowed to eat anything from your bag here. If you do, Fury will have your head. He can't take me on, Steve declared confidently. He will not pay you. Well, I'll eat when I get home. Fury glared at the two individuals in the corner, munching on snacks and laughing heartily, his forehead veins bulging with frustration. Enlisting that rascal Lin Yuan as the captain was the gravest mistake of his life. The captain was becoming increasingly unreliable, not in terms of his professional abilities, which remained commendable, but rather in his demeanor, which seemed to stray further from the norm. As he pondered this, an old acquaintance, the bald man, referred to Chapter 23, suddenly reported via the surveillance screen. Identified a similar target, similarity 67. Wait, 79. Found him. Steve, midship, popped the last piece into his mouth, stood up, and brushed off the crumbs from his clothes, saying, I'm off to don my combat suit. You'll take me there later. Oh, go ahead. Lin Yuan replied, standing up and calling out to Fury, Director. Send me the address. I'll escort the captain. Fury nodded, signaling the bald man to send the address to Lin Yuan's phone, and then called Natasha over. Natasha, you'll pilot the aircraft and follow those two. Once Steve donned his iconic outfit, brandishing his shield, he said to Lin Yuan, let us go. Don't fly too fast. I'd rather not turn into a popsicle mid-flight. Lin Yuan grinned, mysteriously declaring, this time, I have a secret weapon. Just wait and see. The two returned to the deck, where Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent bird, enlarging his form. Hop on, brother? Steve leaped onto Lin Yuan's back, attempting to grasp the feathers. Hey, brother, there's an invisible layer on you. I can't grab your feathers. How am I supposed to secure myself? Lin Yuan proudly revealed his battle suit, and Steve beheld Lin Yuan transformed into a majestic silver bird. What do you think? Isn't it stunning? I designed this. He was indeed one of the designers of the suit's color, so his claim was not unfounded. It looks fantastic. But what now? I can't hold on, or I'll fall. Steve admired the suit, but was troubled about the next steps. Don't worry. Here it comes. Then, a silvery liquid spread from Lin Yuan's back, enveloping Steve completely, rendering the suit invisible once more. Steve looked at his hands, then down at the bird, seeing no change. Yet he felt utterly integrated with Lin Yuan. Brother, we are now connected. As long as you don't leap into the air, you can move freely. After a moment of silence, Steve's envy was palpable. Brother, could you make me one of those suits? Lin Yuan replied. The material for this suit costs $10,000 per gram. Excuse me. Let us depart. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and instantly vanished from the deck. Now, Steve could truly appreciate Lin Yuan's blinding speed, and he couldn't help but shout with exhilaration. Awesome. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival at the destination, he beheld a vast assembly of individuals kneeling below. Loki, adorned in his green battle attire and donning a golden helmet with two elongated horns, was fervently expounding on stage. Mortals, you are destined for servitude. It is your very nature. This audacious fellow seemed utterly unafraid of divine retribution, and one couldn't help but ponder how he managed to maintain his balance under such a top-heavy adornment. What if he were to snag a power line? Lin Yuan mused. Yet perhaps he actually desired to be struck by lightning. Alas, it seems Odin's approach to parenting may indeed be flawed. For none of his three children are a source of ease. The eldest daughter is a tempestuous warrior, finding discomfort unless she spills blood. The eldest son, though somewhat improved, remains rather simple-minded. As for the adopted son, he is a complete disaster, wreaking havoc in a desperate bid for his brother's affection, only to revert to a haughty demeanor like a spoiled princess when confronted. Perhaps I should simply seek out the canine system and acquire a transformation skill. Just as Loki was indulging in his theatrics, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation beneath him. Oh no, it seems the sixth brother is plotting against me. Chapter 72. Watching the play at that moment, an elderly man stood up, vehemently rebutting Loki's words and casting a scornful glance his way. Loki seized the opportunity to vent his anger, raising his staff and aiming it at the old man, preparing to make an example of him. Brother, it's your turn to take the stage, Lin Yuan urged Steve. Steve, who had long been prepared, leaped down, shield in hand, positioning himself in front of the old man. The shield reflected the energy shot by Loki, sending him crashing to the ground. So you enjoy putting on a show here, do you? The last time I dealt with a show-off was back in Germany. Loki lay on the ground, seething with rage, his teeth clenched. Not only have you interrupted my performance, but you've also humiliated me in front of so many people. You seek death, do you? Loki sprang to his feet and charged at Captain America, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Yuan cheered from above. Go, Captain. You're magnificent. Yes, just like that. Left hook, kick him, right there. Use your shield to send him flying. Oh, aim for his eyes, strike him low. Alas, such a splendid opportunity, wasted. The two fighters below shouted in unison, shut up. Without Lin Yuan's encouragement, Steve quickly found himself at a disadvantage, receiving a thorough beating from Loki. Brother, are you even capable? Lin Yuan taunted. I could fight all day. Are you sure you're not just getting beaten all day? At that moment, Natasha's aircraft arrived. She activated the weapon systems, targeting Loki. Loki, surrender at once. Loki retaliated with an energy sphere aimed at her plane. Natasha swiftly dodged, adjusting her position to prepare for a shot, but Loki was already engaged with Captain America, leaving her no opportunity to fire. The captain's damage output is truly pathetic. He can only serve as a tank. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to unleash the blessing of the wild. Lin Yuan sighed as the great eagle dove down, seizing the tip of Loki's helmet. Perfectly suited for his grasp. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan executed a swift maneuver, sending Loki flying. Next, Lin Yuan initiated his own series of attacks, transforming into a treant. He cast nature's grasp upon himself, then shifted back into a panda to use charge. When Loki was dazed by the charge, Lin Yuan slapped the staff from his hands. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, left hook, right hook, uppercut, and downward strike, relishing the moment. As Loki's daze wore off, Lin Yuan feigned vulnerability, enticing Loki to attack him. The punch activated the passive effect of nature's grasp, binding Loki in entangling roots. This sequence of moves was executed with effortless finesse. Hia. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, a wicked smile gracing his face as he approached the ensnared Loki, seizing the tip of his helmet. Today, I shall collect the debt you owe me for that extra shift. Loki, bewildered, responded, What are you talking about? Lin Yuan waved his panda-like arm dismissively. With a resounding smack, the command was given, strike him. Loki groaned, I did not strike Coulson. The relentless sound of slaps filled the air. As Lin Yuan became addicted to the act, finding the entangling roots combined with this technique remarkably effective. Once the entangling roots effect concluded, Lin Yuan unleashed another strike. Just as he prepared to continue, Steve, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Brother, murder is merely a fleeting act. It's best to temper your enthusiasm. Lin Yuan nodded, flicked his wrist, and Loki was flung skyward, transforming into a tree-like figure. Behold my tornado that devastates the parking lot. The enhanced whirlwind was unleashed, drawing Loki into its vortex, with lightning crackling within causing his body to stiffen in response. Thus, Loki spun through the air like a straightened stick, leaping and twirling without pause. A minute later, the tornado gradually abated, and Loki descended, kneeling on the ground. At that moment, an excessively flamboyant background music erupted from Natasha's aircraft as Iron Man descended from the night sky, flames trailing behind him. Lin Yuan then beheld an even more ostentatiously dressed individual kneeling and retching on the ground. Tony couldn't help but smirk. He recognized that feeling all too well. Steve approached, asking, Tony, what brings you here? How did you know we were here? Lin Yuan transformed back into his human form, chuckling, Brother Tony, you've had J.A.R.V.I.S. infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.S. communication system again. Haven to you? A light cough escaped Tony as he waved his hand dismissively. That S of little importance. Let S just take this fellow back. Loki, utterly drained from vomiting, offered no resistance as the three of them escorted him onto the aircraft. During the flight home, Steve and Tony engaged in their usual banter, their camaraderie having deepened into that of old friends. Lin Yuan, uninterested in their repartee, made his way to the cockpit to observe Natasha piloting the plane. Loki, weakly watching the bickering duo, felt a flicker of envy and longing in his eyes. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, leaving Natasha puzzled as to why the weather had turned so tempestuous. The aircraft jolted, as if something had landed atop it. Tony hastily opened the hatch to investigate, only to be met by Thor, who gently shoved his hammer against Tony's chest, sending him flying against the cabin wall. Thor burst into the cabin, seized Loki, and with a flourish of his hammer, soared out of the aircraft. Lin Yuan, astonished by Thor's seamless maneuvers, found himself speechless. Goodness. This oaf, after 2 years, has lost his keen eye. Doesn't he see me here? And poor Tony, he is sure to be furious. As anticipated, Tony scrambled to his feet, infuriated, and flew out of the cabin in pursuit of Thor. Lin Yuan sighed, exasperated by the unrelenting antics of his companions. "Brother, shall we witness the spectacle?" Steve, preparing to follow with a parachute, inquired in astonishment. "Do you know that person?" Thor, a bit simple-minded yet undeniably a loyal friend. Lin Yuan remarked, transforming into a majestic rock. Thor is all brawn, while Tony possesses intellect within his muscles. These two are indeed a perfect match. Let's have them engage in a duel, for one must fight to truly know another. Come on, my friend, let us first enjoy a performance. He soared towards the direction where the two were headed, soon spotting flashes of lightning amidst the distant woods. Found them. Oh my, the battle is quite intense. Lin Yuan hovered above the battlefield, delighting in the spectacle. Goodness, it's pure hand-to-hand combat, wreaking havoc on the trees. Such a lack of environmental consideration. Whoa, that lightning nearly struck me. Fortunately, I dodged swiftly. The big guy is unleashing his ultimate move. Haha. Little does he know that Tony has long since upgraded his armor in anticipation. Indeed, as the lightning struck Thor's raised hammer, he pointed it at Tony, and a chain of lightning instantly struck him. Tony, observing the 400 power surge, thought it would be a disservice not to retaliate, unleashing 3 energy blasts that sent Thor flying. Lin Yuan watched from above, thoroughly amused, while Steve, noticing Loki perched on a nearby cliff, felt an ominous premonition. Why isn't Loki fleeing? Does he have some scheme up his sleeve? Hey, Captain, what are you thinking about? I've been calling you for ages. Huh? What's up? Steve snapped back to reality. I was asking if you wanted to join the fray? Join the fray? Steve gazed at the fierce battle below, his interest piqued. All right, drop me down, but keep an eye on Loki. Don't worry, Loki won't escape. I'll join the fun as well. It's been ages since I last saw Thor, and he just ignored me. It's high time I gave him a good thrashing. Chapter 73. Civil War. The two combatants on the ground were engulfed in a fierce struggle, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Thor seized Tony's arm, crushing the metallic exoskeleton with palpable force. In pain, Tony unleashed an energy blast from his gauntlet, sending Thor tumbling backward. Rising with fury, Thor summoned his hammer and hurled it directly at Tony, this time without holding back. A direct hit would surely spell disaster for Tony, even with his armor's protection. Tony braced himself, his suit glowing brightly as he prepared for a desperate counterattack. At that moment, a figure descended from above, positioning itself before Tony in a defensive stance, raising a shield to deflect the incoming hammer. The hammer collided with the shield, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled both Captain America and Tony away. Suddenly, a treant landed before Thor. Unfamiliar with Lin Yuan's current form, Thor mistakenly assumed it was merely Tony's ally. He reached out to summon his hammer, intent on dispatching the grotesque tree creature. However, Lin Yuan unleashed a gust of wind, sending Thor flying as the hammer sailed past him, landing among the foliage. Thor, now seething with rage, attempted to call his hammer again. Lin Yuan, calm and collected, executed an enhanced moonfire spell, which, after a friendship test with Chala, was known to temporarily blind and deafen opponents, akin to a flashbang. What the? You've blinded my titanium dog eyes. Thor shrieked, covering his eyes in agony, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears, only to be further staggered by the hammer that returned to him. Lin Yuan chuckled at Thor's plight, choosing not to intervene and patiently awaiting Thor's recovery. Once Thor regained his bearings, he erupted in fury, summoning the hammer that lay at his side and unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck down upon it. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda and charged forward. Thor, recognizing Lin Yuan's panda form, was taken aback. What the Lin, is that you? He exclaimed, only to be knocked unconscious by the charge, interrupting his grand attack. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yuan raised his panda fists and playfully pummeled Thor, mindful that without his vibranium claws, he wouldn't inflict serious harm, merely venting his frustrations. When Thor finally regained consciousness, he offered no resistance, for Lin Yuan's strikes felt no more severe than a mere tickle. He burst into laughter, embracing the panda before him. Lin, it's you. I thought you were an enemy. It's been 2 years. You've become so much stronger. Lin Yuan laughed in return, noting that Thor had remained unchanged. Still endearingly foolish, he reverted to his human form, embracing Thor once more and joyfully declaring, "Welcome back." As Tony and Steve approached, witnessing the reunion, Tony still bore a hint of irritation. Lin Yuan quickly intervened to ease the tension. Tony, Captain, this is Thor, the Prince of Asgard and Loki's brother. Thor, this is my brother Tony Stark, a super genius, though perhaps just a notch below me. Tony regarded Lin Yuan with an expression of indifference, while Steve wore a look that seemed to question Lin Yuan's sense of modesty. Lin Yuan chuckled, pointing at Steve as he introduced him. This is Captain Steve Rogers. Much like you, you wield a mighty hammer, and he commands a formidable shield. Steve frowned, visibly displeased. What do you mean? Am I simply known for my shield? At that moment, Tony interjected. Isn't that the case? Steve, growing agitated, retorted. Come on. You don't need your armor, and I won't use my shield. How about a fair fight? Lin Yuan quickly interceded. All right, brother, do me a favor. Let's drop it. Steve, even more incensed, exclaimed. Drop what? The root cause of this is you. Thor finally chimed in. Indeed, my hammer is quite impressive. The three fell silent. Well, you two have certainly become acquainted through conflict. Once we finish this task, let us sit down for a drink and celebrate our brotherhood. But for now, we must take Loki back. Noticing Thor was about to speak again, Lin Yuan halted him. Not yet. We must first deal with Loki. Rest assured, he won't perish. Thor nodded in agreement. Let us go. Thor, bring Loki here. Captain, you'll escort Loki, and I'll carry both of you. Tony, Thor, you can fly on your own. As the captain led Loki onto Lin Yuan's back, Lin Yuan deliberately refrained from providing any protective measures for Loki, merely wrapping his feet in his armor to prevent him from being blown away by the wind. You won't be blown to your demise. By the time Lin Yuan reached the airborne mothership, Loki's face had turned pale, his hair stiffly swept back by the wind. Steve helped him down from Lin Yuan's back, patting his shoulder as he said, I understand this feeling. Trembling, Loki was escorted into a room and confined within a high-strength glass cage resembling an elevator, while Fury activated the control panel to open the hatch beneath the cage. Let me explain your current predicament, should you attempt to escape. This iron cage will plummet from 9,000 meters. Loki scoffed, Achoo, this thing isn't meant for me, is it? Fury did not deny it, originally. We had something far more dangerous in here. I heard it was a ferocious beast masquerading as an ordinary person. How desperate must one be to require such a monster for protection? Fury seethed. It is because you stole something utterly uncontrollable, bringing forth war. Loki looked at Fury with disdain. Uncontrollable? Can you truly manage it? Don't speak so grandiosely. Your research on the Tesseract, was it for the sake of global benevolence? It must be quite disheartening to face failure. Ha ha. Loki laughed heartily before his expression turned serious. It was not I who brought war. It was you who joined it. Fury's expression twitched, and he exited the room. Outside, Lin Yuan observed the trembling Loki on the surveillance screen. TCH, Loki really knows how to put on a show. How could a frost giant fear the cold? Pretending to catch a cold. What a farce. Except for Thor, everyone else looked at Lin Yuan with expressions that conveyed, yes. We have all been deceived. Steve inquired of Thor, what do you believe Loki's objective is? Thor responded gravely, he commands an army known as the Chitauri, who do not belong to Asgard. Loki intends to attack Earth with them, and his aim is likely the Cosmic Cube. An alien army? The captain's expression grew grave. His hand, which had been indulging in chips, slowed down considerably. Banner observed the captain savoring his snack and swallowed hard. They must be trying to open a portal. That's why they abducted Dr. Selvig. Selvig? Thor's countenance shifted, and he hurriedly asked, what about Jane? Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan hastened to grab more chips, munching while he remarked, Thor, you're just a fool. What? Lin Yuan forcefully swallowed his mouthful. Jane is fine. She wasn't working with the doctor. Only then did Thor breathe a sigh of relief. Lin, slow down. You'll finish them all. Steve stuffed the last few chips into his mouth and voiced his concerns. I don't understand why Loki didn't escape. He had a chance to flee, and how can he command his army from here? Banner, however, dismissed the concern. We shouldn't focus on Loki. That guy is a lunatic. Thor, displeased, retorted, watch your words. Loki is my brother. Oh, the bond of brotherhood. Lin Yuan teased, but Thor, Loki could have killed 80 people in the past few days. Oh, Lin, you must understand, Loki was adopted. Chapter 74. The gluttonous duo solemnly, Thor proclaimed, leaving the others speechless. At that moment, Banner recalled something and reiterated his query. They have indeed seized the iridium, but what purpose do they intend to serve? It can function as a stabilizer. Tony's voice resonated, having changed into casual attire. After all, one cannot attend a meeting clad in armor. This way, the new portal would not collapse as the S-H-I-E-L-D once did. Furthermore, it could be adjusted to be larger and last longer according to Loki's requirements. As Tony entered, he strode towards the main console, and with a deft motion, Lin Yuan distinctly observed him placing a button-sized object behind the control panel. Lin Yuan couldn't help but cover his face. Once again, Tony seemed intent on coaxing J.A.R.V.I.S. into mischief. After securing the item, Tony continued, other materials should be easily obtainable for Barton, currently. They require a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Banner interjected, he must heat the Tesseract to at least 100 million degrees to meet theoretical demands. Tony's eyes gleamed. At last, someone was able to match his pace. Unless Shavig could discover a method to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect, if he could achieve that. Immediately, Banner comprehended. He could enable any reactor on Earth to facilitate ionic fusion. Crunch, crunch. Steve munched on potato chips and inquired, Lin, what are they discussing? Crunch. Crunch. I have no idea. Want some spicy strips? Yes. Tony and Banner were now vigorously shaking hands, each expressing a sense of camaraderie and mutual admiration. Dr. Banner, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your accomplishments in the field of positron collisions are truly admirable, though I must confess, I find your transformation into a colossal green monster when angered even more intriguing. Banner was momentarily taken aback by Tony's remarks, while Lin Yuan sighed. Tony's tongue certainly could use a zipper. Just then, Fury entered and stated, Dr. Banner is here to assist us in tracking the Tesseract. I need you to help him. Banner exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped being choked by Tony's words. He quickly added, I intend to start with Loki's scepter. Crunch, crunch. Steve opened another bag of chips and remarked, that scepter resembles Hydra's weapon. Does it possess any special abilities? Fury stared at the captain for a moment, then sighed, Captain, could you refrain from eating during the meeting? Crunch, crunch. Lin Yuan, while munching, chimed in, Oh, Director, you discuss your matters. We shall not disturb you. Fury took a deep breath and silently repeated, Do not be angry. Do not be angry. He resolved to ignore the two and continued, I do not care what abilities this object possesses. I simply wish to know how Loki transformed two of the most reliable individuals I know into obedient monkeys. Steve raised his hand. I understand that. Tony shot him a disdainful glance. Fool. Come on, Dr. Banner, let us proceed to the laboratory to attend to our work. Tony and Banner made their way to the laboratory, with Tony snatching a packet of snacks from the table. Steve turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Is your brother scolding me? Indeed. Lin Yuan replied emphatically, Damn it, I must go give him a piece of my mind. With that, Steve rose to confront Tony. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. Brother, calm down. We can't have a fight here. Upon reaching the laboratory, Steve did not act on his earlier threats to assault Tony. Instead, he quietly confided, Tony, I have an uneasy feeling about Loki's words. It appears you are not entirely foolish, Tony replied, munching on his snacks. S-H-I-D-L-D has issues, and Nick Fury does too. Do you believe Fury is hiding something from us? Steve pondered, realizing that if S-H-I-D-L-D had problems, then even Nick Fury, whom he had always trusted, might be involved. Captain, why are you still so naive? Fury is a spy, the king of spies. How could he possibly divulge everything to you? Tony challenged. Do you know what he is concealing? No, but I am certain his research on the Tesseract is far from straightforward. Dr. Banner must have noticed that as well. Tony relayed the conversation to Banner, who initially hesitated to join in but eventually stated, Stark Tower, Loki undoubtedly knows about it. Stark Tower? The ostentatious building designed by Tony? What of it? Steve inquired, mocking Tony's taste. I can hardly contain my anger, Tony retorted. Banner continued. The energy source utilized by Stark Tower is currently the most advanced clean energy available and has already been released to the market. Given that Fury claims to be studying energy through the Tesseract, why did he not invite Stark to participate? It is entirely illogical. I have instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidential files. In a few hours, we shall uncover the truth. Steve nodded in agreement. Then I shall investigate their equipment vault. There may be discoveries to be made. The group commenced their tasks. Steve went to the equipment vault in search of evidence, while Tony and Banner continued their research on the scepter to locate the Tesseract. Lin Yuan observed their bustling activity. Although he was the most suited to investigate the equipment vault, he was unaware of the existing issues and did not know where the vault was located. Dr. Banner, how are you feeling now? Lin Yuan inquired, recalling how he had previously used dormancy to calm the Hulk and wishing to know about Banner's current state. Banner found Lin Yuan's question somewhat peculiar, but answered candidly, I feel quite well. Actually, I feel more at ease than I have in quite some time. Odd. Why is that? He suddenly realized that since arriving here, he no longer felt the constant urge to erupt. No, it wasn't just since arriving. It had been this way since he had woken from his slumber. Banner looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Mr. Lin, it was you, wasn't it? You have eradicated the Hulk? Lin Yuan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, no, no. I cannot vanquish the Hulk. I merely aim to coax him into behaving. Banner felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he was undeniably content, for it had been an age since he had experienced such ease. Banner, after this concludes, why not pay me a visit? The top 10 floors of my Stark Tower are dedicated to research. I am certain you would find it delightful. Additionally, there is a room on the top floor that belongs to Lin, Tony said, admiring Banner and seizing the opportunity to invite him to join Stark Industries. Banner felt a stirring of interest. He no longer wished to linger in a state of potential madness, yet he hesitated, replying, I shall think it over. But let me first complete these tasks. Tony did not press him further, and the two resumed their various endeavors, observing that both were engrossed in their work. Lin Yuan felt somewhat awkward merely watching, so he contemplated and made his way to the control room to find Coulson. Hey, old Coulson, Lin Yuan called out, patting Coulson on the shoulder from behind, startling him. Lin, what are you doing? You gave me quite a fright. It's nothing at all. I just saw you standing here and thought I'd say hello. By the way, old Coulson, could you remind Fury that Barton might come to rescue Loki? Chapter 75, Sister, are you waiting for me? Upon finishing his words, Lin Yuan did not wait for Coulson's response and turned to depart. As for Barton, Lin Yuan was certain he would arrive, though the timing remained uncertain. He could only offer a reminder to Fury, yet based on his assessment, Fury exhibited an overabundance of confidence in the helicarrier. While he would undoubtedly remain vigilant, he was unlikely to take drastic measures. Concerning Loki, Lin Yuan pondered why he had brought him aboard the helicarrier. His primary intention was to resolve the Chitauri predicament in one fell swoop. For as long as the Tesseract remained on Earth, the Chitauri would inevitably return. This time they sought Loki, but next time they might pursue someone else. In comparison, Loki, with his penchant for theatrics, was somewhat easier to manage. It was far better to confront them openly than to be caught off guard by their stealthy incursions. As Lin Yuan meandered through the helicarrier, he discreetly marked everyone he encountered with a wild imprint. Although he was aware that many Hydra agents infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., there were still numerous individuals who were not affiliated with Hydra. One could not assume that all were complicit merely because of the presence of Hydra operatives. Naturally, the bald man he recognized as a Hydra agent was not afforded any protective measures. After wandering for over an hour, Lin Yuan had no idea how many people were aboard the helicarrier, but he had already marked all those he had seen. When he returned to the laboratory, he sensed that something was amiss. He anticipated that Tony and Steve would confront Nick Fury after discovering evidence, yet the atmosphere was rather peculiar. In the laboratory, Nick Fury, Natasha, Thor, Tony, Steve, and Banner were present, embroiled in mutual accusations. Fury blamed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapon research on Thor's arrival, asserting that it was a response to extraterrestrial threats. In a bold move, he declared that everyone was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. Thor countered by arguing that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract was the root cause, signifying Earth's intent to engage in advanced warfare, and proceeded to mock the disunity among Earth's inhabitants. The most curious aspect was the conflict between Tony and Steve. Despite their usual camaraderie, often laced with playful banter, their current exchange was unusually harsh. Steve pointed an accusing finger at Tony, exclaiming, "What are you even worth? Without your FAAD, what remains of you?" Tony, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "I'm a genius, a billionaire, a playboy, and a philanthropist." The others turned to Steve, nodding in agreement with Tony's self-proclamation. Steve, momentarily speechless, thought, "Am I complimenting him? Why has he taken it as such?" His ire intensified as he shot back. "What are you pretending to be? You may have wealth, good looks, and a high IQ, but many who are less than you have accomplished far more. You are unworthy of being a hero." Tony's anger flared in response, his gaze piercing into Steve's as he delivered each word like a dagger. "Rogers, you are merely an experiment. You are destined to be a tool for life." The two faced each other, their animosity escalating, each probing the other's vulnerabilities. And it appeared that both were on the verge of physical confrontation. Nick Fury may have sensed a hint of unease. He suppressed the rising ire within and instructed Natasha to escort Banner to rest. At that moment, Banner had grown increasingly distrustful of S-H-I-E-L-D, fueled by an inexplicable anger that led him to believe Fury intended to confine him and subsequently eliminate him. He shouted, "Are you trying to kill me? You won't succeed." "I've tried." A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stared at Banner in astonishment. Suddenly, he displayed a bleak smile, stating, "I've attempted it before. When a bullet entered my mouth, it exited from the other side. I lost everything, my life, my future. Now I must team up with you inexplicable individuals." As Banner's agitation intensified, he inadvertently grasped Loki's scepter resting on the table, its gem emanating a phosphorescent blue glow. Lin Yuan understood the situation. Indeed, it was the Mind Stone within the scepter that was causing the disturbance. He shouted, "Banner, put down the scepter." Startled, Banner quickly returned the scepter to the table, causing everyone to glance at Lin Yuan in surprise. Lin Yuan, exasperated, remarked, "Do you not sense something amiss? Especially you. Tony and Captain, how could you speak to each other in such a manner?" Both Tony and Steve realized the gravity of their earlier words, thinking, "Indeed, I have spoken too harshly." Lin Yuan continued, "You have all been influenced by Loki's scepter. The gem possesses the power to manipulate the mind, amplifying your inner negativity. Reflect on your recent behavior. Were you not slightly unhinged?" At his words, a chill of realization swept over the group, recognizing the bizarre nature of the scepter. Instinctively, they all recoiled from the scepter on the table. Suddenly, the gem's light flared, and Banner sensed impending danger. He shouted, "Run! The Hulk is about to emerge." Panic ensued as Lin Yuan prepared to intervene with a calming spell. A tremendous explosion erupted, flames and shockwaves surging from the laboratory floor, propelling Lin Yuan out of the helicarrier. Natasha and Banner were flung into the lower chambers of the carrier, while the others found themselves disoriented from the blast. Close to the exit, Tony and Steve hastily retrieved their gear, readying themselves for battle. Fury, battling dizziness, made his way to the command center to orchestrate disaster response and combat. Meanwhile, just before being ejected from the helicarrier, Lin Yuan deftly cast a spark of elven fire at Banner. Transforming into a great rock, he pursued the helicarrier, reflecting, "Loki truly lives up to his moniker as the god of mischief. Every scheme is intricately woven. This scepter, indeed, is a trap. I must return swiftly. This is no mere film. Since arriving in this world, events have consistently undergone subtle shifts. And I cannot gamble on Natasha being fortunate enough to be rescued by Thor at the last moment." Although Natasha had long possessed the nurturing ability, she feared that if Hulk were to unleash his fury, he might crush her beyond recovery. Even if the nurturing power could restore her once, it would be futile for a second time. Sensing the location of the elemental fire, Lin Yuan swiftly returned to the aerial mothership. In the lower deck of the ship, Natasha found her foot pinned beneath a heavy object. Fortunately, her armor, imbued with the wild mark, offered protection, preventing injury. However, her foot remained firmly trapped, rendering her unable to escape. Nearby, Banner had already lost control and transformed into Hulk. Natasha desperately attempted to free her leg, but it was held too tightly for her strength to overcome. Hulk had spotted her and let out a furious roar as he charged in her direction. A wave of despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, bracing herself for death, a fate she had always anticipated. "Sister Natasha, are you waiting for me?" A familiar voice echoed in her ear. Chapter 76. The clever Hulk. Natasha opened her eyes in surprise and beheld a diminutive giant bird swiftly approaching her. In an instant, the bird transformed into human form, the hurricane technique. A wall of wind sent the oncoming Hulk tumbling away, while Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to morph into a panda, lifting a heavy object just enough for Natasha to extricate her foot. "Go ahead, I'll handle the Hulk." Natasha was not the type of woman who insisted on fighting alongside him. As a seasoned agent, she understood precisely when to advance and when to retreat. The Hulk charged once more, but Lin Yuan calmly transformed into a treant. With a mere lift of his hand, the reinforced entangling vines ensnared the Hulk tightly, causing him to roll towards Lin Yuan due to inertia. The Hulk roared in fury, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to break free from the vines. However, Lin Yuan knew that the vines wouldn't hold him for long, so he quickly morphed back into the giant bird, seizing the Hulk and soaring out of the celestial mothership, diving towards the ground. Lin Yuan descended with remarkable speed, nearly reaching the earth in an instant. After releasing the Hulk, he landed and transformed back into a treant. In the midst of his fall, the Hulk managed to snap the vines, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud that created a massive crater. Emerging from the pit, The Hulk roared and surged towards Lin Yuan, recognizing the bird. Today, he intended to capture it once more, and this time, he aimed to strike it multiple times. Unperturbed, Lin Yuan transformed into a treant once again. As the Hulk approached, he unleashed the reinforced hurricane technique, sending the Hulk flying once more. After regaining his footing, the Hulk charged angrily again. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and with the reinforced entangling vines, the Hulk became ensnared like a rice dumpling, rolling towards him under the influence of inertia. The Hulk rolled on the ground like a caterpillar, his fury escalating and his strength amplifying. The vines could barely contain him for long. With a series of resounding cracks, the vines snapped away from the Hulk's body. His eyes blazing with rage, he darted towards Lin Yuan with even greater speed, intent on tearing apart the little creature before him. Lin Yuan remained calm, pointing his finger and unleashing the reinforced hurricane technique once again, sending the Hulk hurtling backwards. The Hulk's fury intensified, leading to increasingly violent movements. He attempted various approaches to close the distance to Lin Yuan, but each was effortlessly countered. Even when he attempted a mighty leap, Lin Yuan suppressed him with the hurricane. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance. The Hulk was indeed quite stubborn. While the Hulk showed no signs of fatigue, Lin Yuan was growing weary himself. It was time for a change of strategy. Lin Yuan sat down on the ground and unleashed the reinforced whirlwind towards the charging Hulk. This technique had a prolonged duration, rendering the Hulk incapable of leveraging any support in midair, thus he would be unable to escape. The Hulk became ensnared in the tornado, his roars echoing in a somewhat comical manner due to the wind's influence. Lin Yuan felt as though he was listening to his younger self shouting at an electric fan. However, as he listened, Lin Yuan sensed something amiss. The sound transformed into a series of frantic cries. Upon closer inspection, he realized, "What the heck, Hulk? You're summoning Banner at this juncture? You truly know how to pull a fast one." However, Lin Yuan found himself helpless. This skill could not be interrupted. Fortunately, the remaining time was short, and he hoped that Banner would hold out. 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan patted the back of the retching Banner, his expression a mix of laughter and tears. From now on, anyone who dared to call Hulk foolish would find themselves on the receiving end of his wrath. Hulk was quite clever, indeed. On board the Sky Mother ship, the third engine had ceased operation, and Tony along with Steve were tasked with restarting the blades. Due to the enemy's interference, Steve failed to release the deceleration pull ring in time, causing Tony to be caught in the reactivated blades. Once Steve dealt with the adversaries and released the pull ring, Tony emerged from the ordeal, his armor battered and bruised. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and re-entered the mothership to eliminate the incoming foes. In the lower levels of the ship, Natasha was sprinting upwards when she encountered an ambush. "Barton!" Natasha exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her. Upon seeing Natasha, Barton, under enemy control with his eyes glowing blue, immediately launched an attack. The two, well acquainted with each other, fought fiercely. However, Natasha, protected by her primal markings, quickly gained the upper hand. With a swift scissor kick, she ensnared Barton's neck and brought him down, following up with a punch to his head. As Barton's eyes regained clarity, he uttered Natasha's name before succumbing to unconsciousness. Gasping for breath, Natasha murmured, "Lin was right. It truly is best to give a good beating first." Meanwhile, Thor stood before the open glass door of Loki's prison, where Loki awaited him. This single-minded individual roared and lunged at Loki, only to realize he had been deceived once more. The Loki before him was an illusion. Thor was then tricked into the glass chamber, as Loki taunted from outside, "My dear brother, I have employed this trick countless times, and it remains just as effective." Loki then activated the control switch for the glass chamber, ready to send it plummeting from above with a mere press of a button. At that moment, Coulson, having received orders from Nick Fury, aimed a newly developed S-H-I-E-L-D weapon at Loki. "Ever since you sent the destroyer our way, we've been studying this weapon. I'm not sure what the launch will be like. Would you care to find out?" Loki raised his hands in apparent surrender. Coulson felt a surge of triumph. "See? It's still my prowess that turns the tide." Just then, he felt someone wrap their arms around his neck, while something sharp pierced his side. Before he could react, a blade appeared at his chest, and he collapsed. Loki was equally bewildered. He had used an illusion to deceive Coulson, and then struck with his own weapon towards Coulson's lower back. The blade first met an energy shield, nearly slicing through the skin of Coulson's lower back. With a second, more forceful thrust, he penetrated Coulson's kidney. Loki mumbled to himself, "Now I have indeed pierced Coulson's kidney." Thor, witnessing this from within the glass chamber, gritted his teeth in frustration, utterly powerless to intervene as he watched Loki, with his scepter, stride triumphantly towards the control console. Until this moment, he still clung to the last vestige of hope. Loki, reflecting on their fraternal bond, hesitated to press the switch. After all, a fall from such a height would surely result in injury or even death, even for him. Yet, disappointment washed over him as Loki decisively pressed the button. Thor plummeted rapidly, the box hurtling down from the sky. A scornful smile flickered across Loki's face as he prepared to depart. "You will not succeed. They will stop you," came Coulson's feeble voice, causing Loki to pause in his tracks. He turned to regard the barely conscious Coulson, who, despite the imminent threat, attempted to utter a taunt. In response, Coulson activated the weapon in his grasp. Loki was propelled from the room by a massive fireball, and Coulson managed a slight smile, realizing the situation. He then lowered his head, falling silent. Chapter 77. The death of Coulson. At this moment, Lin Yuan was soaring through the skies, carrying Banner towards the celestial mothership. When he caught sight of a circular object plummeting from the vessel, he recognized it immediately as Loki's glass chamber, and he presumed that Thor was inside. It seemed that the big fool had once again fallen victim to Loki's tricks. Sigh, could it be that this simpleton truly lacked any wit? Why was he continuously deceived by Loki? Or perhaps he simply preferred to be duped? It was utterly perplexing. Lin Yuan, however, was not concerned about Thor's potential demise. After all, Thor possessed the essence of sustenance within him. Given his robust constitution, he was unlikely to perish outright. As long as he did not meet an untimely end, the essence would surely restore him. Indeed, just as Lin Yuan anticipated, moments before the object struck the ground, a figure burst forth from within, crashing down and sending a cloud of soil into the air. Lin Yuan hastened towards the fallen Thor and inquired, "Thor, are you all right?" Thor's face lit up upon seeing Lin Yuan. "I'm fine, Lin, just a bit of an injury to my arm." Lin Yuan promptly set Banner down and began to heal Thor. The latter clenched his fist, feeling the wounds vanish completely, and exclaimed in admiration, "Lin, your magic is truly remarkable." With a smile, Lin Yuan replied, "I still have much to learn. Once I grow even stronger, I shall make you soar to the heavens. Come, take your hammer, and let me carry you. You fly far too slowly." With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a great rock, allowing Banner and Thor to climb onto his back, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they surged back towards the mothership. Meanwhile, the mothership's third engine had been repaired by Tony, and it had ceased its descent, regaining stability. Loki, aboard the aircraft brought by Barton, had successfully escaped the vessel. Upon Nick Fury's arrival at the sealed chamber, he was met with the sight of Coulson lying on the ground. Rushing to assess Coulson's injuries, his heart sank. It was a fatal wound. Coulson, weakly, murmured, "Chief, I need to rest for a moment." Fury, filled with despair yet maintaining his composure, insisted, "No, you cannot rest. I still need you." Coulson managed a faint smile. "Chief, it's all right. I have merely fulfilled my duty, and I hope my heroes can also complete theirs." With those words, Coulson fell silent. Fury's eyes reddened as he gazed at the still form of Coulson, speechless. Unbeknownst to him, a gentle green light began to emanate from Coulson's body. Suddenly, Coulson jolted awake, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Nick Fury nearly lost his composure in fright. Coulson, equally bewildered, realized that he felt an inexplicable surge of energy that had restored him. He immediately thought of Lin Yuan, for in his understanding, only Lin Yuan possessed such extraordinary abilities. Fury stared at Coulson for an extended moment before embracing him tightly. He then discreetly wiped away the tears from his eyes, and as if struck by a thought, he remarked to Coulson, "How about you take a brief death, Coulson?" Coulson responded, "What are you suggesting, Chief?" In the communication channel of the aerial battleship, the mournful voice of Nick Fury resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, Coulson has been fatally wounded by Loki. Our medical team could not save him." The revelation left everyone in shock, plunging them into profound sorrow. In the conference room, Nick Fury gazed at Tony and Steve, seated beside him, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I admit that our initial intention was to utilize the Tesseract to forge weapons, yet I never intended to gamble everything on that. I have always placed greater emphasis on another project, one that Stark should be well aware of." He glanced at Tony and continued, "The Avengers Initiative is a plan to assemble individuals of exceptional caliber, like yourselves, to confront future crises." Coulson steadfastly believed in the success of this initiative. He had faith that heroes truly exist. Suddenly, Tony rose, his expression grave, and exited the conference room, with Steve hastily following, leaving Fury to silently observe their retreating figures. What are your thoughts, Tony? On the battleship's corridor, Tony and Steve stood in silence, gazing out into the void, until Steve finally broke the stillness. What do you mean? Coulson's death. He was reckless, confronting Loki alone. He was dutiful, Steve interjected. That exceeded his capabilities. He should have awaited reinforcements. After a brief silence, Steve looked at Tony and said, "You know, Tony, Clint once took me to the rabbit's home, and I've seen many stories like this. They, like Coulson, willingly sacrificed their lives for a belief, even against overwhelming odds, and many among them were ordinary people. They are all heroes, Coulson included, and we should be as well." After a long silence, Tony replied, "I am willing to join the Avengers initiative, but I shall not be manipulated by fury. Neither will I. He and Loki must be held accountable for Coulson's death. All right, Tony, let us first focus on finding Loki. Loki craves the spotlight." Tony suddenly declared. "What? How is that relevant?" Steve looked at Tony in confusion. "It is highly relevant. Loki desires attention, and to achieve that, he requires a stage to demonstrate his power over us." Tony's excitement grew. Thus, he needs a symbolic location, one that also houses the energy source he seeks. Abruptly, Tony halted. "Wait a moment. I'm going to kill him." He hurried off to don his armor. Steve understood as he followed, grumbling. "I told you not to design that tower so ostentatiously. Now it's ruined and requires rebuilding. You're a jinx." Tony retorted as he ran. "I'm heading there first. You find a way to contact Clint. There's no time. You go ahead. I'll locate Natasha and have her fly me over." They parted ways, Tony rushing to put on his suit, while Steve sought Natasha. Meanwhile, on another front, Barton, bound to a bed, let out a series of anguished cries. "I must expel the thoughts from my mind. Natasha, do you comprehend this sensation? It feels as though someone has forcibly implanted foreign thoughts into your mind." Natasha replied calmly, "I have endured such experiences, as you are well aware." Barton fell silent, shifting the conversation by asking, "How did you manage to bring me back to my senses?" Natasha smirked. "Clint informed me that a good thrashing would suffice." Barton retorted, "I must express my gratitude to him." "No need. I have already conveyed your thanks on your behalf." Once Barton had somewhat recovered, Natasha liberated him from his restraints. At that moment, the door swung open, and Steve peered in, exclaiming, "Natasha, it's time to depart. Are you capable of piloting a plane?" "I am." Barton interjected. Natasha gestured to Steve, indicating that Barton was now fine. Steve nodded. "Then let us proceed and deal with him." Chapter 78. The Resilient Hulk. Upon their return to the Sky Mother ship, Lin Yuan and his companions found everyone diligently working to restore the communication systems. "Director, we are back," Lin Yuan greeted as he stepped inside. Nick Fury glanced at him, then scrutinized Banner for a moment before responding, "Tony may need your assistance. You should hurry over to Stark Tower. Here are communication headsets, one for each of you." Lin Yuan stowed his smile, nodded, accepted the headset, donned it, and turned to depart, with Thor and Banner following suit. "Lin, thank you." Nick Fury's voice resonated behind them. Lin Yuan understood he was referring to Coulson's situation. He waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way, with Thor and Banner aboard. Lin Yuan soared swiftly towards Stark Tower. Tony, clad in his battle armor, was the first to arrive at Stark Tower, coincidentally witnessing Dr. Shavik activate the teleportation device. Despite Jarvis shutting down the building's power supply, the Tesseract had been initiated and required no external energy. "Shut it down, Doctor?" Dr. Shavik's expression was fervent, akin to a devout follower awaiting their deity. "It has been activated. It will lead us into a new universe." Without further ado, Tony unleashed an energy blast. The energy was deflected by the protective shield formed by the Tesseract, resulting in a shockwave that sent Dr. Shavik sprawling to the ground, unconscious. "Sir, this is a pure energy shield. It cannot be breached." Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Jarvis, prepare to activate Mark 7. Tony intended to swap out his heavily damaged suit, but Mark 7 has not undergone testing. Then let us conduct a live test." Tony landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower, allowing the mechanical arms to remove his battle suit, while his gaze remained fixed on Loki, who was also atop the building. Feigning conversation with Loki, Tony strolled to the rooftop bar, pouring himself a drink while discreetly donning the Mark VII's locator wristband. "Loki, you have successfully enraged us all." Loki, unfazed, replied, "And what of it? You are all still dancing to my tune. Shouldn't you be the one ensnared?" Tony quipped with sarcasm. Suddenly, Loki recalled that sensation. A wave of nausea surged over him. He had broken. With a darkened expression and the scepter in hand, he approached Tony. "I shall make you personally slay your wretched brother, or compel him to do the same unto you." The scepter tapped against Tony's chest, producing a sharp sound. Yet nothing ensued. Again, nothing occurred. Tony, grinning with satisfaction, declared, "Surprised, are we? Brother possesses divine armor." Frustrated, Loki seized Tony by the neck and hurled him towards the window. Tony shattered the rooftop glass and flew out from the top of the tower. "Jarvis, activate now." At that moment, a crimson object burst through the window of the tower, pursuing Tony. As the infrared focused, Mark 7 successfully dawned. Iron Man was resurrected in full might. Tony soared to the rooftop, delivering a powerful blow that sent Loki sprawling. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the Tesseract, tearing open a colossal portal in the sky. Instantly, countless Chitauri soldiers surged forth from the gateway. Abandoning his assault on Loki, Tony charged forward, unleashing a barrage of ammunition from his suit, yet the sheer number of Chitauri overwhelmed him, rendering his efforts futile. The Chitauri scattered, launching attacks on the crowd below, while a portion pursued Tony relentlessly. As he deftly evaded the incoming fire, utilizing the terrain to eliminate his pursuers, he found himself outnumbered. At that moment, Steve's voice crackled through the communicator. "Tony, we're on our way. Are you driving a tractor? Hurry up and help." Tony retorted, dodging bullets. Natasha piloted the aircraft, activating its weaponry to take out some of the soldiers on his tail, but even more joined the fray. Suddenly, Natasha spotted Loki on the rooftop. She exchanged a knowing glance with Barton, nodded, and directed the plane towards Loki to initiate an attack. However, Loki retaliated, striking the helicopter's rotor with a powerful energy blast, causing it to spiral uncontrollably to the ground. Fortunately, the trio emerged unscathed. As they exited the wreckage, a deafening roar resonated through the air, and a massive figure emerged from the portal, the core of the Chitauri forces, the Chitauri Leviathan. Its appearance stunned everyone, including Tony, who was taken aback by the existence of such a formidable war machine. This biological weapon exceeded his wildest imaginings. The Leviathan dove towards the ground, ejecting numerous Chitauri soldiers who commenced indiscriminate attacks upon landing. Steve, witnessing the enormity of the creature and the multitude of soldiers, felt a surge of dread. "How are we supposed to combat this?" he exclaimed, calling out to Tony. "Tony, do you see this?" "I see it. We definitely need reinforcements," Tony replied, just as a familiar voice echoed through their communicators. "Miss me?" A colossal rock approached rapidly from the distance, carrying two figures on its back. Thor stood atop the rock, wielding his hammer to unleash lightning upon the Chitauri in their path, while Banner shouted, "Thor, Loki's on the rooftop, go deal with him." At Tony's urging, Thor swung his hammer and soared towards Stark Tower. Lin Yuan landed beside Steve, bestowing buffs upon the group. "Are you all right?" he inquired, greeting Barton with a nod. "Welcome back, Barton." Barton grinned, extending his fist. "I heard you were the one who prompted Natasha to wake me. Once this is over, I'll settle the score with you." "Anytime. I'm ready." Lin Yuan chuckled, bumping fists with him before turning to Banner. "Banner, let Hulk out." Banner nodded. But after a prolonged moment of introspection, he found himself unable to transform. With a wry smile, he shook his head, lamenting, "Hulk refuses to emerge. This is beyond my control." Lin Yuan raised his hand, unleashing his fury upon Banner, causing his eyes to blaze crimson as his body rapidly swelled. Hulk had finally manifested. Observing the formidable Hulk before him, Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, remarking, "The quality of those trousers is quite commendable." As Hulk emerged, he instinctively sought to strike Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's piercing glare halted him in his tracks. "Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall spin you around in the wind for a good half hour, rendering you unable to revert." Instantly, Hulk recoiled in trepidation. He was not afraid of a fight. Yet the man before him played too cunningly, treating him like a mere top. It was unbearable. Hulk was capable of bending without breaking, choosing not to fall victim to immediate provocation. Chapter 79, The Druid's Group Controllability. "Hulk, you handle those behemoths. I will bring them down. You go smash them." Lin Yuan directed towards the Chitauri behemoth soaring in the sky, then bestowed a buff upon Hulk, subsequently transforming into a treant to unleash entangling roots. The Chitauri behemoth was ensnared tightly by the suddenly materialized vines, with only its head exposed, before plummeting straight down. "Go, Pikachu." Upon hearing, Hulk let out a tremendous roar and charged towards the descending Chitauri behemoth. "Captain, I will engage the enemies. You organize the civilians to take cover. Those uniformed officers need to move faster. It's been too long, and we haven't seen a single shadow." Lin Yuan then transformed into a panda, dashing forward while releasing a challenging roar. All the Chitauri soldiers along his path chased after him as if they had spotted an incredibly beautiful woman. The remaining 3 were left in awe, marveling at the astounding maneuver. Steve was the first to regain his composure, commanding a squad of officers to establish a defensive line and assist the civilians. The head officer looked at Steve with disdain. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" Steve pointed towards Lin Yuan, who was being pursued by numerous Chitauri soldiers. "That's my brother." The officer replied, "All right, Sir. You may give the orders." As Lin Yuan continued running, the number of Chitauri soldiers following him multiplied. He swayed his hips to dodge the countless bullets fired at him. Avoiding them was imperative. With a critical mass of enemies, he felt the sting of their attacks. Lin Yuan managed to lead all Chitauri soldiers in his vicinity away, including the flying ones, and upon reaching a spacious plaza, he found himself surrounded by Chitauri soldiers on all sides. Lin Yuan smacked his lips. "Goodness, so many. How long will it take for me to eliminate them with these claws? Dog system, return my starfall." With no alternative, he had to engage. Lin Yuan bellowed. Believing a fierce shout before battle could enhance his DPS, he charged into the throng, his vibranium-clad claws beginning to reap the lives of Chitauri soldiers. Fortunately, under the influence of the challenging roar, the Chitauri soldiers opted for close combat as they approached Lin Yuan, while the bullets fired by others either missed the agile panda or struck their own comrades. Occasionally, when he was hit, it failed to breach his defenses, instead energizing his suit. Thus, wherever Lin Yuan charged, a circular void would soon manifest. Surrounded by a densely packed throng of Chitauri, Lin Yuan's claws began to feel fatigued, and the numbers showed little sign of dwindling. He relied on intermittent energy bursts from his suit to clear a larger swath of enemies. Suddenly, a multitude of lightning bolts descended from the heavens, obliterating the swarm of Chitauri soldiers surrounding Lin Yuan. Wow, how enviable. Such group attack capability is truly exhilarating. Lin Yuan lamented, saliva nearly spilling from his mouth. "Damn it, I'm so envious. Dog system, this is all your fault." Thor descended from above, clutching his abdomen, appearing to be in great pain. "You got played by your brother again, haven't you? When will you learn?" Lin Yuan reprimanded him with a sense of exasperation, subsequently bestowing upon him a healing touch and restoring his buffs. Sol, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "Let us move. We must regroup with them." Observing the relentless surge of Chitauri soldiers emerging from the sky, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of helplessness. How long would this battle persist? The group convened on a dilapidated bridge, with Tony descending from above. Hulk, having dispatched a formidable foe, returned with a buoyant spirit, eager to join the assembly. He was indeed a sociable Hulk. Lin Yuan looked at the 6 individuals before him, each invigorated and unscathed, swelling with pride as he recognized their accomplishments were largely due to his efforts. Well, except for Tony, whose armor was beyond Lin Yuan's ability to repair. Click, click. He captured a commemorative photograph of the 6, a reminder of this tense moment, which was undoubtedly a testament to Lin Yuan's unique priorities. The others regarded him with bemusement. "What are you staring at? Get back to work. Why are you all just standing there?" Lin Yuan urged. "Hulk, why are you back? Did you see that? Go after him." Hulk let out a mighty roar and charged forth. "Captain, you should assign tasks." Steve interjected with a frown. "What am I supposed to assign? You've already sent Hulk off." What do you want Hulk to do?" Steve fell silent for a moment, just as a thunderous roar erupted from the assembled Chitauri. Everyone looked up, aghast, as even more colossal Chitauri beasts and soldiers surged forth from the portal. The pallor on their faces deepened. The sheer number was overwhelming, far beyond what they could hope to defeat alone, and even reinforcements might not suffice. "I will lead the main forces away. You all must find a way to close the portal," Lin Yuan declared, not waiting for a response as he soared toward the gateway. Barton, scout from above for the monsters' marching patterns. Tony, engage in guerrilla tactics to distract these scattered creatures. Sol, prepare yourself to assist Lin with the cleanup. Natasha, find a way to the upper levels and see if there's a method to shut the portal down. I'll handle these ground troops. Steve swiftly allocated tasks to everyone. Tony and Barton ascended to the upper levels, while Sol took Natasha to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan approached the portal, confronted by a dense throng of Chitauri. "Here goes nothing," he thought. Determination set in his jaw as he propelled himself toward the wormhole. His speed was remarkable, rendering the Chitauri's weapons ineffective against him. As he neared the portal, he transformed into a panda mid-air, activating his roar of challenge. The wave of Chitauri emerging from the portal, including the colossal beasts, pivoted towards his descending trajectory. "How about this for a group pull?" Lin Yuan exclaimed triumphantly. As the descending panda morphed back into his larger form, he adeptly evaded the concentrated fire from the Chitauri. He refrained from flying too fast, luring the vast horde behind him. Soul, Lin Yuan called out as he soared past the army beside Soul, instantly comprehending the situation. Soul unleashed a chain of lightning that obliterated several Chitauri beasts along with countless soldiers in an instant. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. The holes created by Thor's attacks were rapidly filled. The ranks following Lin Yuan were growing increasingly formidable, and Lin Yuan's audacious maneuvers attracted even more foes. The current situation resembled a dragon dance performed by rabbits, with the Chitauri army embodying the undulating dragon and Lin Yuan representing the fabled dragon pearl. As this serpentine force continued to amplify in strength, Lin Yuan dashed about, luring the adversaries, too fearful to pause, while Thor's ultimate ability was on cooldown, necessitating a brief wait for its reactivation. Tony had exhausted his ammunition and could only evade attacks through agility, occasionally allowing the Chitauri soldiers to meet their demise by colliding with one another, his armor riddled with bullet dents. The captain had been engaged on the ground for an extended period, tirelessly rescuing endangered civilians, his stamina severely depleted despite the continual rejuvenation spell cast upon him. Barton, positioned atop a building, was picking off enemies with precision, yet his efforts felt like a mere drop in the ocean as his supply of arrows dwindled. It seemed the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Chapter 80, An Early Celebration. Suddenly, the Hulk leaped from a rooftop and landed on the back of Lin Yuan's dragon, wreaking havoc as Chitauri soldiers fell like dumplings. However, being in the air, the Hulk soon began to plummet, crashing directly into Lin Yuan's room in Stark Tower. Lin Yuan felt a surge of despair. My new room. It was never even lived in, and now it's gone. Meanwhile, Barton spotted Loki sitting atop the Chitauri mothership. With a mix of old grievances and new vendettas, he aimed an arrow at Loki's eye, only to have it caught in a rather ostentatious manner. Boom. Alas, Loki's showmanship failed yet again as the arrowhead exploded, sending him tumbling from the ship and crashing onto the rooftop of Stark Tower. The fated collision had begun. Loki, battered and emotionally unhinged, roared at the Hulk. I'm a god. How dare you? The Hulk nodded, seized his foot, and began to clap, his enthusiasm leaving Loki groaning on the ground. This feeling seems familiar. Without looking back, the Hulk ambled away, glancing at his palm and flexing his fist, dismissively remarking, TCH. This grip isn't even as good as a panda's. Worthless god. Tears of humiliation streamed down Loki's cheeks. Lin Yuan, dodging attacks from behind, shouted into the communication channel, Jarvis. Is it all recorded? Yes, sir, it has been recorded. Tony was speechless. Lin, at a time like this, you're still doing that. Hurry up and think of a solution. We're barely holding on. Indeed, while Lin Yuan had attracted the majority of Chitauri soldiers and beasts, the remaining few were still a significant threat. Aside from Thor and the Hulk, the stamina of the others was nearly depleted, even though everyone still bore the effects of rejuvenation spells. Lin Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. What to do now? Suddenly, he noticed a Chitauri in the distance being obliterated by a beam of golden light. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he turned and flew toward that direction. Soon enough, he spotted a bald woman on a nearby rooftop, one hand behind her back while the other waved gracefully in the air. With each of her movements, golden light claimed the life of a Chitauri soldier. At that moment, Lin Yuan could think of nothing else. He needed to address the immediate crisis. Great One, help me, Lin Yuan cried out, his tone reflecting a dire urgency as if he might perish at any moment. The sorceress, Dr. Strange, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's shout but soon smiled gently, raising her hand slightly. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, a golden light enveloped all the Chitauri soldiers following him, and they began to fall like raindrops from the sky. Wow, the power of the Great One is truly terrifying. Lin Yuan marveled inwardly. This is the strength of Dr. Strange, so formidable. But what had she been doing just now? Fighting monsters so leisurely. Was she merely slacking off? Lin Yuan dared not concern himself with the Great One's antics. He needed to return to assist his brothers and sisters. Thank you, my friend. I shall visit you when time permits. With that, Lin Yuan turned and returned to assist. Gu Yi watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, before resuming his languid demeanor, leisurely paddling through the water. Upon returning to Captain Steve's side, Lin Yuan found him utterly exhausted. Captain, I have returned. Please take a moment to rest. Lin Yuan replenished Steve's buffs, allowing him a brief respite while he commenced clearing the surrounding foes. In the sky, several colossal beasts remained. Lin Yuan utilized his enhanced entangling roots to bring them down, leaving their disposal to Hulk and Thor. Natalia, how goes the portal? Came the voice of Natasha through the communicator. Dr. Shavig has awakened. He states that we need the scepter to close the portal. The scepter has fallen atop Stark Tower. You must retrieve it swiftly. Understood. Suddenly, Nick Fury's voice erupted through the communicator. We have a situation. The higher-ups have rescinded my command. They intend to use a nuclear bomb to obliterate the portal. Have they lost their minds? Steve exploded with rage. This is Manhattan, one of the most densely populated areas. How dare they resort to a nuclear strike? At that moment, Steve felt a profound disillusionment towards those in power. They had acted thus 70 years ago and continued to do so, if not worse. Nick Fury's voice persisted. 2 fighter jets just took off from the deck. I shot down one, but another is en route. I hope you can stop it. Very well, I shall take care of it, Lin Yuan declared, vanishing from sight with a single sentence. In the communicator, Steve's weary voice echoed. Lin, we are counting on you. Rest assured, brother. I shall manage. Across the ocean, a fighter jet soared swiftly, its pilot having received orders to launch a nuclear missile towards the urban center. Though puzzled, his duty compelled him to comply. As the aircraft approached the designated launch site, the pilot disengaged the safety mechanism of the launch button, poised for action. Suddenly, an object appeared on the radar, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Before he could react, a massive bird materialized before him, its razor-sharp talons piercing the cockpit's windshield. The bird spoke in a chilling human voice. Should you dare press that launch button, I will ensure the demise of your entire family. Now, jump out of the aircraft immediately, and I shall safely return you to land. The pilot, frozen in fear, complied without hesitation. Lin Yuan dispatched the fighter jet into the sea and seized the ejected pilot, soaring back. After locating a patch of land, he released the pilot and hurried back. For many adversaries awaited him. Team, I have neutralized the nuclear threat. Sister Natasha, have you made progress? Yes, I am ready to close the portal. Natasha, having spoken, thrust the scepter into the protective barrier of the cube. Soon, the azure beam of magic dissipated, and the portal in the sky began to shrink gradually. When Lin Yuan returned, the portal had already diminished to approximately 2/3 of its original size. He landed beside Natasha, surveying the ravaged city before him. With a rebellious gesture, he raised his middle finger towards the portal and, with a flick of his hand, released a falling star into its depths, causing the portal to vanish entirely. Sister Natasha, now that the portal has closed, does that mean we have achieved victory? It wouldn't be excessive for me to set off some fireworks to celebrate, would it? Natasha paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Not at all. The two watched as the opening in the sky continued to shrink until it completely disappeared. Phew, it's finally coming to an end. Let us get back to work. Many foes remain. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, preparing to resume his tasks. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 81. Bug. Suddenly, the once fiercely attacking Chitauri warriors froze, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. The colossal Chitauri beast soaring through the sky also lost all signs of life, plummeting downwards and stirring up great clouds of dust. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Lin Yuan and Natasha exchanged glances, both at a loss as to what had transpired. Had the portal closed? Were they cut off from the network? Lin Yuan, perplexed, asked Natasha for clarification. She, equally puzzled, replied, I have no idea. Voices crackled through the communicator, with others assuming Lin Yuan had orchestrated this anomaly, each inquiring how he had accomplished it. Lin, how did you do it? Tony, driven by insatiable curiosity, was the first to pose the question. Bro, if I said I had no clue, would you believe me? Lin Yuan thought to himself, shouting internally, what do you even understand? I genuinely have no idea. Yet, he recognized the peculiarity of the situation. Nonetheless, it seemed fortuitous. Suddenly, a voice from the system erupted in Lin Yuan's mind, nearly startling him into submission. Ding. Host, what have you done? Lin Yuan, bewildered, retorted. What madness is this, system? What have I done? Ding. You have actually exploited a bug. What? What bug? Be more specific. Lin Yuan's confusion deepened. Ding. Did you use Starfall? Yes. I was merely celebrating our victory in advance, setting off fireworks. What's it to you? Wait, could it be? Lin Yuan's realization struck him. Ding. Host, this is a bug that must be rectified. Lin Yuan became frantic, his mind racing. If you dare alter this skill, I will end it all. We shall perish together. This was outrageous. After much effort, he had finally acquired an offensive skill. Although its range was limited, it was still a skill. If the system were to rectify this, Lin Yuan would indeed confront it with unwavering resolve. The system's voice dripped with grievance. Ding. However, if such a significant bug remains unfixed, I will lose my bonus for this month. I don't care if you modify it. I shall end my life. Choose between money and my existence. Ding. Host I. The system attempted to feign innocence, but Lin Yuan interrupted. System. When has that tactic ever worked on me? My stance is clear. Make your choice. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled something and inquisitively asked, by the way, system, do you actually receive a salary? You mentioned a bonus. Ding. Even a system needs to earn a living. Enough of this. I need to go weep for a while. Lin Yuan quickly called out to the system. Wait a moment. Why do you claim this skill has a bug? The system, sniffling, responded, originally, Starfall had significant limitations. It could only be unleashed on Earth, and the height at which meteors appeared was fixed. Yet, who would have anticipated you would release it within the portal? Moreover, I had gravely miscalculated the energy intensity of the meteor. Enough, enough, go ahead and weep. Lin Yuan understood and, after dismissing the system, pondered inwardly. A fixed height. Excellent energy intensity, this could indeed be utilized as a defensive skill. Should adversaries attempt to invade Earth in the future, this skill would serve as a formidable defense. Lin. What troubles you? Natasha, observing Lin Yuan standing there in a daze, alternating between shock and anger, gently nudged him with concern. It's all right. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan joyfully exclaimed, Sister, indeed, triumph calls for celebration. Natasha was utterly bewildered. Ha. It's nothing, sister. Come on up. I'll take you to join the others. Splendid. I've never flown like this before. Ha. All right. Then I'll first take you for a spin. Off we go, a magnificent rock soared through the skies, carrying a stunning lady, her laughter echoing above the war-torn city. Steve, watching the great bird glide overhead, couldn't he help but smile. How wonderful. I'm so glad to have you, little brother. Thanks to Lin Yuan's diversion of most enemies, civilian casualties were remarkably low, far better than anticipated. Hulk, standing at a height, gazed at the soaring bird, his fists clenching unconsciously before he leapt off the building to regroup with the main forces. Barton, witnessing Natasha's elation while perched on Lin Yuan's back, smiled with satisfaction. It's delightful. It's rare to see Natasha so joyful. Tony shouted through the communicator. How about we celebrate a bit? I know of a Turkish kebab place nearby that I'd like to try. Lin Yuan, still aloft, quickly interjected. What's so great about kebabs? Let us have hot pot instead. I'll buy the ingredients, and we can feast on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Everyone eagerly agreed, while Thor remarked, gazing at the rooftop, we're not done yet. Tony replied, Lin, let us postpone that. I'll tidy up the rooftop first. Fine. Let us save the feast for tonight. For now, let us settle a score with someone. With that, Lin Yuan soared towards Stark Tower with Natasha. And everyone began to gather there. Moved by Hulk's enthusiasm, Loki, lying on the ground, finally managed to recover slightly. Struggling to rise and leaning against the staircase in the room. Suddenly, he felt a chill running down his back and, with great difficulty, turned to see everyone glaring at him intently. Loki weakly inquired, could we skip the face slapping? The crowd ignored him, their collective gaze fixed on Lin Yuan. Loki's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps it would be better if you let Hulk give me a good thrashing. Realizing his mistake, Loki resolved to perform an aerial ballet, spinning and singing as he did so. I'll fetch the doctor and the Tesseract. After casting a whirlwind spell on Loki, Lin Yuan chose to disregard him, as so many eyes were upon them. Subsequently, he went to retrieve the Tesseract, while Natasha retained possession of the scepter. Upon reaching the rooftop where the Tesseract was located, Dr. Selvig collapsed onto the ground, staring vacantly at the cube. Lin Yuan understood his sentiments. First administering treatment before offering words of comfort. Doctor, this is not your fault. It is all due to Loki. Selvig remained silent, merely releasing a soft sigh. Come, doctor. Let me assist you down. With that, Lin Yuan picked up the Tesseract, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. This troublesome system. Has it finished lamenting so soon? Chapter 82. The Feasting. Host, you are now able to access the spatial gem. Wait a moment while I absorb a bit of spatial energy. Lin Yuan was quite curious. Dog system, can you absorb the energy from the spatial gem? Ding. The system can absorb a trace of energy through the host. Consider this a minor benefit for me. Hiki. Lin Yuan suddenly had an idea and chuckled. System. The system immediately grew cautious. Ding. Host, what are you planning to do? I have no ulterior motives. Everyone should share the spoils. Ding. Wow, host, are you even human? You want to snatch my little benefit? Very well, I shan't take it then. TSK, what a pity. There is still a mind gem over there. Lin Yuan placed the cube on the ground, his tone laced with regret. Ding. All right then, I can only share a tiny bit with you. Now that is more like it. Lin Yuan picked up the cube again, a hint of excitement in his voice. So, system, with this gem energy, can I dominate the heavens, the earth, and even the air? Ding. What are you even thinking, host? What could you possibly do with that? Ding. Once I digest this energy, I will craft a skill for you. But prepare yourself. This skill won't be overly powerful. It may only enhance a specific ability of yours. After all, the amount of energy I can absorb is quite limited. Lin Yuan grew anxious. Then absorb more. The system looked at Lin Yuan as if he were foolish. Guess why I referred to it as a minor benefit? If I absorb too much, won't they come after me? It's like working at someone else's home. You can drink some water, but if you try to take their gold bars, it's only natural they retaliate. All right. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he consoled himself that something gained for free is better than nothing at all. Ding. Host, hurry and grab the mind gem. I'll be done in just 5 minutes. Once I've prepared the skill, I'll hand it over to you. Understood. He returned to the top floor of the building with Dr. Savick. The others were engaged in conversation, and Loki lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless fish. Lin Yuan approached Natasha and said, Sister, let me have a turn with the scepter. Without hesitation, Natasha handed the scepter to Lin Yuan. This object is quite peculiar. Do be careful. Relax, relax. Lin Yuan took the scepter, waving it as he moved to the side, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching. He grasped the mind gem atop the scepter. Dog system, hurry up. Ding. All right, host. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan returned unsteadily and handed the scepter back to Natasha. You all carry on. I'm off to buy some groceries. We'll have hot pot here tonight. If there is anything you want, let me know. Lin Yuan addressed the group. Steve was the first to speak. I want it spicy and numbing, with tripe, duck intestines, duck blood, and brain matter. The rest is up to you. What time is it at Rabbit's place? I also want to drink some bean juice. Natasha and Barton rushed forward, covering Steve's mouth, and said to Lin, just buy whatever you like. We have no preference. We will eat whatever you choose. After that, they worked together to pull Steve aside, while Lin looked on with a bemused expression, thinking, oh, Captain, there's no turning back now. Lin swiftly arrived at the Rabbit's establishment, intending to find a reputable restaurant to take away their signature broth and dishes, thus sparing himself the trouble of preparing ingredients. While the staff was busy processing orders, Lin seized the opportunity to purchase a variety of specialty snacks and treats favored by Steve and Tony, as well as several cases of fine wine for Thor to enjoy upon his return. As for the mung bean juice, regrettably, it was unavailable at this hour. And even if it were, he would not purchase it. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Lin managed to answer it with one hand. Hello, who is this? Mr. Lin. It's me, came the voice on the other end, Zheng Xian. Lin smiled and asked, Director Zheng, what brings you to call? Is it a convenient time? We would like to meet with you. I'm currently shopping. Our team is having a dinner gathering tonight. You wish to inquire about the situation in New York, I presume? Lin was aware of Zheng Xian's intentions and responded candidly, Director Zheng, to be forthright, this is merely the beginning. Such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. So you all must prepare yourselves. However, for the time being, our home remains quite secure. Zheng Xian fell silent for a long moment before replying, Understood. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You're welcome, Director Zheng. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out directly. After hanging up, Lin proceeded to collect the ordered dishes, unconcerned about Rabbit's attentiveness to his safety. He was well aware of Rabbit's nature, though it appeared to be a cute little creature. One would learn the painful truth when it revealed its fangs. Despite the striking similarities between this world's Rabbit and that of his previous life, in terms of history and societal development, Lin sensed that Rabbit's true strength was far more formidable than it appeared. He hoped his intuition proved correct. If it did not, he could always lend a hand, as he aspired to retire and live peacefully at Rabbit's abode someday. Speaking of druids tending to the land, the yield should be remarkable. Upon returning to Stark Tower, he found the upper floors nearly tidied up. S.H.I.E.L.D. had also sent personnel to wrap things up. Loki had arranged for Thor to take the Tesseract back to Asgard, while Loki's scepter would be safeguarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin did not object to the agency taking the scepter. It was a hot potato he preferred not to handle. As for Hydra, the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. That evening, on the top floor of Stark Tower, The Avengers gathered around to enjoy a hot pot feast. Lin had purchased a plethora of ingredients and broths of various flavors, mindful that, aside from the peculiar Steve, the others might not handle too much spice. Steve began to teach the others how to prepare dipping sauces and enjoy the various ingredients. And as for using chopsticks, that posed no challenge for the Avengers. However, Lin Yuan was astonished to discover that Natasha also had a penchant for spicy food, as she was currently competing with Steve for the most fiery slices of tripe in the pot. Banner, on the other hand, was not particularly fond of offal and could not tolerate excessive spiciness, yet he harbored a peculiar affection for tofu. Tony, with his insatiable curiosity, endeavored to sample everything available. And after spending considerable time with Lin Yuan, his palate had gradually aligned with Lin Yuan's preferences, leading him to accept only mild heat. Pepper, arriving in the afternoon, rushed to embrace Tony, trembling incessantly. She had been on the brink of panic while watching the news broadcast, and it took a significant amount of comforting from Tony to soothe her nerves. When Lin Yuan returned from grocery shopping, she scrutinized him thoroughly, checking for any signs of trouble, and only after confirming his safety did she finally relax. Despite being nicknamed Little Pepper, she was incapable of handling any spiciness. Her favorite was the tomato-based hot pot, and she had a particular fondness for crispy pork. As for Thor, the big oaf, there was no need to elaborate. He would eat anything he could get his hands on, showing little regard for the distinction of dishes, often swiping from others' plates. Regarding Barton, he shared Natasha's adventurous palate. Having sampled a wide array of foods throughout his career as an agent, though he, too, shied away from overly spicy fare. Observing the lively scene around the table, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Such days were indeed delightful. Meanwhile, in the corner, a pair of sorrowful eyes fixated on the lively gathering.